Hey, are we really going to do this? The scout Oriana asked anxiously. I'll confirm that no one is around before we proceed, answered the leader swordsman Hector, trying to reassure her. Isn't there any other good way to handle this? Urged the spear warrior Izia to reconsider. We discussed it, but there were no other options, right? Hector replied with a sense of disbelief. So we're the ones who are going to execute this, right? Confirmed the priest Tarlo, his face tense. We have to confirm it ourselves, Hector nodded in agreement. No way, the earth magic user Kenji said with a single word. Just give it up, was all Hector could say in response. The setup is complete. If the timing is right tonight, we will carry it out. At Hector's words, the other four grimaced. It seemed they were about to do something quite unpleasant. Look, I don't want to do it either, but can you think of any better way? How about Hector goes alone and barges into the annex to see if the Duke and the demon's kin are meeting? That would be better, wouldn't it? I would die, Hector retorted vigorously to Oriana's terrible suggestion. The other three wore expressions that said, well, we have no choice, which was a sad thing for Hector. This was their comrade, poor Hector. It's for times like these that His Majesty and Count Heinlein gave us this. I don't think so. At Hector's declaration, the other four denied it in unison. They were given something to use, it seemed. In any case, we have to find out as quickly as possible. I won't argue with that, but it's the government office, right? Are we really going to use that black powder? If everything goes as planned, no one will get hurt. Well, if we stick to the plan, anything will go smoothly. But hey, Hector insisted, while Oriana countered. And the other three nodded in agreement with Oriana's words. Thus, the operation that faced the most opposition from the party members in the history of the Morning Star was to be executed. Only 2 of us are on patrol as usual. Well, it's not like there are any valuables here. Normally, no one would be foolish enough to attack the government office and make the huge Duke's house their enemy. Except for those 5 from somewhere. Are you still saying that? Hector tried to dismiss the scout Oriana's grumbling with a faint shake of his head. The 2 we knocked out have been tied up and left in a distant place. There's no one else in the building. The priest Tarlo and the mage Kenji reported. All right, then, as planned, we'll handle this with 2 over here. We'll confirm on our end. I'd prefer that. When Hector said this, the mage Kenji grimaced and expressed his hopes. You can't go without Kenji over there. No, Tarlo has to stay there too. Hector cut off the priest Tarlo, who was about to say, then I'll go. There are only 3 telescopes after all. I'm counting on you. When Hector said this, Kenji and Tarlo looked downcast. Hector and Oriana, who had moved from the government office, joined the spear warrior Izia, who had been waiting. A few minutes ago, Duke Shrewsbury entered the annex. From that distant mansion, the kin entered an hour ago. If we haven't missed anything, the Duke and the kin should all be inside that annex now. At Izia's report, Hector and Oriana nodded. Then they looked at the clock. It's almost time, Hector murmured, and Oriana positioned her telescope. It was 1 minute later. Boom, bang, an astonishing explosion echoed through the air. Yes, it was the sound of an explosion. The continuous explosion sounds were emanating from the government office. Lights began to turn on in the Duke's residence. Furthermore, people opened windows to look outside, or they stepped out of doors to check on the government office. The sounds continued, but nothing had changed about the government office itself. It wasn't collapsing or breaking apart, nothing like that. However, if there were any observant individuals, they might have noticed something. Around where the sounds were coming from, there were several black stone walls. Of course, these were constructed by the earth magic user Kenji, who calculated the sound reflection. When given the processed black powder, he underwent a training session. During that time, a certain water attribute mage said, the essence of this is not the destructive power of the explosion. It's in the sound. They demonstrated how the sound was astonishingly amplified by the construction of walls. Being an earth magic user himself, Kenji listened quite seriously, and it was proving useful here. It resonated bigger than he thought, and it surprised him. All right, let's withdraw from here, the priest Tarlo said, and Kenji nodded. They had to escape before anyone arrived. After dismantling the walls, the 2 of them took off running. Meanwhile, the 3 monitoring the annex. Ah, someone is coming out, the scout Oriana murmured. It's Duke Shrewsbury, replied the spear warrior Izia, pointing out the boy who stepped out of the door and looked toward the government office. And someone else is coming out from behind. Just as Hector said, another person exited the door. That's yesterday's kin, Oriana and Izia confirmed. It looks like the Duke is giving orders to the kin, Hector murmured. Hearing this, both Oriana and Izia nodded. After a moment's pause, Oriana spoke. Is Duke Shrewsbury a superior to the kin? Gasping for air, Izia continued his thought. That kin is one of the demon's 4 generals, right? So the Duke is, nodding once, Hector stated definitively, the Duke could possibly be the demon himself, 2 days later in the king's office. Your Majesty, we have received information from the Morning Star in Wingston. It has already been verified. Chancellor Marquis Heinlein reported to King Abel. His expression was grim, but he showed no hesitation. He seemed to have made up his mind about something. It's been 2 days since the reports from Zack and Scotty. It was to confirm whether Erwin himself is involved with the demon's kin. The swift verification is quite impressive. Yes. To summarize, it relates to them. I see. Abel sighed softly at Marquis Heinlein's report. He had already considered that possibility, so honestly he wasn't too surprised now, however. Rather, it seems that Erwin Ortiz himself could possibly be a demon. What? That was certainly unexpected, causing Abel to raise his voice. Marquis Heinlein caught Abel's gaze firmly. As Abel calmed down, Marquis Heinlein continued. We don't know if Lord Erwin has been possessed, if the current Lord Erwin is someone else, or if it's something entirely different. However, the 3 from the Morning Star directly witnessed Lord Erwin giving orders to that kin Orenju. I see. Abel covered his face with both hands. It was as if he were desperately trying to catch his breath. Or perhaps he was recalling something from the past. Should I have forced a tour of the east after inspecting the northern part of the country? During the inspection of the north, they were attacked by the Empire, and due to various circumstances, he couldn't inspect the east. Abel regretted that. No, perhaps it was serendipity. If you had dived in without knowing anything, your Majesty's safety could have been compromised. Marquis Heinlein shook his head lightly and said this. Abel's judgment had not been wrong. In any case, it was a dire situation. We must take down the house of Duke Shrewsbury, then. Yes, Abel uttered as if squeezing the words out. Marquis Heinlein nodded with a face full of anguish. The kingdom was once again on the brink of division, in the capital Jaclia of the Handalu Federation in the regent's office. Your Excellency, King Abel is quite bold, isn't he? Well, he led half the country to defeat the younger brother of the Crown Prince and the Empire 3 years ago. There's no doubt he's a remarkable individual. Regent Lord Aubrey nodded in response to the words of his aide, Lumber. Until now, King Abel of the Natore Kingdom had been communicating via a direct line. A direct line via alchemy tools established by Kenneth Hayward of the Kingdom and Frank DeVerd of the Federation, connecting the royal capital Crystal Palace and the capital Jaclia. The activation and use were set up to be conducted by 3 high-ranking officials registered from each government. Essentially, the Kingdom and the Federation regarded each other as virtual enemy nations. In the Great War 13 years ago and the Inberry Duchy conflict 3 years ago, actual military confrontations had occurred. That being said, or rather precisely because of that, there was no excuse for being out of touch. Both nations represented significant powers among the Central Nations. Their conflicts had a profound impact on surrounding nations. Therefore, an unexpected clash should be avoided. That was the purpose of establishing this direct line. Within that context, the kingdom is prepared to open its borders to the Allied forces. Such words are not easily spoken. Indeed, they would have considered the possibility of the Allied forces sneaking in and striking from within. This decision was made after weighing everything. Though Marquis Heinlein likely provided some advice, the decision was made by King Abel. Thanks to that, we are now faced with an age-old dilemma. An age-old dilemma? Is it better to have a leader of a neighboring country who is capable and decisive? Or is it better to have a foolish and mad one? Lord Aubrey said with half a laugh. After tilting his head slightly, Aide Lumber opened his mouth to ask, "What does that mean?" A capable and decisive person won't easily start a war. However, if we show any weakness, they may pounce. A foolish and mad person has openings to exploit, but there's a real fear of being unpredictable and what they might do. We must always anticipate the possibility of war. That's about it. I see. If we consider the welfare of the people, then the former is preferable. Lumber answered without hesitation to Lord Aubrey's explanation. Seeing that, Lord Aubrey laughed heartily and said, "Lumber is a good person." Eh? Lumber tilted his head again, not understanding the meaning. "Don't worry about it. Just keep being Lumber and focus on your work as an aide." "Yes, of course I'll do that, but—" With Lumber tilting his head and Lord Aubrey laughing, it seemed these two made a good pair. In the royal castle, a council meeting was being held. The participants were King Abel I, Queen Rhea, Marquis Alexis Heinlein the Chancellor, Royal Knight Commander Danton, Valkyrie Knight Commander Imogen, Finley Forsyth, Grand Master Proxy of the Adventurers Guild, High Priest Gabriel from the Central Temple of the Royal Capital, Legacy Officer Viscount Rashard de Devo. "That concludes the information conveyed by the Royal Knight Order and the Morning Star," said Marquis Heinlein, who was presiding over the meeting, as the others nodded in agreement. The contents had been partially shared beforehand. However, what came next was the first time the information was being revealed. First, Regarding the enemy's military strength, there are demons and their 4 generals, who are referred to as high-ranking kin. Among the 4 generals, only the name of Orenju has been confirmed as previously mentioned. Additionally, their ranks are bolstered by 2 types of kin known as phantom soldiers and physical soldiers. Viscount Devo will explain this further. Upon hearing this, Legacy Officer Rasharta stood up to begin her explanation. The legends remaining in the kingdom, as well as the books, did not provide sufficient information. However, thanks to the goodwill of the Allied forces, we were able to confirm the memoirs and materials left behind by the renowned legacy officer, Baron Luke Richico. As a result, we learned that the demon sealed to the east, Garwin commands 2 types of soldiers. One is the phantom soldier and the other is the physical soldier. Are those phantom soldiers the ones that attacked the Alliance's Curacho and our kingdom's Banreen? Abel asked, interrupting Rasharta's explanation. Just as your majesty said. An assault on the castle gates by cavalry, then, Rasharta responded, while Finley muttered, these phantom soldiers are described in records as being akin to a mix of rise and undead. They are a type of spirit. Gabriel, the high priest, nodded in agreement to Rasharta's explanation. This was precisely why Gabriel had been summoned to this meeting. All 3,000 monks in the kingdom are ready at any time. At Gabriel's words, Abel nodded vigorously. In the kingdom, monks are martial artists of the temple. They dedicate themselves to the goddess of light, don armor, wield blessed staffs, and fight at the front lines. Without a doubt, they would be a trump card against the demon's phantom soldiers. They could be considered the almost sole strong point for the human side. Alongside the phantom soldiers, the physical soldiers possess a military nature. You can consider them to have physical bodies and wield weapons, just like regular humans. However, each one is exceptionally strong and does not feel fear or hesitation. Nevertheless, they are human in form, so their weaknesses are the same as any humans. Well, that will be our time to shine, Royal Knight Commander Danton replied to Rasharta's explanation, and Valkyrie Knight Commander Imogen nodded in agreement. They were prepared for the significant sacrifices that would inevitably occur. However, this must be done. The fate of the nation depended on this battle. There will also be reinforcements from the Knight Orders from various regions. However, the main forces will likely be the Royal Knight Order and the Valkyrie Knight Order. Danton, Imogen, I'm counting on you. Yes, both Danton and Imogen nodded in response to Abel's words. Little information has been gathered about the power of the demons and the 4 generals. There are records stating that they were able to defeat the 4 generals during the previous war with Demon Garwin. However, the methods are unclear. It depends on how awakened Cacusay Lord Arthur Velasquez is as a demon. Ultimately, we were unable to defeat the demon itself. We could only seal it away. ... Indeed, it ultimately comes down to that, Rasharta concluded her explanation, and Abel muttered quietly. Yes, in the end, it all relied on the power of the demon itself. The question was how to deal with it. Despite the uncertainty, several strategies had been prepared. The device that had been readied for the Empire would also be deployed in this battle. They had devised strategies and prepared tactics, but it was uncertain how effective they would be to defeat and seal away. To be honest, if that failed, there would be no means to stop the demon and its army. Last time they had sealed the demon. However, the method of sealing was unknown. To be precise, it was unclear when the seal had been broken, or perhaps it had not been completely unsealed. To begin with, has Arthur's body been taken over? If so, does that mean that body is the demon Garwin itself? Abel murmured. However, no one answered. They could not answer because they did not know. Abel felt a hint of anxiety. Was there a body of Garwin separate from Arthur's body, lying in wait somewhere to awaken? Even if they could seal Arthur's body, would it mean nothing if the original body existed elsewhere? Abel shook his head slightly and turned to Rasharta, who had collected the detailed information, praising her. You did well to gather such extensive information. Well done. It was the Chancellor's strict orders, Rasharta replied with a wry smile. Information shapes the course of war. Marquis Alexis Heinlein replied with a beaming smile. There was no one to contradict his words. After all, it was how the kingdom had triumphed over the Alliance in the Great War 13 years ago. Still, they understood that information was still lacking. Most likely, Marquis Heinlein understood that the best. At the same time, he understood that time was running short. If the rampaging demon army were left unchecked, public unrest would peak across the kingdom. It had only been 3 years since the War of Kingdom Liberation. While the southern and western regions were somewhat stable, the central region with the royal capital, as well as the northern and eastern areas, were not yet completely secure. One of the reasons they had to fight without complete information was that. Currently, Viscount Kenneth Hayward of the Royal Alchemy Workshop is developing alchemy tools for resealing with the assistance of Lord Frank de Verde of the Alliance. However, without accurate knowledge of the demon's power, it is uncertain how effective the sealing will be once activated. It cannot be helped. Abel nodded once at Heinlein's explanation, and he continued speaking. If those two cannot manage it, then it would be impossible for modern alchemists. Afterward, further detailed discussions took place. 2 days later, the royal army, along with the various knight orders gathered in the royal capital, set out to confront the demons. Leading the total force of 50,000 was King Abel I. It was a personal expedition of the king himself. However, the king occasionally glanced to the side. Naturally, the queen was beside him. "Hey, Rhea, are we really going? It's a battlefield, you know. It might be better to be by Noah's side." "Abel, how many times have I told you? I've entrusted it to Marquis Heinlein, so Noah will be fine. More importantly, this is the situation. We will need a powerful priest, even if it's just one. The alchemy device that Kenneth and Rhea made, or rather, the alchemy apparatus, will show its true worth the more priests there are, right? I'll be more useful on the battlefield. Besides, if we lose, the kingdom might perish. For Noah's sake as well, I will seize victory on the battlefield." Oh. With Rhea's firm resolve, Abel gave up on continuing his words. That said, it was likely he would say the same thing a few hours later. "Give it up, your majesty. You know best about the queen's stubbornness. There are many stubborn people who come from the adventurer class." Interjecting from the side were 2 old mages. Alalian Baraha, the supreme advisor of the Royal Magical Association, and Arthur Velaces, the head of the Royal Magical Association. Although they had initially refused, they had been placed in their current positions in the Royal Magical Association by what was effectively a royal order. Though they had been transformed from court to Royal Magical Association, the members remained unchanged. Only Arthur and Alalian were made responsible. By the way, this time, the entire Royal Magical Association, over 200 strong, was being deployed. The research on magic is stagnating. It might have been better to make Rhea the head of the Magical Association. Both Alalian and Arthur continued to grumble. Rhea would never agree to that. If he said, "Duke Rondo's territory will break away from the kingdom," it would be a disaster, Abel said, shaking his head slightly. "It's not completely impossible. I would like to visit Duke Rondo's territory one day." Both Alalian and Arthur shook their heads in response. Even if Rhea wasn't present, he remained the main character. The royal army moved forward, with the Royal Knight Order leading the way. Next, the Royal Magical Association followed, along with the Valkyrie Knight Order surrounding the king and queen, but among them were 3 unusual carriages. These carriages were apparently massive devices. That said, Abel knew what 2 of them were. He had seen their forms before they became mobile. Moreover, the magic stones used were the wind magic stones from the wyverns that Abel and his companions had obtained. However, the last carriage, which was larger than the other 2, was something he had knowledge of, yet did not fully understand. Seated on the driver's seat was a specialized driver and Radin from the Royal Alchemy Workshop, while riding alongside was Viscount Kenneth Hayward. At that moment, King Abel approached on horseback. "Kenneth, you look good on a horse." "Thank you, your majesty." Abel and Kenneth were originally carefree companions from the drinking group known as the Second Son Association. Naturally, they had to behave as the king and viscount due to the surrounding eyes. This was unavoidable. The king and nobility. There was a clear distinction in their positions. Only a first duke might exhibit such a demeanor without feeling the gap. Even from a fresh perspective, it's huge, Abel remarked as he looked at the alchemy device that was an entire carriage. "It carries 2 devices, so it couldn't be made any smaller," Kenneth said with a wry smile. Setting aside the sealing device, the other was developed for battlefield use, so it was designed to be mobile. "Yes, it's large, but it's intended for use after moving to the battlefield, so it has various features. Previously, Kenneth and Rhea made this together, right? I get Kenneth, but did Rhea contribute in any way?" Abel asked somewhat skeptically. However, Kenneth shook his head vigorously in response. "It was because Rhea's son was there that we could create this alchemy device. It's incredible. Is that so?" "Yes, Rhea's son's active sonar served as the foundation for that magic's principles. Wasn't it for light attribute magic?" "That's correct, but the device is for water attribute magic, while externally it uses the priest's light attribute magic. To put it simply, it's a fusion of these 2. "I don't know the details either, but is that not the fusion magic that Kenneth announced?" "Exactly. It's one form of fusion magic. It fuses magic generated by the alchemy device with magic created by a mage, especially magic of different attributes. This is the essence of fusion magic." Kenneth passionately elaborated on the limitless potential of fusion magic. Abel, knowing this was characteristic of researchers and engineers who were also alchemists, chose not to comment. After passionately discussing for a while, Kenneth suddenly murmured, "I have a feeling that Rhea's son possesses knowledge of an alchemical system that I am not aware of." What do you mean? Kenneth tilted his head, and Abel curiously inquired. Well, he sometimes utters completely incomprehensible terms, Abel said, and Kenneth smiled. In any case, this device could only exist because of Rhea, the long-distance diffusion-type goddess's mercy. Just a guess, but I have a feeling the one who named it is not Kenneth, but Rhea. Kenneth stated the name of the device, and Abel murmured, shaking his head slightly. Now that I think about it, Rhea did mention that the name had become a bit too long and that a shortened version was needed. A shortened version? Yes, I believe it was. Long-distance diffusion-type goddess's mercy panacea breath. What does that mean? I'm not sure either. Abel frowned as he asked, while Kenneth chuckled, unable to provide an answer. This alchemy device was not originally developed for dealing with demons. It had been developed over the past 3 years for combating the Imperial Army. However, the Royal Alchemy Workshop judged it could be repurposed, and Abel supported that judgment. This time, adventurers would not participate in the Royal Army. This was to prevent any potential information leaks and to swiftly advance and confront the demon army. Instead, several Knight Orders were participating. However, among those, the Royal Knight Order and Valkyrie Knight Order were obvious, and many noble territorial Knight Orders close to the royal capital were involved. Among them, the Silverdale Knight Order participated, including reservists. Their total number was 2,000 knights. This was likely the greatest mobilization number in the glorious history of the Silverdale Knight Order. Leading them was, of course, the next Duke of Silverdale, Face. A beautiful 19-year-old woman, yet her leadership was nothing short of fierce. Furthermore, the Knight Order members that followed her were undoubtedly elite forces among the kingdom. Knights from distant territories were also participating. Among such exceptions were the Knight Order from the barony of Run in the south. Once trained by Sera and Rhea, they were recognized as one of the strongest factions in the kingdom, led by Knight Commander Neville Black. Additionally, there was a newly emerging Knight Order that was gaining attention, located in the northern territory of the Carlisle County. With only around 300 knights, their numbers were not significant. However, despite being established for just 3 years, they were perceived as formidable by the nobility throughout the kingdom. This was due to the presence of the Earl of Carlisle, who also served as the Knight Commander, and the Countess Carlisle, who led the magical association attached to the Knight Order. Count Carlisle Warren, Countess Carlisle Lynn. Both were former members of the A-rank party, the Red Sword. Warren's family, the Halome Barony, had a long-standing reputation for producing shield-bearers for the king. Warren himself, during his adventurer days, was known as unyielding, and was even said to be one of the kingdom's finest shield-bearers. And when he formed his Knight Order, he trained a group of hundreds of knights proficient in using great shields. All members of the Carlisle County Knight Order wielded great shields. Within this group of great shield wielders, there were those who stood out. While not many, around 50, their ranks were filled with mages. However, as part of the Knight-attached magical association, all could competently manage close combat. This was said to be because Lynn, who led the magical association, stated, "From now on, mages need to be able to hold their own in close combat like Rhea." Regardless of the truth, it was a fact that having mages trained in close combat was beneficial for the battlefield, and thus they were trained. Under the tutelage of the great shield-wielding knights, mages were not to be underestimated. In addition to these famous or notable Knight Orders, various other Knight Orders of all sizes from across the country were participating. Many of these had been re-established or expanded in scale over the past 3 years. The total number of the Royal Army was 50,000. Without a doubt, it was a powerful force. At the same time, movements were taking place within the Handalu Federation. "Your Majesty, there has been movement." The report handed to Abel from horseback was from Royal Knight Commander Danton. "Is that so? Has the Federation declared a state of war?" The Handalu Federation declared, in the name of Regent Lord Aubrey, that they had entered a state of war. With this, Lord Aubrey gained command authority as a dictator. This gave him command authority over all military forces within the Federation. In times of peace, each country within the Federation of Nations would respond to rebellions and have command over their own military forces. But when a dictator stands, all orders from that dictator take precedence. Furthermore, the command from Dictator Aubrey was an attack against armed groups operating within the Federation. Although it was announced to the public as simply armed groups, it was explicitly communicated to the leaders of each Federation nation as the Demon's Kin. As a result, there was no backlash from any nation. Even the Duchy of Volturino, which had previously borne the front lines and had not sought assistance from the Federation government, promised full cooperation. Facing the Demon's Kin was deemed too heavy a burden. 2 hours after Lord Aubrey's declaration of a state of war, The Allied forces led by dictator Aubrey departed from the capital Jaclia, commencing their advance toward the western border of the Federation. Given the timing of this joint operation with the Federation, one could say that the kingdom could not afford to deploy adventurers. In any case, thus began the offensive against the demons from the east and west, completely unbeknownst to the general populace. This marked the beginning of what would later be called the Demon Great War. What did you say? Vimro was defeated? Yes, Lord Garwin, Wingston at the Duke Shrewsbury's annex. Vimro is one of Garwin's top-tier kin and one of the 4 generals. He had been wreaking havoc in the towns along the western border of the Federation with 1,000 physical soldiers. The one dealing with him was the Duchy of Volturino, but since they weren't a particularly strong fighting force, Vimro had continued to pillage the town without suffering significant losses. Until now, they said he lost 500 physical soldiers, half of them, but even if there were 10 times the number of knights, they could never defeat my physical soldiers. Could it be that he failed to besiege a castle like Orenju did? Garwin glanced at Orenju, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked. Orenju, suddenly brought up in conversation, pretended not to hear and looked away. No, I have given strict orders for Vimro not to attack walled towns. Then why did you not push Vimro, but had me assault the castle instead? Orenju complained, her voice louder than a mere murmur in response to Exiled. It's for Lord Garwin's experience. Greenu and Brunu are high-ranking kin. What they experience will become Lord Garwin's experience. Is that really true? Orenju replied with a skeptical expression, looking at Garwin. To Orenju, Garwin was certainly not clever. If the experiences of the high-ranking kin were supposed to contribute to his own, then after thousands of years, he should have accumulated enough experience to be a bit smarter. Orenju, do you have any complaints? No, Lord Garwin, not a single one. The 4 generals were, so to speak, part of the demon Garwin. Betrayal was unthinkable, probably impossible. In that instant, I feel like I would disappear, Orenju thought to herself. The words she voiced were entirely different. When it comes to the Allied forces, they're led by a famed general after all. Since awakening, Orenju had been learning about the current situation in the Central Nations. After hundreds of years of being asleep, her knowledge was practically useless. She needed to catch up with the flow of time regarding her knowledge. That said, she hadn't learned about the advancements in water magic. Yes, Regent Lord Aubrey, nevertheless, the power of kin should be incomparable to humans. It is hard to understand how they could lose half, Exiled replied, shaking his head. There may be something we do not know, Garwin murmured. As expected of Lord Aubrey, to defeat the demon army. That was the first thing King Abel said upon hearing the report. We have received word that they deployed artificial golems. It was the report from Knight Commander Danton. Upon hearing this, Abel nodded vigorously. 3 years ago, during the invasion of the Duchy of Inbury by the Alliance, the artificial golems were first deployed. It was Frank de Verde, who had gone to the Alliance from the kingdom, who played a central role in their creation. Now, 3 years later, there are said to be over 200 artificial golems in the Alliance. It seems golems are indeed effective against opponents like demons. Danton nodded at Abel's murmuring, in terms of reducing human casualties. In that regard, golems overwhelm knights, mages, and of course, adventurers. After all, none of the allies would die in battle. For this reason, the kingdom had secretly begun the development of golems centered around Viscount Kenneth Hayward. That said, manufacturing artificial golems is not an easy task. Even Frank de Verde took over 20 years to finally create something satisfactory. Even that genius alchemist Frank de Verde. For Viscount Kenneth Hayward, who is said to be on par with Frank, creating artificial golems is no simple matter. They could create something that has legs, arms, a body, and a head, and can move. But that is merely in the experimental stage. From there, it would take a lot of trial and error to make it capable of fighting on the battlefield. And that would still take time. The nature of warfare might perhaps be changing in various ways. The king's tent at the Royal Army's night camp. The chiefs were gathered for information sharing. King Abel I, Queen Rhea, Count Carlisle Warren, Lady Lynn Carlisle, Knight Commander Danton, Royal Magical Association Chief Arthur Velasquez, Senior Advisor Elalian Baraha, Valkyrie Knight Commander Imogen, High Priest Gabriel of the Central Temple of the Royal Capital, Monk Squad Chief Gawain, Vice Chief Chase, Legacy Officer Viscount Rashard Adivo, Silverdale Knight Commander Face, Knight Commander Neville Black of the Barony of Run, Royal Alchemy Workshop Chief and Lead Researcher Viscount Kenneth Hayward, and others leading the Knight Orders from various regions. Over 50 chiefs had gathered, but as expected from the king's tent, there seemed to be enough space remaining. The enemy has completed their deployment in the Bissy Plains, north of Stone Lake. Danton's report made Abel nod in relief. But has the concern of the Wingston people being taken as hostages been alleviated? However, he soon realized another fact. The Bissy Plains, that was the battlefield from 3 years ago during the Liberation War. Exactly. 3 years ago, during the final phase of the kingdom's Liberation War. It was at Bissy Plains where the Southern Army led by Abel defeated the Imperial Army stationed in the Eastern Kingdom. Bissy Plains is quite a broad plain, making it an ideal place for large armies to maneuver. Now it seems the demon army has already set up in Bissy Plains. They're not planning to fortify then, they intend to fight us head-on. As Danton spoke, many in the tent nodded. Most shared the same sentiment, to crush them head-on. A report had come just a little while ago about the Alliance defeating the demon army rampaging through the Alliance territory, which likely fueled their spirits. Several strategies were already prepared. Of course, it was uncertain how effective these would be against the demons and their kin. However, all of it represents the very best that the kingdom could currently prepare. According to reconnaissance, the enemy has around 10,000 physical soldiers. I see. Abel nodded at Danton's continued report. The Royal Army has 50,000. The first step in their strategy to assemble more troops than the enemy had not gone astray. But it is said that demons can produce phantom soldiers without delay. Legacy Officer Rasharda cautioned. Perhaps Erwin, the demon, may also be there. Abel grimaced as he spoke. Honestly, there remains a part of him that finds it difficult to accept that Erwin Ortiz is a demon. However, if he stood on the battlefield in that state, he would lead his allies into a deadly situation. Thus, Abel stood up and declared firmly, I will defeat Erwin Ortiz, the demon. The survival of the kingdom depends on this battle. I expect everyone to fight valiantly. Yes, morale was high. They were about to face a foe said to be unbeatable by humans. And yet morale soared. This must be due to Abel's high charisma as a king. Even though he is a demon, he is not fully awakened yet. Perhaps that recognition contributed to their morale, and the kin are not an unbeatable opponent. The Alliance has proven that. The kingdom proved that as well in the city of Hafrina. At the very least, the morale of the Royal Army was high, generally speaking. Hey, Scotty, don't you think we're working too hard? Yeah, Zach, I completely agree. Please go directly to Knight Commander Danton by yourself. No way, if I do that, I'll get an earful just for myself. Why should I be the only one to go? That's because you accurately understand the situation at hand. We're about to fight the demons and their kin at the very front line. This was the conversation between Squad Captain Zach Cooler of the Royal Knight Order and Scotty Kabuk. The two of them were stationed at the forefront of the Royal Army, facing the Demon Army. The Royal Knight Order was positioned at the front of the Central Army. Without a doubt, should the battle commence, they would be the first forces thrown into the thick of it. Of course, that was what they desired. They had trained for this over the past 3 years. Zach had a slightly impure motive of wanting to be recognized by Sera. Regardless, they couldn't deny the aspect of working too hard. Immediately after confirming the relationship between the demon kin in Wingston and the Duke's house, they returned to the city of Hafrina where their units were stationed. Then they were ordered to rejoin the main force, and after almost an immediate turnaround, they made their way to the Eastern Road and caught up with the Royal Army departing from the royal capital. They arrived at the battlefield without rest. Although they were not physically tired because of their training, they found themselves complaining. Perhaps it was an old habit. They looked at the 300 knights positioned right next to them. That was an up-and-coming knight order, often described as quite renowned. The Carlisle Knight Order, Count Carlisle, as expected from the unyielding Warren of the Red Sword, they truly are impressive. Yes, just standing there, they exude an aura of elite status. They must possess quite formidable strength. Both Zach and Scotty expressed their admiration as they looked at the orderly standing 300 knights. All of them held large shields that reached shoulder height. Their weapons were just short swords. Basically, they were rumored to hardly ever use their swords, as their large shields could also serve as weapons. Lord Warren of the Carlisle House is undoubtedly the noble that Abel trusts the most. Of course, the fact that he has stationed Lord Warren here means that the success of the entire strategy hinges on this central front. In response to Zach's inquiry, Scotty nodded vigorously. The central front consisted of the Royal Knight Order and the Carlisle Knight Order. The right flank was occupied by the Knight Order of the Barony of Run. The left flank consisted of the Silverdale Knight Order. The strongest Knight Orders were positioned in these three fronts. Among them, the role assigned to the central front in terms of strategy was significant. Meanwhile, at the Demon Army's headquarters, the enemy has assembled 50,000 around their Knight Order, Isolde reported. Ha, they've gathered numbers at least, the demon Garwin said with a wicked grin. For my sake. Garwin instigated the war to kill people in this eastern part of the kingdom, especially those who roam the battlefield, and to collect their fragments of God. From that perspective, 50,000 soldiers was a remarkable number. If I can kill half, I might fully revive. Garwin's words earned a nod from Exiled. The other of the 4 generals, Orenju, remained silent, scratching her cheek. She even looked like she was slightly tilting her head. Orenju, do you have something to say? No, Lord Garwin, nothing at all. Orenju's reply was quite proper. So, Exiled, who is leading the royal army? Yes. It seems the king himself is leading them. Garwin showed a slightly surprised expression at Isolde's report. As expected of Richard's descendant, he personally comes to the battlefield. I shall commend him on that point. Garwin smiled slyly and then pondered. Seeing this, Orenju felt an uneasy premonition. Based on past experiences, Garwin's following words usually weren't good. In this battle, I will take full command. Ah, Garwin declared, and upon hearing this, a voice accidentally escaped from Orenju. It wasn't a loud voice, but it was heard by Garwin. Orenju, do you have any complaints? No, since Lord Garwin is not very clever, it would be better to leave that to Exiled. Silence, Orenju. I don't want to hear that from you. Well, I may not be clever either, but Lord Garwin is just as much. Enough, it's already decided. I can crush 50,000 human knights easily. Exiled, don't you think so? Being asked for an answer by Garwin, Exiled replied without changing her expression. Of course, Lord Garwin. Hearing that, Garwin nodded vigorously. He then continued speaking. Did you hear that, Orenju? With an enemy of this level, anyone among us, even one of us, should be able to defeat them. If we had simply understood it from the start, we could defeat them. But commanding troops is not Lord Garwin's strong suit. You're being tedious, Orenju. Orenju let out a small sigh. Well, she knew there was no way they would lose in the end. That much she understood. That's why there was no need to engage in competition over military strategy. That was what Orenju thought. Well, I guess it's fine. Since we won't lose anyway, letting Lord Garwin do as he pleases might be acceptable. Orenju muttered as she gazed at the opposing royal army. Next time, 428 battle commencement. The 2 armies clash at last. 9 a.m., the battle horn echoes. Finally, it's here. Yeah. In the central front line of the royal army, Zach Cooler murmurs and Scotty Kabuk nods in response. The first to move was the demon army. They're coming. As Zach mutters this, the voice rings out across the entire royal army. The attackers are phantom soldiers. Frontline stand by. Monk squad deploy. The voice belongs to Alalian Baraha using the magic voice transmission. There is no more convenient magic for commanding a large army than this. It can convey commands across the entire battlefield. The wind attribute magic voice transmission is not particularly difficult, but using it in a place like a battlefield is challenging, because it's a place where magic flies around and magical power runs rampant. Of course, it's fine now since it's still before the battle begins. Even after the battle starts, only a few can readily use it in the vast kingdom. Following the orders via voice transmission, the temple's monk squad is dispatched. 1,000 monks each are positioned in the center, right flank, and left flank. In terms of numbers, it can hardly be said to be many. Looking at the approaching demon's phantom soldiers, there are easily 60,000. That's a staggering 20 times. However, the monks do not falter. One must possess a faith that surpasses that of ordinary priests to become a monk. They willingly risk their lives to protect the goddess and her followers, dedicating everything to the goddess of light. Now, they have set out with the resolve to cast everything aside to protect their fellow citizens of the kingdom. The front lines of the monk squad clash with the front lines of the phantom soldiers. Wielding their sacred weapon, the holy blessed staff, the monk squad charges into the phantom soldiers in a single strike. At just the touch of the staff, the phantom soldiers vanish. Witnessing this, High Priest Gabriel and Legacy Officer Rashard nod in agreement. Though it was expected, it's only natural to feel joy when it works out well. For the royal army, the monk squad's almost unique strong point against the demon army is achieving remarkable effects against the phantom soldiers. The monks continue to fight fearlessly against the wave of approaching phantom soldiers. Of course, they are not unscathed. They are facing an enemy 20 times their number. While defeating the enemy in front of them, they can also be slashed from the side. But they are monks fighting monks. All of them are also users of light attribute magic. O Mother Goddess, I entrust myself to your great healing hands. Heal. They cast it upon themselves and their comrades beside them, continuing to fight while avoiding only fatal blows. They understand. They are the trump card against the demon's phantom soldiers. Conversely, if they were to disappear, they would be overwhelmed by the phantom soldiers in numbers. Therefore, they cannot die yet. They must continue to fight to protect the citizens of the kingdom. For that reason, they cannot afford to die. There is no substitute for them, boldly exposing themselves to danger, carefully avoiding fatal blows. While discerning between both, the leader of the monk squad, Gawain, and vice leader Chase fight while commanding. The timing for a full retreat will come from headquarters, so until then they must not falter. The most troublesome enemy for them may not have been the phantom soldiers. There is no substitute for them. In other words, they must continue fighting until the phantom soldiers cease to appear. Perhaps their greatest enemy was endurance. Leader Gawain looks around while fighting. It seems additional phantom soldiers are being deployed. The monks continue to fight, but they appear to still have some breathing room. They've been trained well. Gawain continues to swing his staff with a faint smile. That was during the turmoil in the royal capital. Leader Gawain and Vice-Leader Chase were confronting the abominations that continued to surge from underground as the captain and vice-captain of the Central Sanctuary monk squad. At that time, they had barely avoided annihilation under the command of the current queen, Rhea, who happened to be at the temple, but they were in a disadvantageous position. Just when it seemed they were doomed, the current King Abel arrived with reinforcements. Then, a little later, that remarkable mage joined the fray as well. From there on, it was a completely secure defense. The mage adjusted the battlefield with ice walls, while Abel and the hero continued to slash away. It was clear that Abel and the hero were incredible. However, that water attribute mage who continued casting magic for several hours in front of them was simply unbelievable. Moreover, after it ended, they weren't even sweating. After everything was over, Gawain sought the teachings of that water attribute mage. At that moment, the water attribute mage said this: "Continue training. There is no other way. The human body, if used continuously, will be trained. Surely you monks have experienced this as well. The most important thing on the battlefield is to survive. To do that, you must continue to fight until the end and stand your ground. What makes that possible is endurance. Endurance can be acquired by anyone as long as they train. How about starting from there?" The two continued to train. Gradually, other monks began to join in on the training. After the Liberation War, the monks would run outside the royal capital to train. What they saw then was that water attribute mage launching ice spears at the castle walls, and then slicing the returning ice spears with their own sword. Not just one, dozens or even hundreds of ice spears. The water attribute mage had been granted the title of First Duke. Understanding the difference in status, Gawain couldn't help but seek guidance once more. How about trying to run while continuing to use magic? Do you mean while casting heal on oneself? Heal primarily recovers injuries, but it also has a minor fatigue recovery effect. When Gawain explained this, the water attribute mage's eyes sparkled as they nodded. "That's amazing. You can train for a long time that way." As the leader of all monks in the kingdom, Gawain also incorporated training while casting heal on himself into his regimen. And that is alive and well now. The monks who continue to fight when they find themselves unable to move, cast heal on themselves, recovering their fatigue while continuing to fight. Naturally, their incantations are rapid. "Wow, that's something," the king, watching from a distance at headquarters, murmured. The monks endured the onslaught of the phantom soldiers over a dozen times. Finally, the voice transmission resonates. "The enemy has deployed physical soldiers. Monk squad fall back. They endured." "Finally? Yeah." Zack puts in his spirit and Scotty nods. Then Scotty turns to his subordinates and shouts, "You understand, right? It's okay to get injured, but don't die." "Yeah, that's a bit too obvious," Zack says, shaking his head slightly. "Injuries can be healed, but if you die, there's nothing that can be done." Scotty answers, shrugging his shoulders slightly. "They're here." The curtain rises on the second round. A clash of cavalry. Before that, magic cannon fire is unleashed from the royal army. Mages are positioned in the center, right flank, and left flank. From there, a simultaneous barrage. Fire attribute, earth attribute, wind attribute. Each mage unleashes spells that split into 5 before impact, suppressing the area like a sonic blade. However, the demons' physical soldiers. They're cutting through the magic. That means they're strong. In response to Zack's words, Scotty answers. Zack has experienced attacks from physical soldiers during the Battle of Hafrina. He made sure his subordinates attacked with spears from the castle walls to avoid direct confrontations as much as possible. Even so, he caught a glimpse of their strength. Scotty, seeing this for the first time, didn't seem surprised as he had anticipated it. Even when seeing them cut through magic, he didn't seem shocked. Then, the Royal Knight Order and the Carlisle Knight Order clashed with the physical soldiers. Almost simultaneously, the Knight Orders of the Barony of Run on the right flank and the Silverdale Knight Order on the left flank entered combat. In both cases, the Central Knight Orders consist of only the strongest. However, as the battle lines expand, naturally, weaker knights also become involved in the combat. With 50,000 knights, it's natural for there to be variation in strength. However, regardless of their strength, their feelings of wanting to protect something precious remain unchanged. They understand that if they lose here, the country will perish and their families will be caught up in it. Even if some lack skill, their resolve is the same. The knights fought valiantly. Don't retreat. Even if we can't push back, absolutely do not fall back. If we retreat, we will lose, Zack and Scotty shout while engaging in combat. Then they issue commands. No matter what happens, do not fall back. That was the order given to the Royal Knight Order entrusted with the center. That is why the Carlisle Knight Order is positioned alongside the Royal Knight Order, 300 knights wielding great shields. They hadn't taken a single step back from their initial position. Their opponents are the demon's kin. Strength, speed, endurance, everything is overwhelmingly superior to that of humans, yet against such opponents, they do not flinch an inch, they do not step back even a bit, they do not allow their enemy to take a step forward. In contrast to the Royal Knight Order and Carlisle Knight Order holding their ground in the center, the right and left flanks began to slowly give ground. It was truly a frustrating display of being overpowered, little by little, gradually. Over the course of 30 minutes, the two wings were pushed back, leaving the center protruding. It was an extremely dangerous position. They were being attacked not only from the front but also from the right and left by the enemy. However, this was the shape they desired, a voice that could be heard by everyone fighting in the center of the royal army. Eulalian's voice transmission could be heard. "Align, 3, 2, 1, fire!" At the instant of fire, everyone in the protruding central unit lay flat on the ground, of course in the midst of battle, in the midst of clashing swords with the enemy in front of them. Would doing such a thing get them killed? Think about it. If the opponent you had been fighting with a sword suddenly lies face down, what do you think would happen? Would you stab the opponent lying on the ground with your sword? Unfortunately, that's impossible. You would inevitably wonder, what's going on? You'd think and look around. You wouldn't stab someone who suddenly went prone. Everyone understands that. Something is up. At that moment, the physical soldiers looked around. 2 green lights appeared, one from right to left, the other from left to right. They swept across. Many physical soldiers had their bodies severed and fell to the ground. Vadra's simultaneous shot successful. At that moment, cheers erupted from the Royal Army headquarters. Even Abel nodded significantly, yet he remained calm. He quickly issued the next command. "Order the Priest Corps, battlefield restoration." In response, Eulalian activated voice transmission. "Priest Corps, battlefield restoration." That voice transmission reached the rear of headquarters. There a particularly large wagon was stationed, and the alchemist Viscount Kenneth Hayward and Radden waited for orders. Receiving the command, they pressed the switch on the device loaded in the wagon and said, "Long-distance dispersion divine mercy activated." Then, 2 seconds later, a blue light illuminated. "Activated, Gabriel Sama, please." "Understood," Kenneth said to High Priest Gabriel. Surrounding the long-distance dispersion divine mercy were all priests except for Kenneth and Radden. Of course, High Priest Gabriel was present, as well as Queen Rhea, known as the Saint. All of them held onto several ropes extending from the device. Gabriel raised his right hand. Then, after surveying the priests once, he forcefully lowered his right hand. In that instant, all the priests chanted the trigger word, "Heal." The magic of the priests reaches the long-distance dispersion divine mercy via the ropes. From there, although invisible, healing was bestowed across the entire battlefield, and the entire royal army was restored. Truly, a miracle of the gods. It must be a miracle of alchemy. This kind of extensive healing hasn't even been recorded in human endeavors. Abel murmured, Eulalian remarked, and Rasharta admired. Using the water vapor in the air, the alchemy tools delivered healing across the entire battlefield. That was the long-distance dispersion divine mercy developed by Rhea and Kenneth, commonly known as Panacea Breath. It uses water attribute magic to deliver light attribute magic over a long distance. It is not an enhanced version of the area healing magic area heal. Its noteworthy effect is that it provides an effect almost identical to the priests physically touching the bodies of the royal army to heal them. Moreover, most of them can receive multiple instances of healing. The effect is astonishing. Unless they are dead, even severe injuries can be almost completely healed. And yet, the magical power consumption of the priests is no different than that of a single heal. The enemy friend identification tag has proved effective, Rhea-san. Kenneth smiles while thinking of the co-developer far in the Western nations. The entire royal army wears pendant-style enemy friend identification tags around their necks. Naturally, the namer is Rhea. It was modeled after tags that military personnel wear around their necks in modern Earth. Of course, the modern Earth tags do not have the function of distinguishing between friend and foe. The light attribute magic emitted from the long-distance dispersion, divine mercy, affects only those who carry the enemy friend identification tag. It wouldn't be meaningful if it healed the enemies. For now, this part was all according to plan. Recognizing this, Abel issued further orders to Eulalian at his side. The demon and the high-ranking kin are finally coming to the front lines. Command the ships. Once they have a target, fire without hesitation. The royal army is pushing forward. For the royal army, it was as expected, but for the demon Garwin, it was completely unexpected. What just happened? 2 green beams of light sliced through the air. In that light, 70% of the 10,000 physical soldiers were cut down. It could be seen, it was visible, but it couldn't be understood. 7,000 physical soldiers fell with just 2 attacks. It was wind attribute magic. Isolde's voice was barely above a whisper as she reported. Orenju, on the other hand, stood there, mouth agape. And then an even more shocking sight unfolded. Excluding those who had already died, all the injured knights of the royal army were healed. All of them, across the entire battlefield, all of them. That's impossible, it can't be. Yes, it was impossible. Such a thing should not be possible. Light attribute magic, it spread across the entire battlefield. Isolde's report was even quieter than before. However, this time the report had a decisive effect. I see a healing magic that can cover the entire battlefield. What a ridiculous thing to have created, the demon Garwin said, forcing the words out, but he also regained his composure. That healing is troublesome. At worst, unless they are taken down in one hit, they will keep coming back. However, there must be some alchemy tools that made that possible. We must crush them. Also, the green light from earlier. If it sweeps through again, we'll know the origin. The moment Garwin finished speaking, 2 green beams of light swept through once more. I found it! Garwin laughed ominously and ordered the 2 stunned generals. Orenju, destroy the right device. I'll take care of the left. Isolde, follow me. Let's go. Yes. Though Orenju and Isolde had been dazed, they snapped back to reality at Garwin's command and responded. 3 lines began to run from there. They were the charging demon and high-ranking kin. The royal army, perhaps due to the second sweep of the green light, remained prone. Near the front lines of the royal army center, there was a single wagon. Garwin and Isolde arrived there. As soon as they arrived, Garwin chanted. Gravity, in that instant, the wagon was crushed. Though it was short-range and mobile, it was a small Vedra enhanced for rapid-fire capabilities. That had been loaded onto the wagon, but was crushed in an instant. The royal army watched in shock as Garwin saw Orenju slashing through another wagon from a distance. At that moment, Lord Garwin, Isolde shouted as she pushed Garwin aside. Garwin, surprised, before his eyes the green light erased Isolde's upper body. Wah! Garwin was left speechless. He somewhat understood what had happened. The green light that had mowed down the physical soldiers earlier, that had struck Isolde, but from where? He had just crushed the device. Orenju had also destroyed the other wagon. Could it be another wagon? Garwin looked further back at the royal headquarters. His eyesight was incomparable to that of a human. When he focused, he could see things clearly over 2 kilometers away. There, a ship floated low in the air. Damn it. Excitation, the moment he chanted, a part of the ship 2 kilometers away exploded. As if the distance of 2 kilometers didn't exist at all. For the royal army, it was anticipated that the demon would come to the front lines. And it was also expected that the demon would personally destroy the small Vedra at the front lines. The 2 small Vedra were decoys. The main objective was the aerial battleship Golden Hind, floating far behind the headquarters, positioned solely to shoot down the demon, along with Vedra number 1 located there. This was the true mission to eliminate the demon. It had evolved further since 3 years ago and had become so powerful that the first Duke said happily, it can even pierce the barrier of the artificial golem. With this single strike, the demon would be erased. It was completely as anticipated. However, at the very last moment, the high-ranking kin shielded the demon with their bodies. Moreover, the demon had managed to destroy Vedra number 1 mounted on the Golden Hind through a long-range attack. The Golden Hind it's sinking. At this rate, returning to the battlefield will be impossible. Valkyrie Knight Commander Imogen murmured. Elalian stated the facts, and Abel said regretfully. The Royal Army headquarters was enveloped in a grave atmosphere. However, this did not last long. Abel jumped from his chair, took a step forward, and drew his sword in a flash. Clank. With a high-pitched sound, everyone except Abel was blown away. There stood the demon Garwin, who caught Abel's sword with his right hand and simply waved his left hand to blow the others aside. You! Abel couldn't continue his words. Though the figure was that of Erwin Ortiz he knew, the air surrounding him was completely different, and his expression as well, even his voice. You are indeed a descendant of Richard. That voice was not that of 13-year-old Erwin, but something ominous, something that felt forbidden to interact with, making Abel deeply understand. With that voice, Abel realized from the bottom of his heart that the presence before him was not Erwin Ortiz, but the demon Garwin. The demon Garwin? That was not a confirmation. It was a word that slipped out involuntarily. Ah yes, Lord Garwin the demon. Now then, King, what is your name? Abel the First. I see, King Abel, but right now there are things I must do rather than pay you any mind. Garwin said this while looking towards the rear of the headquarters. His gaze was on a particularly large wagon and the priests surrounding it. Of course, Queen Rhea was present as well. Abel understood in an instant. Garwin believed that the top priority was to crush the functionality of the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy. I won't let you. It's useless, Abel shouted, but Garwin answered with a faint smile. Then he forcibly swung his right hand, which was still holding Abel's sword, outward. Abel was blown away while still in a sword stance, and Garwin leaped swiftly toward the wagon. There were the priests and the alchemist. They possessed no combat power whatsoever. As he was blown away, Abel looked on with a hopeless expression. Before the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy and the priest stood a single alchemist, a renowned genius alchemist who had no ties to combat at all. Kenneth! Abel's voice likely did not reach Viscount Kenneth Hayward, who stood in the way. The long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy, the first masterpiece created by Kenneth with someone he could call a disciple and a friend. Kenneth stood with his arms wide open, as if to protect. In his right hand was a torn pendant. In his left hand was some kind of activation switch. This alchemist had never experienced combat even once. That was how it must have felt. Garwin's expression was one of ease. Perhaps because of this, Kenneth was defenseless the moment he chanted. Seal activation bullet rain. Kenneth pressed the switch in his left hand. At the same time, the pendant he held in his right hand shattered. Countless invisible bullets of wind released from Kenneth's body pierced Garwin, in the time span of only a second. However, because of that, Garwin became riddled with holes and fell on his back. Almost simultaneously, the driver's seat of the wagon loaded with the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy shone brightly. Radden, seated in the driver's seat, busily observed the displayed numbers. This was the alchemy tool made jointly by Kenneth of the Kingdom and Frank of the Alliance to seal the demon. However, it was hastily prepared. Gah! The moment he witnessed the activation of the seal, Kenneth spat blood and collapsed forward. Extra heal Rhea rushed over and healed Kenneth. As she healed him, the priests moved Kenneth's body closer to the wagon. His body is fine, but his magical power has completely run out, Rhea reported to High Priest Gabriel. He unleashed the highest-level wind attribute offensive magic. It's fortunate he didn't die. Gabriel sighed softly as he spoke. He looked at the shattered pendant clutched tightly in Kenneth's right hand. I've never heard of alchemy that can inscribe the highest-level offensive magic. Neither have I. Both Gabriel and Rhea understood what had happened. Kenneth had used alchemy to activate the bullet rain, which required an astonishingly long chant, simply by chanting the trigger word. That was how it was expressed in words. However, according to the common sense of alchemy, they knew such a thing was impossible. It was impossible, yet it happened before their eyes. At the same time, the activation of the seal, using bullet rain to create holes and then sealing in that weakened state. It was the last bastion in case the Golden Hind's bombardment failed. Viscount Kenneth Hayward activated it at the risk of his own life. Yet, it won't hold the seal, Radden in the driver's seat said breathlessly, as if panicking. Though it was a seal created by the two greatest alchemists of the age, it could not seal the demon. Moreover, the demon will resurrect. Gabriel and Rhea witnessed a sight they did not want to see. The sight of the demon, riddled with holes, regenerating, and then, bang, a heavy sound echoed and the driver's seat shattered. We couldn't seal him, Radden reported regretfully. Queen Rhea and High Priest Gabriel nodded at that report. All the means prepared for fighting the demon had been lost, yet the battle continued. If we buy some time, the situation may change. For that reason, we must protect this device at all costs. Yes. Sanctuary Array, Gabriel resolved himself, and Rhea chanted the Sanctuary Array, which was absolute defense. They failed to activate the seal. However, the priests made a final gamble to protect the kingdom's hope. They would protect the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy, which connected the lives of the knights. When the seal failed, Abel might have accepted it, that they could not win, and that not winning meant the kingdom would perish. I'm really tired. I can't keep going without overtime pay. Rio, Abel, what's wrong? I'm sorry, Rio. The kingdom might really be done for Abel. At least let the members of the delegation survive, okay. You must absolutely not return to the Central Nations. Abel, don't come back. When Abel said that much, the connection of the echo of the soul was cut off. Though the reason was unclear, it may have had something to do with the demon Garwin regenerating. In any case, the seeds of the Natore kingdom were left behind. As long as the delegation remained in the Western nations, even if the entire Central Nations fell into the hands of demons, it would not perish. The nation may be gone, but the people would remain. Not just himself, but Rhea and likely Noah from the royal capital would not survive. However, he could not simply end it by accepting despair like this. No matter what I'm up against, I will resist until the end. Abel muttered and began to run with his beloved sword in hand. All the strategies he had prepared had run out. It led directly to the scene of 417 End and the Severed Hope. From here on, I added just a few words to the text 2021.914. As soon as Abel started running, the entire army of the kingdom also began to move. Thanks to the long-distance dispersion divine mercy, their injuries were healed. Of course, there were those who had perished in battle. Since they clashed with the demon's physical soldiers, it was only natural. However, considering the fierce battle they had fought against the demon's kin, it could be said that the number of deaths was surprisingly low. But from here on, they were facing their crucial moment. They had nearly annihilated the physical soldiers among the demon's kin, and even if it was the demon Garwin, creating physical soldiers was not an easy task. However, the demon could summon another great army, and he could do so in an instant, in large numbers. Across the battlefield, phantom soldiers were being created. The monk unit was an unexpectedly effective fighting force against the phantom soldiers. This had been proven, but with so many appearing on the battlefield, even the ordinary knights had no choice but to confront them. For knights without the holy blessed staff, even a single phantom soldier was quite a troublesome opponent. They had a clear form, yet were somewhat vague when it came to being classified as spirits. When they attacked the town or shortly after the battle began, they had been created as cavalry. This time, however, they appeared dismounted. In their right hands, they wielded sword-like weapons, and in their left hands they held small shields. Both the sword and shield had substance and could deal damage to knights. Target the center, strike at the throat area from the body's center. That's where the magical power is concentrated. Dispersing that will make them disappear. Such voices spread across the battlefield. When the monk unit fought, they could make the phantom soldiers vanish just by touching them with the holy blessed staff. Therefore, the clear weakness had not been discerned. However, it didn't take long for the experienced knights to figure out a countermeasure and disseminate it. Of course, even so, there were numerous and troublesome enemies. Before the long-distance dispersion, divine mercy protected by the sanctuary array and the priests, the demon Garwin stood still, doing nothing, with a faint smile. Even I can't break through absolute magic defense, I'll admit that. But the problem is how long it will last. Garwin was aware of the toughness of the absolute magic defense deployed by the light attribute mages. At the same time, he knew that this magic could only be used by high-level light mages and required a significant amount of magical power. Thus, he decided to wait until all the priests had run out of magical power and could no longer deploy the absolute magic defense. Once the absolute magic defense was gone, that ridiculous device restoring the battlefield could be easily crushed. After that, he could wipe out the knights with ultimate magic or whatever he liked. But as long as that restoration device was in place, he couldn't let his guard down. It would be nice if he could kill them all in one blow, but killing each of the tens of thousands of humans one by one was quite a hassle. Even with ultimate magic, while death was likely near the center, many would survive with serious injuries but not die. Humans were astonishingly tenacious. Garwin knew this from experience. As long as there was even a hint of breath, they would be healed. This was the nature of such a device. That was why he had to prioritize killing the knights and collecting the fragments of God last. First, he would crush the device. This also meant crushing the priests. Once their means of recovery was taken away, no matter how many there were, they would crumble. Garwin remained astonishingly calm. Clank. However, there were those who sought to defeat Garwin. They were not the knights who couldn't reach the main camp due to dealing with the phantom soldiers, but those who were originally at the main camp. For instance, the king and former A-rank swordsman Abel. The one who received Abel's sword was Orenju. Last time the captain was quite impressive for a human, but the king's sword is incredible too. Thank you very much. Orenju smiled as he spoke, while Abel replied with a grim expression as if he had bitten into a sour bug. Abel understood the strength of the high-ranking kin before him. This is not an opponent I can easily defeat. But he did not despair. He had accepted the destruction of his country. On top of that, he had ensured the survival of his lineage. Now all he had to do was give it his all. I will defeat you and kill Garwin. Do you think you can? Abel roared and Orenju laughed. The clash of their swords began. Meanwhile, there were others at the main camp besides Abel. 20 members of the Valkyrie Knight Order's guard unit led by Imogen. The rest were at the front lines. Additionally, there were the highest advisor of the Royal Magical Association, Elalian Baraha, and the legacy officer of the Central Temple of the Royal Capital, Viscount Rasharta Devo. Setting aside those who had been blown away and were knocked out by the demon Garwin, their fighting force was certainly not weak. Elalian Baraha had even been regarded as the kingdom's top mage until 3 years ago. Before them stood Exiled. Yes, it was Exiled who had been blown away by the Golden Hind model Vedra. You have regenerated. The demon from the east seems capable of regenerating his high-ranking kin, Elalian murmured, and Rasharta answered from his legacy. In other words, unless we defeat the demon itself, the kin will regenerate. Even if the demon is riddled with holes from bullet rain, it can regenerate by itself. It seems we're at an impasse. But even so, withdrawing here would mean nothing. We cannot just watch our country perish. Everyone understood. If they lost here, the kingdom would be destroyed. The destruction of the kingdom meant that all their loved ones might die as well. Elalian noticed the demon Garwin clutching and unclenching his right hand, and he thought he barely heard something. You arrived sooner than expected. Garwin turned to Elalian and those fighting against him, including Abel. Rejoice, I shall show you my true form. At that moment, a golden light shot up into the sky from the body of Erwin Ortiz. Simultaneously, the aura of Erwin Ortiz changed. The ominousness that had been present moments ago faded and was replaced by a sense of kindness. What happened? Rasharta murmured, but no one could answer. The first to notice was the mage Elalian. Something is coming from above. In the next moment, something fell from the sky, causing the ground to explode. There stood a towering figure, likely around 190 centimeters tall, with golden hair and a tanned complexion. As he opened his closed eyes, they glowed golden. The aura was the same as that of Erwin Ortiz moments ago. Ominous, with a grin, the giant spoke. Demon Garwin, descend. So that's your true form, sealed away for so long. That's correct, old man. You caught on quickly. I had it floating in the sky. Elalian pointed out, and Garwin acknowledged it with a laugh. And as for that Erwin Ortiz, he's been possessed by one of my 4 generals, Juck. That's the nature of my kin. I had been borrowing the body that Juck took over. It was easier to move that way. So, now that the seal is broken, you've moved to your original body. Well, that's how it is. Garwin answered Elalian's question candidly. It was due to overwhelming confidence. To be precise, the seal was not completely broken yet. The seal placed by King Richard was that strong. Still, I've nearly regained about 90% of my complete state. I felt like I hadn't killed that many, but each knight who perished was unexpectedly well-trained, a pleasant surprise indeed. Garwin chuckled as he checked his own condition. What delighted him most was being able to return to his original body and move it. For over 900 years, unable to move in one place, it was quite painful. Though he had not been awake for all 900 years, having repeated sleep and wakefulness. Welcome back, Lord Garwin. Saying that, Exiled knelt down in respect. Exiled, you've done well. Your kind words are too much. Garwin held Exiled, who covered for his lack of intelligence, in high regard. Exiled, you're fine here, go help Orenju. He seems to be having too much fun. I can't imagine Orenju losing. Exiled tilted his head at Garwin's words. It was quite evident that Orenju was surpassing that king in swordsmanship. That king's sword is based on X. No way, Richard's. Startled by Garwin's words, Exiled turned to watch the sword clash between Orenju and Abel. Abel wielded his usual beloved sword. It gleamed red as usual, but, however, that red glow is what humans refer to as a magic sword. That's why I said it's based on it. Well, I doubt X would recognize anyone other than Richard as its master, and I don't think that level would unleash its true power, but it's best to be cautious. Understood. With that, Exiled dashed away. Even upon witnessing that scene, none of the kingdom's people could move. They could barely manage to speak, but they couldn't pursue their kin. Their legs wouldn't move. Not even Elalian, the most experienced among them. What's wrong, old man? Do you have any other questions? I'm feeling generous now, I might answer. Garwin asked Elalian, who was frozen with a grim expression. It was certainly necessary for the kingdom's side to gather information. As for King Abel, I can only hope he survives stubbornly. Having known Abel since childhood, Elalian had come to terms with it. Then he questioned Garwin. What do you intend to do with the kingdom? What do I intend? Naturally, I will destroy it. Why? Why? That's a strange question. I destroy it because I want to. I act this way because I want to. Is there any other reason? People. Even if they want to, they endure. That's because they are weak. I understand. I was weak too, so I endured until I returned to this body, Garwin said with a laugh. Then he calmed his laughter and continued. But now that there's no need to endure, I won't. And with another grin, he declared, well, it can also be seen as a revenge against Richard. If that's easier for you to accept, that's fine too. Take it however you like. Richard must refer to King Richard, the restorer of the Natore kingdom, said to wield all attributes of magic and to have reached the extreme of alchemy. In legend, he was said to have sealed the demon before them, but that was thought to be just a legend. Yet, it seemed it was anything but that. It appeared that he harbored no good feelings for the one who had sealed him for over 900 years. Now our conversation comes to an end. I want to test how well I can move in my own body after so long. Who will spar with me? The demon Garwin looked around ostentatiously. Of course, we will be your opponents. It was declared by Valkyrie Knight Commander Imogen. Then the Vice Commander Camilla, Magic Unit Captain Mew, and Rescue Unit Captain Scarlet nodded, along with 15 Valkyrie Guard Knights. Clang, the blow from Abigail, the Scout Unit Captain of the Valkyrie Knight Order who had crept up behind, was lightly deflected by Garwin with his left bracer. Without missing a beat, Garwin delivered a backfist to Abigail's stomach. Abigail was blown away. That was the signal for the battle to begin. Wind, by your will, become the blade that cuts through the enemy, air slash. With an ultra-fast incantation, Elalian unleashed an invisible blade of wind almost instantaneously. However, reverse! The moment Garwin uttered the spell, the air slash changed direction and shot toward Elalian. Elalian barely dodged it. Almost simultaneously, the Valkyrie Knights surged toward Garwin. Their aim was clear: crush him with numbers. If it were 1 against 15, it could be possible. But what if it were 15 against 15? To Elalian, it even seemed like there were 15 Garwins attacking at once. He blew away 15 Valkyrie Knights nearly simultaneously. Is that a clone? I've only heard about it in legends. Elalian murmured, and Rasharda responded. Area heal. Scarlet, the rescue unit captain, instantly healed the blown-away Valkyrie Knights with a wide-area recovery spell. Well, that's not bad, Garwin said that while cracking his neck, and he continued with his words. Now, Kingdom Knights, what will you do? Will you give up? Who's going to give up? We will stop you. In response to Garwin's provocation, Imogen shot back defiantly. Ha, I appreciate that spirit. Come at me, next time, 431 Abel versus Orenju. At that time, what was happening with Abel and Orenju? Not bad for a human king, I'm really surprised. Regardless of the demon himself, I won't lose to a kin. No, that's underestimating it. Orenju frowned at Abel's declaration of resolve. From Orenju's perspective, Abel was indeed a strong swordsman, but if it came down to which of them would win, it was 100% certain that it would be her. Even if the world turned upside down, that result wouldn't change. However, yes, but I'm curious about those eyes, Orenju thought as she looked into Abel's eyes. Those eyes were familiar. Once he was the man who fought against her master, Garwin. Those eyes are the same as Richard's. He too, even after being repelled by Lord Garwin multiple times, kept advancing. For Orenju, who had been watching from the sidelines, it was not an unpleasant sight at all. Richard, who never gave up. Garwin, who fought with a smile on his face, and it wasn't a mocking smile, it was a genuinely joyful, a laugh that seemed to well up from the bottom of his heart. Orenju honestly felt envious. To be able to fight against someone who truly smiles from the depths of their heart. Even living for thousands of years, such experiences were few and far between. Recently in the city of Hafrina, she felt a similar emotion towards the water attribute mages. But the time was too short, so what about the man in front of her? There was potential. She felt that way. She couldn't help but think. Could this be? Could it be? Would I understand if I fought a little longer? Orenju was slightly surprised by the feelings welling up from the depths of her heart. The man before her, who kept coming at her time and again, held potential. She wanted to keep fighting. She wanted to keep crossing swords. More. Orenju, what are you playing at? Orenju's thoughts were disrupted by a woman's voice from the side. Isolde, don't interfere. It was a voice so filled with tension that even Orenju herself was surprised. It was full of displeasure. Lord Garwin says to deal with that man quickly. I'm in a good spot right now. Just watch quietly over there. Orenju deliberately chose not to respond directly to Isolde's words. She couldn't defy Garwin's orders. However, this was truly a good moment. She didn't want anyone to interfere with that. That was Orenju's honest feeling. Abel understood that he was at a significant disadvantage. The sword of the kin, called Orenju, was unlike any sword he knew. It was different from his master's sword, and also different from the sword wielded by the demon prince in the 40th layer of the dungeon. Of course, it was also different from the sword of the strongest mage he knew, Rhea, though he had only witnessed its true power a few times. But he understood that Orenju's sword had been refined over a vast amount of time to reach its current form. It wasn't a mere trick. It didn't rely on talent or ability. If it did, he wouldn't have felt this much despair. A sword honed by someone who devoted themselves to it even more than Abel, such a sword was strong, naturally. Moreover, terrifyingly, the man before him was a demon's kin. This meant he surpassed him in strength, speed, and technique, probably even in endurance. How could he possibly win against such a being? The answer was clear. I can't win. That much was obvious. The path of the sword was not that easy. That's why everyone works hard to gain strength, hone their speed, and master their techniques to win. It was impossible to win against someone who excelled in all those aspects. He knew it, he knew it, he knew it, but no way, I won't accept this. For some reason, he felt he heard the voice of the first Duke who shouldn't be here. The echo of the soul was still disconnected, so it was undoubtedly an auditory hallucination. Abel still has things to do. Are you going to leave Noah as a child without a father? Are you going to abandon Rhea? What about the citizens? The people who have crowned you as king? No, I won't accept that. Ah, those words were said while I was on my sickbed. If I can't defeat the demon here, neither Noah nor Rhea nor the citizens will survive. Rio always says reckless things. Abel smiled faintly. That brought a change to Abel's sword. Unnecessary tension slipped away. Perhaps that was all that had happened. Unnecessary tension slipped away. That was all but. His sword speed increased. By gripping harder at the timing of impact and relaxing elsewhere, his power also increased. And perhaps because his field of vision had widened. He was now able to understand Orenju's sword and body movements better than before. It was simply because unnecessary tension had dropped away. In all sports, the reason for repetitive training. Some say it is to achieve optimization in one's body. What happens as optimization progresses? Initially, clumsy movements become smooth. Movements that were once done with conscious thought can be performed almost reflexively. This means that energy is concentrated where it is necessary and can be relaxed where it isn't. In a sense, this means unnecessary tension is released. Of course, Abel wasn't swinging his sword while understanding all this. He was simply swinging it to win. However, by relaxing just a bit and smiling, unnecessary tension faded away. His field of vision widened and his thoughts became more relaxed. Not bad, Abel murmured. At the same time, he was considering in his heart. This kin, a rising slash from a downward strike, their coordination is something else. Incorporated into the rapid consecutive strikes, Abel noticed how remarkably high the probability of their connections and combinations was. All of this was because Rio made him smile. Orenju, who was watching from the side, felt the change in the sword of the king before her. Sword speed has increased. Has the body's movements become more fluid? Did he suddenly grow? No, that can't be it. What in the world? Remembering a little while back, Orenju realized. He smiled just a bit after that. Orenju understood that unnecessary tension had slipped away from Abel, and it wasn't just his sword speed. His body movements had also become smoother and faster. Orenju was a kin who lived for the sword. No, she might even be called a kin possessed by the sword. She had pursued how to win with her sword, how to put power into it, how to increase its speed, and how to hone her techniques for years that no one could live. If one spent that much time mastering the sword, it was only natural to become strong. That's why she was strong. But remarkably, the swordsman before her was trying to catch up to the hundreds or even thousands of years Orenju had spent in this moment. Foolish. Yes, such a thing was impossible. Mastering the sword was not such an easy matter. No matter how much of a genius one might be or how much talent they possessed. It takes time to train. What in the world is happening? Orenju was suspicious. Even while feeling strange about it, deep down she thought it didn't matter what the reason was, because Abel had grown stronger than before. This is interesting. A smile unconsciously broke out. It was Exiled, watching from the side, who noticed the reason for Abel's change. Of course, it was because Garwin pointed out something about Abel's sword. That magic sword, which only glowed red, has started to mix in white light. Yes, the way Abel's beloved sword glowed had changed. From that, it wasn't clear exactly what had changed. However, it felt like it had some reason behind it. Exiled was almost certain of it. That's why I said it. Finish him off quickly. Clenching her fists, Exiled cursed inwardly. And yet Orenju told her not to interfere. Should I intervene here? Honestly, she couldn't decide. They weren't even evenly matched yet. Orenju was still above him. However, she didn't know what would happen. While Exiled remained unable to move, she stared ahead. Orenju's high-speed consecutive strikes. Even calling it consecutive strikes, there were dozens or hundreds of combinations, making it impossible for the opponent to read. It shouldn't be possible. Orenju's descending strike, slashing upward at about a 45-degree angle just before it touched the ground. Abel spread his legs wide, bent his upper body forward, and slipped underneath the upward sword. With a single stroke, he cut both of Orenju's wrists, and then, with a returning sword, severed her head. What the? Exiled couldn't continue her words. She understood what had happened. King Abel had read it, Orenju's technique connections. The connections of techniques that were always present within the consecutive strikes. A downward slash followed by a 45-degree upward cut. Of course, it wouldn't be every time. A downward sword strike was a common movement. However, had he found some kind of habit that led from that to a 45-degree upward cut, or was it based on some more detailed prediction? Either way, through perception, he turned the tide in an instant. Yet it was clear to Isolde that it wasn't only Abel's strength. When he severed Orenju's wrists and then her head, the sword shone brilliantly. Was it Abel's movement or resolve? Something resonated with the sword. No, Abel's breathing was too ragged. Finally, he plunged the sword into the ground and began to support his body with it like a staff. Clearly, this was not solely the result of their sword fight. Did he devote himself to the sword? Did he forcibly draw out the sword's power? Of course, to some extent, the sword had recognized him. However, it wasn't complete. The sword had not fully acknowledged him. That was why he had to offer his own spirit, or perhaps magical power, to instantaneously draw out the sword's strength. I see, as expected of Richard's descendant. Isolde murmured with a frown, soon. I supplemented several parts regarding Garwin's awakening in the text up to this point, September 15, 2021. Isolde looked at Orenju, whose head had been severed, and chanted. Regeneration. In an instant, Orenju's head and hands vanished. Then a new head and hands were generated onto the torso, and Orenju stood up. I kind of thought this would happen, but seeing it happen in reality is disheartening. Abel, who was finally standing with the support of his sword, let out a small sigh and muttered, The resurrected Orenju. Since I was nicely defeated, can't you just leave me as I was? He complained to Isolde. Your life isn't yours to decide, is it? It's Lord Garwin's, now get to work. Even so, being told that by Isolde feels wrong, Orenju retorted, frowning at Isolde's words. Well, with that said, I'm sorry, King Abel, but please die. Orenju said apologetically to Abel, who was finally standing with the support of his sword. It wasn't sarcasm or irony, he genuinely seemed sorry. For Orenju, the sword fight with Abel earlier was probably over once he was defeated. That's why he felt it was somehow wrong for a loser like him to take the life of the winner, Abel. He thought that, but if it was Garwin's order, he had no choice. Damn it! Abel's mutter was small. At that moment, a silver light flashed. Abel, you can't possibly fight in that state, can you? As the silver light stopped, a voice came from the side. Sera, it was Sera, the B-rank elf adventurer and the next representative of the Forest of the West. I'm a bit late. I apologize. It takes time to rush across the kingdom from the western edge, Sera said while shaking her head slightly. Then shortly after, an elf man arrived behind Sera, knelt, and addressed Abel. Your Majesty, 200 elf troops from the Forest of the West have just arrived. At that moment, the battlefield was torn apart by hundreds of arrows. It was the attack from the arriving elves. Target the phantom soldiers precisely at the center of their chests and throats. You won't be able to defeat them otherwise, the voice of the great elder Lady Granny echoed. It seems Lady Granny has fought against the demon army before. I see, Sera explained, and Abel nodded. Abel knew that elves had long lifespans, but he quickly remembered. No, Sera, instead of dealing with them, head towards the main demon over there. Though it seemed like they were just having fun, he thought that soon the priest's sanctuary array would no longer be maintainable. What? You think you can handle a demon's kin with just the two of you, even in that state? Impressive, Abel. Huh. When Sera said it exaggeratedly, one of the kin, Orenju, glared at Abel. Why provoke me? Sera, you've been quite similar to Rhea lately. Really? I'm happy you think so, Abel said with a sigh, and Sera responded with a brighter smile than ever. It seems she was quite pleased to be compared to Rhea. And while still smiling, she continued to speak. Well, it's fine. The two who passed us on the way here have just arrived. The two who passed us? Abel tilted his head at Sera's words. Meanwhile, at the demon Garwin's side, clang. A distinctly different metallic sound rang out sharply. Garwin crossed his bracers to catch the surprising strike from the swordsman who had just charged in. The holy sword Astaroth. I thought the current hero was in the western nations? Glancing at the caught sword, Garwin asked with a laugh. No, right now I'm a citizen of the Natore kingdom. The one who answered with a smile was Hero Roman. And the one who came with me is the Demon King? Seriously, the Demon King? Why are the hero and the Demon King so friendly? Garwin looked genuinely surprised, his eyes wide open. Because we're married, Hero Roman stated clearly. Hearing that, the Demon King Nadia's face turned red as she looked down. What kind of joke is this? Garwin the demon looked astonished, and it was understandable. First of all, a human Demon King is already rare. Even Garwin, who has lived for thousands of years, only knows of one other. On top of that, this Demon King is married to the hero. If there's love, it doesn't matter. Aren't you a demon with a small heart? Well, I don't know what kind of image you have of demons, but I guess that's fine. Roman concluded, and despite Garwin's expression of incredulity, he accepted it. Well, I guess that's fine, repeated Garwin multiple times. Thus, the battle between the demon and the hero/Demon King transitioned. The holy sword Astaroth of the hero would be destroyed the moment it was hit by a normal weapon. Garwin, who excels in close combat using bracers and greaves instead of a sword, received Astaroth's strike with his specially created bracers made from his own magic. Naturally, he withstood even a Staroth's strike. Sword versus bare hands, the significant difference is reach. The sword is longer and can fight from a distance. In many cases, this is an advantage, but it's not absolute. There are times when a shorter reach can be advantageous, that is speed. The speed of attack rotation, which unleashes strikes one after another. This is faster with a shorter reach. In other words, a style of fighting without weapons, using one's fists, is the fastest. The faster one takes control of the battle and becomes the attacker. Garwin attacked and Roman defended. However, hey, are you really human? You're too fast. I'm a hero. Garwin was astonished and amazed by Roman's exceptional speed. Roman stated the fact. I've lived for thousands of years too, and among the heroes I've seen, your speed is among the top 5. Thanks for that. But your technique is still lacking. Garwin didn't dodge or deflect Roman's thrust. He met it head-on with his right fist, an unexpected counter at a surprising point. It was like something shown by some water attribute mage or a young genius swordsman. Roman's thrust was heavily deflected backward. Of course, taking advantage of that opening, Garwin's left fist struck Roman. Clang. From the shadow of Roman, a stone spear that had circled around was deflected away by Garwin's left arm. The Demon King! Garwin chuckled as he spoke. The stone spear was a magic attack from the Demon King Nadia. Garwin couldn't help but deflect it. Unlike other trivial magic, this was, after all, the magic of the Demon King. To Garwin's observation, the powers of the Demon King had yet to fully manifest, but he couldn't let his guard down. A Demon King wields magic of all attributes. That stone spear could explode the moment it hit, dodging the Demon King's long-range attacks while fending off the hero's close-range strikes. This looks interesting, Garwin said, and then burst into laughter. For someone who has lived for thousands of years, this was an experience unlike any other. All right, hero and Demon King, come at me. It's about to begin. The two kin of Demon Garwin were watching from a distance as the situation unfolded. They could hear bits of conversation. Over there, it's the hero and the Demon King. If it's Lord Garwin, then there shouldn't be any problems even against the hero and the Demon King. Orenju said enviously, while Exiled expressed her complete trust in Garwin's combat abilities. What's this, kin? You've been defeated by a human king, and now you're talking about heroes and demon kings. Shouldn't you know your place? Oh, an elf whose only talent is archery shouldn't be speaking so arrogantly. Sera. Why are you provoking them? Sera teased. Orenju got angry and Abel shook his head slightly. Abel murmured in a very quiet voice. Isn't it starting to look like that first duke from somewhere? Clang. Sera easily caught Orenju's swift strike with her sword. For an elf, you can handle a sword somewhat. Is this all you've got? Abel, if you're struggling against this level of kin, maybe being a king has made you soft. Don't involve me in this. Orenju, Sera, and the reluctantly involved Abel each shared their thoughts. I can't stand it. Killing an elf without a bow holds no value, but I'll tear that arrogant mouth of yours apart. For a kin of a demon to say something so serious. You must be quite serious in your usual behavior. You all know you're being ridiculous, right? The sword fight between Orenju and Sera began. However, as the clash started, Orenju quickly realized. No way, this elf's swordsmanship is unbelievable. Sera's astonishing, extraordinary skill. It was likely something that the average person wouldn't even notice, but Orenju was different. Just a few exchanges were enough for her to understand. After making a large swing and creating some distance, she shouted to Exiled. Exiled, hand back the speed I lent you. Sera, who was considering a follow-up attack, became intrigued by Orenju's words. You can lend speed. Abel, the sword world has changed remarkably lately. Yeah, I think it's a world of swords I'm not familiar with, Abel retorted to Sera's remark. Is it really that impressive? Well, fine. Return it quickly and settle this. The moment Exiled spoke, a faint golden light emerged from her body and entered Orenju. Oh, finally, Orenju said, swinging her sword once then twice. I see. The sword flashes are definitely sharper than before. Do you understand? This is my true speed, Sera said, impressed, and Orenju smirked in response. However, Orenju quickly turned to Abel with an apologetic expression and continued speaking. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. It wasn't that I was holding back. I was definitely using my full strength back then. Despite her brash demeanor, Orenju was sincere when it came to swords. That's why she apologized to Abel for the lack of speed she had when they fought seriously just moments ago. To think that was lacking speed, honestly, I didn't want to know that. Abel was finally able to stand with his beloved sword to support him and murmured, Loxley, take care of that female kin over there. She's probably immortal, so don't engage in a mutual strike. Understood. Sera instructed Loxley, who was standing guard beside Abel, thinking that they could manage as long as the kin's speed had dropped. The need to borrow speed from other kin implied a certain situation. Excluding Sera, Loxley, who could overwhelmingly use a sword in the Forest of the West, seemed capable of handling it. I can't predict when she might suddenly jump in to try to kill Abel. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. If Abel dies, Rhea will be sad, right? ... It's not for me or the kingdom, but for Rhea. Ah, I somehow understood. Abel's last words were so small that no one else could hear them, and so began the sword fight once again between the demon Orenju and Sera. Orenju's movements with her sword and body were on a completely different level compared to before. It was to the extent that Abel, who had fought her seriously moments ago, lost his words. However, there was a level of speed that matched it, and a strength that wouldn't lose in exchanges. Sera, clad in wind attire, could also be considered non-human. No way, this kind of challenge is nice. Orenju was surprised, while Sera smiled as she fought. Their battle had entered the realm of the non-human. Once again, the battle of demons against a hero and a demon king. The demon Garwin bore a relaxed expression, whereas hero Roman showed a desperate one. To an outside observer, it seemed there was hardly any difference in their battle, but the contrast in their expressions revealed the actual difference in the fight. What incredible strength. Even with Nadia's magic involved in the attack, it doesn't break through. Especially, the holy sword Astaroth severed Garwin's left arm, but at the same time, Garwin's right arm gouged into Roman's left side. Complete recovery, instantly the Demon King Nadia healed Roman's side. This mutual strike strategy, it has to be intentional, is the aim to deplete Nadia's magical power. But even as the Demon King, how much magic would it take to deplete her power? Even she wouldn't know. While Roman pondered such thoughts, Garwin's left arm sprouted back instantly. Clearly, Garwin was enjoying the one-on-two battle. Initially, one of the four generals, Juck, looking like Erwin Ortiz, stepped forward to confront Nadia, but Garwin purposely halted him. "I'll fight both of you, Juck, step back." Juck bowed and stepped back, not moving further. Compared to the other four generals, Orenju and Exiled, he seemed obedient and straightforward. Not bad, but was it a bit too early? Garwin contemplated as he clashed swords with Roman and fought Nadia with magic. As expected of a hero, impressive strength and speed, their technique is quite good, but there are still openings. Perhaps if 5 more years had passed, I could have enjoyed the fight more, the Demon King too. Incredible magic power and control, they match well together. Having a mutual understanding of each other's movements, they strike without hindrance. But Garwin shook his head slightly in his mind. If I go all out, I could defeat them immediately. That was the thought running through Garwin's mind. He was not arrogant. Of course, compared to other humans, the hero and Demon King were overwhelming. It would be foolish to compare them. Well, there was also the old mage over there, who wasn't too shabby. However, the moment he started chanting spells quickly was rather disappointing. Honestly, who said mages must chant spells? Garwin lamented from the bottom of his heart. Garwin glanced over at the sword fight happening a distance away. Orenju was returning the speed she had lent to Exiled and was fighting. The opponent was an elf. For an elf, she certainly uses her sword well. She might be stronger than the hero over there. Garwin thought this and considered switching his target. However, he stopped when he saw Orenju. Orenju seems to be having fun. Would it be too much to take her away now? In truth, Garwin cared about his subordinates. He often yelled at Orenju, "That elf is certainly impressive, but if I could be greedy, I wish they would mix magic into the sword fights." That was just a luxury. After all, mixing magic into high-speed sword clashes was nearly impossible. When using magic, one's focus inevitably shifts to controlling it, even if just a little bit. Naturally, that leaves openings in their swordplay. Thus, using both swords and magic simultaneously in combat is almost impossible. Richard could do that after all. To Garwin, Richard was a man he could neither fully hate nor love. Naturally, it was understandable to hate him for sealing him away for over 900 years. Yet, at the same time, he was a man who found joy in fighting. If it was a combination of a hero and a demon king, he thought it might be comparable. Perhaps if it was 5 years later, it could have been so. Maybe I should hold off on killing these two for now. The potential of the two was high enough to make Garwin think this way. And Garwin had noticed. The magical power of the priests guarding that ridiculous alchemy tool, which can heal the entire battlefield, was about to run out. Once it runs out, the absolute defense will fall. Having made that judgment, Garwin moved quickly. A horizontal slash from hero Roman. He used his body to catch it, the horizontal slash of the holy sword Astaroth. He hardened his body and completely wrapped his arm around Astaroth. Roman was astonished. It was only natural. It was his first experience of something like this. As Garwin entangled the sword he caught, he rotated his entire body in the direction of the sword, almost in a position reminiscent of the wrestling move Dragon Screw. The Dragon Screw rotates the opponent's foot while twisting it, causing damage to their knees. However, this time it was not the foot but the sword, a style unique to unarmed combat. Roman's arm, holding the sword, twisted, causing him to inadvertently release a Steroth. Garwin seized the holy sword. Although he was being drained of power by the holy sword, he didn't care about that. As if crawling up from the ground, he drove his right elbow into Roman's solar plexus. Gah! The solar plexus is a place where the layers of muscle are thin. Due to the structure of the human body, it is a difficult area to train. Hence, it was a crucial point. Roman was blown away. At the same time, Garwin threw the holy sword Asteroth at Nadia. Even the demon king Nadia couldn't recognize its speed. Moreover, it was the holy sword flying. With normal armor, it could disintegrate upon impact. Clang, but the metallic sound rang out loudly and Asteroth veered away from Nadia. The king who should have died? It was King Abel who threw it, his magic sword. He hadn't yet recovered his stamina. Since he had thrown the sword that was supporting his body, he was now kneeling on both knees, and in his heart he thought, as I suspected, it was impossible. As long as they couldn't defeat the demon, there was no chance for the kingdom. Sera was slightly gaining the upper hand against Kin Orenju. However, even if they managed to defeat her, she would most likely be revived by Demon Garwin once again. As expected, the key was Garwin, but even the combination of a hero and a demon king could not win. Sera might be the best with her sword, but Garwin was meaningless to cut. Even when full of holes, he would regenerate. And thus, the priest's sanctuary array finally vanished. The magical power to maintain the sanctuary array had run out. Compared to extra heal, it was a miracle of the gods that devoured magical power. In contrast, it was rather impressive that it lasted this long. Finally, Garwin laughed. Is this the end? Abel despaired. Then shall I destroy that ridiculous alchemy tool and let the priests die? Garwin said with a laugh at that moment. The sky split open and something emerged, a resounding voice. Avatar, an even louder voice followed. Icicle Lance Shower Water Jet Thruster. In the next moment, the demon and his kin were riddled with ice spears. At the same time, the demon was sliced by the 3 ice swords wielded by his opponents. Water Jet 2048, the demon was further shredded to pieces. As a result, the demon vanished. It was the return of the water attribute Mage, Rhea. Return. Rhea, with a flower-like smile, Sera was the first to hug Rhea. Hey, Sera, you came too? Rhea welcomed Sera with a big smile. It's a national crisis after all. I rushed here as fast as I could. Not the very first, but I managed to make it in time somehow, Sera said, and the Lady Granny subtly denied it. My feelings were first. Why, yes. Both Sera and the Lady Granny had come from far away, so it couldn't be helped. Rhea, I told you not to come back. Abel said something strange, so I got anxious. He said the kingdom is doomed and that I should never return to the Central Nations. Weren't you all doing just fine without me? No, at that time Sera, Roman, and Nadia hadn't arrived yet. Rhea scolded Abel for his last words during the Echo of the Soul. That's right, Roman and Nadia. Ah, they're greeting Miss Marlin. Rhea saw Roman and Nadia greeting Marlin. By the way, there was a coffin-sized box next to Marlin. What was inside it goes without saying. Having enough energy to fill the West Dungeon, which lacked for long-distance teleportation, it had fallen from grace. I haven't seen you in a while, Miss Marlin, and Roman and Nadia have grown so much. I could hear them talking. Marlin was completely in the position of a grandfather for the two. Marlin, that red old man? Yes, he's a good demon and the strategist of the Demon King's army. I see, the strategist of the Demon King's army. Huh. A demon? Abel was shocked. It was only natural. The opponent they had just fought was a demon. That's why he's a good demon, the demon everyone was fighting earlier. According to Miss Marlin, he's a demon named Garwin, but he's different. Your Majesty, the sword. Danton picked up Abel's magic sword that had rolled away and handed it to him. Abel received it and was finally able to stand with his beloved sword as support. By the way, during all this, Sera still clung to Rhea. At that point, it seemed the priests had recovered enough to stand up. Rhea looked at the priests and gasped in surprise. Isn't that the long-distance dispersion divine mercy to bring something like that out? It really was a war. Thanks to that, we managed to avoid the collapse of the front lines. It was thanks to the priests and Kenneth. As Abel spoke, he looked at Kenneth, who continued to sleep beside the long-distance dispersion divine mercy. Kenneth, Rhea looked at him with suspicion. Immediately, he noticed what Kenneth was holding tightly in his right hand. The main part had already shattered and was no longer there, but the cord meant to hang it around his neck was familiar. Ah, he activated the storage-type bullet rain. Storage type? Well, he activated it without a chant. Is that alchemy? Yes, even though it's a one-time use, it uses quite precious materials. Furthermore, it seems to consume all the magical power in the body. That's incredible. Abel was astonished at Rhea's explanation. To forcibly activate the highest-grade wind attack magic without a chant. But under the current circumstances, he said it couldn't be practically used, so he only made prototypes. To think they had no choice but to use it. That was amazing. Standing in front of that device, with the bullet rain, it turned the demon into Swiss cheese. It was meant to seal, but in the end, the sealing failed and the demon regenerated. Hey! In that moment, Rhea pushed Sera away from his embrace. Sera stepped back, her expression one of confusion. Then she saw it. An arm growing from Rhea's chest precisely from the position of his heart, and the blood that was pouring out. Goff! Blood spilled from Rhea's mouth. I know the robe of the Fairy King reflects everything if it has even a little magical power, but conversely, if you completely remove the magical power, it can penetrate. That voice was known to all except for Rhea present. The voice of the one who should have vanished moments ago. The horrifying voice of Demon Garwin. Rhea knelt on both knees. Only Garwin's left forearm had penetrated Rhea's chest. The main body of Garwin was rapidly regenerating a short distance away. Lord Garwin revived. The demon who laughed said those words. It was not just came, saw one. It couldn't end like that. The kingdom's forces were paralyzed. No one from the kingdom's side could speak. No one could. Rhea, whose voice was that? Was it Sera or Abel? It was a very small voice. However, those present could hear it. At that moment, swish. Another sound mixed in. No one there could recognize it. Rhea swung his sword and severed the head of the demon Garwin. It was only after everything was over and Rhea's movements had stopped that they first saw it. Rhea's body. Not only the sword flashed, but even his movements were invisible. Naturally, a mere decapitation wouldn't kill a demon. Hey, Mage, you pierced my heart, didn't you? Why am I still alive? Garwin asked as he grew a new head. A water attribute mage wouldn't die from having their heart pierced this easily, Rhea stated clearly. Seriously, a water attribute mage is incredible. Garwin believed Rhea's words without hesitation. However, the reactions of those who had known Garwin for some time differed. That's ridiculous. It can't be true. No way, I don't think so. Abel and Roman had a common-sense reaction. If it's Rhea, it could be possible. Indeed, if it's Rhea, he might just pull it off. Sera and Alalian reacted as if Rhea was beyond common sense. He's showing us the limitless potential of magic and mages. He's still so cute. Nadia and Scarlet seemed to be unusual themselves. Scarlet, the captain of the Valkyrie Knight Order, had always thought Rhea was cute. The blood flowing from Rhea had completely stopped. Of course, Garwin's arm was still impaled in his chest. That arm was completely frozen. Rhea's movements were sharp as always. He showed no signs of being affected by his injury. Injury? He was pierced through the heart. But injury? Something felt off, yet the reality was as such. Why is he able to move even with his heart pierced? Is it possible Rhea has two hearts? No, he has one. Is it possible Rhea can live without a heart? No, that's definitely not possible. What is the function of a heart? To pump blood to the lungs, receive the blood returning from the lungs, distribute it throughout the body, and send back the blood from the body to the lungs. This process repeats. It acts precisely like a pump. In simple terms, after having his heart pierced, Rhea began to move his blood using magic. He sent blood to the lungs, distributed the returned blood throughout his body, and sent back the blood from his body to the lungs. All through the power of magic. Of course, it's a feat only possible because he is a water attribute mage. Moreover, he had examined both his and Abel's bodies many times before, making it possible. Even when sending blood through his body, it's not as simple as just sending it. There's a proper rhythm and speed to it. He remembered that because he had examined it many times before. Everyone remembers the rhythm of their favorite songs, right? It's something similar. Notably, being able to continue this forced circulation unconsciously is impressive. At first, when his heart was pierced and he began the forced circulation, he was very aware of it, but by the time he severed Garwin's head, he had already transitioned to unconscious circulation. This continued even now. Of course, when Garwin's hand pierced his heart, not only the heart but also various arteries, veins, and even parts of the esophagus were damaged. He had encased all of that with ice to maintain his performance before the injury. Truly formidable, this water attribute magic. You're fast, Mage. You're indeed a mage. No, you said you were a water attribute mage. But that sword is astonishingly fast. And that's the sword of the Fairy King, the sword of the Water Fairy King? I've never seen it before. How ignorant, Demon Garwin. Today's water attribute mages can also handle close combat. If you're surprised by this level, your kin will weep. Well, they probably won't cry even if I get sealed again. Is that so? That's too bad. Ah, by the way, among his kin, Orenju and Exiled had been pierced all over by Rhea's icicle lance shower and had ceased to function. They were left as they were. Normally, Garwin would likely regenerate them, but they might have been forgotten. Juck, one of the 4 generals who had taken over the one surviving Arwen, was doing nothing. He was merely watching Garwin's fight. It seemed there were various kin. Rhea and Garwin were exchanging sword and fist blows at high speed while conversing. Neither was using their full strength yet. That was only natural. Both understood that the other was strong. Rhea knew his opponent was a demon. He had heard about Garwin's strength and ferocity from the demon Marlin. He was not an opponent to be careless against. Garwin also understood that Rhea was strong. After all, he had been erased once. Even King Richard had never done that much to him. Moreover, he had been decapitated without even recognizing the sword flash or body movements. He was stronger than a hero and a demon king combined. He knew his opponent was strong. To go all out without knowing the other's hand is recklessly foolish. As Sun Tzu said, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know the enemy but not yourself, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you do not know the enemy, your chances of winning will be halved. Well, Rhea did decapitate him with full strength, though. Hey, Mage, you understand, right? Even if you erase me, I won't die. That means you can never win. Just give up. Do you know, Demon Garwin, that in this world there is little that is absolute, and the fact that you won't die is not among the absolutes? No, I did survive. I won't give up just because it didn't work out the first time. If it doesn't work out after 100 million tries, then I'll think about it then. Do you think you can erase me 100 million times? Garwin was taken aback by Rhea's answer. Of course, Rhea understood. That was indeed impossible. In fact, it would be difficult to just win against this demon normally, let alone with a surprise attack. Rhea had been waiting for something. At the very least, until that was completed, he couldn't engage in full combat. For that, since the start of the battle, Rhea had been glancing at the priests. More accurately, at an alchemist lying under the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy set up by the priests. Viscount Kenneth Hayward had awakened. Around him, everyone was frozen in place, captivated by one battle. "Huh, Rhea, son?" That whisper was heard, and it was Rhea who turned around. "Kenneth, you're awake." "Ah, yes, your majesty the queen, what is that?" "Yes, Rhea has returned and is fighting a demon. However, it seems he's having a hard time." Rhea was a former adventurer. She was part of an A-rank party and had always watched Abel fight as an A-rank swordsman, so she had a keen eye for battles. She could pick up on the difficulties that others couldn't notice. Rhea's chest is still impaled by the demon's arm. "What? Impaled in the chest?" Kenneth, who couldn't quite understand Rhea's words, turned to watch the battle between Rhea and Garwin. Indeed, something that looked like an arm was piercing Rhea's chest. "How can Rhea's son be alive with a pierced chest?" "I have no idea. It must be because it's Rhea." A very convenient phrase. "It's Rhea. He's been glancing over here for a while. He probably wants to pull out that arm." "Ah, he wants to heal the moment it's pulled out." Kenneth understood what Rhea was hoping for. However, he also noticed the priest's pale expressions. Could it be that everyone has run out of magical power? "Yes, since we've been maintaining the sanctuary array, our magic power is empty." "But it's fine," Rhea said, smiling as she introduced a girl standing next to her. "This is Nadia, a citizen of the kingdom. She's the wife of Hero Roman. Nice to meet you." Rhea introduced her, and Nadia greeted them. "Nice to meet you, the wife of a hero," Kenneth said in surprise. Upon closer inspection, behind Rhea stood a shy-looking young man who seemed kind. "And Nadia is the Demon King. The Demon King can use magic of all attributes, so she can heal too. To some extent, healing is possible even from a distance, but certainly not from here to Rhea-san." "Ah, that distance? I can manage." "No, the Demon King? Does the kingdom have both a hero and a Demon King?" Rhea explained, with Nadia adding in, leaving Kenneth astonished. "The resource-rich Natore Kingdom." "Kenneth, this is a top-secret matter, so please keep it to yourself." "Understood, your majesty the queen." Rhea asked him to keep it a secret, and Kenneth nodded. Then he continued speaking while glancing between Nadia and the alchemy device. "Yes, what Nadia was concerned about is that even from a distance, with the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy, healing can be delivered. However, Rhea-san is..." "Yes. He doesn't have the enemy-friend identification tag. The long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy heals only those who wear the enemy-friend identification tag." Everyone who had joined the royal army from the start of the battle had tags, but Rhea, having joined later, did not. Therefore, he couldn't be healed. "I understand. I'll switch to manual and target just Rhea-san," Kenneth said, immediately beginning the adjustments. The adjustments themselves weren't difficult. He just had to switch 2 levers. The problem was to perfectly hit a fast-moving target at the right moment when the arm is pulled out. That was the difficulty of being both the shooter and the adjuster. Of course, it was also a use case not originally intended. After all, this device was a dispersion type. It wasn't designed to target just one person. But "I can do it." That was the pride of an alchemist and determination. He opened the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy and quickly began rewriting the magic formula. target fixation through magical power detection, automatic tracking of the target, propagation convergence, speed enhancement. Maximum compression rate, it had to reach instantly and create all effects in an instant. The moment it hit, the target was already moving. Continuing to hit was not realistic. All right. I can do it. When Kenneth said this, Demon King Nadia nodded. In her hand, she held the magical transmission cable for the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy. Taking a breath, Nadia waited. Then Rhea glanced over. He noticed a small nod towards the priests. In the next moment, he pulled the frozen demon's arm from his chest. Without hesitation, Nadia chanted, "Complete recovery." The magic was immediately launched. It struck Rhea directly without missing. The large hole in his chest was sealed. The sight unfolding before Garwin was shocking. "Hey, demon, this is the wisdom of mankind," Rhea said rather arrogantly for some reason. Well, it was thanks to Kenneth's adjustments and Rhea's mediation, so it was indeed a human technique. The magic itself belonged to the Demon King, but... so it was that tool that recovers the entire battlefield. My judgment to crush it was not wrong after all. Garwin nodded in satisfaction for some reason. Ho, to have your eyes on the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy, not bad at all. You're quite impressive. I don't understand why you're looking down on me. Rhea spoke once again in an arrogant tone, and Garwin shook his head slightly. That was the first major collaborative work created by Kenneth and me. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is the pinnacle of modern alchemy, Rhea declared confidently. Seeing that, Garwin's eyes widened for a moment. Then he spoke thoughtfully. Kenneth is the alchemist who left me full of holes. Richard was also an incredible alchemist, but you two are amazing as well. Garwin appeared to have the capacity to admit when something was good. Richard was the restorer of the kingdom, right? He could use magic of all attributes. Indeed, Richard could use magic of all attributes. How enviable! Rhea's final muttering went unheard by anyone. Or so he thought, but Garwin, who was fighting right in front of him, heard it. Mage, I didn't wield water magic as well as you do. To erase me with that kind of teamwork was a first-time experience for me. Is that so? Well, it wasn't that much, Garwin praised, and Rhea blushed even while fighting. Suddenly, Rhea found himself pondering. The story that King Richard fought a demon was said to be just a legend. He recalled that. Now the existence capable of resolving that doubt was right in front of him. Moreover, it was an existence that could completely resolve it. Currently, the story being passed down says that King Richard fought a demon, but it's just a legend. What? I don't know the details, but something about the timeline not matching. I don't care about the timeline, but it's a fact that he fought. The legend was true. That had now been proven. With this, all of Rhea's concerns were dispelled. It was time to move on to the next stage. He had gathered enough information. However, it seemed that Garwin had the same timing in mind. I'm going to get serious now. Yes, that's what I desire. The next battle between Garwin and Rhea was about to begin. It's the climax. Part 2, Western Nations arc will conclude in 2 more chapters. I hope you enjoy reading until the end. Icicle Lance 256, a total of 256 ice spears are unleashed. And then, Rhea swiftly moves. Reverse the moment Garwin chants, all the ice spears change trajectory and fly back to their original positions. I see, just like the walls of the royal capital, they don't fly back toward the caster, but instead reverse their trajectory. This is indeed a bending of space. The ice spears simply turned 180 degrees and returned to their launch point, not heading towards the moving Rhea. It seems that this is different from the self-tracking walls of the royal capital. The reverse 256 ice spears could be erased by Rhea. It doesn't seem to imply that his magical control was usurped. Indeed, it is an interference with space rather than stealing the opponent's magical control. Mumbling such thoughts, Rhea swings his sword. Naturally, the demon Garwin also makes an attack. Gravity, however, he quickly vanished, emitting light of annihilation. What? I was merely blocked by the invisible ice wall I had put up discreetly. Garwin frowned, while Rhea answered with a smug smile. In other words, you can activate magic completely incantationless. Crap, you're figuring out our cards one by one. This is troublesome. Your face, you're not troubled at all, are you? Rhea said exaggeratedly, while Garwin shouted with a twitching cheek. Meanwhile, Rhea's sword and Garwin's bracers were locked in a clash, a magical exchange in an ultra-close combat. However, Garwin lightly stepped back, creating a slight distance. Can't be helped. Gravity rod, the moment Garwin chanted, countless thin black rods rained down from the sky. Clang, 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 the sound of Rhea's ice wall being struck resonated above him. It seems they don't have penetrating power. Gravity. Gravity rods? Oh no! By the time Rhea muttered, it was too late. The numerous gravity rods that had pierced the ground began pulling Rhea in all directions, rendering him immobile. I had heard about this from Edo and the others, Rhea lamented, but that was only for a moment. Ice wall level 20, ring as Rhea chanted, a roar echoed around him. Ice walls began to fall from the sky, surrounding everything except for the center where Rhea stood. Their shape was like a ring, resembling the Japanese 5 yen or 50 yen coins. These ice walls crushed all the gravity rods. However, there was one spot in front of Rhea where the ice wall didn't fall completely to the ground. It seemed someone had gotten between the ground and the ice wall. Why the sudden downpour of ice walls from the sky? Garwin, who had been in that spot, muttered. It seemed he wasn't crushed by this level of attack. A mass attack that once crushed even wild golems, you really can take it. Don't compare me to a golem, Rhea said, and Garwin retorted. Then with a sly grin he continued speaking. Is this how it feels? Ice wall. The moment Garwin chanted, another roar echoed. Just like before, an ice wall fell from the sky. Once again, the area where Garwin stood had an opening, and once again, there was a spot in front of Garwin that didn't fall completely to the ground. It seemed someone had gotten between the ground and the ice wall there as well. You can use water attribute magic too, Rhea said, sounding frustrated. Around them, the area was covered with nearly transparent ice walls generated by Rhea. I'm a demon after all. Naturally, I can use magic of all attributes. How unfair, Garwin said as if it were a matter of course, while Rhea accused him as if it were common knowledge. Have you never thought about the feelings of someone who can only use one attribute? Of course not. The world is indeed unfair. I will make you understand the true power of water attribute magic. That sounds interesting. Wiping imaginary tears of frustration as he spoke, Rhea declared, and Garwin responded with a laugh. Of course, Rhea wasn't shedding any tears. The fusion of fallen angel alchemy and water attribute magic, behold its heights. Calorie-stealing steam ice binding sword, a series of new magic was chanted. Dynamic steam mine, even more familiar standard magic. On top of that, Rhea rapidly closed the distance and brought down Murakumo. Garwin caught it with both hands crossing above his head. However, the moment he stopped it, it froze. The area where he caught it had frozen solid. This is ice binding sword. In short, it was something akin to Murakumo's unique skill. Of course, Rhea didn't know if such a thing existed, but he felt that Murakumo had awakened when he fought against the fallen angel in the Western nations. The phenomenon of freezing from that time, he had given it a name. By the way, what he specifically did was ask Murakumo, freeze when it hits the opponent. Yes, he asked the weapon. And since it freezes, the world is full of mysteries. The moment it was caught, it froze. The effect is simple, and for a demon like Garwin, it shouldn't be hard to shake off the ice from his bracers. However, if it happens every time he catches it, it becomes quite troublesome. And then, downpour limited permafrost, a sudden downpour hit Garwin, and the rainwater that entangled him was instantly frozen. Rhea severed the frozen Garwin's neck once again. Because it was ice generated by the magic he controlled, this was made possible. Moreover, he didn't just cut off the neck, but also the arms, legs, and torso. He sliced everything. While it could be said to be cruel if it were a human, Garwin, the demon, naturally revived. However, he wouldn't let the revival go unchallenged. He sliced him apart the moment he was reborn. Waterjet 256 using not just Murakumo, but also water jets to slice. A respawn kill. Every time he revived, he sliced him right at that moment, over and over, over and over, and over again. If he didn't press down here, when would he ever? Of course, the demon Garwin revived time and time again. Not just one, but sometimes clones or splits appeared, several or even dozens at once. Waterjet 2048 countering numbers with numbers. How many times had such conflicts repeated? But finally, clang. Ugh, Rhea groaned, looking frustrated. Murakumo was caught by Garwin's bracers. The slicing attack finally didn't make it in time. I didn't expect to finally slip through with 2,000 simultaneous revivals. I'm surprised. What a pity. I was planning on doing this 100 million times. Rhea spoke with a tone that didn't entirely seem like a joke in response to Garwin's words. He flicked away Garwin's bracers and jumped back, increasing the distance. At the same time, he chanted. Downpour limited permafrost evaporation, rain fell. However, nothing happened to Garwin's body. You evaporated the water I made stick with the downpour in an instant. Do you think the same trick will work twice? Rhea was shocked, while Garwin roared as he rapidly closed the distance. A right straight punch from the front, followed by a left uppercut with a hip rotation. A double-handed Mongolian chop. If one were to name these techniques, they would be a mix of karate, boxing, and professional wrestling, but Garwin was certainly not bound by modern Earth's martial arts. Therefore, the names of various techniques became mixed. Rhea received them, flowed with them, and dodged, an impenetrable defense. Rhea didn't have many battles against unarmed opponents. The only high-level opponent he could recall was the enchanter from the hero party, Ashken. Back when the hero party was staying in the royal capital, he was forced to spar with hero Roman multiple times. During that time, he also sparred with Ashken, who had come along. That experience might be proving somewhat useful now. Well, monsters usually don't have weapons, so I can think of them as unarmed opponents, Rhea thought. He didn't pay much attention to the opponent's weapon. Of course, the fighting style would change. The shorter and smaller the weapon, the easier it is to handle, thus making it easier to exert power in close combat. This is something anyone can understand when comparing a spear and a knife. If that's the case, his own limbs can be said to be the ultimate short and small weapon, making it the best for close combat. In reality, Garwin's attacks were surprisingly troublesome and his defense was solid. Honestly, if told to defeat him only with a sword, Rhea would be at a loss. After all, even if he slices and dices, he revives, but Rhea is a mage. The sword is merely an aid. Yes, it's an aid, okay? Do you have something to say about that? When I say it's an aid, it is indeed an aid. Once again, Rhea took a back step to create distance. However, this time, Garwin wouldn't let him escape. Do you think I'll let you get away that easily? Flame Colonnade, as Garwin chanted, dozens of fiery projectiles were launched from his outstretched right hand toward Rhea, and from the moment they were shot, they began to freeze. What the hell is this? Garwin shouted. Rhea smiled slyly. It was the dynamic steam mine he had cast earlier. The fear of not knowing when it would freeze, a psychological battle by Rhea. If it freezes, he would naturally slice. Yes, Rhea is a mage, but the demon is also skilled in magic. Fill it up. Gravity rod. At that moment, the entire field of vision was filled with pencil-sized black rods. There was no other way to express it than as filled up. 360 degrees from the ground to the sky, all of it was filled with gravity rods, a ridiculous display of numerical violence, the ultimate saturation attack. As they were being generated, all of the dynamic steam mines laid out earlier emitted light of annihilation and disappeared. Tens of thousands of steam mines. While the same number of gravity rods should have vanished, they still remained. Filling the area, each gravity rod emitted a powerful gravitational pull. For some reason, the gravity rods didn't attract each other, but instead pulled toward the target in the center, that is, toward Rhea. Earlier, he had crushed them with ice walls, ice wall level 20, Ring Rhea chanted. However, nothing happened. The ice walls formed in midair. They were created but did not fall, they remained suspended in the air. Perhaps the effect of the gravity rods extended to the ice walls this time. In other words, this gravity rod allows the creator to select targets. Thus, the gravity rods do not affect each other. What a fantasy, Rhea muttered unintentionally. Well, the fact that gravity and attraction can be treated as magical effects is already fantasy. No, magic itself is fantasy. In the end, the world is fantasy. The gravity rods filled the area. Rhea immobilized. It doesn't change the fact that he is in a pinch, but let it be said again. Rhea is a water attribute mage. Ice wall, ice path. Garwin charged in to deliver the finishing blow to the immobile Rhea. In the end, he would either pierce his throat with a thrust or sweep to decapitate him. He wouldn't stab through the chest. You think you can defend against me with an ice wall at this stage? Garwin wore a sinister smile and stopped to break the ice wall. He tried to break it. Unable to brace himself, his feet slipped. Naturally. That ground was covered in ice by ice path. Rhea had a trump card. That was information. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. What exactly did Rhea learn about Garwin? It was Garwin's body, more precisely the moisture flowing through that body. How did he know? Of course, from Garwin's left arm, which had been pierced through the heart. Rhea had frozen that left arm. The left arm was completely saturated with the magic water generated by Rhea. He understood the water that existed in each of Garwin's cells. So what could he do with that? What? My body won't move, Garwin blurted out. He could control it down to the cellular level. Of course, even Rhea could only do this if he concentrated entirely on magic. There's no way to do this in the midst of sword fights or magical combat. This is only possible in a situation where he has completely stopped moving while the opponent is within view and approaching. It's quite difficult to set up such a situation, but he finally managed to do it. However, even if he brought the situation to this point, he still couldn't win. Even if he restrained the opponent's movements, he couldn't deliver the finishing blow. Even if he decapitated him, he would revive. Even if he sliced him apart, he would revive. Even if he made him disappear to the point of being invisible, he would revive. How could he possibly win against such an opponent? Why can he revive even after disappearing? At this point, he should recall the well-known formula time and again. E equals mc2e, energy m, mass c, speed of light matter. Mass can be converted into energy, since the equals sign signifies equivalence. Of course, energy can also be converted into matter mass. In other words, it is not that something comes from nothing. The existence of energy is merely transforming into the existence of matter. Energy and matter are fundamentally the same. In other words, if energy is lost, the revival of matter cannot occur. That was the magic Rhea had activated before he started slicing Garwin. Calorie stealing steamed the magic that continued to siphon energy from Garwin through the water vapor present in the air. Garwin, who likely consumed energy with each revival, must have used up many times more energy than usual because of this magic. According to the law of conservation of energy, it is impossible to eliminate energy. So where did the stolen energy go? A being that craves vast amounts of energy is here now. That fallen angel is currently, well, in a coffin. In the first place, the fragment of God can be considered a type of energy, a being that desired to obtain that. By obtaining the fragment of God, the demon Garwin would completely awaken. If that's the case, then Garwin must possess a vast amount of that fragment of God. The world is terrifying. The water attribute Mage muttered as if it were someone else's business. The gravity rods that had surrounded Rhea all disappeared. Garwin had lost energy and could no longer move, nor could he maintain his magic. That allowed Rhea to move again. He did so almost unconsciously. Clang. He caught it with Murakumo. The one who had swung the sword was, "Who is this kid?" It was Duke Arwen Ortiz of Shrewsbury, but Rhea didn't know. However, he realized. The aura surrounding Arwen Ortiz. Could it be the demon Garwin? Did you notice? In response to Rhea's murmur, Arwen smiled wickedly as Garwin once again took over. The original body had returned to being a mere shell. This guy has short limbs, so the sword is likely better for him. Compared to the original body of Garwin, who was about 190 centimeters tall, Arwen was shorter. After all, he was still only 13 years old. Looks like the final battle will be close combat, Rhea muttered. He unknowingly wore a smile. The next chapter will be the final chapter of Part 2, Western Nations Arc. See you tomorrow at 9 p.m. for Part 2, Final Chapter. The sound of clashing swords echoed through the air. Rhea lunged forward. Taking another step, he drew a she-shape with his sword, forcefully slicing upward after having lowered it. He severed Garwin's right wrist. However, that was a trap. Abandoning his right hand, a kick struck Rhea's right leg at a speed that even Rhea couldn't perceive. Ugh! Instinctively, Rhea stepped back on his left foot to create distance. The outside of his right thigh was deeply slashed. Garwin had struck with something akin to a blade embedded in his toes. Rhea likely concluded that Garwin would not come charging in due to the distance and the injury to his leg. Garwin leisurely picked up his severed right hand from the ground and reattached it to his wrist. Perhaps due to Arwen Ortiz's body, it didn't seem to regenerate, but it seemed he could easily reattach it after severing it. That's unfair, Rhea pointed out. Well, even if you say that, this is part of me as well, Garwin retorted. Complete recovery, he heard the voice of the Demon King Nadia from afar, and magic surged. The healing aimed at Rhea from the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy spell. In an instant, his slashed right leg was restored. No, you're being unfair too, Garwin countered. Well, even if you say that, this is all part of the Royal Army, Rhea shot back. On the battlefield, only Rhea and Garwin remained fighting. The phantom soldiers created by Garwin had already vanished, and his kin, Orenju and Exiled, lay defeated. The only 4 generals still alive, Juck, was controlling Arwen's body. Garwin had possessed him and was fighting with Arwen's body. Juck seemed to still be inside Arwen's body. Given the development so far, Garwin found it strange. Slipping was due to the ice spread on the ground. That's fine. The problem is that I can't move anymore. The gravity rod has completely vanished, and even the phantom soldiers that were fighting the Royal Army have disappeared. One could say my power has been taken, but how? Even Richard couldn't do something like that. He didn't know the answer. But realistically, things couldn't just end like that. He had to do something. No one else would help him. Well, it's fine. There is a solution. Taking a breath, he murmured. Just kill that mage. In truth, that answer was not logical at all. If this phenomenon was caused by alchemy, killing Rhea wouldn't solve anything. Yet if he killed Rhea and then asked each of the remaining humans, it might work. In other words, it was a sort of correct answer, despite being completely illogical. The answer isn't always singular. For now, it seems I can only assert my dominance through strength. If you have something to say, then say it with your sword, Garwin said with a sinister smile, as Rhea grinned in response. Garwin closed the distance in an instant. He invaded Rhea's range, launching an upward slash as his first move. This was unexpected for Rhea. Normally, most initial moves would come from a downward strike or a thrust. Starting with an upward strike was rare. Thus, his reaction was delayed. He ended up having to receive the fully powered upward slash with Murakumo. Though not delicate, Rhea was slimmer compared to shield user Warren. He received the upward slash without sustaining damage but was blown away entirely. If the force applied exceeded Rhea's overall mass, he had no choice but to be blown away. Had this been an anticipated attack, there were methods to either take it before the force fully manifested or parry the upward swinging sword, but Rhea was sent flying. Naturally, Garwin followed up with an attack. He dashed across the ground, running under the airborne Rhea and thrusting his sword upward. Swish! Rhea was gone. In that moment, Garwin leaped forward, instinctively rolling to his feet. This was not a calculated move. His body acted on its own. Accumulated experience had propelled him into action instinctively. A sword of ice swept across where he had been standing. Garwin's intuition was not wrong. And then his intuition rang an even louder alarm. Be careful! Rhea, enveloped in fine water from the water jet thruster, dove in like teleportation. The first strike was an upward slash, similar to Garwin's. Don't underestimate me? Shouting, Garwin intended to fully receive Rhea's upward slash and counter it. However, the ice sword slipped past Garwin's sword. Impossible! Garwin immediately realized that Rhea's sword was conjured by magic, but it was already too late. The blade sliced cleanly through. It cut from his left hip to his right shoulder. In a swift return, he decapitated Garwin. Damn, there's no regeneration or reattachment. I've definitely lost my strength, but it's not over yet. It's not the end. Even while severed, his body remained suspended, facing Rhea. Garwin chanted. Implosion, it was an explosion that crushed its target with abnormal gravity. But the pseudo-black hole gravity was generated, but it did not move as intended. Why? This was an unexpected situation for Garwin as well. However, he quickly realized the flow of magical power in this body was off. Can't control the body's magical power? Juck! He deliberately addressed Juck, one of the 4 generals who had taken over Arwen Ortiz's body. This body is mine. I won't let you do as you please. The mouth spoke, weaving such words. Yet it was not Garwin's voice. It was a young voice fitting of his appearance. Could it be that in this situation I was just returned to the Duke's brat? Now Garwin's voice emerged. From one body, a young voice and a demon's voice alternated, and the young voice continued, I am Arwen Ortiz, Duke of Shrewsbury. I won't let the demon have his way. Damn it. Hey, Duke, give up and release your magical power. If this continues, it will go out of control. Garwin, panicking, spoke in Arwen's voice. From an outside perspective, it appeared as if one person was playing 2 roles, an absurd scene. Yet Garwin, who understood the situation, was truly in a panic. The implosion had created abnormal gravity. In that situation, half of his magical control was lost. The lost half was currently going out of control. Gravity is the bending of space. Even without knowing the theory of relativity, Garwin, who had used it many times, knew that these two were closely related. Therefore, he was aware that among demons skilled in manipulating gravity, some could bend space and teleport. If this continued, the instigator himself would be transported to some alternate space. Furthermore, the runaway magical power was attracted to powerful forces. Like lightning striking a high place, the powerful force in this area was the water attribute mage he had just fought. That might be true, but runaway magical power tends to be attracted to objects rather than living beings like humans or monsters. When it comes to powerful objects, there was the absurd alchemy device that had been healing the entire battlefield. If the implosion collided with that, then everything around would disappear, or perhaps it would be transported somewhere. Runaway means that one cannot predict what will happen. Even for Garwin, who had used this magic for a long time, he could not foresee it. Hey, priests, stay away from that device. The runaway magical power will be drawn to it. Seriously, Garwin said this because he genuinely felt that way. Originally, he had planned to gather fragments of God in this eastern region for his complete awakening, but that plan had fallen apart. Moreover, he was cornered to the point where he couldn't even control his own body, and he was the one who had cast implosion. Because he had lost control of his magical power here, wherever the implosion ran away to, Garwin himself would certainly vanish from this place. In the end, he wouldn't obtain any fragments of God, so he had given up. No matter what happened, he likely wouldn't die, and if he couldn't awaken, he didn't particularly care about what would happen to the humans anymore. He didn't care, but somehow he felt uneasy about the idea of everything around him disappearing. Garwin, who had been cruel, destructive, and had killed many humans until now. But could karma be at work? None of the priests acted upon hearing Garwin's voice. They didn't trust him. It couldn't be helped. He had done enough to warrant that. Damn it, not like that, a voice rang out. It was the water attribute mage. The one who should be flying isn't over there, he was saying something like that. Huh. What are you? The runaway magical power was drawn to powerful objects. In this area, the most fitting condition was that alchemy device, right? However, Garwin then realized he had made a significant oversight. I see Richard's ex was there. King Abel stood, supporting himself with a sword that was disguised as a magic sword, but it was originally Richard's sword, Abel. As Rhea shouted and flew towards Abel with the water jet thruster, the magical power from implosion raced toward Abel's sword at the same time. All sounds vanished, and then 5 entities disappeared from that place. The true body of the demon Garwin, the body of the 4 General Orenju, the body of the 4 General Exiled, and Abel and Rhea. Abel, Rhea murmured. Rhea, Sera whispered. Abel and Rhea had vanished. The Water Attribute Mage Narou version Part 2, Western Nations Arc, comes to an end. Thank you for reading up until now. Please wait a few months until the start of Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc. Unless something very weird happens in real life, it will definitely resume. No worries. Now today, September 20th, Monday, is also the start date for the comic adaptation. Bokutengu Sensei's Water Attribute Mage a comic. Finally, Rhea and the others are making it into a comic. What a profound feeling. The comic adaptation will continue to be published. With each release, the author plans to post short stories and promote them in the afterward, but that's a secret, okay? It's also a secret that I've already prepared several short stories. Also, let's write a little about Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc, and its start. Everyone, rest assured, both Rhea and Abel are alive. They were merely transported to the same place. Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc, where they were transported to, is a secret. The Eastern Nations Arc is also a secret. In the third part, they will be going on adventures together more than ever, unlike the second part where they were separate. The third part will depict a story that focuses more on the two of them, probably. By the time the third part starts, I plan to post several short stories. Among those, there is a major one that is already set. At midnight on November 20, 2021 Saturday, I will post Part 3. Eastern Nations Arc, opening 26 words. Of course, this date is also the release date for the third volume of Water Attribute Mage. On that day, I will post the 26 words of the opening for the third part, as titled. I hope that will give you a sense of the situation Rhea and Abel find themselves in, as well as what the third part might be like. The first enemy in the third part will also be troublesome. Even Rhea, who can match a demon in battle, won't be able to defeat this enemy in his current state, haha. If you read the opening 26 words of Part 3, you will all understand, haha. The second part featured Gan. What will the third part be like, I wonder? In addition to the opening 26 words of Part 3, I also plan to post short stories at good timings. A country without the king and first duke, the actions of those left behind will surely pique your interest. There are many countries around the kingdom that cannot be underestimated, so keep your bookmarks as they are. Until the start of the third part, perhaps reread parts 1 and 2, or maybe let those who still don't know about Water Attribute Mage know about it. Now that the updates have stopped, it's a chance to start reading, something like that. Or you could compare the differences between the Narou version and the book version. That would be good too. From the third volume onwards, the content will differ significantly, but volumes 1 and 2 have had quite a bit of added and revised content, you know, especially in battle scenes. Also, conversations between Rhea and Abel. As I do various things, please wait for the start of the third part. Once the start is decided, I will inform everyone through this afterward or activity report. Thank you for reading the second part. I look forward to your continued support for the third part as well. The first installment of the remaining people, Rhea and Abel, have disappeared. There was no one who could move immediately. In the midst of this, the first to spring into action was the genius alchemist, Viscount Kenneth Hayward. Abel, Rhea's son, Abel should have the enemy friend identification tag attached. He murmured softly and began to move immediately. He jumped onto the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy Panacea Breath and rewrote several magic formulas to restart it. Then data was collected, data was being output. Abel is not within a radius of 50 kilometers, he muttered, starting to think. It was a vague feeling, but he felt that the two were together. Moreover, it seemed to be some sort of transfer. As long as they were in this world, they would surely attempt to make contact. Rhea's son's level of alchemy is very high. Viscount Kenneth Hayward represents the kingdom as an alchemist. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he represents the Central Nations. The only one comparable to him is Frank de Verde from the Alliance. That's commonly said, and that is generally correct. However, the parties involved have a different interpretation. Rhea's son has mastered a different system of alchemy from mine, and he has ideas that I cannot even conceive. That is the highest level of evaluation. What should he do? Certainly, there would be different ideas than his, but he would likely adjust to this situation. Duke Rondo Rhea Mahara is that kind of person. Alchemy that transcends distance. If used, it must be the echo of the soul. Kenneth continued to think. He contemplated what he would do. He believes that Rhea's alchemy would eventually reach his level. The conclusion reached was to use the Echo of the Soul. Of course, the Echo of the Soul is Abel's Echo of the Soul, and Abel is not here. Even if Rhea rewrote the magic formula for the Echo of the Soul and sent it out, there would be no one to receive it. But, indeed, there's no choice but that. Kenneth muttered as he looked around. He spotted Radin, one of his still-dazed subordinates. Radin, I will return to the royal capital immediately. You must cooperate with the priests to bring the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy back to the royal capital. Yes. What will you do, sir? I will return to the royal capital and make various arrangements to receive communications from your majesty and Rhea's son. I'm counting on you for the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy. With that, Kenneth jumped onto his horse and galloped towards the royal capital. Almost simultaneously, Sera started to move. At the moment Rhea and Abel disappeared, she dazedly murmured, "Rhea." A few moments later, she regained her senses. Then she confirmed something in her heart and whispered, "I'm okay. I'm okay." Nodding vigorously at the end, she looked around. When she found the person she was looking for, she approached. It was Queen Rhea. She was sitting weakly next to a massive alchemy tool. Kenneth Hayward was fiddling with the giant alchemy tool, likely probing for a reaction from either Abel or Rhea. That was something he could handle. Sera moved towards the seated Rhea. "Rhea," she called out gently. She could feel Rhea's emotions painfully. If a loved one suddenly disappears before your eyes, anyone would be confused, anxious, and saddened. "Sera, Abel is. That was finally the words that came out of Rhea's mouth. "Yeah," Sera replied with a single word and gently embraced Rhea. Both were once well-known B-rank adventurers, the Saint and Queen Rhea. The next representative of the Forest of the West and the most famous elf in the Central Nations, Sera. Both were renowned figures throughout the Central Nations. But at the same time, they were women who had lost their loved ones before their eyes. Rhea cried on Sera's shoulder. Sera said nothing, did nothing, and simply lent her shoulder. It wasn't a long time. Rhea wiped her tears and spoke. "Thank you, Sera. Don't mention it," Sera replied and continued speaking. "It might be strange to say this at a time like this, but Rhea, you will be okay." Rhea had no idea what would be okay, and it was only natural. The two had disappeared. "Somehow, I think Rhea is alive. I'm almost certain of it," Sera declared. To that, Rhea could not say anything. They were probably both sent to the same place. "Sent? Yes, it's like a transfer. If they're together, then it will be all right," Sera said with even a smile. Seeing that, Rhea understood. Indeed, if those two were together, it felt like it would be okay. "Rhea wouldn't let Abel die?" "That's right. I believe Rhea will definitely protect Abel," Sera said, and Rhea nodded in agreement. It wasn't a completely logical reason, but both arrived at the same conclusion, that if those two were together, everything would be fine. "Our task is to protect the country until Abel and Rhea return?" "Exactly. It's unfortunate that both the king and the first duke have vanished simultaneously. Furthermore, the first duke is undoubtedly the country's greatest combat strength. If it becomes known that he's gone, nearby countries may take action." Both Rhea and Sera had already begun thinking about what they needed to do moving forward. The Empire is still in chaos after the death of Emperor Helmut VIII. The alliance, in the Duchy of Volturino bordering the kingdom, has been significantly weakened by the demon's kin. So a direct confrontation will be difficult. Yes, they will probably attack from the back. When we talk about the back, that would be Count Heinlein. Either way, his cooperation will be necessary. I feel bad that we will have to ask even more of him than before. Your Excellency, the Chancellor has it tough too. Both Rhea and Sera kept track of the state of the country. Rhea immediately summoned the senior officers of the royal army and began to reorganize the forces. Additionally, she contacted Count Heinlein in the royal capital. Even though the royal army had lost their king, it was recovering with Rhea stepping up. Many recognized that Rhea was not just a figurehead queen. Past achievements prove useful in times like these. Outside the tent, Sera was discussing with Lady Granny. "Lady Granny, I will remain in the royal capital for a while instead of returning to the Forest of the West." "Yes, that seems best." Sera's fame now resonates throughout the Central Nations. Having Sera in the royal capital would exert silent pressure on other countries. Are they really going to make an enemy of the hero of the defense battle in the Forest of the West, who alone defeated the Empire's shadow army? The defense battle in the Forest of the West has become widely known throughout the Central Nations by bards. Even if it is exaggerated, not everything is a lie. "If possible, I would like you to stay in the royal capital too, Lady Granny." "What? Me too?" Lady Granny tilted her head at Sera's suggestion. "I believe we should demonstrate to not only the kingdom, but to the entire Central Nations that the Forest of the West fully supports the Natore kingdom." "I see." Of course, the Forest of the West has cooperated with the kingdom in the past. Even in the current war against the demon, they sent reinforcements, albeit delayed. However, it is generally recognized that their connection to the kingdom is through the nobles of the western region. For instance, the great noble Marquis Hope from the west knows that this is incorrect, but the general public doesn't always grasp the truth. Sera thought this could be a good opportunity to correct that false general perception. Lady Granny agreed with this. I previously discussed this with Marquis Hope. I believe the great nobles of the kingdom will support us. Aside from a few ducal houses connected to the royal family, most of the remaining great nobles in the kingdom are from the west and south. Especially Marquis Hope from the west, Baron of Runalfonso from the south, and Chancellor Marquis Heinlein, who also has territory in the south. These nobles have fully supported King Abel I, and their heads are all wise individuals. The newly titled Baron of Runalfonso, well, from Sera's perspective, he is acceptable. 2 days later, the royal army returned to the royal capital. In the royal capital Crystal Palace, Royal Alchemy Workshop. Kenneth, who had returned ahead of the royal army, had been fiddling with a certain alchemy tool since his return. It was about the size of an attaché case. It was designed to be portable, so it had been minimized as much as possible. Sir, I have returned. Radin reported after safely bringing the long-distance dispersion Divine Mercy back to the royal capital with the royal army. Welcome back, Radin. Now I will connect this relay to the central communication device in the workshop. But that, you mentioned before that it was too dangerous. Yes, I did, Radin panicked, while Kenneth nodded seriously. Even with Viscount Kenneth Hayward's skills, it appeared to be very difficult. However, to receive it, the central communication devices in the royal castle or this workshop are the only ones powerful enough. To receive means, could it be the echo of the soul from your majesty? Radin said, looking at the attaché case-sized relay that Kenneth had been working on. He knew what it was. Using the remnants of your majesty Abel's magical power that remained in this relay, we will receive the echo of your majesty Abel's soul that Rhea-san will likely send. That's right, Kenneth affirmed Radin's understanding. That relay was the alchemy tool used when Abel's body was relayed, allowing Rhea and Kenneth to communicate through the echo of the soul. By incorporating and analyzing Abel's magical power, Kenneth was able to speak directly with Rhea. Of course, Abel had to continuously touch this relay during that time. If Rhea were to attempt to make contact, the first thing he would think of would be using the echo of the soul. Of course, it wouldn't work as is, but if he rewrote the magic formula considerably, Kenneth thought, if it were Kenneth, it could be rewritten. It wouldn't be easy, but it was possible. Then, could it not be possible for Rhea as well? Kenneth, who held Rhea in high regard, thought so. I will prepare on this side. Rhea-san, you can proceed whenever you are ready. No one answered Kenneth's murmur, of course. After the royal army returned from the eastern region, meetings were held daily among the leadership. Amidst this, Sera, Lady Granny, I have something to discuss, Queen Rhea said, proposing something surprising. Is that? For real? Sera, who rarely gets surprised, was shaken. Lady Granny, who was said to have lived for over 2,000 years, opened her eyes wide. According to the legacy officer Viscount Rashard-Devo, there seems to be records of King Richard before he became king having held that position. That's almost a legend. Rhea laughed as she said this, while Sera murmured, shaking her head slightly. Well, it might be fine. We have decided to protect the kingdom until the two return. Feel free to use that name as much as you like. In the end, Sera said that with a laugh. A few days later, it was announced from the Natore kingdom to the entire central nations. That Sera from the Forest of the West would be newly appointed as the Supreme Knight Commander and Head Knight of the Natore kingdom. It was a position that had not been held by anyone since King Richard. With authority over all knight orders belonging to the royal family, she would simultaneously be the highest knight of the Natore kingdom. The name of Sera, the Supreme Knight Commander and Head Knight, spread throughout the central nations as the Song of Bards. As mentioned in the title, Volumes 1 and 2 have been decided for simultaneous reprints. Applause. This is all thanks to the readers who always support us and purchase our books. Thank you, thank you. Before the release of Volume 3 on November 20th, Saturday, we are happy about the reprint. As these accomplishments accumulate, it surely leads to the publication of subsequent volumes. That's what the author believes. To Book's article now, Intermission, a few plot threads have been resolved. That's good, that's good. Did some doubts arise? It can't be helped. This time, as the first installment of the remaining people, it was Kenneth, Rhea, and Sera. There will be more installments to come. The remains, yes, the remains of the Coffin are still there. Indeed, the Coffin remains. What will they do without Rhea? I'm also curious about the movements of the surrounding countries. What will happen, I wonder? With that said, I will continue to post Intermission SS at the right timing. So please keep your bookmarks as they are. I look forward to the next intermission as well. The second wave of the remaining people has arrived. Rhea and Abel have disappeared. There was no one who could move immediately. This was the same for the Knight Order that constitutes the Royal Army, especially for those who were relatively close to the two and had witnessed their disappearance. Imogen, the Knight Commander leading the Valkyrie Knight Order, collapsed at that moment. Your Majesty, she muttered over and over. Her beloved King Abel had vanished. This was what it meant to be utterly stunned. However, amidst her despair, her close friend quickly approached her. Imogen, get up! That friend spoke sharply, albeit in a small voice. It's Mew, the captain of the Valkyrie Knight Order's magic unit. I know you're in shock, but Imogen, you're the Knight Commander. Your subordinates are always watching you. You are their hope. You absolutely cannot kneel. You must keep standing. But your Majesty will surely be fine. He is definitely alive somewhere. He will come back with Duke Rondo eventually. When that happens, don't you want to hear him say, well done, Imogen? So stand up. Mew encouraged her with fervor. Those in positions of leadership must sometimes stand firm even if they have to put on a brave face. She knew that. Her grandfather was the former Lord of Twilight Land. Her father was the influential Marquis Westwing. Having observed leaders from a young age, Mew understood the difficulties well. That is why she respected her friend, who had created, nurtured, and led one of the Knight Orders representing the kingdom, because she understood the challenges better than anyone else within the Order. That's why she cannot crumble here. She understood the feelings. Anyone would be stunned if their beloved king vanished before their eyes. However, if she crumbled here, everything they had built until now would collapse. That would not serve Imogen, nor would it be what the vanished king wished for, so she must get up and keep standing. Right. For your Majesty's sake, I must hold on here. Though still in a faint voice, Imogen said this and stood up. She swayed slightly. Camilla, the vice commander, supported her from the right, while Abigail, the scout commander, supported her from the left. Everyone, Imogen whispered, and Camilla and Abigail nodded. Mew, facing them, smiled brightly. However, Imogen has recovered, but there's still one person who is still down. Abigail, while supporting Imogen, spoke. In the direction of her gaze. Rhea, son, my dear Rhea. Scarlet, the captain of the rescue unit, who always wore a face full of love, was muttering while sitting on the ground. Scarlet, I've never seen Scarlet make such a face before. Rhea, son, she really loves Duke Rondo. Imogen, Camilla, and Mew were witnessing a scene they had never seen before. Supported by her friends, Imogen approached and sat down in front of Scarlet. Scarlet, what should we do, Imogen? Rhea, son? Tears were overflowing from Scarlet's eyes. I believe that Duke Rondo, Rhea's son, will be fine. He's such a powerful mage, he will definitely come back safe. Really? Yes, just moments ago he appeared breaking through the sky. He will surely rush to the kingdom's aid in a crisis. That's what the first Duke does. He will come back. Right, you're right. If the kingdom is in danger, he will surely come back. Well, let's not say anything ominous. Scarlet remarked as if she had thought of something, and realizing the unsettling nature of her words, Imogen put a stop to it. After that, Scarlet regained her usual loving smile. She probably hadn't done anything to put the kingdom in danger. The Royal Knight Order had a fair amount of time in shock, but their time to stand up was relatively short. This was because Knight Commander Danton recovered quickly. After King Abel's disappearance, no one could move for a while. Everyone felt the same. But, Knight Order, fall in, a voice echoed within the Royal Knight Order. This voice brought the members back to reality. The one who called out was Knight Commander Danton. Fall in! The command was given again. This time, all the Knight Order members moved and lined up immediately. We can no longer receive instructions from His Majesty the King. Danton's words did not shake. Deep within his heart, sorrow and regret mingled, but he would not let that show. Because he was their commander. A commander must not waver. He had been refined by his respect for his beloved King Abel and the respected former Knight Commander, Marquis Heinlein. So he would not show any sign of wavering. From now on, the Royal Knight Order will prioritize the instructions from Princess Rhea. Keep that in mind. When mobilizing people within an organization, the most important thing is to make everyone aware of the command hierarchy. Who should we follow? Not understanding this leads to the greatest uncertainty, causing each individual to become immobile. At that moment, Danton made the command hierarchy clear to his members. From here on, they would simply follow the higher instructions. With this, the Knight Order members felt a sense of calm. Of course, there were concerns about the future of the kingdom, but at the very least, they were no longer confused about how to act. They just had to follow the instructions of Queen Rhea. Just that alone gave them a sense of stability. This aspect could be seen as a significant advantage of being part of an organization. After that, the Royal Knight Order, following Queen Rhea's instructions, set out on their journey back to the royal capital without a single disruption, accompanied by the unresponsive Erwin Ortiz. The remaining ones were not just the Night Order. There were reinforcements as well, and they were not part of any organization. Abel's son and Rhea's son? Hero Roman's murmurs. However, the time spent in shock was not long. He realized that someone was holding his hand. Nadia, Roman's wife and the Demon King Nadia, she wrapped both of her hands around Roman's right hand. Then with a gentle smile she said, "Those two are fine. They are alive, although quite far away." "What?" Roman was surprised by Nadia's declaration. "How do you know?" he asked with a puzzled expression. "I don't know why, but I just know," Nadia answered with a bright smile. "Right, yeah, of course, those two wouldn't die." Roman tried to understand with an expression filled with misinterpretation. Of course, Rhea and Abel could die depending on the circumstances. After nodding several times, Roman suddenly became fixated on a certain scene. Nadia quickly noticed the same scene and became transfixed as well. It was the sight of the demon Marlin speaking to a box resembling a coffin, and then the scene of him letting out a large sigh. "Miss Marlin, Roman, Nadia, this has become quite troublesome," Roman asked, and Marlin shook his head repeatedly as he answered. "What, is that Coffin?" Nadia inquired. Both Roman and Nadia knew that the coffin had appeared from the sky along with Rhea and Marlin, but they had no idea what was inside it. "Well, it contains a fallen being." "Fallen? It's an unfamiliar term," Marlin answered, but neither Roman nor Nadia could comprehend the word fallen. "Well, it's a being that is not of this world." Rhea persuaded them, and by sharing their magical power, they forcefully transferred from the magic-starved West Dungeon. "I see," Roman nodded, somewhat understanding Marlin's explanation. "I was going to ask for magical power again and return to the Western nations, but I was refused cooperation." Because Rhea sealed them, they don't mind listening to Rhea's wishes, but they have no intention of listening to anyone else's. It's a reasonable stance. I'm speechless." Roman was left speechless as Marlin explained with a bitter smile. "Well, the alchemy used in this coffin and the magic formula are all things I hardly understand. It's natural for them not to comply with someone like that." "You don't understand, Miss Marlin? Well, it seems Rhea didn't write everything, but, well, it seems we can't return to the Western nations for a while." The royal army began to return from the battlefield to the royal capital. Leading the way were the Royal Knight Order and the Valkyrie Knight Order. At the back were Hero Roman, Demon King Nadia, and Demon Marlin. Following behind Demon Marlin was the coffin. "Miss Marlin, why does that coffin move by itself?" Roman asked, which was a reasonable question. "Well, it seems Rhea created something like a hole to connect to the West Dungeon to receive magical power, but it seems a little magical power is leaking from there. That's why it can move." "The person inside. Will they come out?" "I don't know," the two discussed while watching the coffin, which was floating slightly above the ground and moving autonomously behind them. At that moment, someone interjected into Roman and Marlin's conversation. "I asked just a moment ago, and they have no intention of coming out." What did you say?" It was Demon King Nadia. Both Roman and Marlin were surprised and questioned her. "Does it answer your questions honestly, Nadia? It seems they recognize me as a Demon King." Marlin sighed as he said this, and Nadia replied with a bright smile. "Well, that's fine. Let's get permission to stay in the kingdom for a while." The day after their arrival in the royal capital, with Queen Rhea's permission, Demon Marlin and the Coffin received permission to stay in the kingdom. Marlin spent time joyfully with the two in the grandchild position. As the title suggests, the second episode of the comic adaptation was released today. Comic adaptation by Bokutengu, Water Attribute Mage a comic. In commemoration of that, I also posted a short story. In the Regent's office of the Handalu Federation's capital, Jaclia, "Your Grace, something terrible has happened." Assistant Lambert burst in without knocking. This was an extremely rare occurrence, and at the same time it indicated that something surprisingly troublesome had occurred. Regent Lord Aubrey quickly organized his thoughts and deliberately asked in a calm voice, "What happened?" With that, Lambert realized just how flustered he was. However, it was also true that there was a significant report to be made. "I just received word that the military of the Straw Duchy has invaded the Natore Kingdom." "What?" Even Aubrey found himself raising his voice at Lambert's unexpected report. The Straw Duchy was one of the nations that made up the Handalu Federation. Moreover, it was one of the 10 major countries that held a seat in the Council of 10. Among the nations that constituted the Federation, the only one that borders foreign lands along the western frontier, in other words, borders the empire and kingdoms, is the Duchy of Volturino. Only, however, there is a peculiar area that spans just 100 meters. That area, called the Cantano region, is now clearly under the jurisdiction of the Duchy of Volturino, but it once belonged to the Straw Duchy. Crossing through that Cantano region allows immediate access into the kingdom's territory. In fact, there have been instances in the past where invasions into the kingdom were made through that route multiple times. Perhaps this time as well that Root, the current Marquis of Straw, Wisun Gasco, is in his late 20s. According to Aubrey, his governance is neither particularly good nor particularly bad. However, his personality, if only he were a bit more thoughtful and cautious, Aubrey sighed. The previous Lord Alisio was a reliable individual. There is a kingdom border divided by the Cantano region. If he were not as prudent as that, we would always have to worry. Assistant Lambert recalled the former Marquis Alisio, and Aubrey nodded in response. Originally, there were rumors that the late Lord Alisio intended to make his second son, not Wisun, the heir. However, soon after those rumors arose, Alisio died in an accident. Wisun, who was 23 at the time, became the Marquis of Straw. And naturally, 2 years later, the second son who might have been made the heir also passed away. Wisun was left without any rivals. When the previous Lord Alisio passed away, there were rumors that you intervened, Your Grace. Come now, I'm not a fool either. Considering the whole Federation, the Straw Duchy is a particularly important nation. It would be better for it to be governed by a reliable person like Alisio. Why would I go so far as to have him killed? Well, the timing was unusual. Aubrey sighed again, and Lambert offered a wry smile. When Aubrey became regent, 9 out of the 10 members of the Council of 10 had changed it. One of those 9 was Alisio. It was understandable that Aubrey would be suspected. So, what reason did Wisun have for invading the kingdom this time? It seems that a band of thieves causing havoc domestically escaped into the kingdom through the Cantano region. They say it was to subjugate them. What in the world? Aubrey sighed and expressed his disbelief at Lambert's report. Surely, Wisun isn't foolish enough to not retreat before the army from the royal capital arrives. It should take about 2 days. From the royal capital, yes. At Lambert's speculation, Aubrey shook his head slightly. What do you mean by that? Lambert, this is a trap, or rather, should I say, a scheme. This must be orchestrated by Regent Count Heinlein or someone around him. Aubrey spoke with a hint of amusement, catching Lambert by surprise. Most likely, the Royal Knight Order is lying in wait near the border. Or perhaps the Valkyrie Knight Order as well. They will completely obliterate the Straw Duchy military that has violated the border. The army that has crossed the border will be attacked. The kingdom will have an absolute justification. Really, they've made a troublesome situation for us. You say it's a scheme, but what for? It's a showcase, you could say, for the new Grand Knight Commander and Head Knight, Lady Sera of the West Forest? Yes. It's almost certain that King Abel is not present, although it won't be officially announced. However, it was used as a means to demonstrate that even without the kingdom is solid. Aubrey explained with a grim expression. He truly believed it was a troublesome situation they were in. When it was announced that Lady Sera would become Grand Knight Commander and Head Knight, you mentioned, Your Grace, that it was certain King Abel is not within the country. Could this not confirm that? It's fine. Even though Count Heinlein is responsible for counterintelligence, it is still impossible to completely block all information. Both the Federation and the Empire will eventually come to see that King Abel is absent as confirmed information. Therefore, Count Heinlein intends to use that as a scheme. By deliberately bringing Lady Sera to the forefront at this timing, he shows that the kingdom is without a gap. With this much done, neither our Federation nor the Empire will easily interfere with the kingdom. The world of schemes is truly something remarkable. Lambert was impressed by Aubrey's explanation. Lambert was completely inexperienced when it came to such indirect tactics. Lady Sera of the West Forest, surely a fearsome elf, but even more troublesome is that regent. With that, Aubrey sighed deeply. Lady Sera, we have captured 2,030 enemies. The preparations to transfer them to Red Post are complete as initially planned. This is near the kingdom's eastern border. Earlier, the Royal Knight Order, the Magical Association, and the Valkyrie Knight Order encircled and annihilated the invading Straw Duchy army, completely defeating them. As a result, they obtained over 2,000 prisoners. They were preparing to transfer the prisoners to the border town of Red Post in anticipation of negotiations with the Federation. And that was all part of the plan devised by Chancellor Marquis Alexis Heinlein. Indeed, as expected from Marquis Alexis' plan, it was perfect, Sera said. However, Captain Danton, what do you think of the movements of the Royal Knight Order? Her tone was not particularly harsh. But when questioned, Danton felt a tightening in his body. It was as if he were being questioned by the former Grand Commander of the Royal Knight Order, now Chancellor Marquis Alexis Heinlein, a kind of intangible pressure. Yes, I believe they still need some training. So you think so too, Captain Danton? As Danton replied, one of the 2 knights standing behind him slightly frowned. His name was Scotty Kabuk, squad captain. However, the other knight had been blushing the entire time. His name was Zack Cooler, and then Zack opened his mouth. I would like to offer my opinion to the Grand Knight Commander. Scotty looked at Zack with a shocked expression. It seemed he had a bad feeling about this. Captain Cooler, what is it? Yes, I think the Royal Knight Order still has a lot of potential for growth. I believe they should undergo twice the current training. Zack declared that with his face still bright red. Even Danton was taken aback by that suggestion. "Haha, Captain Cooler is full of enthusiasm," Sera laughed. Seeing that, Zack felt like he was on cloud nine. The subordinates who might be subjected to double the training would probably resent Zack. However, indeed, double the training may be excessive. Captain Danton, how about starting with a 20% increase? Yes, as you wish. Thanks to Sera's proposal, the subordinates were saved, just a little. The Valkyrie Knight Order leader, Imogen, who had been silent until then, spoke up. "Lady Sera, I have a question." "What is it, Captain Imogen?" "We previously had a sparring session with the Knight Order of the Barony of Run. They were truly one of the kingdom's elite Knight Orders. Lady Sera, you were one of their instructors for many years." "Yes, I was. Those were nostalgic times." "Now, compared to our training and that of the Royal Knight Order, could you tell us what it was like?" The Valkyrie Knight Order, led by Imogen, had once conducted a mock battle against the Run Knight Order. At that time, they were astonished at the overwhelming difference in strength. Since then, it was not an exaggeration to say that they had been training with the Run Knight Order as their goal. The Grand Knight Commander in front of them had been one of those who trained the Run Knight Order for many years. Thus, they wanted to take this opportunity to ask properly. First, in the Run Knight Order, newly inducted members are taught swordsmanship by Max Doyle as the instructor. It's an orthodox swordsmanship style of the Hugh School, and Max is excellent at teaching. They get strong pretty quickly, and then I train their hearts. Their hearts? Yes. In simpler terms, I make them experience defeat multiple times. Being defeated by someone stronger is something everyone experiences, whether on the battlefield or not. Only by standing up each time can they challenge the next level of strength. That's what I believe. Therefore, I defeat them multiple times in mock battles. Of course, afterwards, I give guidance on what was wrong and how they can improve, but fundamentally, it's about training their hearts. However, if they lose constantly, their hearts become weak. It might not be quite the same as developing a losing habit, but yes, Rio used to say this. At that point, Sera paused for a moment. She was recalling Rio, confidence can only be gained through winning. To build confidence, one must accumulate experiences of success. Sera imitated Rio's tone, and she looked pleased. Well, although the Run Knight Order had occasionally provided opportunities for success before Rio ever said that, they still had them. They would exterminate monsters or engage in mock battles with other Knight Orders. As Sera said this, Imogen widened her eyes in surprise. She remembered the mock battle between the Valkyrie Knight Order and the Run Knight Order. Seeing that, Sera smiled. The Valkyrie was also used as bait. That may be true. Well, in any situation, one cannot expect to benefit unilaterally. The Valkyrie gained experience and the Run Knight Order gained confidence. Lord Neville, the leader of the Run Knight Order, is quick-witted. He thinks through many details. No, indeed, it was a good experience, so I do not hold any resentment. At Sera's words, Imogen nodded in agreement. So, that's right, regarding the content of the training for the Run Knight Order. That's about all I did, so it's nothing remarkable. Also, after Rio started having mock battles with me, one piece of advice I incorporated was the continuous combat for 60 minutes. 60 minutes, continuous combat? Sera's recollection sparked reactions from Danton, who was speechless, and from Imogen, who expressed doubt. That's exactly it. 60 minutes of continuous mock battles. For hydration and other needs, we do it in a real combat format, allowing each person to take care of themselves between battles, or depending on the case, even while fighting. That sounds harsh, Danton muttered. Well, it's possible that battles on an actual battlefield won't conclude within an hour. In the most intense situations, there might not be any replacement personnel, right? So this is to prepare for that. Of course, we do allow team members to rest as needed. It's training for both the soldiers and the commanders, training how to efficiently rotate between the fighting units and resting units. By the way, Rio said that training being easier than actual combat raises some questions. With that, Sera laughed again. This time, it was a bright, sparkling smile. It seemed that recalling Rio brought a smile to her face. Lord Rio, Duke Rondo is indeed a fierce individual, Captain Danton said, and Imogen nodded. More people were misunderstanding Rio. However, hearing this, there was a knight who renewed his determination. If it's 60 minutes, then I will train with continuous combat for 120 minutes and surpass him. Zack's small voice of determination was met with Scotty shaking his head slightly from the side. And so that no one could hear, he muttered, "It's a losing battle, Zack." Comic adaptation by Bokyu Tengu Water Attribute Mage a comic. Today, October 21, 2021, the second episode has been updated. Finally, it's the first time for something special. If you haven't seen it yet, please do check it out. And as for the novel, it's time for the unveiling. Yes, the unveiling must be done after all. This is a slightly shorter interlude. On the 20th Saturday at midnight, I will post 26 characters from the beginning of Part 3. Thank you in advance for that. Sera had noticed the faint sound of a violin playing. The skill was clumsy. Rather, it felt like the person had just picked up the instrument for the first time in the past few days. Moreover, the sound was coming from the room that Sera was about to enter. "What's this?" She had been told she could enter without knocking, so she quietly opened the door and peeked inside. Surely, if Abel were watching, he would say with an exasperated tone, "Sera is starting to move like Rio." If Sera heard this, she would actually be very happy. Inside the room, a violin lesson was taking place. The one receiving lessons was Prince Noah. His mother, Princess Rhea, sat in the corner of the room, watching with a smile on her face. Sera quietly walked over to Rhea. "Oh, Sera, you brought the documents, right?" "Yes, I did bring them, but are you in the middle of a violin practice?" "Yes, I found out after I got married, but it seems that all the children born into the Natore royal family must be able to play the violin." "That's impressive," Rhea said with a wry smile, and Sera was surprised. Neither Rhea nor Sera could play the violin. The requirement to be able to play is. It seems that the restorer of the kingdom, King Richard, was a master violinist, and that has influenced things. Therefore, being able to play the violin isn't just a hobby, it's a job. But Prince Noah is only 3 years old. Yes, now that he's 3, it seems he's starting his lessons. Being part of royalty is tough, Sera sighed. In addition to acquiring practical knowledge for governing the country, royals are expected to master many cultural arts, martial arts, dance, horseback riding, and even sailing. When representing the kingdom abroad as the face of the kingdom, any embarrassment reflects upon both the kingdom and its citizens. That said, growing up in an environment where mastering those skills is taken for granted is not normal. However, Sera understood. The Rhea in front of her had been making efforts to master those skills after marrying into the royal family. As someone who came from outside, that doesn't concern the foreign citizens. I don't want our kingdom's reputation to suffer because of me. Her nonchalant smile while working on her dance lessons was impressive. If started at a young age, the time to master those skills is relatively short. However, if one starts as an adult, in many cases it requires quite a bit of time. That's why Rhea's efforts were commendable. Everything was for the kingdom and its citizens. The citizens of the kingdom wouldn't ridicule or laugh at Rhea. But that wasn't the point. It was to avoid the citizens being subjected to sneers about having such a queen. Yet Rhea actually had her own feelings. It was undoubtedly tough, but she didn't dislike it. That was because it was the path her beloved had once taken. Now she had come to walk that path herself because she was permitted to. Abel had walked that path since he was small, and now she was also walking it. Because of that, it was tough but not painful. The human heart is complex. I had heard that Abel could play the violin, but I heard that Rio can play the piano. However, I don't know that instrument. Do you know it, Rhea? Piano? Well, I've never heard of it. At least it's not an instrument known in the Central Nations. Rhea tilted her head in response to Sera's question. Since entering the royal family, Rhea had been learning about the political situations of the various nations in the Central Nations, as well as aspects of traditional culture and daily life. The higher one rises in status, the more knowledge and cultural education outside of practical matters are required. Moreover, no matter how high one's practical abilities are, if one doesn't know anything else, they may not be entrusted with responsible positions. There is an increase in duties abroad rather than just domestic ones. Both men can play instruments, but we can't, Sera said with a small laugh. She spoke in a hushed voice since Prince Noah was practicing. Shall we practice instruments as a hobby, aiming to be able to play in about 20 years? Hobby, huh? I hadn't considered it, but that doesn't sound bad. However, it wouldn't be easy, would it? Yes, it could be really hard. I think it's truly difficult to be able to play an instrument. Saying that, Rhea smiled as she watched Prince Noah practicing diligently. Your Highness, you're doing wonderfully. If you practice every day, you'll be able to produce even more wonderful sounds. Yes, teacher. It was a conversation between the teacher and Prince Noah. The two watched happily from a distance. Your teaching is quite praiseworthy. Yes. That was my strong request. I asked to praise him as much as possible while teaching. Is that so? Rio said that the foundation of education is praise. That sounds just like Rio, Rhea said, and Sera nodded in agreement. Yes, praising and nurturing is fundamental. Rio often spoke of it and actually praised his own students. Of course, it's not enough to simply praise. One must specifically commend the parts they worked hard on and the areas in which they have improved. That requires careful observation. Conversely, the ability to praise accurately indicates that one is closely watching and supporting the other. The recipient of the praise feels this, leading to feelings of happiness. They want to be praised more and strive harder. Because they strive, they grow further. And then they receive further praise, such is the virtuous cycle, that is education. Both Rhea and Sera had witnessed Rio teaching the children of the Gecko Merchant Association water attribute magic in such a manner. As a result, they also saw the children enjoying using water attribute magic. Learning while having fun makes it easier to master. Yes, Rio mentioned something about the head's tension and the horse's rein or something, but I didn't quite understand that part. Rio sometimes says difficult things, Rhea recalled, and Sera nodded with a wry smile. But I remember him saying this: love is what makes you good at something. Rio enjoys his training, which is very much like him. Both Rhea and Sera recalled how Rio appeared to be enjoying his training in water attribute magic and alchemy. It's fun, surely that is righteousness. There are no pianos in the Central Nations. Will there be a depiction of Rio playing the piano somewhere? Now, as the title suggests, Water Attribute Mage has been entered into the next light novel Grand Prize 2021, an unfamiliar Grand Prize. Yes, this is the first time. It seems to be organized by KADOKAWA, inspired by the next manga Grand Prize. This time, Water Attribute Mage has been selected as a nominated work. I am very grateful. It seems several works from two books have also been entered. The official Next Light Novel website is voting period for the general public is from November 16 to December 15. You can vote once a day? Important. In other words, today, you can vote for Water Attribute Mage. Tomorrow, vote for another work you support. The day after tomorrow, vote again for Water Attribute Mage. I wonder if that's possible. Please give Water Attribute Mage your pure vote. No, as many votes as you'd like. I believe such achievements will lead to the publication of the next volume. Since there's an entry condition of within 3 volumes of a series, this could be the first and last chance for this award. I kindly ask for your support. Now, the release of Water Attribute Mage Part 1 Central Nations Arc III is just 4 days away on November 20 Saturday. Please wait just a little longer. I have sent signed copies and colored papers for bookstores to the editorial department. Now, they only need to be displayed in stores. Promotion finished, and this interlude, The Duties of Royalty, if you were wondering why the violin you there. Reading, Rio and Abel's afternoon conversation, Water Attribute Mage side story, 9 A Talented Hawk, might deepen your understanding. Now this weekend on the 20th Saturday, the 3rd volume of Water Attribute Mage will be released. As previously announced, at midnight on November 20 Saturday, I will post 26 characters from the beginning of Part 3. Stay tuned. Today, November 20, 2021 Saturday, the release date for the Water Attribute Mage Volume 3 is here. To celebrate this, we have released the first 27 words of Part 3 of the Narou version in advance. It was originally planned for 26 words, but it ended up being 27. Hey, Rio, wake up. I can't eat any more cake. I'm so full. Probably there isn't any cake here. Was that remark from Abel the decisive blow? Rio opened his eyes wide and literally jumped up. He looked around. Beside him was Abel. The two of them were on a sandy beach. In front of them, the ocean spread out. Behind them, a forest was approaching the coastline. He was wearing his usual robe. He was also wearing the shoes he received from the Dullahan. Murakumo Mikkel's custom knife and his self-made sheath were all there. The identification plate he was told to always wear was hanging around his neck. There were no particular problems. Phew, that's a relief. It seems like there are no fatal issues. Once Rio grasped the situation, he said that with a relieved expression. No, from any angle, this is a serious situation. Abel seemed unable to agree with Rio's opinion. And that was understandable. The world is made of diversity. One must always maintain the basic awareness that there are people with different opinions and ways of thinking. Certainly. I left my usual bag behind, so I don't have any salt or pepper seasonings. That's quite a serious situation, but I hope you can endure it. Abel, have you lost your patience since becoming the king? That's not it. Besides, where the hell are we? It's a beach, right? Where else could it possibly be? Rio answered Abel with a puzzled expression at his unreasonable outburst. Ah, yeah, I see my wording was poor. Why are we on this beach? I see. Abel doesn't understand what happened back then. Rio finally grasped why Abel was saying such things. It seems he thinks he has understood. The magical power of demon Garwin, or rather, the magic went out of control. Demons are usually skilled in gravity manipulation magic, right? A great physicist once said that gravity is the curvature of space, so I think the space got seriously warped, and we ended up being teleported to some unknown place. Sorry, I don't understand at all. Even after Rhea explained it in great detail, Abel couldn't comprehend it. It's difficult to get someone with no fundamental knowledge to understand. It's like trying to make someone who can't do basic addition and subtraction understand a 10th-order nonlinear partial differential equation. Well, first of all, even that 10th-order nonlinear partial differential equation itself is not something I can comprehend. So both of us have been teleported somewhere far away, right? Yes, I think that's a good understanding. Abel summarized it roughly, and Rhea accepted his words. We need to return quickly. Yeah, but it will be difficult, Rhea replied to Abel's words. Then Rhea fell silent. Even after a while of waiting, Rhea remained quiet. Abel could see that Rhea's expression was unusually serious as he was deep in thought. It was different from the usual serious facade. After being friends with Abel for so long, he could grasp that difference. What's wrong, Rhea? Abel, I believe we will eventually be thrown into an unavoidable battle. Where's this coming from? Rhea spoke with a serious expression, and Abel tilted his head in response. Rhea stretched out his arm. The place he pointed to was the sea. Yes, unless we stay here forever, we will have to venture into that sea someday. Ah, at that moment, Abel understood what Rhea was concerned about. The inside of the sea is a different world. That's right. It's said to be a world where people shouldn't enter, even more so than the night forest. Abel nodded in agreement with Rhea's words. There are no ones who can defeat the sea monsters in the sea, Abel muttered. Indeed, that is obvious. In an environment surrounded by water, attacks using fire attribute magic or wind attribute magic are meaningless. Even if you generate and launch a stone spear using earth attribute magic, it would face water resistance. Furthermore, the water in that sea is under the control of the sea monsters. To begin with, even the fundamental issue of how to breathe underwater exists. That's why the water magic stones obtained from aquatic monsters fetch astonishingly high prices. Or rather, they are rarely obtained. Now that you mention it, I don't hear much about water magic stones, Abel said, and Rhea nodded as he recalled. Abel looked at Rhea's ears. That thing you're wearing on your ear is a water magic stone, and even at that size, it's worth an eye-popping amount. What Rhea was wearing on his ear was a prototype made by Viscount Kenneth Hayward from the Royal Alchemy Workshop for Abel's Echo of the Soul. It was a very beautiful earring with a blue magic stone set in the center, about half the size of a pinky nail. That water magic stone should only come to the Royal Alchemy Workshop 2 or 3 times a year, even though it's the institution that prioritizes distributing magic stones the most in the kingdom. Wow, it seems to be quite the rare equipment. Yes, when you defeat the sea monsters, they sink to the bottom of the sea. It was the same when he defeated the bait ball. They flowed to the bottom of the sea, not in the shallows, but deeper into the ocean. Indeed, even if you could defeat the sea monsters, retrieving the magic stones would be impossible. But we can't get out unless we defeat that guy, right? That guy? Yes. Our common enemy. Did we have such a thing? Abel tilted his head at Rhea's words. It easily took away my magical control and sank the ship you were on into the sea. The Kraken, I wonder if it's here too. It was at the outskirts of the forest of Rondo. Whether it is here, I don't know. Of course, it would be a different individual. But we can't ignore that giant squid when crossing the sea. Of course, it would be nice if it lets us pass easily. But from what I've learned in the Western nations, the Kraken actively attacks anything that invades its territory. I think you should consider the possibility that we will have to fight. Seriously, even someone like Rhea, who has battled against legendary demons, cannot clearly say they could win against the Kraken in the sea. In the sea, he would have his control over water taken away. What happens if he loses control of water in the sea? He can't defend with ice wall. He can't attack with icicle lance. He can't even swim. There might even be a chance of being crushed by the seawater. In other words, there won't be a fight. But perhaps they will have to defeat such a giant opponent for Rhea and Abel to survive. The next stage starts in the sea. Perhaps both of them are in a tough spot, being toyed with by a mischievous author. Heh. Now the 3rd volume released today, The Water Attribute Mage, Part 1 Central Nations Arc III has a beautifully printed cover. I really want many people to see it. For readers who purchase the digital version, even if it's just to look, when you visit your nearby bookstore, please stop by the light novel corner and take a look at the cover of Volume 3. The quality of the printed paper and the professional printing create a level of intricacy and overwhelming impact that is different from digital data. When I first saw Volume 3, I was moved. As for the 3rd volume of paper, it turns out that Book First Shinjuku Store is displaying the cover and frontispiece. Speaking of Book First Shinjuku Store, it's a large bookstore with a 1,000 tsubo size within a 3-minute walk from Shinjuku Station, boasting a collection of 900,000 books. It's located in the striking Cocoon building of Mode Gakuen. It's so wonderful. Book first Shinjuku store. I would be happy if you could swing by when you're nearby. Note: November 23 Tuesday, holiday will be a temporary closed day. The comic adaptation by Bokutengu Sensei, The Water Attribute Mage a comic. Chapter 3 was updated on the 18th. Rhea, who just completed his first battle in the previous chapter, what will happen this time? Please make sure to read it. Lastly, I am properly progressing with preparations for Part 3 of the Narou version. Once the start time is decided, I will let you know. Well then, let's meet again in the next SS. A bit shorter than usual. For now, starting tonight, there will be 3 consecutive posts. 5 people walking through the desert. If someone who knew all the circumstances were there, they would have been astonished. Because one of those 5 is a demon, and the remaining 4 are the demon's kin. Among the kin, there is a giant man who embodies the rough, bold, and rugged image. His long, thick orange hair and matching eyes stand out more than his massive frame as he spoke. Lord Garwin, we've been in the desert for so long that I'm thirsty. Shut up, Orenju. You as my kin won't die even if you don't drink water. Garwin, a tall and muscular man standing at 190 centimeters with blonde hair and a tanned complexion, yelled. Well, I won't die, but I feel thirsty, you know, right, Isolde? No, not particularly. The long-haired, black-haired woman Isolde shook her head in response to Orenju's inquiry. Seriously. Wait, so is it just my imagination? Orenju's expression turned surprised as he said this with uncertainty. However, he quickly continued speaking. By the way, why are we walking in a place like this? It's due to the runaway magic implosion. Isolde answered casually. Though they should have been dead during the runaway, it seems she understands something of it. Among the 5, a child walking beside the demon Garwin bowed deeply. It was Juck, the kin who had taken over Duke Arwen of Shrewsbury's body. In contrast to how he spoke to Orenju, Garwin's voice was filled with a kindness that felt genuine. Good, Juck. It's not your fault. Don't worry about it. Indeed, I underestimated that young Duke's determination. Truly, the tenacity of humans is formidable. My judgment was lacking. Ha ha ha, that's right, as expected of Juck, a bundle of ambition. Yes, I have high expectations for you. After watching the exchange between the two with a tilted head, Orenju turned to Isolde walking next to him. I always think this, but Juck's voice only seems to be heard by Lord Garwin. Yes, that's true. Why is that? Well, I don't know, it's just how it is, isn't it? Even though we're the same kin, though we are both kin of Lord Garwin, Juck is special. Right now, he looks like a child, but neither you nor I knows his true form, do we? Basically, he's always taking over someone else's body and sending power to Lord Garwin. That's his role. Even while Lord Garwin is sealed, that child was the only one who could act. He's truly special. Isolde answered while glancing at Juck. Orenju and Isolde were at the front, with Garwin and Juck following behind and Vimro guarding the rear. Compared to Garwin and Orenju, Vimro was slender. Of course, he was still well-muscled and overwhelmingly strong compared to an average human. That was only natural. He was one of the top-ranking kin of Demon Garwin, one of the 4 generals. However, Vimro still doesn't talk. That's just how it is, right? As Orenju and Isolde said, he remained silent. In truth, the two also had no memory of hearing his voice. Juck's voice isn't heard, and Vimro doesn't talk. Out of the 4 generals, it's just me and Isolde who can speak normally. At this point, there's nothing we can do about it. Moreover, it's been a while since all 5 of us have gathered like this, including Lord Garwin. And so, the 5 walked through the desert. Still, where are we anyway? We can't enjoy the scenery if it's just endless desert, Orenju grumbled. It's certain that it's neither the Central Nations nor the Western Nations. Unusually, Garwin replied to Orenju's complaint without yelling. He seemed to have some confidence in his words. Is that really true? What Lord Garwin says seems to be. Shut up, Orenju. Unlike you, I have my reasons for saying so. Garwin ended up yelling again. Lord Garwin, what is the reason for saying this isn't the Central Nations or the Western Nations? A masterful follow-up from Isolde. But it turned out, Isolde herself was just curious about the reason and wasn't particularly helping Orenju. Because there are no accumulators here. Accumulators? We demons? Back then, we called ourselves Spellno. We set them up in various locations across the Central Nations and the Western Nations to gain power. They were placed at points where ley lines converge or where they erupt. If they exist, power flows in automatically from there, but there's none around here. So that's why this place isn't part of either the Central Nations or the Western Nations. Isolde nodded at Garwin's explanation. Even after following Garwin as a top kin for a long time, there was still much she didn't know. Those must have been set up a long time ago, right? Do they still function now? Orenju asked. Yes. After a while, it seems the humans also realized the value of those places. They built shrines and temples there. Could it be what the humans were calling the hidden shrine? Yes, that's it, Orenju asked in surprise, and Garwin nodded casually. Can we consider that they are gathering magical power? Isolde tilted her head as she inquired. Well, honestly, I don't really know, because most likely no one truly understands what is clearly called magical power. It's just something we have a vague sense of, Garwin shrugged as he answered. Then with a slight smile, he continued speaking. Well, as long as those accumulators exist, even if we perish, we will revive, we will come back. Garwin stated that clearly. The water mage who chopped you up. He did a good job, despite everything. Orenju lamented, shaking his head slightly. Even if they were enemies, Orenju evaluated strong individuals as strong. That was his way. That guy probably got sent somewhere along with Richard's descendant, Garwin said, reminiscing with a pleased smile, continuing his words. I want to have such exhilarating battles again. Oh, Lord Garwin, I see a town, Orenju exclaimed happily. In the desert he pointed to, there was a town. The group had reached the oasis town. Tomorrow I will post part 2. Stay tuned. The second day of 3 consecutive posts. The town the group arrived at was not very large. Rather than a town, it was more appropriate to call it a settlement. At the center, there was an oasis that could be described as a pond with water springing forth, surrounded by about 20 tents. This area around the pond is quite cool, Orenju said happily. Even as a demon's kin, he didn't like it too hot, preferring the cooler temperatures. According to a book I read previously, humans seem to call it an oasis, Isolde added. As expected of Isolde, if only Orenju could learn even a little from this attitude. Garwin praised Isolde's remark. Why are you dragging me into this? Lord Garwin, you didn't know either, did you? Be quiet, Orenju. I'm fine with it. You servants just need to make up for my shortcomings. What a selfish way of thinking, Orenju lamented Garwin's self-centered mentality. Being kin seems to be quite tough. As the group washed their faces and drank water at the oasis, an old woman approached. Telugute yainus, telugute hainus, telugute tainus, telugute votuenus, telugute rhinus, telugute hienus, telugute kainus, telugute huenus, telugute lainus, telugute huenus. I don't understand the words, Orenju murmured in response to her. Garwin blinked his eyes 2 or 3 times, then, travelers. Oh, I can understand the words. The old woman spoke again with the same phrase, and this time Orenju understood it as well. Ah, we got lost and ended up here, Garwin answered politely for him. First and foremost, gathering information was crucial. It would be best to leave here as soon as possible. Why is that? The members of the Devil Society will be coming soon. If they see your beautiful daughter, they will definitely try to take her for themselves. The old woman glanced at Isolde as she said this. They say it's the Devil Society. Is it that devil? That's not it. Devils aren't interested in women to begin with. Orenju and Isolde whispered to each other. Then their naming sense is catastrophic. I agree, but what name would you give them? Of course I would call them Orenjus. Yeah, I shouldn't have asked. As Garwin listened to Orenju and Isolde's conversation, he asked the old woman, what exactly does this Devil Society want? They come to extort money and food from us. Oh, I see. They're bad guys then, Garwin said with a laugh. For some reason he seemed pleased. Where do they come from? They come from Tantoga, where the capital is. Oh, the capital, huh? Is it far? Is it big? Since it's the capital, it's large. It's just beyond 2 oases. Are you planning to go to the capital? Yeah, I'm starting to think that sounds good. An hour later, the 5 members of the group were sitting at the edge of the oasis, ignoring the old woman's advice and resting. The area around the oasis was surprisingly cool, so Orenju had dozed off for a long time. Finally, men riding camels appeared from the western desert. There were 12 of them. Hey, it's time for the usual collection. The leading man's shout was cut off mid-sentence. Not just him, but the others fixed their gazes on one spot. That was because of a beautiful woman with black hair approaching. The beauty opened her mouth. Are you the Devil Society? Yeah, that's us. In that instant, no one noticed the ominous smile of Demon Garwin, and then the orders were given. Leave one alive. Let him guide us. Then 3 gusts of wind swept through the ranks of the Devil Society. Orenju, Vimro, and Juk. The heads of 4 fell, blood gushed from their necks, and 3 turned to stone. What? Only the man at the front of the Devil Society, who had been talking to Isolde, remained unscathed. However, a drawn sword was pressed against his throat by Isolde. You are our prisoner. Guide us to the capital. Yes. Thus, Garwin's group acquired 12 camels, including for the transfer and a guide. Welcome to part 6 of Rio's Ice-Sky adventure. I hope you enjoy and join the Discord channel for more exciting stories like this one. It is the 3rd day of my 3-night consecutive posting. 6 men and women arrived at the entrance of the capital, Tantoga. Each of them was riding a camel with a spare camel in tow. Well, what a splendid city this is, the demon Garwin praised the town. Surrounding Tantoga, the desert came to an end, giving way to grasslands. This is the capital, Tantoga of the Desert Kingdom, Jerban, explained a human man. His expression was more timid than polite, almost fearful. Hey, Bazan, first things first, food, take us to a good restaurant. Of course, Lord Garwin, Bazan replied, nodding repeatedly. Bazan was one of the tough individuals known as members of the Devil Society, but right now he was guiding Garwin and the others. Moreover, on the way they were made to understand that Garwin and the others were not just humans, but something far more terrifying. Lord Garwin, we don't really need to eat. Shut up, Orenju, I want to eat good food. Of course, it's not an issue if we don't, but since we've come to the city, isn't it fine to eat? As usual, Garwin shouted at Orenju. Naturally, the other three kin remained silent. Vimro was, to begin with, taciturn. Juck's voice could only be heard by Garwin, and Exiled pushed the role of being scolded onto Orenju. Orenju had that role. After finishing their meal, the six of them exited the restaurant. Indeed, it was delicious. Bazan, I commend you, said Garwin. Ha ha, thank you very much. Bazan, the only human among them, bowed deeply, almost touching his forehead to the ground. However, by the way, Bazan, did you pay the bill at the restaurant? No, why didn't you pay? This is a restaurant that pays tax to the Devil Society, so food and drinks are free. Bazan answered with a hint of pride in Garwin's question. That's not good, Garwin replied. As Garwin denied him, Bazan's face turned pale. People pay when they eat at a place owned by other people. That should be obvious. Go pay right now? Yes. Bazan immediately ran off, rushing to the restaurant's cash register. Orenju watched this with a puzzled expression. Not understanding, he decided to ask Garwin. Lord Garwin, it's unusual for you to insist on paying. What are you saying, Orenju? People pay when they eat at a place owned by other people. That should be obvious. Garwin answered Orenju with a puzzled look. And he continued speaking. Even if the Devil Society held a high position of power, no, precisely because they hold a high position. Juck, what do you think? Isn't that right? The boy duke that Juck took over, being a duke, is quite a high position among humans, yet even when eating in the city, he would have paid, right? That is only natural. Indeed, the higher the position, the more they should set an example for the people. That is completely true. That being the case, I cannot understand what Orenju is trying to say at all. Garwin said this and shook his head slightly. Beside him, the boyish-looking Juck also shook his head. Am I the weird one? Orenju murmured with a grimace, and he continued speaking. However, Lord Garwin, you've never paid humans for anything before, have you? Of course not. What's it to you? You just told him to pay earlier. We are demons and our kin. We are beings above humans, correct? Where is the necessity to pay humans? Garwin looked at Orenju with the eyes of someone looking at a pitiful person. Am I wrong? Orenju, you would understand if you thought about it a little. For example, if those humans over there went to a chicken-run restaurant and ate, would they pay the chickens to leave the restaurant? There is no way they would, right? After all, they are beings that would eat them later. Orenju, you need to think a bit more. Is that analogy? Correct, Garwin confidently explained, while Orenju's voice in response was truly small and unheard by anyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. After a while, Bazan returned after paying the bill. Bazan, who is the strongest person in this city? Garwin suddenly asked with a smile. If it's in the open, it would be the captain of the king's guard, Zokyuraku, Bazan answered. His smooth response indicated that this was a well-known individual. However, what Garwin was curious about was something else. You said in the open. Is there someone in the shadows? Yes, if anything goes, it would be our Devil Society's chairman, Barza. This was also a smooth answer. All right, then take us to where that Devil Society's Barza is. Because it sounds interesting. When Garwin said this, Bazan nodded once and began to lead the way. Bazan wore a faint smile. At last, I'll be freed from these guys. I was wondering how to get help, but they say they want to go to the headquarters on their own. My luck isn't completely gone yet. So, Bazan, what are those you brought? They were now in the main hall of the Devil Society's headquarters. As Bazan led the way, Garwin and the other six entered the hall, where they were met with puzzled looks and questions. Yes, Vice Chairman, these individuals wish to meet the chairman. Do you really bring anyone who says they want to meet? The Vice Chairman questioned, frowning even more at Bazan's reply. No, Bazan stumbled over his answer. Oh, Bazan was caught by us, so he came here wanting help. What? Garwin said with a laugh, and the Vice Chairman, confused, questioned further. The chairman, this Barza, is said to be strong, right? He thought he could win against me and get himself freed by coming here. As Garwin explained politely, Bazan's expression turned to one of shock. It seemed he hadn't expected to be found out. Well, in other words, it's an assault. If we kill all of you, will this so-called chairman show up? Don't be ridiculous, you want to kill us. Shall I show you? Interesting. Go ahead and try. Hey, you guys. Do it! Before the Vice Chairman could say anything more, Garwin gave the order. 4 gusts of wind swept through the hall. Orenju, Vimro, Juck, and Exiled. 3 heads flew off, blood gushing from 3 necks, and 3 bodies turned to stone as their hearts were pierced. Only the Vice Chairman remained alive. What the? The vice-chairman could not comprehend what had happened. It seems everyone but you has died. Garwin stated the fact, and he continued speaking. So is the chairman not coming out yet? Do I have to kill you too? W8. A side door opened, and a person emerged. What's all the noise about? The chairman, a young-looking individual in their mid-20s, emerged with a frown, and the vice-chairman happily called out. Oh, you came out after I killed everyone. When in trouble, it's best to just kill everyone, Garwin said with a pleased expression. Is that so? Don't ask me. Orenju whispered to Exiled beside him. Asked, Exiled replied with annoyance. I heard the chairman is the strongest in this city. Ah, I am strong. Chairman Barza confidently answered Garwin's inquiry. That's right, those who do bad things must be strong, but you look. Garwin chuckled mockingly and continued. Weak, you. Before Barza could finish, he lunged forward, drawing his sword, invading Garwin's range. Garwin dodged the sharp horizontal slash by leaning back in a sway. Crosswise thrusting, followed by consecutive thrusts, a rising cut and a downward strike. But all of it missed. Garwin, unarmed, did not receive Barza's sword, nor did it come close to him. He dodged all of it. You only keep saying you. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Garwin, a demon. A demon? Nonsense. Despite introducing himself honestly, Garwin was not accepted, the sword fight. No, Barza's one-sided flailing of the sword continued for a while. But, ha ha ha, Barza was panting heavily. It was understandable. Every strike he threw was evaded. He was not even able to inflict damage or receive any. His mental strength was being drained more than his physical strength. What are you? Like I said before. I am Lord Garwin the Demon. Garwin politely answered Barza's question again. I'm really kind, you know. Garwin reveled in his own kindness. Is Lord Garwin really kind? Orenju's question was completely ignored by Exiled. Hey, Barza or whatever, you're running out of stamina, right? For the last time, unleash your best technique. I'll take it without dodging. You. I told you my name, and yet you can only say you. Garwin shook his head slightly. Such sarcasm no longer reached Barza's ears. Barza became determined, his ultimate strike. If that lands, the fight will be over. Then he had no choice but to unleash it. He readied his sword, and then he unleashed it. Sword technique. 5 claw rapid stabs. It was an ultra-high-speed 5 consecutive thrusts. Clang, 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 clang. All 5 were deflected. Impossible, Barza shouted. If it could be dodged, it would be one thing, but 5 strikes that should pierce through were deflected. Weak. With those words, Garwin's fist struck Barza's abdomen. Gah! Barza crumpled to the ground. Did you know? Bad guys, when they lose, become the slaves of the one who wins. A sinister smile spread across Garwin's face. You are now my slave. Saying that, Garwin burst into laughter. Thus, the Devil Society of the Desert Kingdom Jerban became Garwin's subordinates. It seems there's still more to come. For now, the consecutive posting is over. I might post the continuation sometime later. Also, I want to write an SS for everyone in the delegation from the Western nations. Eventually, you know. Well then, see you in the next SS. Afterward, there are many announcements. Below is the illustration of Rhea and Sera, which is the cover of the novel Volume 4 that was revealed today. This is, surely, a dream. Rhea's voice trembled, but it wasn't trembling from fear. It was trembling from joy. Yes, joy. What kind of joy was it? How many cakes? No, how many hundreds of cakes are there? Before Rhea spread out. A mountain of cakes. Really, is it okay to eat all of these? Of course. They were prepared for you, Rhea. Let's eat together. The answer to Rhea's question came from Sera. Hearing that answer, Rhea finally smiled. Seeing that, Sera also broke into a beaming smile. You're definitely going to eat too much. But a voice echoed as if to condemn that sight. Even without turning around, he knew it was that swordsman. Abel doesn't want any, huh? Huh. No, I want to eat too. When Rhea stated with a serious expression, Abel quickly changed his demeanor. You want to eat? Very well, I'll let Abel have a little. Oh, thank you. Hee. Your banter is always entertaining, Rhea said, and Abel expressed his gratitude with a subtle expression while Sera laughed. There was happiness there. If happiness were to take form, it would surely look like this. This is a chocolate mousse covered in glaze, drizzling melted chocolate over it. The person who first thought of this is a genius. What a combination filled with guilt. Right, I had this at Doge Pietro. Truly silk. In front of Rhea's gaze was a chocolate cake enveloped in jet black. Moreover, this is pistachio, chocolate, strawberry, no raspberry, a mousse intertwined with jelly. Ah, this is light. It's Lumiere light guiding us who have wandered into the forest of gourmet food. Rhea gazed dreamily at the beautiful cross-section. After a while, his gaze shifted to the top of the mountain of cakes. There, it was wide open. Sitting at the peak, yes, the Cake Queen, the highest peak of the Alps that has captivated gourmets from all over the world, a perfect and supreme name to represent that height, the White Lady Mont Blanc. Rhea's gaze was glued. What a wonderful sight. He unconsciously let out a word of admiration. Cakes can captivate people just by looking at them. But, oh no, we've kept the cake waiting too long. Let's eat right away. Let's eat together. Let's enjoy it. With that, Rio quickly placed the first item before him. The Queen Mont Blanc, beside it, accompanied by Kona coffee. With a solemn yet joyous motion, he inserted his fork. In that moment, Rio's expression was filled with joy. Without pausing, a movement smooth enough to be described as elegant, he stabbed Mont Blanc with his fork and brought it to his mouth. Ah! Delicious, delicious, delicious. To try to express its deliciousness in words would be tactless. Yes, deliciousness reminds us of the powerlessness of words. You just need to eat, just eat. That alone is the only correct answer, the true solution, a great truth understood by everyone in the world. The only word needed in this world is just one: delicious, as long as you have this word. Yes, it's delicious. Indeed, it is tasty. And delicious spread. Sera and Abel also became captivated by the deliciousness. Happiness reigned. The three of them ate cake until they were full. Smiles appeared, laughter rang out, and they felt like they could forgive everything. Deliciousness is justice. Now justice has been served. Hey, Rio, wake up. I can't anymore. I can't eat any more cake. I'm full. Mumble, mumble. Probably there aren't any cakes around here. This was the story of the dream Rio was having at the beginning of Part 3 in the Narou version. Please refer to the post on November 20 titled Volume 3 Release Commemoration. Narou version Part 3 opening 27:0 words. The reason Rio ate so many cakes up to Part 2 is because in Part 3, Rio won't have access to cakes. Perhaps whisper. If you find yourself thinking, why is that? It is usually a foreshadowing by the author. There is meaning behind it, whether it seems excessive or sudden. Hee. Now, as for the start date of Part 3, it will be on April 1, 2022, Friday at 9 p.m. Did you see that coming? Because both Part 1 and Part 2 started on April 1? Well, yes. If I had set it to June 1, I thought everyone might get mad at me. Unless something really strange happens, it will start on April 1. Until then, I will continue my preparations. On December 24, Friday, various pieces of information related to the book version were revealed. Water Attribute Mage, Volume 4, the release date for Water Attribute Mage. Part 1, Central Nations Arc IV, is March 10, 2022, Thursday. On the same day, a canvas artboard excluding tax, 35.0 yen, will also be released. This is the first merchandise for Water Attribute Mage. Finally, I think our child has been recognized by the publisher. The canvas artboard is approximately 27 × 22 cm f3 size. The image of Rio and Sera above this afterward. This is the cover of Volume 4 and the artwork that will be depicted on the canvas artboard. Isn't it really beautiful and cool? The first merchandise for Water Attribute Mage. The new illustration will appear as a canvas artboard. The cover illustration from the original novel Volume 4 is faithfully recreated on canvas. You can enjoy the texture of the canvas, almost like a painting. It's the perfect size whether you hang it on the wall or display it on an easel. Above, from the explanation onto Books Online, the paper version cover of Volume 3 was also extremely beautiful, but now it's canvas. And larger, actually, the author is looking forward to this the most. The first volume of the comic will finally be released on March 15, Tuesday. And onto Books Online, there is a simultaneous purchase section for Novel Volume 4, and if you purchase from there, you will receive the Novel Volume 4 and Comic Volume 1 simultaneous purchase bonus short story. Actually, I haven't written it yet. I will write it during the New Year's holiday. Summary of today's published information, Narou version Part 3. Eastern Nations Arc will start on April 1, 2022, Friday at 9 p.m. Book version, Novel Volume 4, will be released on March 10, 2022, Thursday. The canvas artboard will also be released on March 10, 2022, Thursday. Comic Volume 1 will be released on March 15, 2022, Tuesday. There is a simultaneous purchase bonus short story for Novel Volume 4 and Comic Volume 1. There is also a set for purchasing Novel Volume 4, Comic Volume 1, and Canvas Artboard slightly cheaper. For more details, please check to Books Online. Also, I will post this year's last short story on December 27, Monday. It will be a short story that pairs with this one. I would be happy if you could read that as well. This is the last SS of the year. When the new year starts, Abel has to give me a New Year's gift. Abel, can you hear me? No, I can't hear you. You're clearly hearing me. Why are you ignoring me? I don't know. I just had a feeling that this was going to be an unfavorable conversation for me, so I ignored it. Abel is a former rank swordsman. His intuition has been shaped by experiences where life and death were at stake. That intuition told him not to respond. As expected, the water attribute mage in front of him is frowning. It seems that Abel's decision not to react was indeed the right one. However, this mage is persistent. By the way, his name is Rhea. It's a New Year's gift, Adashadama. Sounds like an orb? Abel, you don't need to make jokes. Making jokes is my role, and your role is to respond. Yeah, I don't understand what that means. Rhea sometimes uses words that Abel can't comprehend. Well, he's gotten used to it by now. That's just how Rhea is. Important people give lots of money. That's what a New Year's gift is. The king gives it to the first duke. Why, yeah, you don't have to worry about things like status. The king is important, so he can just give a New Year's gift. Rhea, you're already an adult, right? Yeah, that's right. What's the matter? Rhea's response was not very smooth. A New Year's gift is something that adults give to children, right? How do you know that? Under Abel's calm observation, Rhea panics and blurts out, I heard that after King Richard's era, there was a custom like that for a while. King Richard, I wish you had kept that a bit more vague. For some reason, King Richard is being blamed. Of course, he is not at fault. Besides, Rhea, you're rich already. You don't need to receive a New Year's gift, right? That's not the point. It's not about the amount. Well, receiving a large sum would be wonderful, though. Rhea is trying to think of a different way to say it. Abel lets out a small sigh. I don't really have to give you money, do I? And no, that's not true. This is a custom, yes, a custom. A custom. Yes, a New Year's gift is something everyone receives, just like matcha expenses in the new year and ice money in the summer. Do you know about those? It's been decided since long ago that important people give them. Everyone involved in politics receives them. That sounds a bit suspicious. Abel is sharp today. The failure of introducing faction politics and monetary politics. Matcha expenses and ice money can't be helped, so at least just the New Year's gift. Well, I'll think about it. Seeing Rhea's sad expression, Abel shook his head gently and said that. This must be a dream. Speaking of which, when the new year came, I did give Rhea a New Year's gift, although it wasn't a significant amount. I remember him being really happy despite being a wealthy person. And then Abel woke up. He was on a sandy beach. In front of him was the sea. Beside him was the usual water attribute Mage lying down. He was down, but he looked very happy, mumbling something. Hey, Rhea, wake up. I can't anymore. I can't eat any more cake. I'm so full. Mumble, mumble. Probably there's no cake here. Just like the previous story, in this version of the dream Abel was having at the beginning of the third part. Well then, everyone, Happy New Year. Debuhi Empire, Imperial Castle, Emperor's Office. The one who let out a long, deep sigh was the former Emperor Rupert VI. There's no way they'll be happy about this. Saying this, he sighed deeply again. With the death of his eldest son, Helmut VIII, at the hands of the King of Horseback. The highest power in the Debuhi Empire has once again returned to the hands of the former Emperor, Rupert. Rupert was sighing because he disliked the idea of being scolded, over and over again. And finally, Lady Duchess Reuben, Count Ruska has arrived. Let them in. Lady Duchess Reuben, Fiona, and her husband, the blazing flame mage, Count Oscar Lusk, entered the office. Welcome, Fiona Oscar. Please have a seat. Excuse us. Once again, Rupert let out a small sigh. Fiona and Oscar had been summoned to the imperial capital from their territory, the Duchy of Reuben. They were not yet informed of the reason for their summons. They were only told by the former Emperor Rupert that he wanted to consult them about something. When they received that message, both Fiona and Oscar had tilted their heads in confusion. It was rare for Rupert to ask for consultation. During his reign as emperor and even after stepping down, Rupert has never consulted anyone. While it may sound like something a dictator would do, the essence of Rupert is that he is someone who does not consult others. In a way, this is because he is always prepared to take on all responsibility himself. He doesn't shift responsibility onto others. He takes it on himself. The only exception to this might be Count Hans Kirchhoff, who served as his regent. However, Hans is not by his side at the moment. He remains in the Western nations as the acting head of the imperial delegation, separated from Rupert. The reason I called you here is, actually, to put it simply, Rupert tried to explain, but was astonishingly hesitant. Both Fiona and Oscar were quite surprised internally. This was a scene they had never witnessed before. Fiona is the youngest daughter of Rupert, but she had fallen from royalty to nobility and is now a duke. Due to their clearly different positions, they generally do not engage in close conversation. But, Your Majesty, I mean, Father, it seems there's something difficult for you to say. I'm fine, so please go ahead. Fiona prompted him to continue. That seemed to trigger something, and Rupert began to weave his words. Well, is that so? The truth is, I want Oscar to go to the Western nations. Rupert couldn't finish his sentence. Rupert sensed an invisible magic passing right next to his cheek. It might be something related to light attribute magic. He involuntarily swallowed his saliva. Father, what did you just say? No, calm down, Fiona. I am calm. No, you are definitely not calm. Since she was a princess, and even since Fiona was born, shortly after which her mother and principal consort, Frederica, passed away, Rupert has doted on Fiona excessively. It's a well-known fact that fathers are weak toward their daughters. However, Rupert's level of affection surpasses that general notion. That is why he fears Fiona's anger. Of course, in his heart he thinks, "Didn't I ask you just now to speak up?" But he cannot say it aloud. "F5 Fiona, please listen." "I am listening, please go on." Rupert, sweating profusely, spoke, while Fiona urged him to continue. Of course, she was prompting him to speak, but honestly, Rupert thought he didn't want to say it. So he looked at the person sitting next to Fiona. Without saying anything aloud, he understood that Oscar was also aware of what Rupert was seeking. He could guess the reason for sending Oscar to the Western nations. "Fiona, let's calmly listen to the Emperor's words." "Yes." Oscar held Fiona's hand and soothed her in a calm voice. Fiona, still frowning, nodded as she squeezed Oscar's hand. Seeing this, Rupert let out a sigh of relief. And finally, he began to explain further. "The truth is, there's an urgent need to call Hans back. Count Hans Kirchhoff, he's with the delegation in the Western nations, right?" "Yes, that's correct. I want to send Oscar there using Hagen's teleportation to bring Hans back here. That's why I asked Oscar to go to the Western nations." Having managed to explain, Rupert let out a small breath. To be frank, he knew that this proposal would be accepted. Fiona would be displeased, but Oscar wouldn't refuse it. Oscar is rational and quick-witted, provided that Fiona is not involved. To move the Imperial delegation without a hitch in the distant Western nations in place of Hans would require exceptional charisma beyond mere leadership skills. It's essential to capture emotions with charisma rather than control reason through command. This necessity arises in a foreign land. When considering this, there are very few alternatives in the vast empire aside from Oscar. No, excluding Rupert, there is only one alternative: Fiona. Thus, only Oscar or Fiona can fulfill this role. Moreover, sending both of them is impossible. Given that the Emperor has died, the current empire cannot be considered stable. Even if the former Emperor, the great Rupert VI, were to return. The Duchy of Rubin, governed by Fiona and Oscar, is one of the key territories in the eastern part of the empire. While it is currently an extremely stable territory due to the power of both, it was originally land of nobles that were dispossessed during the latter days of Rupert's reign, making it a place where caution is necessary. Sending both of them from such a territory to the Western nations is far too reckless. "Father, no, former Emperor," Fiona called out, making sure to change her wording. "Ah, no, Fiona, please calm down." At that moment, Rupert saw a blazing inferno rising behind Fiona. It must be an illusion. He thought it must be, but he clearly saw it. The anger that he was trying to suppress was rising up uncontrollably. It was as if it materialized. Fiona, who wields both fire and light attribute magic. Her fire attribute is, in a sense, very offensive. "Former Emperor, may I ask you once again, what do you want to do with Oscar, I mean my husband?" "Fiona, please calm down." "Your Majesty, I am calm." "No, you are definitely not calm." Fiona's face showed no emotion. However, it was more terrifying than when her anger was expressed. Rupert genuinely felt that way. Rupert kept swallowing his saliva repeatedly. He was about to experience the utmost fury from the person he cherishes most in the world, which is something no one would want to face. Beside Fiona, Oscar shook his head slightly. Rotating to the Western nations in place of Hans, he likely anticipated that he would be given that order, and indeed it came as expected. Moreover, Fiona's anger also manifested as he anticipated. Oscar understood that this method was the most logically correct one. It would be fastest if the entire delegation could return to the Empire using Baron Hagen Benda's teleportation. But the former Emperor would not do that. This means there are circumstances preventing it, whether it is an issue on the side of the delegation or perhaps a problem with Baron Hagen Benda's teleportation. During the previous war with the kingdom, a large army was teleported to the battlefield through teleportation. After that, Baron Hagen Benda apparently wandered on the brink of death. But this time, it is not such a large army. If just the Imperial delegation, it's only a few hundred people. Yet the former Emperor does not command it. Regarding this teleportation, Oscar holds a hypothesis. A hypothesis that large armies cannot be teleported over long distances. With one or two people, it is possible to teleport over 4,000 kilometers. That has been proven. However, as the number of people to teleport increases, the distance may decrease proportionally. Thus, it may be impossible to teleport a large number between the Central nations and the Western nations. The details of Baron Hagen Benda's teleportation remain the Empire's top secret. Oscar and even Fiona are not privy to that information. Therefore, there's no way to confirm. Regardless, if the entire delegation cannot be moved via teleportation, the options are limited. Among those, the most crucial point is that the delegation is away from their homeland in the distant Western nations. No matter how elite they are, being far and away from their homeland for an extended time can lead to nostalgia. They will want to return to their country. This can lead to fractures. It is a matter of emotions, not reason. That is why the person who unites such individuals must be someone who can grasp those emotions. Oscar himself does not believe he possesses charisma. However, he understands that his strength gives his subordinates a sense of security. Following this person will be all right. That sense of security. Objectively speaking, this is part of charisma, but Oscar himself is not aware of it. Oscar lightly tapped Fiona's hand, which he was holding. With just that, Fiona returned to her normal state. Master, yet even before the former Emperor Rupert, she called him Master. It seems she is not completely calm yet. Don't trouble the Emperor too much. Yes. However, I am fine. Oscar smiled slightly. He can only smile in front of Fiona. Perhaps since that time 8 years ago. Oscar's frozen heart started to thaw, and he understood this deep down. I will properly lead the delegation and return. Will you wait for me? Yes. Such gentle words from Oscar seemed uncharacteristic, but this is the usual Oscar in front of Fiona, and Fiona accepted Oscar's decision. The silent sigh of relief was let out by the former Emperor Rupert. The Western nations delegation remaining in the holy capital Maramer. The Imperial, Kingdom, and Alliance delegations are still there, with numerous administrative tasks. Along with the recent death of the Pope and the chaos caused by monsters raining down from the sky, there is still no prospect of departure. There are even rumors that it could remain this way for months or even close to a year. Under such circumstances, the top leaders of the delegations gathered. The location was the Imperial Delegation Quarters. There, the head of the Kingdom Delegation, Hugh McGrath, and the head of the Alliance Delegation, Robert Perlow, arrived. Actually, I suddenly have to return to the Empire. The acting head of the Imperial Delegation, Count Hans Kirchhoff, started. I see, so you're here to introduce a substitute, though it's a strange way to phrase it. Your insight, former king, is greatly appreciated, former King Robert Perlow said, while Hans respectfully bowed. At that moment the door opened, and a man entered. I have been chosen to lead the Imperial Delegation in place of Count Hans. I am Count Oscar Lusk. As Hans introduced him, Oscar bowed. Hey, this is unexpected. Both Hugh and Robert Perlow found themselves at a loss for words. They knew who Oscar was. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that no one from the Central Nations is unaware of Oscar. Could it be that the blazing flame mage? The former Emperor's proxy, oh my? Hugh frowned, while Robert Perlow rather smiled wryly. Oscar Lusk was announced as the acting head of the Imperial Delegation on that very day. As a result, the morale of the Imperial Delegation increased. However, among the Kingdom Delegation, there were 3 adventurers with deep ties to the blazing flame mage. Count Oscar Lusk is the one we faced in Whitnash, right? He's incredibly strong, isn't he? Are we going to be okay? Ito recalled. Ammon admired his strength, and Nils shook his head in anticipation of what lay ahead. It seems the Western Nations delegation will also face quite a challenge. Oscar has moved to the Western Nations delegation. Good luck, Room 10. Narrow version as of now, it seems that we will be able to publish Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc, as scheduled from April 1, 2022. It feels like a travel story of Rhea and Abel. We are preparing diligently. Please wait just a little longer. Book version, the 4th volume of the novel, will be released on March 10, 2022. If you reserve it from To Books Online by February 6 Sunday, it will arrive at your hands on the release date of March 10. Additionally, it will include the To Books Online bonus short story, Royal Alchemy Workshop. As the name suggests, the story unfolds at the Royal Alchemy Workshop, featuring Rhea, Abel, and Kenneth. Rhea's first experience in creating alchemy tools, Abel as the test subject. That's what the story entails. Paperback, the bonus short story for the ebook version is Magic Stone Transfer. Sera, who is waiting in the city of Run, reads the letter from Rhea delivered by Ra and Sue and forcefully joins the Magic Stone transfer to the royal capital. It's a story that unfolds along the way. Also, there's a story involving Sera and King Stafford IV. That's what the story entails. Ebook version now on March 15, 2022, the first volume of the comics will be released. If you purchase this from To Books Online, you will receive the To Books Online bonus short story, Construction Circumstances of the Forest of Rondo. Before Rhea meets Abel, various events were happening in the Forest of Rondo, including the Dragon King ruin and construction. That's what the story entails. Paperback onto Books Online, there is a set of March 15 release, Water Attribute Mage Original Novel Volume 4 plus Comic Volume 1 with bonus SS, 21.3 yen including tax. If you purchase this, you will obtain 2 bonus short stories, Royal Alchemy Workshop and Construction Circumstances of the Forest of Rondo. And in addition, you will also receive the bonus short story, Fifth Day on the Way Back to Run. Fifth Day on the Way Back to Run is the story of what happened the day after Rhea fought that Leo. Of course, it's a story about Rhea and Abel, but as supporting characters, Let's All Become Blacksmiths will appear. Yes, indeed, that party from Run, Let's All Become Blacksmiths. In the book version, they appear on the way to Witnash. And they will also be named in the Narou version. The reason behind their name will be revealed, and Rhea. This is all I can say for now. That was an introduction to the bonus short stories. Also, the first merchandise for the Water Attribute Mage, Canvas Art Board. If you reserve this by February 6 Sunday, it will arrive on March 10. It's a secret that the author is really looking forward to it. Now then, the Narou version is scheduled to post an interlude in February. Due to adult circumstances, I intended to post at 10 p.m., but it seems the live broadcast has ended. So here is the post at 9 p.m. The following are the adult circumstances. Today, on February 18th, the Next Coming Light Novel Award 2021, hosted by KADOKAWA's Kimurano, has been announced, and the Mage of Water Attribute has secured the 10th position overall. Thank you very much. In the shared dormitory of the delegation from the Western nations, former King Robert Perlow and Captain of the Guard Groan are having a conversation. The Papacy election starts tomorrow, right? Yes. All cardinals and archbishops have been isolated in a place called Silent Hall, and they will elect the Pope through voting. The chosen one will be among the cardinals, but the archbishops also have voting rights, and the cardinal who receives more than half of the votes will become the next pope. However, it seems it can take as long as a month in some cases. Certainly, the last election took over 3 weeks, didn't it? There must be some old folks like me among them. It's quite a challenge, Robert Perlow says with a wry smile. Groan shakes his head silently, unable to say anything. Whether it's the head of the delegation or the Pope, choosing people is quite difficult. The next day, in the silent hall of the Holy See, all cardinals and archbishops have gathered. They are here to elect the 101st Pope through the Papacy election. Originally, 12 cardinals and 24 archbishops would gather. However, even among the cardinals, 2 are already missing. Cardinal Camillo had his head severed by an axe and was expelled from his position as a cleric. Cardinal Zacharias was slain by a B-rank adventurer from the Central Nations after he became a non-human being. Therefore, there are 10 cardinals present. Among them, 3 cardinals are recognized as strong candidates. The frontrunner is Cardinal Oscar, the opponent is Cardinal Adolfido, and there's a possibility for Cardinal Graham. These 3, Cardinal Graham has an overwhelmingly high reputation from his performance during the papal inauguration. This is not only from the archbishops, but also from the ordinary clerics. However, he is quite young. Graham's age of 43 is far younger than the average age of 50 among the archbishops. The archbishops, originally 24 in number, have 3 vacancies. The oldest of the remaining 21 archbishops, Archbishop Bourdrais, will act as the moderator and advance the papacy election. The method is simple. The 30 cardinals and archbishops, except for the moderator Archbishop Bourdrais, will anonymously write the name of the cardinal they consider suitable for the pope and place it in the ballot box. Both cardinals and archbishops have 1 vote each. Then, the cardinal who garners a majority of the votes will become the 101st pope. If no one achieves a majority, the voting will be redone. This will continue until someone secures a majority. In that case, there will be 1 vote in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. The time outside of voting will be used for discussions among each group, vying for votes, or rather to increase supporters. The results of the first round of voting were read out by the moderator, Archbishop Bourdrais. Cardinal Oscar, 12 votes, Cardinal Adolfito, 11 votes, Cardinal Graham. 5 votes, blank votes, 2. No one has achieved a majority. A slight murmur arises. Before gathering here, both cardinals and archbishops had been calculating the votes among themselves, and most acknowledged that no cardinal would secure a majority from the start. And as expected, no conclusion was reached. Moreover, the fact that the frontrunner Cardinal Oscar and the opponent Cardinal Adolfido are almost tied is also what most had anticipated. In this case, both sides, Cardinal Oscar and Cardinal Adolfido, have the same immediate objective: to bring in the 2 blank votes to their side. Also, to undermine Cardinal Graham's 5 votes and bring them into their own camp. Of course, since the votes are anonymous, it is not publicly known which camp each belongs to. However, they can imagine. They can definitely tell who their own camp is, and they can also generally figure out who the opposing camp is based on previous movements within the Holy See. In other words, the remaining ones are the blank votes in Cardinal Graham's camp. Now, how will the leaders act? That is, how will Cardinal Oscar and Cardinal Adolfito move? The one who acted proactively was Cardinal Adolfito. He approached Graham, who was sitting alone and sipping hot water. "Cardinal Graham, may I have a moment?" "Cardinal Adolfito, what seems to be the matter?" At such a time to ask, what seems to be the matter, those listening in likely thought the same. Adolfito was targeting the main point directly. If Cardinal Graham were to ally with Cardinal Adolfito, his camp would instantly gain 5 votes. This would total to 16 votes, allowing them to secure a majority and be elected as Pope. That was Adolfito's aim. "I would like you to vote for me in the afternoon's election," Adolfito stated clearly and straightforwardly. Upon hearing those words, Graham showed a slightly surprised expression. Part of it was an act, but part of it was genuine. As Graham had once explained to Rhea, Cardinal Adolfito is the person most skilled in intrigue within the church. He is also adept at espionage, as he had once monitored Rhea. It was surprising that such a person would come at him head-on without employing any schemes. Rather, it was the method typically embraced by the front-runner, Cardinal Oscar, who is known for his straightforwardness. "Well, that poses a problem. I have supporters who are backing me, so it would betray their expectations. With all due respect, Your Excellency, you only have 5 votes. That won't lead to a victory. Shouldn't you make the most of those votes? In other words, if you vote for Cardinal Adolfito after your ascension to the papacy, you won't treat us poorly. That is up to the will of God." Adolfito evades giving a definitive response, sidestepping the issue. Graham quietly chuckles at the anticipated answer. "However, that also applies to Cardinal Oscar, does it not? He would also not treat us poorly just because we voted for him. Cardinal Oscar only drinks pure water." Adolfito replies clearly, without changing his expression to Graham's question. In other words, Oscar would not feel indebted if they voted for him, nor would he reward them for it after the papacy. Graham likely thought the same. Cardinal Oscar is straightforward. No one would deny that. The question is whether a person who is straightforward can effectively steer the massive ship that is the Western Church. If it were ordinary believers or clerics, they would likely say there would be no problem. However, as one ascends from priest to bishop or abbot, and further to archbishop, they are inevitably reminded through experience that the world is not simple. The gap between ideals and reality. It may be the gap between God and man. Indeed, it represents the position of the clergy. "Cardinal Adolfito, please allow me some time to think." Graham said this, and then distanced himself from Adolfito. In the afternoon, the voting took place, and the results were read by moderator Archbishop Bordre. Cardinal Oscar, 12 votes. Cardinal Adolfito, 13 votes. Cardinal Graham, 5 votes. No one has achieved a majority. The Adolfito camp succeeded in securing the 2 blank votes. The most trusted archbishop approached Graham. "Your Excellency, what are your thoughts?" The one who asked this was Archbishop Stefania, the only woman among the cardinals and archbishops, and she is also the Inquisitor General. Naturally, Stefania is one of Graham's supporters. "I want to observe a bit longer. I feel something is off." "Something feels off, you say?" "Yes, I don't know. It might be caused by this silent hall. Something feels different. Right, so let's spend the night together as 5. We won't be allowed outside during the election, and while discussions will be held separately. It feels better to spend the night in the same room." "Is that a precaution against assassination?" Stefania's eyes glinted. "In the papacy election, all cardinals and archbishops of the Western Church gather in this silent hall. In other words, the entire core of the Western Church is gathered here. If one wishes to inflict significant damage on the Church, this time is the most certain opportunity. Although not publicly acknowledged, there have been cardinals and archbishops assassinated within this silent hall during the papacy election. The records indicate they died of illness or accidents. Yet, whether these were caused by external forces or by rival candidates, no one knows. If I wanted to take down the Church, I would unleash a golem in the silent hall during this election. A golem, probably even a single Holy Knight, could kill most of the cardinals and archbishops, right? The Holy Knights are combat golems that the Western Church possesses. It is said that one has the strength equivalent to 5 B-rank adventurers. Most cardinals and archbishops are not accustomed to combat. The Silent Hall is a 3-story stone building with over 100 small rooms, 10 medium rooms, and 2 large rooms. The small rooms are genuinely tiny, about 4.5 tatami mats in size. Typically, clerics seek solitude and meditate here alone. That's why it's called the Silent Hall. During this election, discussions are held in each of the rooms as needed, discussions that may involve persuasion or recruitment. The medium rooms are about the size of a school classroom. Graham proposed spending the night in one of these medium rooms. As for the large rooms, one will be used as a dining hall during the papacy election. The other large room will be where cardinals and archbishops gather for voting. After dinner, each camp is gathered to discuss. They are determining their actions for the following days. During this election period, there are no designated rooms for each group. They can spend time wherever they like in the Silent Hall. Among those who have declared their positions, some seem to spend the remaining time in meditation. Graham's camp consists of Cardinal Graham, Archbishop Stephania, Archbishop Schroeder, Archbishop Balthazar, and Archbishop Goon. The five gathered in one of the medium rooms with their bedding, though the bedding consisted of just a single blanket and a pillow provided by the church. Archbishop Schroeder, like Stephania, is the youngest among the archbishops. He took the seat that became vacant when Graham was elevated from archbishop to cardinal. Thus, he has been an archbishop for less than a year. Of course, whether it's been 1 year or 10 as an archbishop, he holds a vote. I will follow you to the ends of the earth. His gaze, mixed with admiration and fervor, firmly captures Graham. As a vampire hunter and the Inquisitor General, Graham occasionally receives enthusiastic support from younger clerics. Archbishop Balthazar says almost nothing, as if he has sworn a silent oath, but Graham has no doubts about his loyalty. Balthazar was one of Graham's subordinates when he was the Inquisitor General and is a comrade who has braved life-and-death situations alongside Stephania. He is one of the few high-ranking clerics to whom Graham can safely entrust his back. Thus, Balthazar's mere nod is sufficient for Graham. The last, Archbishop Goon, is quite special. He would never betray Graham. Yet it isn't from a passionate desire like Schroeder's, nor is it because he is a comrade like Balthazar. He is completely under Graham's control, both mind and body, due to Graham's smoke. Of course, to outsiders, Goon appears unchanged since before he was controlled. His demeanor has become calmer and softer, but he shouldn't feel out of place when speaking to a third party. In a way, that may be where Graham's terrifying side lies. Originally, it was Goon who stabbed the former pope in front of the public. Of course, that was under Graham's control. However, publicly, it is said he was coerced by his direct superior, Cardinal Camillo. By placing all the blame on Cardinal Camillo, Goon was acquitted. That was also thanks to Graham's full support and his declaration of taking responsibility due to the significant power he gained from his accomplishments. It would be a waste to discard such a pawn late at night. When the door to the room silently opened, the five were sleeping in a manner akin to being in a pile in the center of the room. As a man stepped into the room, clink, clink. 2 knives flung from Stephania's suddenly awakened hands were deflected by the man. As he deflected them, the man advanced and lunged at Graham, who was on one knee, with a flash of his drawn sword. Graham unleashed the sword concealed within his staff. The man's right arm was severed. However, the man quickly grasped the severed right arm with his left hand and reattached it at the cut site. Before long, the right arm was connected again. "A vampire," Stephania murmured. However, unsure of her certainty, her tone became a question. "Everyone defend yourselves without attacking. I will handle this." Graham issued clear instructions. The 4 nodded. The man was looking only at Graham with his glowing red eyes. It seemed he had no interest in the other 4. "If the target is me, that works perfectly," Graham said, almost with a laugh. That seemed to signal the man, who suddenly lunged in. His speed of advance was exceptional. Moreover, his sword speed was also abnormal. He struck downwards, slashed sideways, and diagonally upwards before striking down again. The speed of those consecutive strikes was far beyond human ability. However, "Wow!" The one who inadvertently uttered that was the young Archbishop Schroeder. The admiration was not towards the man. It was directed at Graham, who was effortlessly defending against those extraordinary attacks. What's more, he was clearly doing so with ease. It was as if he was measuring the opponent's strength. "I think I understand the situation." Did anyone hear Graham's murmur? Indeed, his strength is formidable, but his technique is lacking. At that moment, the man's right arm was severed once again. Immediately, he grasped it with his left hand. But the next moment, his left arm was also cut off. Then his neck was severed, and without a moment's pause, the hidden blade pierced his heart. With a sanctified weapon, he decapitated him and pierced his heart. That is the way to deliver the finishing blow against a vampire. However, in reality, Graham himself was not entirely certain that the man before him was a vampire. There are some strange aspects that make it hard to classify him as a vampire. "Your Excellency," it seemed Stephania heard Graham's murmur. She inquired, "No, it's certain he's close to being a vampire, but an evolved type? I've never heard of such a thing. A vampire's body is abnormally stable. This means, in some sense, they are extremely difficult to evolve." Graham continued to ponder. Furthermore, the current guy was grasping his severed arm with his opposite arm. Vampires can reattach their severed limbs by themselves. "Ah, now that you mention it, that's true. And while vampires are strong, their techniques are even more impressive. Having lived for a long time compared to humans, they have an abundance of time to hone their skills. Yet this man was inexperienced. I see. Stephania nodded at Graham's analysis. Graham holds a doctorate in vampire studies. Though he is not referred to by that name within the church, he is called Dr. Graham at church-affiliated universities. From that knowledge, he analyzes the man before him. I can't figure it out. The information is far too insufficient. At that moment, a scream was heard from the upper floor. Everyone stay close to me, Graham stated and began to run. When Graham and the others arrived, it was at the moment Cardinal Adolfido was pierced by a sword. Perhaps he had shielded himself, as there were already 4 others lying fallen nearby. Graham charged at the woman who was stabbing Adolfido. She seemed to have noticed him and withdrew her sword, facing Graham. At that point, she wore a surprised expression. Why? She paused, unable to finish her sentence. Why am I still alive, you ask? It's because your companions failed to kill me. When Graham replied, the woman clicked her tongue loudly. Then, looking around, she turned and began to run with all her might. Graham pursued her. However, in terms of leg strength, the woman was overwhelmingly superior to a human. She broke through the window and leaped to the ground, running outside the premises. Then again, the voice from above rang out. Someone, Graham and Stephania, along with the other 4, began to run once more. They confirmed that Cardinal Adolfido was being healed by the archbishops one after another. In the medium room on the 3rd floor, Cardinal Oscar and the others were present. But there was no one there who had attacked. Around the bodies of Cardinal Oscar and the 3 other cardinals, the archbishops were crying. Graham looked again at the 4 bodies, including Cardinal Oscar. All of them are cardinals. Cardinal Adolfido may survive, but the 4 who were killed on the 2nd floor were all cardinals as well. Stephania replied softly to Graham's murmurs. Though Graham had not recognized it up until that moment, it seemed Stephania was aware. I see. The plan was to kill all the cardinals, including myself. The only surviving cardinals now were Graham and the healing Cardinal Adolfido. Whoever did this, it seems they want to go to war with the church. Cardinal Graham, 22 votes, a unanimous decision. The next pope will be Cardinal Graham, the moderator, Archbishop Bordray, declared. After the attack, Cardinal Adolfido survived. However, he declared it impossible to fulfill the papal duties and expressed his full support for Graham. Those who supported Cardinal Oscar also declared their full support for Graham. The archbishops recognized the attacker as a vampire. At that point, it was almost decided who the next pope would be. In the future, a full-scale war between the Western Church and vampires is bound to occur. If that is the case, there is only one person to lead the church. It must be Cardinal Graham, known as a vampire hunter. Is he too young for the papacy? He will lead. A young and pure individual should lead the church. That day, Graham's ascension to the papacy was announced throughout the Western nations. The Western Church has found itself in quite a predicament. In the Holy Capital, the delegation from the Central Nations is present. Are they going to be all right? There is Master McGrath from the Kingdom, and Robert Perlow from the Alliance, and also the Blazing Flame Mage from the Empire. Good luck, Room 10. Now, as the title suggests, the Mage of Water attribute has secured the overall 10th position in the next coming Light Novel Award 2021. Claps, this is all thanks to the readers who voted. There are certainly those who voted multiple times. Thank you so much. With a total of over 116,000 votes, securing the overall 10th position, how grateful I am. It seems that those who reach the overall 10th position will be featured on a collective poster. When it's displayed in bookstores, please take a look. I believe that accumulating achievements like this will lead to the publication of the next volume. The publication of the next volume is also one of the motivations for me to continue writing the Narou version. So for those readers who are only reading the Narou version, I look forward to your continued support. Tomorrow, March 10, 2022 Thursday, the 4th volume of the novel will be released. Signed copies have been appearing in bookstores since yesterday. To commemorate this, here's a short story posting. Onto Book's Twitter, my favorite face of Abel was shared. It's the cover illustration for the 4th volume. The reason why Abel has such a face is explained in the newly written section. Please make sure to read the 4th volume. The day after the papacy election concluded and the announcement of Graham's ascension as the next pope. In Graham's office at the Holy See, the room's Master Graham and his right hand, Archbishop Stephania. The 3 leaders of the Central Nations delegation, Count Oscar Lusk, former King Robert Perlow, and Hugh McGrath, had gathered. As you have heard, I will be the next pope, Graham announced. Should I say congratulations? I have heard about the events in the Silent Hall, Hugh asked with a frown. Yes, there is nothing to celebrate, Graham replied with a wry smile. During the papacy election, an attack believed to be by vampires occurred, resulting in the deaths of many cardinals in the Silent Hall. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the young Graham's ascension to pope was a result of that incident. The events during the Papacy election, specifically the attack on the cardinals by the vampires, will be publicly announced at noon today. As Graham said this, shock ran between the three leaders. Silence lasted for a minute. Hugh was the first to break the silence. You mean to say that you will announce everything to the public? Yes, without any concealment, Graham stated firmly, to inform the people of all the information. If taken at face value, this sounds like a wonderfully enlightened policy. However, they knew better. It was not something so simple. This will undoubtedly cause confusion, former King Robert Perlo murmured. Graham nodded silently. There was no doubt that the people would fall into a panic. This was certain. It wouldn't be a panic where people hastily packed their bags and left the holy capital. On the surface, things might appear unchanged. However, mentally, there would be a clear shift. Their thoughts would come to a halt. They would lose the ability to think for themselves. Above all, they would become emotional and unable to engage in rational discussions. They would lose their composure. The panicking populace wouldn't understand even if explanations were given logically. That's just how it is. No one was to blame. The people present knew this. The Earl, the former king, the Grand Master, and the next pope along with the Archbishop. All of them were in responsible positions, not just passive recipients of information. The people would scream, "Reveal all the information!" However, if all information were revealed, the populace would panic and lose their rational judgment. Those in responsible positions understood this. The populace would fall into a panic and begin to harm innocent others who had nothing to do with the situation. Of course, they would do so without a sense of guilt, believing that they were taking the right actions. At that moment, no one would pay attention to the harmed populace. That's how it is during a panic. Thus, disclosing all information is terrifying. The solution lies in the passage of time. There's no other way for the populace to regain their calm. There is only one reason why the populace might panic. That is, because they are scared. They are scared because they cannot foresee the future. They are scared because they don't know if they or their families will be okay moving forward. They are scared because they don't know what will happen next. Therefore, they fall into thoughtlessness, become emotional, and begin to deny differing opinions. Is there no way to prevent this? Of course there is. The populace must continue to think. They must avoid falling into thoughtlessness. They must keep asking themselves, why did those people take those actions? And why aren't those people taking these actions? That is the first step to not becoming a panicking populace. However, the troublesome part is that it must be the populace themselves who take this action. It is realistically impossible to hide this, so there's no choice, Graham shrugged. In reality, aside from Graham, who is set to become pope, there were no other cardinals except Adolfido. Eventually, they would have to make various things public. If that's the case, it's better to do it all at once. Moreover, I do not think the populace is foolish. Once the madness subsides and they regain their calm, they will return to normal. I believe this. As Graham said this with a smile, Hugh shrugged, Robert Perlo nodded slightly, and Oscar closed his eyes. So, why did you go out of your way to summon us? Hugh asked after shaking his head slightly. Typically, after announcing the papal ascension, the coronation ceremony would be held the next day. The new pope would then appear before the populace. The coronation ceremony would be held immediately, and a year later the papal inauguration would take place, right? Hugh confirmed. Yes, that is correct. Graham nodded in agreement. The delegation from the Central Nations had come for that inauguration of the former pope. It seems the vampires who attacked this time will launch further assaults. Is that so? Yes. They couldn't kill me, Graham answered with a cheerful smile. Though he wore a smile, there was something eerie about it to Hugh. It resembles Rio's cheerful smile. For some reason, the water attribute Mage caught the unsettling comparison. It was unfortunate. Why did they choose this timing to attack the church? It had been peaceful for the last 100 years, hadn't it? Perhaps they perceived the church as showing signs of weakness during the recent inauguration ceremony, Graham suggested. I see. They had been lurking but felt now was their chance. Graham's answer was easy to accept. I will inform you in detail once everything is officially decided, but this time, the coronation ceremony will be held not inside the Holy See, but at the Circular Assembly Hall. The Circular Assembly Hall is where the recent inauguration ceremony took place, right? Yes, Graham nodded in response to former King Robert Perlo's inquiry. While parts of it had been destroyed during the recent inauguration, thanks to the Holy See's financial power and influence, people from across the Western nations had gathered for repairs, and it was mostly restored. To hold it outdoors rather than indoors means you are deliberately allowing for an attack, Robert stated. Yes, you are going to act as bait, Graham? Yes, Graham nodded at Hugh's confirmation. You want us to help in battling the vampires? That's not entirely accurate. I would like the delegation to attend the inauguration ceremony just like before. If the vampires do attack, please protect yourselves. No assistance is needed for church members. Is that all right? Yes, even that alone will serve as a deterrent to the attackers. As Graham said this, the three leaders fell deep in thought. The delegation had their home country behind them. The nations of the Central Nations were supposed to eventually establish formal trade agreements with the Western nations centered around France. They must first consider that this request comes from that counterpart. No one wants to put their subordinates in danger, yet they also understand their role. They cannot be swayed by emotions. The alliance agrees. The first to respond was former King Robert Perlo. His experience weighing the lives of thousands, even tens of thousands, against each other may have led to that swift decision. The Empire agrees as well, answered Oscar Lusk almost immediately. In his case, unlike Robert Perlo, it was a straightforward decision as he could just protect his own subordinates if things went wrong. Well, the kingdom agrees too. Finally, Hugh McGrath spoke, clearly not enthusiastic about it. Of course, he was intentionally showing that discontent. It was true he wasn't eager, but he could hide it if necessary. However, this time he chose to display it. I appreciate it, Graham said, bowing his head to the three leaders. As the three leaders left the office, three archbishops entered. They were Archbishop Schroeder, Archbishop Balthazar, and Archbishop Goon, who were part of Graham's camp, and behind Graham stood Archbishop Stephania. To the four archbishops lined up in front of him, Graham announced, "At the same time as my papacy, Stephania, Balthazar, and Goon will be elevated to cardinals." Balthazar and Goon lowered their heads in silence. Only Stephania had a flustered expression. That was a very rare sight. "Schroeder has just been elevated to archbishop. You will have to wait for a while longer." "I understand." The young Archbishop Schroeder bowed respectfully. "Among the 21 archbishops, 11 will be elevated to cardinals. Schroeder's rank among the archbishops will also rise," Graham said gently. However, one individual did not seem at ease. "Your Excellency, for me to be elevated to cardinal is rather," Stephania finally spoke up. "What do you mean? Am I too young? However, I did become archbishop when I was chosen for the hero party. Given my experience as an archbishop, there shouldn't be any issue with elevating me to cardinal." "Well, as a woman, a female cardinal since Pope Joan, isn't that enlightened and good?" Graham said with a laugh. "Saint Honor is almost legendary. Enough, elevating the three of you to cardinals isn't for the sake of factions, it is necessary. Necessary, could it be, for combat capability against vampires?" As Stephania murmured this, Graham nodded. "As a vampire hunter, my becoming pope will likely be quite unpleasant for the vampires." Graham laughed as he said this. He was well aware that he was hated by vampires. If there's an opportunity to kill me, they would want to do it as quickly as possible. Furthermore, in front of the clergy and the delegation at the Assembly Hall, there's nothing more symbolic than that. The four nodded in agreement. Honestly, fighting against the vampires with combat capabilities is impossible for normal clergy, but the Inquisitors are different. Yes, I was informed that the Inquisition Bureau was established specifically to combat vampires. That is correct. I want Stephania to lead the Inquisition Bureau, even after being elevated to cardinal. I plan to eventually triple its size and make it a permanent organization directly under the cardinals. I understand. Graham was clearly preparing to engage seriously with the vampires, which Stephania also understood. Not only was there a need for individual combat power, but they also had to grow stronger as an organization. However, that was a matter for the future. There wouldn't be enough time this time. Even so, measures needed to be taken. Now then, since we were severely beaten in the Silent Hall, this time we will set up proper traps. The smile that appeared on Graham's face was something even Stephania, who was used to it, found terrifying. "The assault on the Pope Part 2 will be posted on the 14th at 21 o'clock. Look forward to it. Notification actually, to coincide with the release of the 4th volume of the novel on March 10 and the 1st volume of the comic on the 15th, at Tokyo's Shosen Grand and Shosen Book Tower. There will be a Water Attribute Mage, Comic Volume 1 Release Commemoration Fair held from March 10 Thursday to April 14 Thursday, 2022. We will hold an exhibition of original illustrations by Mr. Bokutengu, the comic adaptation author, along with signed colored paper and a lottery giveaway. If you purchase volumes 1 to 4 of the novel or volume 1 of the comic at Shosen Grand or Shosen Book Tower, it seems you can apply. Also, it seems that Shosen Book Tower will offer online shopping as well. For more details, please check the following fair page. In addition to Shosen, at Comic Zin in Akihabara, it seems there will be an illustration card as a bonus with Volume 1 of the comic. The store is located on the 1st floor facing the large Central Street right outside the Electric Town exit of Akihabara Station. It's easy to find near the intersection, right next to Go-Go Curry Akihabara Central Street store. They say they are strong in comics and critique-related doujinshi. I'm truly grateful for the various stores supporting us. As I mentioned before in Shinjuku, we are also being promoted at Book First Shinjuku store. To summarize, Jimbacho, Shosen Grand Akihabara, Shosen Book Tower, Comic Zin Shinjuku, Book First Shinjuku store. I'm truly thankful for how much Water Attribute Mage is being showcased. I will continue to write both the book version and the Narou version from now on. Everyone, please continue to support me. The title is Assault on the Pope, Part 2. Tomorrow, March 15, 2022, is the release date for the first volume of the manga, 2 weeks after the announcement that Graham will ascend to the papacy as the next pope. In the circular assembly hall, the papal inauguration ceremony was about to take place. The inauguration ceremony is typically held the day after the papal election concludes, inside the Holy See. On the third day after the election, the newly elected pope appears before the faithful wearing the papal robes and crown. However, this time, the ceremony is to be held in the circular assembly hall. It's not entirely without precedent, but it is extremely rare. In the past 300 years, it has only happened twice. Moreover, this time, a delegation from the Central Nations is present as guests. The delegates were seated in the front row, just like during the papal inauguration. The difference from the last time is that this time, there are no civil servants present, only the head of the delegation and the guards. This is because the assembly hall is expected to become a battlefield afterward. Are the vampires really coming? Hugh McGrath, the head of the kingdom delegation, muttered. We've seen vampires before, but we've never fought them. Nils, the swordsman from room 10, spoke in a small voice. This time, the passage leading to the audience seats is completely sealed off. Those coming from outside are going directly into the center, right? Yes, everyone came up to this audience seat via the stairs. Priest Ito and swordsman Ammon were conversing. The circular assembly hall had undergone thorough renovations. Previously, it was possible to reach the audience seats via stairs, but this time it was not allowed. So the audience seats should be safe in principle. 3 years ago, the three from room 10 fought against vampires and their kin, along with Hugh, the hero party, and a water attribute mage. They faced a count who wielded dark attribute magic. I was mind-controlled back then. Hugh grimaced at the memory and muttered resentfully. Honestly, he hoped not to see a large number of them again. Yet, within the kingdom delegation, Hugh had no choice but to take the lead. This is because the holy sword Galahad he wields can seal regeneration abilities. The most troublesome aspect of vampires is that they can quickly regenerate even when struck with an ordinary sword. However, with Hugh's Galahad, that can be prevented. That means he would have to be on the front lines, slashing at vampires. What a hassle! His muttering was so quiet that no one could hear. The inauguration ceremony was significantly shorter compared to the inauguration speech. The next pope dons the white robes intended for the papacy and wears a 3-horned crown. He also holds a 1-meter-long papal staff adorned with a white orb. This is all shown to the clergy. That's it. There would be no declaration of the pope's guidance or words. All of that would be presented later at a ceremony for the faithful. Due to the brevity of the inauguration ceremony, the attackers had little time to spare. It was when Graham donned the 3-horned crown. Here they come, Graham muttered, looking toward the entrance of the arena. Stephania, the new cardinal, must have sensed it too. She received a sword from Archbishop Schroeder, which had been prepared for this occasion, a blessed artifact. 10 seconds later, the doors of the arena entrance were blown off. With the force of the explosion, numerous entities advanced toward the new Pope Graham standing opposite. What are those numbers? Hugh McGrath whispered from the audience seats. Over 100 beings charged at them. Over 100 vampires. Last time we struggled against just one. How could this happen? Ito muttered, while Nils wore a dumbfounded expression. Yes, there were over 100 vampires. However, none of the clergy moved. No, they didn't move. Only Graham raised his right hand, then he swung it down vigorously. The cardinals and archbishops, led by Cardinal Adolfido, confirmed this and simultaneously channeled magical power into the magic stones they held. Boom, a dull, low sound resonated throughout the arena. At the same time, something began to be drawn on the ground. A magic circle? Isn't a magic circle usually round? That looks star-shaped, perhaps? From the elevated audience seats, it was clearly visible. However, Nils, Ito, and Ammon were not confident. Unlike the typical magic circles they were familiar with, which were based on circles, this one was star-shaped with straight lines. In fact, even the cardinals and priests who activated the magic circle by channeling their magical power were not informed of its purpose. Yet, they followed the instructions and activated it, because it was the new Pope Graham who created the magic circle and gave the orders. All the vampires that invaded the arena trembled as if struck by lightning, collapsing unconscious. Annihilation? No. From the main entrance, the same number of vampires re-entered the arena. 200 vampires in total? Is that even possible? Hugh's muttering was heard by those around him, but no one could respond. The number of vampires had drastically decreased. This is a widely held belief not only in the Western nations, but also among people in the Central nations. Yet, being able to deploy 200 combatants in this situation means that this group must consist of over 1,000 vampires in total. But first, they had to address the immediate problem. They had dealt with the first 100 thanks to the trap, but what about the second 100 vampires? An astonishing event occurred before Hugh and the others. First, the 100 that had been taken down by the magic circle stood up. Then they began attacking the newly arrived 100 vampires, a brutal internal conflict. What does this mean? No one answered Nil's question. In fact, it was a sight that not only the delegation but even the clergy could not comprehend. Among the clergy, only one person understood, aside from Graham. The earlier magic circle was a puppet. Stephania, who stood beside Graham with her sword drawn, whispered, "That's half correct. It's a collective puppet specifically for combating vampires, but still it feels strange." Yes, even against Baron-level vampires, the success rate is only about 50%. That's not very high. Yet everyone in front of us has become puppets. I thought this during our battle at the Silent Hall as well, but are these vampires substandard? However, in terms of movement and ability, they could very well be Baron-level. Stephania responded to Graham's words. Stephania is the Inquisitor General. This means that, aside from Graham, she is the clergy member who has faced vampires the most. From her perspective, their movements were by no means lacking. True, their movements aren't inferior. But could they have been hastily cultivated? Hastily cultivated vampires? I can't comprehend that. Even I don't understand what I just said. Graham had inadvertently used the term hastily cultivated, but he didn't know if such a thing was possible. Though they created a brutal internal conflict, there was no satisfaction on his face. Now, what comes next? Your Excellency, I mean Holy Father, there are still enemies present. Of course. They must have realized we were setting traps. They must have prepared a triple or quadruple assault in response. At that moment, a shadow lunged at Graham. Clang. Graham unsheathed his usual hidden staff sword and received the attack. Finally, the real deal has arrived. However, upon seeing the person who attacked him, he grimaced. "You're not Hal." Graham muttered with a mix of disappointment and relief as his prediction was off. Immediately after, he returned to his usual tone. "I am Pope Graham. Who are you?" Yet the assailant did not respond. Stephania prepared to strike at any opportunity, but there was no opening to do so while striking at Graham. It was clear he was quite skilled. "I ask again, who are you?" Graham inquired, but still the man did not answer. Have vampires recently lost the ability to introduce themselves? In the past, they would boldly announce their names, and we in the church could only commend them as worthy adversaries. It is regrettable that vampires have fallen to such a lowly state. "You insolent!" The man was furious at Graham's provocation. Graham knew that such provocations were effective against vampires, who had far greater pride than humans. "I am Marquis Dinulesco of Shinka, a Marquis." As Dinulesco introduced himself, Stephania couldn't help but murmur. "Being a Marquis is quite a big deal," Graham said with a grin. Even Graham, known as a vampire hunter, had fought very few Marquis-level adversaries. They are rarely seen in public. "But Marquis, your comrades are in that state." Graham pointed out the situation in the arena. Both the first 100 who had fallen into the trap and the second 100 were more than half defeated. "I don't care," Dinulesco smirked. The reason soon became clear. "Something in the sky," Stephania shouted as she looked up. Dozens of vampires were seen flying down toward the circular assembly hall from the sky. Though they were vampires, they weren't flying as bats or growing wings to soar. If there was a water attribute mage present, they would have shouted, "Glider!" Yes, over 50 vampires were manipulating something akin to gliders, preparing to launch an aerial assault. The circular assembly hall had no roof. It was exposed. An aerial assault was completely unexpected. However, there was an extraordinary fire attribute mage among the audience. The blazing flame mage, Count Oscar Lusk. Burning the moment he chanted, a blinding light erupted and a white curtain appeared in the sky. It was a curtain of scorching flames, flames so hot they appeared white instead of red. In an instant, the curtain of heat engulfed the vampires in the sky, vaporizing all of them. Even vampires, boasting unparalleled regenerative abilities, would vanish in an instant without even turning to ash if vaporized. "This is absurd," Marquis Dinulesco muttered as he caught sight of the scene from the corner of his eye. "I think it's absurd too, but there are terrifying mages in this world," Graham said with a wry smile. Indeed, there was nothing to do but smile wryly. There was no way to defend against such magic. "Retreat!" Dinulesco exclaimed, taking a large step back. At the same time, he pulled something from his pocket and slammed it to the ground. From what was slammed down, a large amount of white smoke erupted. The surviving vampires from the second wave did the same, quickly filling the arena with smoke. "Don't pursue!" Graham shouted immediately. This time they had fought favorably due to being able to set traps, but vampires are by no means easy opponents, even if they are hastily cultivated. "Holy Father, the opponent is a marquis?" I was a bit surprised." Graham nodded at Stefania's words. "That being said, I felt a bit relieved. If that was the opponent, we could manage with preparation. Is it because he was not the Hal you mentioned earlier? You heard that, huh?" "Yes, so, who is Hal?" Stefania asked. In response, Graham hesitated to answer. This was unusual. It meant that even to the person he trusted most, he hesitated to disclose this information. "Keep this to yourself. Hal is something akin to the leader of the vampires, a duke or a grand duke." "No, it's not that kind of thing. It's entirely extraordinary. It may be the final evolution of vampires," Graham said while shaking his head slightly. He might be visualizing Hal in his mind. "In terms of sword techniques, I would be no match for him. I would be defeated as easily as twisting an infant's hand." "No way. He can wield magic of all 6 attributes. Moreover, he is also a genius in alchemy." "That is an abomination." "Yes, an abomination, the utmost and the best." Graham nodded in agreement with Stefania's involuntary words. "If that Hal was the enemy we faced, we would have had no choice but to surrender completely. But that was not the case. I can say we were fortunate." Where is Hal now? Who knows? He must be leading many vampires, but I have no idea where he is, by the way. The vampires referred to Hal as..." Graham paused for a moment before continuing. "Lord Ancestor. Recently, I received a list of feedback from everyone who voted on Tsugi Rano. I read all the comments. They were all heartwarming messages, and I was genuinely happy. The work Water Attribute Mage has received support from a truly wide audience, and I felt that many are looking forward to the continuation, both the book version and the Narou version. Thank you for your support. I will continue writing both the book version and the Narou version, so please continue to support me in the future. Regarding the book version, the decision to produce Volume 6 has been announced. Thank you, thank you. It has also been reported on the TO Books Twitter that Volume 5 has reached the finalized draft after several exchanges of the manuscript between the author and the editor. We've agreed on this. However, the book will take time from here, so please wait a little longer. Volume 5 is scheduled for publication in the summer of 2022. According to my editor, the sales of Volume 4 are also looking good. Thanks to all the readers, thank you. Last week at the Shosen Book Tower, where they are currently running a fair, it was in the top 3 for light novel sales. All the other top 1-5 were animated works. Amidst that, my work is doing its best. As for the Narou version, today's Assault on the Pope, Part 2 is the last interlude before the third part. The next post will be on April 1st, Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc. As for the third part, as long as my motivation and stamina allow, I plan to post daily at 21 o'clock. I hope the readers can enjoy reading it. In the third part, due to its nature, Rhea and Abel will always appear and have conversations. Well, it's a supplement for the parts in the second part where they couldn't converse much, so I hope you can watch over it warmly. Well then, see you all on April 1st at 21 o'clock. Part 3 Eastern Nations Arc begins. Hey, Rhea, wake up. No, I can't. No more cake. I swear I'm full. There's probably no cake here anyway. Was that Abel's words the decisive blow? Rhea opened his eyes wide and literally jumped up. He looked around. Beside him was Abel. The two of them were on a sandy beach. In front of them, the sea stretched out. Behind them was a forest that had approached close to the coast. He was wearing his usual robe. He was also wearing the shoes he received from the Dullahan. Murakumo and its sheath, as well as Mikkel's custom knife and its sheath, were all present and accounted for. The identification plate he always wore around his neck was also hanging there. There seemed to be no problem at all. Phew, that's a relief. It seems there are no fatal issues. After grasping the situation, Rhea said with a relieved expression. No, from any perspective, this is a serious situation. Abel apparently couldn't agree with Rhea's opinion. That was to be expected. The world is made up of diversity. He must always maintain the basic understanding that there are people with differing opinions and ways of thinking. Indeed, I left my usual bag behind, so I don't have any salt or pepper, which is a big issue. However, I'd like you to endure that. Have you become unable to tolerate things now that you've become a king, Abel? That's not it. What the hell is this place anyway? Rhea tilted his head in confusion, responding to Abel's unreasonable anger. Isn't it the coast? Where else could it possibly be? Ah, yeah, I see my wording was poor. Why are we on this beach? I see. You don't understand what happened at that time, do you, Abel? Rhea finally understood why Abel was muttering such things. Apparently, he thought he understood. The demon Garwin's magical power, or rather, his magic went out of control. Demons are usually skilled at gravity manipulation magic, right? Since a great physicist once said that gravity is the bending of space, I think we got teleported to a place we don't even know about because the space got completely twisted. I'm sorry, I don't get it at all. Despite Rhea's thorough explanation, Abel couldn't comprehend it. It is difficult to make someone without fundamental knowledge understand. It's like trying to make someone who can't do basic arithmetic understand 10-variable second-order nonlinear partial differential equations. Yeah, in the first place, even understanding 10-variable second-order nonlinear partial differential equations is impossible. In other words, both of us have been teleported somewhere far away. That's right, I think that's an accurate way to understand it. Abel said it bluntly, and Rhea accepted his words. We need to get back soon. Yeah, but that'll be difficult, Rhea responded to Abel's words, and then Rhea fell silent. Even after a while of waiting, Rhea remained silent. Abel could see that Rhea's expression was unusual, deeply serious, and immersed in thought. It was different from his usual act of seriousness. After spending a long time with Abel, he could grasp that difference. What's wrong, Rhea? Abel, I believe we will eventually be forced to confront an unavoidable battle. Where is that coming from? With a serious expression, Rhea spoke, and Abel tilted his head in confusion. Rhea stretched his arm out. What he was pointing at was the sea. Yes, unless we decide to stay here forever, we will have to eventually venture into that sea. Ah, at that point, Abel understood what Rhea was concerned about. The depths of the sea are a different world. Indeed, it said that it's a world where people shouldn't go more than the night forest. Abel nodded in response to Rhea's words. There's no one who can defeat the aquatic monsters in the sea? Abel muttered. Yes, that was obvious. In an environment surrounded by water, attacks using fire attribute magic or wind attribute magic have no meaning. Even if you generate a stone spear using earth attribute magic, it would face water resistance. Moreover, the water of the sea is under the control of the sea monsters. Besides, there's the fundamental issue of how to breathe underwater. That's why the water magic stones obtained from aquatic monsters fetch astonishingly high prices. In fact, they are rarely obtained. Now that you mention it, I hardly hear about water magic stones, Abel said, and Rhea nodded as he remembered. Abel looked at Rhea's ears as he spoke. The thing you have on your ear is a water magic stone, and the price for even one of that size must be eye-popping. What Rhea had on his ear was a prototype created by Viscount Kenneth Hayward at the Royal Alchemy Workshop for Abel's Echo of the Soul. It was a very beautiful earring with a blue magic stone embedded in the center, about half the size of a pinky nail. It was linked to the ring that Abel wore. That water magic stone should only come around 2 or 3 pieces a year to the Royal Alchemy Workshop, even though it is the organization that prioritizes magic stones in the kingdom. Wow, it seems it was quite a rare piece of equipment. Indeed, the sea monsters sink to the bottom of the sea after being defeated. That was how it had been when they defeated the bait ball, sinking to the bottom of the sea, not in shallow waters, but toward the deeper offshore. Certainly, even if they could defeat the sea monsters, retrieving the magic stones would be impossible in that manner. But we won't be able to leave unless we defeat that thing, right? That thing? Yes. Our common nemesis. Did we have such a thing? Abel tilted his head at Rhea's words. It easily deprived me of my magical control and sank the ship you were on into the sea. The Kraken, is it here too? It was present off the coast of the forest of Rondo. Whether it was here or not was unknown. Of course, it would be a different individual. But crossing the sea without acknowledging that gigantic squid was not an option. Of course, it would be nice if it let us pass easily. But from what I've learned in the Western nations, the Kraken actively attacks those who intrude on its territory. I think we should consider the possibility that we might have to fight. Seriously? Even Rhea, who had battled legendary demons, could honestly say he wouldn't win against the Kraken underwater. He would lose control of water in the sea. What would happen if he lost control of water underwater? He couldn't defend himself with ice wall. He couldn't attack with icicle lance. He couldn't even swim. He might even be crushed by the pressure of the seawater. In other words, it wouldn't even become a fight. However, they might have to defeat such a gigantic opponent for Rhea and Abel to survive. From that day on, Rhea's days of contemplation and experimentation began. He spent his days gazing at the sea. Usually, or perhaps in the past, Abel might have complained, but now he didn't. He understood that Rhea wasn't slacking off. He was genuinely thinking of a way to break through the current situation. From time to time, he would go to the water's edge and generate something with water attribute magic. However, he never entered the sea. When Abel said, salt, Rhea would generate salt from seawater. When Abel said, water, he would generate water into an ice pot or ice jug. When Abel said, "shower," he would cause a fine mist of water to fall upon Abel. The rest of the time was spent on Rhea's contemplation and experimentation. Abel would swing his sword, train his body, and venture into the forest to collect animals and fruits. Yes, animals, not monsters. Once he spotted a rabbit-type monster, but it escaped at an incredible speed. There might not be many strong monsters in this forest near the coast. After a while, Rhea began creating something large. Of course, it was made of ice. Abel didn't understand it well and figured he would be told once it was completed, so he didn't particularly ask. He swung his sword, gathered food, and cooked. The two had clearly divided their roles. That said, Rhea's side didn't seem to be progressing smoothly. Once in the morning, he had joyfully rushed into the sea, and by the time Abel returned in the evening, he looked remarkably downcast. Abel, thinking something must have gone wrong, silently prepared dinner and silently ate with him. People often don't want anyone to speak to them when they are truly suffering. Abel thought so. After eating and sleeping through the night, Rhea had recovered. "I'll avenge Rondo," he shouted, but Abel couldn't make sense of it. After that, it seemed the focus shifted overwhelmingly from contemplation to experimentation, and it was alchemy that took precedence over magic. Due to his role as the king, Abel often came into contact with the alchemy of Viscount Kenneth Hayward from the Royal Alchemy Workshop. Sometimes he would summon him to the royal castle for lectures. He had even been shown the process of manufacturing alchemy tools in detail. In some cases, the magical formulas and magic circles were directly drawn on the alchemy tools, while in others, they were drawn on something like a stone tablet and then transferred onto the alchemy tools. He knew these two methods existed. Thus, when he saw Rhea drawing something resembling a magical formula on an ice board and then transferring it, he wasn't surprised. By the way, the final destination for the transfer was the sheath of the knife Rhea had always worn at his waist. It was likely made from the tanned leather of either boa-type or bear-type animals, and Abel knew that Rhea cherished the knife he kept in that sheath. He was inscribing the magical formula on that knife sheath with alchemy. About 10 days passed in that state. Abel was called by Rhea on the Summon Beach. "What is this?" Surprised. "This is our trump card, the battle weapon Rondo-class second ship Neil Anderson." What was there was a submarine. It might be more appropriate to call it a submersible in terms of size, but in Rhea's mind it was a battle weapon. It's 10 meters long, 3 meters high with a crew of 2. Weight and displacement are unknown. The name was given to me by the alchemist Neil who helped us out, Rhea said happily as he patted the transparent ice submarine. He seemed satisfied with the outcome. In terms of size, it was probably comparable to a fuel tanker running through the streets on Earth. The upper superstructure of the submarine, where people could enter and extend the periscope, was absent from Rhea's submarine. In other words, it was bullet-shaped like missiles or torpedoes. In fact, the front was slightly pointed. If one looked closely, they could see what looked like seats inside, albeit faintly, since the walls and the seats were all made of transparent ice. "I see, you just said second ship, right? What about the first ship?" When Abel asked, Rhea's expression turned sad as he replied. "The Rondo-class first ship Rondo. Unfortunately, it has been lost to the sea during the experimental phase." "Lost to the sea?" "It was dragged down to the seabed after having its magical control taken away by the Kraken." "Oh, so the Kraken is here too?" With an atmosphere that seemed to be on the verge of tears, Rhea explained, and Abel, unsure of what to say, simply nodded and expressed his thoughts. "Wait, if the first ship ended up like that, what about this second ship?" "Of course, the significant difference with this second ship is that it has been generated through alchemy." "Huh, that's why it carries the name of the alchemist Neil Anderson." Rhea looked very happy. Given that Abel didn't quite understand, he decided to ask. "The first ship was created by your water attribute magic, right? And this second ship was produced through alchemy. I'm sorry, but I don't understand the difference." "What makes it different?" Abel's question was a reasonable one. It would be challenging for someone who wasn't a mage or alchemist to grasp the differences. Even for His Majesty the King, who is required to have far more knowledge and sound judgment than the average person. "Magic is, well, you understand, right?" Rhea said that and then chanted, "Ice create submarine." Then next to the second ship Neil Anderson, a similar-sized submarine that looked almost identical was generated. "That's how it works. It's generated easily with my usual water attribute magic." "Why, yeah." As he nodded, Abel felt a slight dissonance in the easy and simple part of Rhea's explanation. It goes without saying that it wasn't easy or simple for a typical mage. However, this method has the risk of being taken over by powerful sea monsters that may deprive us of magical control. It seemed Rhea recalled his past experiences. He explained with a regretful expression. "But If it is generated through alchemy, after that, the magical control cannot be taken away because it is defined by the magical formula and magic circle. It's similar to how in computer programming, even if a user modifies something generated through compilation, as long as the source code itself isn't rewritten, everything is fine. I don't understand at all. Abel shook his head slightly at Rhea's explanation. However, he didn't completely fail to understand. The magical control of something generated through alchemy cannot be taken away, because at the stage before it is generated, it is written in the magical formula or magic circle. It is defined there, so unless rewritten from that point, the ownership or usage doesn't change from the outside. Is that about right? Yes, that's correct, as expected of Abel. Rhea nodded happily at Abel's understanding. Perhaps this was because Abel had fulfilled the role of king, where he had to make decisions even without specialized knowledge. He had acquired a somewhat unique skill of grasping things he didn't understand in some way in the past. At least, that's how it seemed to Rhea. Where is the magical formula for that alchemy inscribed? This time, it's engraved on my knife sheath. In response to Abel's question, Rhea showed him the knife sheath. Abel looked at the indicated sheath, but it looks incredibly small. It seemed like just a scratch on the sheath. The magical formula appeared to be considerably reduced in size. Yes, that's the convenience of it. I learned about this from Kenneth previously. Rhea answered cheerfully. The self-proclaimed master of alchemy, Viscount Kenneth Hayward, was said to be one of the top genius alchemists of the time. You mentioned this time, but there are also instances where it's directly engraved onto the magic stone, right? Yes, there are. If you can supply magical power directly from that magic stone, I think it's very convenient. But carving it into the magic stone without breaking it, while it's all right for small magic circles, it's quite difficult. It seems there were various aspects to alchemy. Rhea's alchemy has reached a remarkable state. Well, I still think I have a long way to go. When Abel expressed half admiration and half exasperation, Rhea shook his head slightly. Generating something that can be created by magic in exchange for something produced by alchemy isn't fundamentally difficult. Ice create, flute of conquerors. When Rhea chanted that, a small flute was generated in his right hand. This is a flute to call Grigri from the forest of Rondo, and this one is through alchemy. After saying that, Rhea took out something resembling a seashell with his left hand and channeled magical power through it. Then the shell emitted a soft glow of alchemy, and a small flute identical to the one held in his right hand was generated next to the left hand's shell. This flute was something I made during practice. If you define it properly, it's possible to generate things that can be created by magic through alchemy as well. I see. Abel nodded at Rhea's explanation. Of course, Abel had no idea what Grigri was, but he interpreted it as something akin to a pet. Speaking of which, the streetlight alchemy tools in the city, those also seem to recreate the light attribute magic of priests using alchemy tools. Oh, right. I've heard that too. It said that the temple exclusively manufactures them, ensuring stable income for the temple. Yeah, hearing just that makes it seem a bit suspicious. But thanks to that, the priests can heal the wounds and illnesses of the townspeople free of charge. The person who conceived that system might be a genius. Both Abel and Rhea expressed their admiration. After a while of being impressed, Rhea continued explaining. The submarine's mechanism itself is somewhat simple. It sucks in seawater from outside to dive and expels seawater from inside to surface. It moves forward and backward by rotating the propeller and can steer to go up, down, left, and right. They would have to create something that could keep moving in the water, which was subject to constant water pressure without magic. That would require quite advanced metallurgical technology. The Rondo class moves with a water jet thruster, so it doesn't have propellers or a rudder. When writing everything in the magical formula, that can be simpler in some ways. There are challenges in quantifying it, but I did my best there. So this vehicle is recognized as a submarine, right? Yes, that's right. With this we can dive into the sea, Abel asked, and Rhea responded. The kingdom didn't yet have a submarine, apart from ships. In short, magic is about the image. As long as you can define that image into a formula, numeric, or linguistic definition, what can be created by magic can also be generated by alchemy. I see. That's incredible, so why the dissatisfaction? What I'm aiming for is something further ahead. I'm aiming for a golem army. Wait, what? Abel couldn't keep up with Rhea's declaration. Is it like the artificial golems of the Union? No, not at all. It's an army of 1,000 ice golems that can be deployed anytime and anywhere through alchemy. With this, we won't let the Debuhi Empire have any big face. That's right. Not just the Empire, but the entirety of the Central Nations, or even the Western nations could be conquered. Rhea's bold declaration left Abel in disbelief. Of course, he didn't think Rhea was serious at all. Creating golems for battle, of course, even if they were metallic ones that couldn't be deployed and retracted, was extremely difficult without fundamental research. Even the genius alchemist Viscount Kenneth Hayward was struggling with it. Yes, fulfilling the requirement of being capable of being used on the battlefield is astonishingly difficult, for anything. That's definitely something we need to think about. After saying that, Rhea seemed to start pondering something. Rhea, first we should focus on this submarine, right? Abel hurriedly stopped him. The golem could wait for another time. That's right, then, Abel, shall we board now? I'm going to ride too. I just said the crew consists of two. You need to listen when someone talks to you. No, this is just too amazing. I couldn't comprehend what you were saying. I see, then that can't be helped, Rhea cheerfully answered Abel's words. The reaction of others can change dramatically based on how you say it. Don't worry. The outer shell is based on ice armor with 20 layers of ice, making it resistant to external influences. There shouldn't be a scenario where the interior gets filled with water from enemy magic, drowning us. That's indeed frightening. Of course, Abel hadn't imagined that, but he shivered at the thought. They were about to step into the sea, surrounded entirely by water. That in itself represented how much Rhea's magic and alchemy could be trusted. Of course, I trust Rhea, Abel declared. Rhea stepped forward and touched the Rondo-class second ship Neil Anderson with his right hand. Then an entrance large enough for a person to pass through opened up on its side. Now let's go inside. Okay. Rhea entered first and Abel followed behind. As Abel stepped inside the ship, the entrance closed. Inside, there were 2 seats positioned front and back. Rhea had envisioned it like the cockpit of a 2-seater fighter. The rear seat was slightly elevated so that even if someone sat in the front seat, there was a clear view ahead. The front is my seat and the back is Abel's seat, Rhea explained, and Abel looked at his seat. The ice chair looked a bit hard. Please bear with that. It's not meant for enjoying a comfortable journey as a passenger. It's a battle weapon after all. Abel nodded at Rhea's words. Abel sat in his seat. Then an ice U-shaped bar descended from above, securing him from shoulder to waist so that he wouldn't fly forward. This safety bar was something Rhea designed based on amusement park roller coasters. If this was down, no matter how the submarine moved, Abel wouldn't be thrown from his seat. Sitting down, Abel noticed a control stick protruding between his legs. What is this? Not knowing what it was, Abel was puzzled. That's a control stick which can operate this vessel. Operate me? Yes. Basically, I will be piloting from the front, but it is also designed so you can operate it from your seat. But it's fixed to prevent you from fiddling with it unnecessarily. I see, Abel said, swallowing his saliva nervously. Hey, this ship, is it still a ship, right? It has quite a long rear, and looking inside, there's nothing particularly stored in it. Yes, the back is filled with air. Air, It seemed Abel didn't quite understand. He should understand the concept of air itself. Previously, he must have encountered that in various conversations when in the Central Nations. However, there seemed to be something he couldn't comprehend or accept. Humans might find it incredibly challenging to understand things that are invisible. Normally, submarines take in seawater into tanks when diving and expel it from the tanks when surfacing. However, there was a somewhat tricky technical issue regarding that. While diving is easy, expelling seawater from the tank when surfacing presents a challenge. The exterior is the sea. It's filled with seawater. There's always water pressure acting on it. To push that out and drain, some kind of force is required. For instance, draining using a pump would work. How does the Rondo class handle that? Given that alchemy is used, it has been structured as simply as possible. The tank section from the middle of the ship to the rear, simply put, has a double structure of inner and outer walls. However, seawater isn't taken in from the outside. When diving, the inner wall shrinks, compressing the air inside. Then the space between the inner and outer walls is filled with water generated through alchemy to dive. Conversely, when surfacing, the inner wall expands, and the compressed air returns to normal atmospheric pressure. Then the water filled with alchemy between the inner and outer walls is reduced or eliminated to surface. While it's a transformation, it employs the widely used method of utilizing compressed air in many submarines. Though in the case of Earth's submarines, it uses the force of the compressed air returning to push the water out of the tank. That thing you hear in movies, blow the main tank, the Rondo class. While there is a difference in that the first ship was created through magic and the second through alchemy, the basic structure is almost identical. The basic principle that ice floats on water was resolved by making it high-density ice. This was something already known on Earth, ice created at high pressure and low temperature sinks. Such ordinary physics is being applied. It was challenging to perform everything through alchemy. The need to replicate the submarine generated by ice create with alchemy. That meant everything had to be described using formulas and magic circles. This proved to be unexpectedly troublesome. The second boom of artificial intelligence that once occurred on Earth was partly due to the failure of expert systems, which failed to describe all necessary information. For example, let's say there is a ceramic artist who is a living national treasure. Let's say there's a desire to replicate that artist's ability to create pottery using artificial intelligence and robots. To achieve that, all necessary information must be programmed without any omissions. However, that is impossible. There is an overwhelming amount of information that the artist is unconsciously aware of, which doesn't get transferred to the artificial intelligence. For example, factors like temperature, humidity, soil dryness, the ratio of components, or even the temperature of the water used to wet the hands. The artist adjusts these unconsciously. They adapt their recognition and body unconsciously. Since it is done unconsciously, it cannot be communicated to the programmer that this information is necessary. As a result, it goes unrecognized by the artificial intelligence, and thus it fails. However, overcoming such tragedy during the third artificial intelligence boom, through big data and deep learning, they succeeded in having artificial intelligence learn the necessary information without humans being involved. This indicates that it is challenging for human hands to document all necessary information entirely. Yet Rhea accomplished it. He succeeded. The result of that is the second ship, Neil Anderson. Abel was looking around while sitting in his seat, and he murmured, "It's amazing how everything around us can be seen." There was a hint of joy in those words. Rhea sensed that. Yes, because this submarine was made of ice, everything was visible from all sides. Yes, that is the major difference from normal submarines. Submarines cannot have any windows in their structure to avoid being crushed by water pressure, making it impossible to visually confirm the surroundings. At best, they can only use sonar to create graphical images, but this Rondo class can be visually confirmed directly. Abel ignored the words about water pressure and imagery, as he didn't quite grasp them. He was starting to feel eager to set sail into the sea. He knew that the depths of the sea were a world where humans shouldn't go more than the night forest. But that didn't mean he wasn't curious about what was happening beneath the sea. He knew about deeper rivers, so he knew fish swam there, but still, the river and the sea must be different. Rhea recognized that Abel was somewhat excited as well. That was only natural, because at heart, Abel was an adventurer. Rhea smiled and sat in the front seat in his own cockpit. Yes, Rhea's seat was the cockpit. Whatever anyone said, it was a cockpit in Rhea's mind. Of course, there were no instruments at all. Once seated in the cockpit, Rhea lowered his safety bar. Then he plunged his hands into the console. It was the type where the hands plunged in like a hand massager, unlike Abel's control stick. Rhea's setup is different from the control stick I have. Yes, from here I can also use weaponry. Weaponry? We're setting off to avenge the first ship, Rondo. We're not going just to be defeated. With a determined expression, Rhea said that and continued. Now let's go. Rondo-class second ship Neil Anderson launch. I will update every day at 9 p.m., so please look forward to it. The water attribute Mage is currently being published by To Books, and starting today, April 1, 2022, the comic site To Books Corona X has opened. The latest chapter of the water attribute Mage comic will be released exclusively on Corona X in the future. Corona X currently, 5 chapters have been published. I was allowed to see the name of the unpublished 6th chapter. Finally, Rhea and Abel's story is coming. Please wait a little longer for that. In the meantime, I hope you enjoy the novel as well. Tomorrow I will publish 439 I Will Avenge. See you at 9 p.m. The USS Neil Anderson set off from the sandy beach. There was no problem in launching from the beach, as it could shoot out a water jet from the back. Zabin, the USS Neil Anderson and its 2 crew members plunged into the sea. "I'll switch to water jet propulsion using alchemy," Rhea said, deliberately vocalizing his actions. Creating the right atmosphere is important after all. However, Abel hardly heard it, because he was captivated by the underwater scenery he was seeing for the first time. Since the water was still shallow, the sunlight illuminated the depths. Schools of fish swimming around, something sparkling at the sea floor. Occasionally, when the sun was obscured, he could see large creatures swimming above. Surrounded by the submarine made entirely of ice, a mysterious and spectacular sight unfolded, even giving a sense of buoyancy. Wow, Abel couldn't help but let a word of admiration slip from his lips. Hearing such praise, Rhea nodded with satisfaction and deliberately advanced the USS Neil Anderson slowly. After enjoying the scenery for a while, Abel asked Rhea, "These fish swimming around us aren't going to run away. They're not dangerous, right?" "Yes, the fish are normal. If we make a move, the entire sea will turn against us, though," Rhea replied, recalling his past blunders. The first time he dived into the ocean, it turned into a terrifying experience due to his reckless actions. So you're saying that eventually monsters will come near? No, ordinary creatures won't come near. We've activated the monster repellent. Is that so? But it seems we don't have any sea monster repellent on board, Abel said, looking around the interior of the submarine. Since it was a transparent submarine, it was easy to see what was inside. Nothing, not even a single magic stone. Not a single magic stone? Wait, Rio, how is this ship moving? How is it? It's moving by shooting out water. No, I mean, you don't have any magic stones on board, right? Oh, you mean the power source? Of course, it's my magical power. Rio replied with a bit of pride to Abel's question. Rio was the captain, the helmsman, the sonar operator, and also the fuel tank. Abel shook his head slightly. This ship seemed to deviate from the common sense he knew. No, to begin with, it had already become something he didn't know just by being a ship that moves underwater. Oh, right, we were talking about monster repellent. I remember that in the Central Nations, it's quite a large piece of alchemy tools, right? Rio recalled a sea monster repellent he had seen before. Yes, the bigger they are, the better their performance. Abel nodded in agreement. I haven't seen one at Kenneth's place, though. In the kingdom, everything related to the sea falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Ocean Affairs. The sea monster repellent is also under their jurisdiction. Even though it's alchemy? Yes. It seems that in the past, the administrative jurisdiction was too vertically divided, leading to various issues. Decades ago, they established the Ministry of Ocean Affairs and consolidated everything related to the sea there. Even after overcoming the issues of vertical administration, they became too large and lost their innovativeness. The difficulties of administration, indeed. Rio sighed lightly in response to Abel's explanation. Innovativeness? Yes. It seems that in the Western nations, sea monster repellent is transitioning from alchemy tools to magic formulas. What does that mean? It means that a magic formula has been devised, or rather discovered, that makes sea monsters dislike and avoid us. No way. There are magic formulas for both wind magic stones and earth magic stones, and combining them with magic stones yields quite high effects. With a magic formula, you can even draw it directly onto the magic stone. In essence, as long as you secure space for one magic stone, the ship won't be attacked by monsters. That's amazing! Abel was genuinely astonished by Rio's explanation. This Neil Anderson has a monster repellent inscribed that is the world's first monster repellent using water attribute magic formulas. It's quite effective. So that's why monsters don't come near. Yes, weak monsters won't approach, but that means the big ones will, Rio said, and Abel nodded. While creatures like bait balls made of sardines won't attract even a smaller monster repellent, larger ones, like a kraken, are said to have no effect from the current monster repellent. Still, how do you know about such magic formulas? Hee. I learned from the Mafalda Republic, the premier maritime nation of the Western nations, and the Franzoni Shipping Company, one of the top companies there. I've studied various things as well. What he learned in the Mafalda Republic was being put to use here. You never know where and what knowledge will come in handy. Slowly, the USS Neil Anderson continued on. It wasn't lost in direction. Rio seemed to understand which direction to take. Rio, do you perhaps know where the Kraken is? Yes, I know. It's lying in wait ahead. In response to Abel's question, Rio nodded with a determined expression. It was the Kraken that was Abel's rival from the first ship, Rondo. His expression naturally tightened. Sea monsters like bait balls won't attack unless they are provoked by the creatures of the sea. However, the Kraken is different. They attack anything that enters their territory, their domain, territorial waters, without mercy. Now that you mention it, you did say before that the smuggling ship I was on was attacked because it completely veered off course during 2 storms and passed close to the Kraken. Abel understood as he recalled his past experiences. The Kraken was quick to anger. We're getting close, Rio said. Just as Abel nodded, Rio chanted. Ice wall level 20. The moment he chanted, bang, a heavy sound echoed throughout the ship. What was that? Abel exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry. It was just his jab. Rio was unfazed. Of course, this was well within expectations. What would happen next? Did the ice wall just get torn away? Abel murmured while looking at the scene outside. He could see the ice wall Rio had erected being stripped away from the USS Neil Anderson and sinking to the seafloor. I've lost control of the ice wall's magical control, Rio said regretfully. Even though it was expected, that didn't change the fact that it was frustrating. Despite all the training, the Kraken surpassed him in magical control. The pinnacle of water attribute magic was still far away. This is within expectations. I admit I can't win with water attribute magic yet. That's why I'll counter with alchemy, activating alchemy exterior. As Rio said this, an icy exterior was applied to the outside of the USS Neil Anderson. Though it was difficult to see because it was ice, This is generated by alchemy, so he can't take it away, Rhea asserted confidently. Keen. At times a very high-pitched but very faint sound could be heard. What is that sound? That's probably him trying to take control of the alchemy exterior. Kenneth mentioned before that when someone tries to dominate something generated by alchemy, this type of sound can occur. But if there's a sound, it means he can't take control. In response to Abel's inquiry, Rhea answered with a confident expression, and he clearly stated, "Alchemy won't lose to the Kraken." Rhea then outlined the expected developments. The Kraken is about 40 meters long. It has 10 legs, 2 of which are long, probably around 100 meters. That attack against the ice wall was one of them. I see. When it understands it can't take the exterior, it will come for us. Abel, make sure to hold on tight. Huh! At Rhea's words, Abel tilted his head. Of course he would hold on tight, but why say it deliberately? The decisive difference between ground combat and underwater combat is that this is complete three-dimensional combat. Okay. Just as Abel replied, Rhea yelled, "You won't hit!" At the same time, he steered the ship. The Kraken's outstretched arms grazed past the exterior. Rhea felt like the pilot of a red mech in a mobile suit, though he couldn't move at 3 times the speed like in an anime. That's not enough. He dodged the second outstretched arm. "I'm going full speed ahead." Before Rhea could finish his sentence, he accelerated the USS Neil Anderson. He skillfully evaded the 2 long arms and intruded into the enemy's range. It was obvious that he would charge in. "Red eyes," Abel murmured. In front of them, 2 glowing red eyes were visible. They were likely the eyes of the Kraken. "Abel, hold on," Rhea deliberately said. Something even more dynamic was about to occur. Abel braced himself, but it exceeded his expectations. The USS Neil Anderson began to roll. In other words, it slowly started to spin like a bullet, while still charging forward. 8 short arms are coming," Rhea shouted. Bang, slash, swoosh. Unable to fully evade, they struck, but that was within the plan. The arms that hit the alchemy exterior were deflected out as the USS Neil Anderson continued to charge. The linear kinetic energy from the charge was transformed into rotational kinetic energy with the rolling, then reverted back into linear kinetic energy outside the exterior, flowing backward. With every contact, cracks appeared in the alchemy exterior. Abel could clearly see it from his position. Though he said nothing, Rhea likely understood that Abel was concerned. "Don't worry. I've inscribed damage control into the magic formula. It'll self-repair." "I see. A ship will inevitably incur damage. Whether it's a warship or a civilian ship, accidents happen, be it colliding with an iceberg or being attacked by pirates. In such cases, what's the most important thing? It's not sinking. Whatever is called a ship, that is prioritized above all. So what happens if it takes damage? That is considered from the design stage. It's also considered during operation. Those 2 aspects make up damage control. The ships of maritime nations with long histories are less likely to sink because they possess know-how in damage control from the design phase. Where to place what, where to install which devices, how to control the air and water so that the entire ship doesn't sink in case of flooding. It's easy to say, but designing it is very challenging. At the same time, how to load cargo, or where to place weapons and ammunition, what to do about the crew's living space. All those factors must be balanced as well. Rhea's ship, the Rondo class, was a decisive weapon. It is the ultimate weapon deployed to determine the course of battle. Even if it incurs some sacrifice itself, it bears the role of defeating the opponent. Therefore, taking damage was within expectations. That aspect of damage control was automated with alchemy so as not to burden Rhea. Rhea focused on the attack. "This is it, the final blow." Dodging the 8th short arm, he leaped right into the Kraken's embrace, where its mouth was visible. "I will avenge the grievances of Rondo. Mark 256 torpedoes, 32 front gun ports open. Fire!" At Rhea's command, numerous ice spear-like projectiles shot from the front of the USS Neil Anderson, visible to Abel. The moment they struck the Kraken, dozens of long spikes erupted from each ice spear. They pierced into the Kraken. "Juji-ah!" The Kraken's scream echoed through the seawater. With hundreds of ice spikes piercing through, it must have been painful indeed. In the meantime, the USS Neil Anderson pressed further, wedging its hull into the Kraken's wounded mouth. This is the end. All gun ports open, icicle lance shower, fan, alchemy coating, fire, everything. From the entire hull of the USS Neil Anderson, ice spears were launched. From a distance, it would resemble. Like a hedgehog's quills, ice spears were generated all over the hull, spreading in all directions. Though the offshore waters were reasonably deep, the high transparency allowed sunlight to reach. Thus, the ice spears reflected light, creating a sight that could be described as fantastical. Of course, for the Kraken that was the subject, it must have been a tragic sight. Its body was pierced by ice spears, shredded to pieces. However, the Kraken was still not dead. Being large might mean having great endurance. What is this? Have I lost sight of it? It's ink, as expected of a giant squid. The Kraken had spat ink. As a result, visibility was obscured. But I can still see. We have sonar, Rhea exclaimed, chasing after the Kraken that was trying to flee amidst the ink. There, I won't let you escape. Activate the capture arm. 6 manipulators extended from the USS Neil Anderson in unison, grabbing the Kraken. Activate the stealing arm. Attack! The 7th arm that emerged from the tip of the USS Neil Anderson shot out and pierced into the Kraken. Gee, the Kraken screamed, but its voice was weak. Having no choice but to flee, it no longer had the strength to resist. When the stealing arm was pulled out, it was gripping a massive blue magic stone. After stowing the magic stone into the hull, the 6 arms released the Kraken. Surprisingly, the Kraken did not die and swam away with somewhat feeble movements. That said, it had lost the source of its magical power. At the very least, that individual would no longer pose a threat. Complete victory? Rhea raised his arm in triumph. Tears spilled from his eyes, and he murmured, Rondo, I've avenged you. Tomorrow at noon I will post extra. The last of Rondo. It is the story of the first ship Rondo, a sad tale. It won't affect the future story if you don't read it. Later at 9 p.m. I will post the usual continuation 440. Beyond that, so tomorrow there will be 2 posts. Actually, yesterday, April 1st, during a meeting with the editor, I was told that the sales for Volume 4 of Water Attribute Mage for March were quite good. This is the March period bestseller list for Tankabin literary books based on a to-hand survey on March 15th. First place is Ascendance of a Bookworm, part-time worker in the library, Vol. 2. Second place is The Saint's Magic Power is Omnipotent, Vol. 8. Third place is I Don't Want to Get Hurt, so I'll Max Out My Defense, Vol. 13. You might think it's all light novels, right? Fourth place is Shogo Imamura's The Shield of the King. Yes, indeed, the winner of the 116th Naoki Prize. Fifth place is Toma Osaka's Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter. Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter. The Comrade Girl. Shoot the Enemy. This work received a perfect score from all judges for the first time in history and won the 11th Agatha Christie Prize, and it was nominated for the 116th Naoki Prize. Afterward, it also won the 2022 Bookstore Award. And then, 6th place is Tadao Kyuho's Water Attribute Mage, Part 1. Central Nations Arc 4. We're doing our best, applause, and surprisingly, 7th place is Hanabu Yonzawa's Black Prison Castle. Yes, this is also a work that won the 166th Naoki Prize. Surrounded by such amazing works, our child. I can keep going thanks to all of you. Tahan is a major distributor, meaning it's a ranking based on the number of copies sent to bookstores. Please continue to support Water Attribute Mage. It's a sad story. At night, Rhea shouted, Eureka, Eureka! He ran around while shouting. Abel watched, dumbfounded. This was a beach with no one else but the 2 of them. So even if he made a commotion, it wouldn't disturb the neighbors. However, Abel was a sensible person, too. Rhea, what's wrong? He asked, just to make sure. Rhea came to his senses, and he answered. Abel, there is a custom of shouting Eureka and running around when one makes a great discovery. Yeah, that's the first I've heard of it. That was only natural. Abel probably didn't know about Archimedes from ancient Greece. He wouldn't know the story of Archimedes shouting Eureka while running naked down the street either. I'll tell you about it tomorrow if I'm successful. Okay. And the next morning, Rhea ran close to the beach. As he did so, Abel disappeared into the forest to hunt. Rhea chanted, Ice creates submarine. Then a 10-meter-long submarine made of ice appeared. It matched the perfect image. With this I can win. He seemed satisfied with the result. Rhea patted the submarine. Yeah, your name is Rondo. Rondo-class first ship Rondo. You'll become the ruler of the sea. Saying that, Rhea boarded the Rondo. The inside was very simple. It was a single-seater, meaning there was only one seat. In front of the chair, there was only a control stick protruding from the floor. Basically, it was supposed to move and attack using Rhea's water attribute magic, launching things like Icicle Lance. For now, he just created it. That was the feeling. First, a trial voyage. Okay, let's set off into the ocean. The Rondo started to move slowly underwater, shooting water from the back, perhaps due to the high transparency. The scenery underwater was very beautiful. Since it was a submarine made of ice, Rhea could see in all 360 degrees. He might have been elated by the unexpected scenery. He noticed something approaching just in time. Dodge! He tilted the control stick to the left. At the same time, water spurted out from the side of the Rondo with a water jet thruster. With the thrust from the side and the jet from behind, the Rondo swiftly moved diagonally forward to evade. After dodging, Rhea realized that it had long arms. He had entered the territory of a Kraken. Since he didn't know where the territory began, unexpected contact engagement could happen anytime, anywhere. But at the same time, he was excited. If it's Rondo, I can fight the Kraken. Yes, he gained that confidence. However, it was only for a moment. He felt something glowing red far ahead. The Krakens, at that moment. Rondo, it's not moving. The control stick wouldn't move. Moreover, the water jet from the back had stopped. My magical control was taken. Despair clouded Rio's face. The Kraken had taken control of Rondo's magic. Now unable to move actively, Rondo was being drawn towards the Kraken, with Rio still on board. Rondo, move! Rio poured all his magical power into it, but it wouldn't move. He tried to regain magical control, but of course it didn't go well. This is bad. Still inside the Rondo, Rio was being pulled closer. Rondo, wake up, please! He understood it was impossible. It belonged to the Kraken. But still he shouted, yet there was no response. Rondo, the moment Rio called out with a voice that seemed to fade, Bogo, When he realized it, Rio's body was underwater. The Rondo had ejected Rio's body from the back. Rondo? Ejected, Rio was thrown backwards. The Rondo, having expelled Rio, was being drawn into the Kraken. Having its magical control taken away, it shouldn't have been able to do that. Yet, as if it had a will of its own, it seemed to muster its last strength to expel Rio. Rondo, Rio's tears quickly mixed with the sea. Yet through his tears he saw the fading Rondo, and it seemed to be smiling, as if satisfied for having saved its master. It seemed to smile. When he came to, Rio was washed up on the beach. He looked out at the sea. He wished it were a dream, but he understood it wasn't a dream. Tears flowed again. The Rondo who had mustered its last strength to save him. The Rondo who couldn't help him due to his lack of magical control. The Rondo who had become a sacrifice because of his naive foresight. After hours of being dazed, Abel silently handed Rio dinner. He must have understood that Rio had gone through something painful. He said nothing. But that didn't mean he was ignoring it. He knew that when it's really painful, one doesn't want to speak. So he asked nothing and let Rio be silent. Rio fell asleep. In his dream, the Rondo appeared. Rondo. He called out while crying. I heard. It felt like that. He thought the Rondo said that. That's all Rio could hear. The next morning, awakening, Rio shouted, I'll take revenge for Rondo. Later, as declared, Rio would take revenge for the first ship Rondo with the Rondo-class second ship Neil Anderson. Author, trespassing brings about tragedy. Rio, the sea belongs to everyone. If you don't want to be entered, please put up a sign that says Kraken Territory. Author, Rio, as the author, please properly inform the Kraken, author. Yes, there was a conversation like that, or maybe not. The movements and words of the Rondo may be the product of Rio's imagination. Or perhaps it was caused by Rio's unique constitution different from others. The next chapter, 440, will be posted at the usual time of 9 p.m. The two on board the USS Neil Anderson, who had achieved a complete victory, had returned to the original coastline. Thank goodness it was just one Kraken. Abel said something ominous, and Rio questioned him. Well, it seems that Krakens can sometimes appear in groups. There's a story about a famous fleet from the eastern nations that had 50 ships, all of which sank in an instant. According to the kingdom's legends, groups of Krakens also appear, so I'm glad it was just one. What, are you some kind of harbinger of death? Rio had thought that since they encountered only one Kraken here and one off the coast of the forest of Rondo, that it was normal for them to act alone. He felt painfully aware that he still lacked knowledge about their enemies. Anyway, let's set the Kraken aside for now. The scenery under the sea was incredible, but the battle was amazing too. Abel regained his focus and said excitedly. As a former rank swordsman, it was no doubt an exhilarating experience for him. Right, facing a 40-meter opponent with complete three-dimensional combat, and in the end, look at this. Rio also set aside thoughts of the Kraken group and raised what he held in his right hand. It was a blue magic stone about the size of 2 fists. That's huge. Isn't it about twice the size of the wyvern magic stones we collected from that mountain? Indeed. With a body length of 40 meters and arms that are 100 meters long, it must be large to ensure magical power spreads to every corner. Abel expressed his admiration, and Rio made a casual guess. And the color is deep. The Kraken's magic stone, aside from its size, was strikingly vibrant blue, a very deep shade of blue. It might have reigned as the master of this area for a long time, Rio said reflectively. Perhaps that statement contained the sadness he felt when the flagship Rondo sank. All right then, let's eat. What's on the menu is the grilled sardine-like monsters we caught along the way, right? Yes. There are 7 of them, so even the gluttonous Abel should be satisfied. They're larger than normal sardines, being monsters and all. I feel like Rio is the one with the bigger appetite. Did you say something, Abel? No, I didn't say anything. Abel gracefully dodged Rio's remark. They really seem to make a good team. The 7 monsters they had caught were retrieved from the area where they defeated the Kraken, where a bait ball had been present, using the capture arm and stealing arm, a total of 7. Abel quickly gathered some dried branches and palm fronds and started a fire. It seemed he had acquired flint somewhere along the way, striking it against a knife to create sparks. As expected from a former rank adventurer, he was quite skillful. Rhea, on the other hand, was gutting the sardine-like monsters. Although he didn't actually know their formal name, he extracted small magic stones from them. The magic stones that emerged were all smaller than a fingernail. They were the same size as the Echo of the Soul magic stone that Rhea wore on his left ear. In other words, the Echo of the Soul seemed to have come from the sardine-like monsters. Though small in size, their color was a vividly bright blue. If it were a sapphire, it would likely fetch a very high price. Rhea murmured, unaware that this magic stone was also quite valuable. He was the only one oblivious to it. The 7 fish were skewered on a spike made of ice that Rhea had created. Before long, they found their way into the stomachs of the 2 hungry adventurers. Ah, that was delicious. It's strange, isn't it? Monsters taste better than ordinary animals or fish. Abel was satisfied, while Rhea expressed his bewilderment. Yes, the monster rabbit, rather than a regular one, tasted better. It seemed that was the case even for sardines. Rhea had always found it curious. Is that so? Since they're infused with magical power throughout, it's only natural that they're tasty, right? Magical power is tasty. Abel said it as if it were obvious, but Rhea shook his head in confusion. In the world of Phi, it seemed that was the common understanding. So, does that mean Abel the Mage would be tastier than Abel who can't use magic? Hey, don't say such ominous things. Abel reacted excessively to Rhea's muttering. After all, there was no such person as Abel the Mage. If you eat after soaking yourself thoroughly in magical power, wouldn't Rhea, whose magical power overflows more than mine, be tastier? In response to Rhea's muttering, Abel struck back with a fierce retort. Rhea widened his eyes in surprise. And I wouldn't taste good at all. Besides, eating a person is called cannibalism, and it's not really recommended. Oh, really? Abel's reaction was cold to Rhea's words. Rhea desperately tried to change the subject. Speaking of which, today we had the monster sardines, but where does Abel usually procure food from? What a forceful topic change. Well, it's fine. I get it from the forest over there, mostly fruits and animals. You actually ventured into the forest. That's impressive, brave, and a bit scary. Rhea praised Abel. Of course, this was to escape from the sharp blade of the conversation, but he understood that it was thanks to Abel gathering and cooking food that he was able to focus on building the Rondo class. He was deeply grateful for that. Yes, that was not a lie. Well, even though it was in the forest, I didn't go deep inside. There were plenty of fruits and animals right near this coastline. In fact, there were no monsters around. I see. Then it might be better to procure food from the forest before setting sail? Rhea nodded in agreement with Abel's words. However, he felt slightly curious. What lay deeper in that forest? I'll go take a look from above. Without waiting for Abel's reply, Rhea chanted. Waterjet thruster, he shot up into the air. Man, I kind of envy that, Abel murmured as he watched the scene. He rarely thought about wanting to use magic, but he did want to experience flying in the air. Even if it was just floating, he wanted to try that. The desire to fly is perhaps a fundamental wish that people hold. Rhea floated up. The forest is quite expansive, he murmured, looking around. Could it be that we're not on an island, but rather at the tip of a peninsula or cape? There was a vast ocean surrounding them. And then further into the forest, he spotted something he shouldn't have seen, about 10 kilometers ahead. Since it was something he shouldn't see, he decided to ignore it. When Rhea returned to the ground, he reported to Abel. Well, there was nothing at all. Why do you sound so suspicious and flustered? I told you there was nothing like something I shouldn't have seen. It sounds exactly like you saw something. Rhea's attempt at concealment failed. So, what did you see? I saw something that looked like a town beyond the forest. Seriously? Plus, we're not on an island, it's more like the tip of a peninsula. I didn't think we were on an island at all. What? It seemed that Rhea was the only one who had assumed, without any basis, that they were on an uninhabited island. Why didn't you say it wasn't an island if it wasn't? Well, you didn't ask. We never really discussed it. Abel easily dodged Rhea's pursuit. Then he launched a counterattack. More importantly, there's a town. We have to go there. I figured you'd say that, which is why I tried to pretend I didn't see it. Why wouldn't we go? We've got a lot of things lacking to return to the kingdom, right? We need to know where we are and how to get back. Well, we could use Rhea's ship, but we wouldn't know the direction, would we? Abel stated something very obvious. But if we go to the town, we'll definitely get caught up in trouble in terms of development. What do you mean by in terms of development? Rhea conducted meta-reasoning about the classic development of light novels, while Abel looked on in confusion. In other words, it was a loose assumption that something would definitely happen. The place we are at is really far south, so if we head north, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Rhea had realized from the height of the sun that they were near the equator. At the very least, latitude-wise, they were south of the forest of Rondo. Yes, he understood latitude. But you don't know which south it is. Is it south of the Central Nations, south of the Western Nations, or somewhere else entirely? Just heading north won't cut it, will it? That was right. He didn't understand longitude. Rhea had no retort for Abel's perfectly reasonable counter-argument. He let out a deep sigh. A very exaggerated sigh, as if to clearly indicate that he was opposed, but Abel knew. Rhea was pretending to say such things on the surface, but deep down he really wanted to go. Because both Abel and Rhea were at their core adventurers, trouble might rain down and things could become complicated. That was certainly true. He didn't want that. Of course, he didn't want that. But he knew that it wasn't just trouble that lay ahead. There was something they had never seen before. It must be there. It could be something they couldn't see in a government office, the kingdom, or the Central Nations. Perhaps it was something they could only see here. If they let it slip away now, they might never encounter it again in their lives. There was no option to not go. Rhea understood that. He understood that was why he had tried to pretend he didn't see it while floating. He knew with absolute certainty that they would end up going. 1 hour later, the two stood at the entrance of the town. I'm really tired. It felt more like a jungle than a forest. Shouldn't we have come by Rhea's ship? Well, now that we understand that the other side of the town faces the sea. I admit that was the right way to go, but we couldn't see it from the coast we were at, so it couldn't be helped. They had come to this town, resigned to travel by land since it appeared to be deep within the forest, only to discover that the far side of the town faced the sea. It may indeed have been easier to take the sea route around from that coast. It looked like quite a large town, but apparently there were no castle walls. Rhea thought it was quite rare in this where there were monsters. It's unusual for the Central Nations. If it were a pioneer village, that'd be one thing, but for a town of this size, there should be walls. The swordsman who once ruled as king in the Central Nations said this. So this place isn't in the Central Nations. Well, it was clear from its latitude, being near the equator, that it couldn't be in the Central Nations. There probably aren't any powerful monsters that would attack the town, at least not on land. I see. A peaceful place is a good thing. Rhea nodded happily at Abel's explanation. Peace is the best. Even a battle maniac prefers peace, right? That's the idea of parabellum. Si vis pacem, parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. Without any walls to speak of, they considered the entrance, which was just where market stalls were starting to appear. From there, the two entered the town. But before they went in, Rhea stated clearly to Abel, in a stern tone that allowed for no argument. If we find out where this place is on the map, we're leaving immediately. Another hour later. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. The rice is fried with salt and pepper, and what is this? It's moderately spicy. It's not quite the same as fried rice. Yes, it's not fried rice because it doesn't have eggs mixed in. The fact that the eggs are sunny side up on top is nice too. Rhea praised the dish. You said you'd leave as soon as you found the map, didn't you, Rhea? Abel was astounded by the sudden change of heart. A map of the surrounding countries might be a national secret, so it's not something you can just get easily. More importantly, this food is delicious. They likely don't have cakes, but good food is justice. Rhea cheerfully ate the fried rice with a spoon. Across from him, Abel, who had just chastised Rhea, was also enjoying his food. Both of them loved delicious things. The one with a slightly sweet and spicy seasoning was also good. Should we order another plate? Chef. We'd like another of the same, please. When Rhea said this, a chef cooking a little distance away raised his right hand as a signal. Rhea interpreted this as a sign of acknowledgement. Abel watched this from the side. Noticing Abel's gaze, Rhea said, what's with that look? I'm not thinking of having you treat me or anything. You don't have any money, do you? Oh, my bad, Rhea said, and Abel apologized honestly. Indeed, Abel was broke. He had been transported from the battlefield against Demon Garwin and, as expected, had no money. It's not common for a king to keep cash in his pocket during a war, so it couldn't be helped. On the other hand, Rhea had been given money by the delegation even while he was active in the Western nations, so he had some in his pocket. Moreover, that money from the Western nations could be used in this town as well. Just like in the Central Nations, it seems that the value of currency, gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins, proportions with the amount, so it must be accepted even if the cultural sphere changes. That's why the two were able to enjoy a meal. If it had been paper money, it would have been difficult. Once we safely return to the kingdom, I'll charge you back with interest, so don't worry about it. I don't know what interest is, but please take it easy on me. In a world without banks, even if surplus funds were deposited in the guild, they wouldn't accrue interest, so the concepts of interest and returns seem to be non-existent. In a different world, things are indeed complicated. After relishing their meal for a while, Rhea made the payment. Chef, it was very delicious. Thank you for the meal. Myanmar letter 101C, Myanmar letter 102C, Myanmar letter 1005, Myanmar letter 102C, Myanmar letter 1038, Myanmar letter 1015, Myanmar letter 103C, Myanmar letter 1014, Myanmar letter 1010, Myanmar letter 101A. Yes, I will come again. Myanmar letter 1018, Myanmar letter 102C, Myanmar letter 1000. Myanmar letter 103C, Myanmar letter 1031, Myanmar letter 102C, Myanmar letter 1004, Myanmar letter 101C, Myanmar letter 1032, Myanmar letter 1006, Myanmar letter 102D, Myanmar letter 102F, Myanmar letter 1010, Myanmar letter 1031, Myanmar letter 102C, Myanmar letter. Are there any other recommendations? That sounds exciting. With that, the two left the establishment. It's amazing how well we can communicate even though we don't understand the language. Conversation is about the heart. The differences in language are trivial. I learned that body language is fundamental back in the day. Indeed, they didn't understand each other's words. Neither Rhea nor Abel understood the language spoken in this town at all. Although they didn't understand, they had been drawn in by the delicious smells, managed to place an order, and finally enjoyed some tasty food. Perhaps it was Rhea's beaming smile that worked wonders. Even without understanding the words, the chef smiled and prepared the food for them. Of course, whether spreading is the right expression in this case is up for debate. After all, a smile is a powerful weapon. Now, Abel, what shall we do from here? Well, it's easy to say that, but I can't come up with a good idea. The best option would be to obtain a map. The next best would be to at least see a map and know where they were and how to return to the Central Nations. They knew what information they wanted. The problem was how to obtain that information. Isn't it bad that we can't communicate? True. However, I heard that the language of the Central Nations is quite widely understood around the world. Isn't that just the arrogance of the Central Nations? Thinking they are the world standard is quite presumptuous. Sorry. Rhea pointed this out rather arrogantly for some reason, and Abel apologized for some reason. The language of the Central Nations is understood worldwide. Right, what I'm saying isn't wrong. Yes, isn't it the ones who don't learn who are being negligent? Really, I almost got accused by Rhea again. Abel, who are you talking to? Rhea asked Abel, who was in front of him. Abel looked at Rhea, surprised. Indeed, it wasn't Rhea's voice. Moreover, the direction it came from was not from the front, but from behind. Abel turned around. Nobody was there. Below, following the voice and looking down, he saw a boy about 10 years old. Hello. Oh, hello. The boy greeted him, and Abel reflexively returned the greeting. Then he realized. Can you speak the language of the Central Nations? Yes, of course. It's only natural for someone who wants to establish themselves in business to learn the language of the Central Nations. The boy nodded vigorously in response to Abel's question. Moreover, his replies were quite articulate. His family likely ran a business, and he must have been trained in that area from a young age. That must be the strength of a founding family. He was raised in an environment where that was the norm from childhood. Abel, that's great. Your luck isn't to be discarded after all, Rhea said happily. The language the boy spoke in the Central Nations was very fluent. Far more so than the Central Nations language spoken by adventurers he had heard before on the Dark Continent. I don't know if it's my luck or not. Anyway, boy, my name is Abel. And what is your name? My name is Bandersh. Mr. Abel. All right, Bandersh, we want a map of this town, or rather a map of the surrounding area. I'd like you to guide us to where we can obtain that. Of course, it won't be for free. This brother in the robe, Rhea, will properly pay you for your efforts. Abel started the negotiation. However, after hearing this, Bandersh tilted his head slightly, and then he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Abel. I can't meet that request. Why not? The map of the surrounding area is prohibited from being taken out of the town. Therefore, it's not possible to obtain the map. Bandersh said this with a somewhat apologetic expression. Is there any way we can see it somewhere? Abel pressed for further negotiation. For now, he just wanted to know roughly where this town was located. That would be possible. We run an inn, and we have a large map of the surrounding area there. It shows quite a few of the surrounding islands, and we can show it to guests who stay overnight. Bandersh seems like he'll become a fine merchant in the future, Rhea murmured in response to Bandersh's words. Abel looked at Rhea. Of course, Rhea understood what Abel was implying and had no reason to oppose it. It was getting close to 3 in the afternoon. If they left the town now, they would have to spend the night outside. It was only natural to wish to sleep in a bed again after a long time. Even for adventurers accustomed to camping, that didn't change. The two headed towards the inn guided by Bandersh. Mr. Abel, Mr. Rhea, this is the Azure Orb Pavilion. Please come in. Bandersh guided them to the inn, the Azure Orb Pavilion, which was a quite large and impressive 2-story building located in the center of the town. Leading the way, Banhu took the two to a place that seemed to be the reception area at the front. There stood a cheerful woman in her 20s who bore a resemblance to Banhu in some way, smiling warmly. "Welcome, this is Mr. Abel and Mr. Rhea," Banhu said to the woman in the local language. Then, "Welcome, Lord Abel and Mr. Rhea, please check in here." The woman began speaking in the Central Nations language. Understanding what Banhu said in Central Nations language, she realized that while the two did not understand the local language, they could comprehend Central Nations language. "That's impressive, a professional job indeed." "They're well-trained," Rhea murmured, and Abel responded quietly. "A guest registration?" The paper presented to them was written in Central Nations language. It seemed to be a well-thought-out process. They were required to write their names, country of origin, and reasons for visiting the town. It was reminiscent of the question asked when entering a country on an international flight. "Is your reason for visiting work or tourism?" Recently, regulations have tightened. "Customers who cannot fill this out will not be able to stay," the woman said with an apologetic expression. Abel said this and began writing, simply Abel Natore Kingdom. By the way, it seemed the reason for visiting the town was work. "Not for tourism, right? Even though you were eating so happily? I don't want to hear that from Rhea." Even if they were visiting for work, it was fine to enjoy the food. After Abel finished writing, Rhea started. "Rhea Natore Kingdom work." However, while writing, Rhea found it strange. Originally, Rhea had been reincarnated from Earth, and somehow he could understand Central Nations language, reading, writing, speaking, everything. Was it Michael, or perhaps the being he referred to as God? He didn't know who set these settings, but he couldn't understand the local language in this town. Neither conversation nor the written characters made sense to him. "If I can't have the aptitude for all magical attributes, at least I should have the ability to understand all languages." He murmured something that would likely make a linguist's eyes widen in anger. After the procedures were completed, the two left the reception area. "Thank you for staying with us, Lord Abel, Mr. Rhea." Banhu, who had been waiting just behind them, bowed his head. Perhaps it was because they had been confirmed as guests that Mr. had changed to Lord. "Well, that's fine, so I would like to see a map." Abel is too impatient. "In a quality inn like this, there should be a welcome drink." "A welcome something? What is that?" "It's like welcome, please enjoy a drink first." The inn's prideful beverage heals the tired traveler for free and captivates them with just that one cup. Rhea confidently answered Abel's question. However, Abel caught it out of the corner of his eye. For the first time, Banhu, who had been flawless until now, showed a flustered expression, but it was just for a moment. "Over there in the dining area of the inn, I will bring you drinks along with a map." "See, as expected of a good inn, come on, let's sit over there and wait." "No, I don't think the drinks were part of the plan." Rhea cheerfully began to move toward the dining area, and Abel followed while muttering in a small voice. A short distance away, Banhu started murmuring while preparing the map and drinks. "A welcome drink, what a wonderful idea. I didn't know such inns existed." "Right. It might be good to have them fill out the guest registration while enjoying that drink. I need to suggest this to my father right away." "Excuse me?" A man in his mid-20s, who looked quite similar to Banhu, brought coffee to Rhea and Abel. "Here you go, a special blend coffee from the Azure Orb Pavilion." "Wow," Rhea happily inhaled the aroma of the coffee. "It feels like it's been a while since I had coffee." "Well, you've been building ships the whole time." In response to Rhea's words, Abel also spoke while enjoying the aroma. Then both took their first sip at the same time. "Wow, this is—" Abel and Rhea both let out impressed exclamations. After one sip, they felt it was delicious. After 2 sips, they realized it had no off flavors at all. After 3 sips, the richness and bitterness spread in their mouths, balanced at an astonishingly high level. "It's delicious." Rhea smiled and expressed his honest thoughts. "Thank you." Banhu, who had spread out 2 maps on the adjacent table, bowed his head happily. "Recently, I've been drinking only Kona coffee, but this is also delicious." Abel, having secluded himself in the kingdom for so long, had become fond of the Kona coffee produced in the kingdom. "I ran out of Kona coffee on the way, so after arriving there, I mostly had dark coffee." Having gone to the Western nations as part of the delegation, Rhea had, of course, loaded a large amount of Kona coffee into the carriage before departing the kingdom, but it ran out around the time they entered France. After that, he only had coffee produced in the Dark Continent, but that was delicious in its own way. In conclusion, carefully brewed coffee was delicious. Once Banhu finished spreading the 2 maps on the adjacent table, Abel jumped in eagerly to look at them. Rhea continued to slowly sip his coffee. "Mappa non-fugiate or coffee aroma fugiate," he murmured. For some reason, he appeared to be acting grandiose. Well, technically, as the first Duke of the Natore Kingdom, he was indeed a significant figure. However, Abel, who was diving into the maps, was not only a first Duke, but also His Majesty the King, the most significant figure of all. Once Rhea finished his coffee, he stood up and walked over to the adjacent table where the maps were spread out. And he looked at the maps. One was a surrounding map drawn with this town at its center. The other was a map depicting the interior of the town. Rhea couldn't understand the town map since he couldn't read the characters, so for now, he decided to look at the surrounding map. There are so many islands. Is it an archipelago or a sea of many islands? Rhea murmured cheerfully. Glancing at that, Abel muttered, "Absolutely, he's thinking of something mischievous." That was correct. He was thinking about how the sound of sea of many islands was cool, how there must be many pirates, and how he might enjoy delicious seafood dishes. Rhea was indeed thinking mischievously. Well, looking at it, it wasn't particularly mischievous. This is surely a sea where pirates are rampant, and we will defeat them and richly acquire their treasure. That's definitely the pattern. This was truly a mischievous thought. With Rhea's light novel-like expectation for a classic development, Abel sighed. His expression already said, without needing to voice it, as expected of Abel. That pattern Rhea always talks about doesn't exist. Well, there might be pirates, but we absolutely won't need to deal with them. That's why the country has a navy and a marine force. Marine force? There's a marine force? Rhea reacted with surprise to Abel's words. A marine force was way too modern Earth-like. Of course, he knew that the marine force began around the 16th century, but after boarding, they invade enemy ships and suppress them. That's what a marine force does, right? Abel answered somewhat curiously. It seemed that the existence of a marine force was a given for His Majesty, the King of the Narou Kingdom. Now that I think about it, Rhea had never seen the kingdom's navy or fleet. I must go for an inspection when we return, Rhea firmly vowed in his heart. After all, he was the first duke. He should be able to demand to see it if he flaunted his status. A forced inspection of the corrupt duke. Why such a creepy laugh? Abel regarded Rhea's laughter with suspicion. However, when he returned his gaze to the map, his expression turned serious, and he began to weave his words. Clearly, this is an area far from the central nations. That was the reason for his serious expression. Until now, he had been thinking about returning to the kingdom as quickly as possible, but he had to change his approach. If it's difficult to return, I want to contact them quickly. At Abel's murmur, Rhea reacted. Contact? For some reason, Rhea tilted his head. Abel didn't understand the meaning behind Rhea's tilt. The king is absent, you know. It will be quite troublesome. But the chancellor is at home, isn't he? With Count Heinlein there, will anything go wrong? Well, that's... It seemed that mentioning the king and the chancellor made Rhea speak in a quieter voice, and Abel was flustered. Then he thought a lot. He kept thinking. No, I have a feeling that all problems might get resolved. Abel accepted his defeat. Well, maybe it would be good to at least convey that I'm alive, since Rhea might worry, Rhea said while nodding. Indeed, for now, just for now, for you to be so crushed by something like that, Abel hasn't been trained enough. Whose fault is it, really? Rhea waved his fingers while saying tusk tusk, and Abel shouted back angrily. But he quickly regained his composure. This wasn't just the two of them. I'm sorry, Banhu, it's our situation, don't mind it. Yes, it's fine, Banhu replied, bowing with a smile. Even though he was only around 10 years old, what composure! Rhea nodded in admiration, as if he were a complete third party. He showed no signs of feeling that the reason for Abel's shouting was linked to him. That's the kind of person Rhea was. Abel, it may be one-sided, but if it's just conveying that we're safe, there's a way to do it. What do you mean? It's probably possible. Of course, it won't work if they aren't prepared on the kingdom's side, but there's Kenneth over there. I think it should be doable. What will you use? Abel asked, intrigued by Rhea's words. I'll use this. Rhea flicked his left ear where his earring hung with his finger. Before the improved echo of the soul, the two looked at another map. However, the conclusion they reached was the same. If I can't read the characters, it's inconvenient not to know what's written. Both Abel and Rhea sighed softly, but there was a heavenly blessing. How about using an alchemy tool that converts it to Central Nations language? Banhu suggested. The two were left speechless. Central Nations language is one of the languages that can be used worldwide. Alchemy tools that convert from other languages to Central Nations language are quite commonly available. It's possible to obtain them in this town, though I can't say they are inexpensive. Long live alchemy! Rhea cheered at Banhu's explanation. However, he quickly turned to Abel and pointed out. Didn't you know something like that? Indeed, I didn't know, but Rhea didn't know either. I'm fine. I was part of the delegation after all. Abel, you should know this for your work. Even Rhea understood that it wasn't good to loudly reveal that Abel was the king. That's why he phrased it as for work. Now that I think about it, I have a memory of hearing that such alchemy tools exist. Why are you only realizing it now? Rhea exclaimed in disbelief at Abel's words. Of course, there was no excuse for Rhea to not know because he was part of the delegation. He just didn't make others feel that way. Rhea not knowing doesn't get justified either. Abel felt it properly. In the end, one shouldn't blame others. I saw a tool that automatically converted words to Central Nations language when I was rescuing the guests from the Dark Continent. Rhea recalled having seen an alchemy tool that automatically converted words to Central Nations language when he saved the guests from the Dark Continent. It might be something similar. Abel nodded and then turned to Bandersh. I definitely want to acquire that alchemy tool. Understood. The alchemy tool shop that the Azure Orb Pavilion favors is in the town. I can guide you anytime. All right, then take me there right away. Abel's decision was immediate in response to Bandersh's words. Rhea was still wide-eyed in surprise but murmured softly. Abel, you don't have any money, right? Rhea, I'll leave the payment to you. This is incredible. I paid a gold coin for one, but the performance is exceptional. Abel was amazed, and Rhea was in awe of the high-performance translation device. Its size was quite small, about the size of a 500 yen coin in Japan, yet it was an alchemy tool packed with every feature related to translation. The words they heard were translated in real time into a language they could understand, the language of the Central Nations. And the words they spoke were also translated into the local language in real time by the alchemy tool. Both of them wore it around their collars, and it appeared as if translated text floated in the air, similar to an AR screen. What kind of principle is this? An aerial display. It's been a while since I encountered an alchemy tool whose principle I couldn't figure out. Rhea was gleefully examining the translation device from various angles. Of course, he had it attached to his collar. Yes, he had purchased two, one for practical use and another for research. Abel watched with narrowed eyes, but since Rhea was the one paying, he couldn't complain. Indeed, the money came from Rhea, but it was originally given to the delegation, so it was also the country's money. Thus, it could be said that the king, Abel, as the highest decision-maker of the nation, bore the responsibility for the money. Rhea, before you tamper with that, please prioritize establishing a means of communication with the home country. Yes, of course. I'll get started as soon as we return to the inn. Rhea nodded in response to Abel's words. He didn't think it was troublesome at all. After all, it was also alchemy. Moreover, the Echo of the Soul was one of the masterpieces created by Kenneth. There was no doubt about it. It was overturning many common notions of alchemy up to this point, to tinker with it and improve it. I'm really looking forward to it. Those words came from the depths of his heart. You can order whatever you like for dinner starting at 6 p.m. in the dining hall we were at earlier, Bandersh informed the two as they arrived at the inn. In a sense, it might be a buffet style. That's great, Abel. Even a big eater like you can eat to your heart's content. No, I think Rhea eats more than I do. A mage shouldn't be a bigger eater than a swordsman. I'd appreciate it if you could refrain from making such misleading statements. I'll return those words right back at you. With such exchanges, they entered their room. Rhea occupied the provided chair and table and immediately began analyzing the Echo of the Soul. Abel had brought back several sheets of paper that were placed on the first floor labeled Help Yourself. So this city is called Maniamia. It's hard to pronounce. He mumbled Maniamia repeatedly quietly. It boasts the third largest city in the Kamakura vassal kingdom. The safest sea area is at the far west. Beyond Maniamia, there are numerous massive sea monsters, including Kraken, so the coastline we were at. Well, it's certainly west of this city, Abel murmured, taking in various pieces of information. You never know when, where, or what information might come in handy. This might be a certain habit for adventurers. It separates the elite from the rest. However, after a while, he finished reading all the papers he had brought. Without a doubt, ever since becoming king and having more paperwork, my reading speed has increased, Abel murmured. Familiarity is a terrifying thing, or rather, perhaps it should be said that human adaptability is. With nothing left to do, Abel absent-mindedly watched Rhea's work. He could see letters displayed on an ice board, not just one. But Kenneth didn't connect that many? Abel muttered, recalling the scene he had seen at the Royal Alchemy Workshop when Kenneth Hayward was making alchemy tools. Kenneth used a stone tablet, quite literally a stone slab. According to the explanation, the magic formulas and magic circles drawn on the alchemy tools would be displayed on that tablet. He would modify while looking at it or add new magic formulas, then transfer that to the alchemy tool. Of course, it was also possible to draw the magic formulas and magic circles directly on the alchemy tools without using such a stone tablet. However, since it is difficult to write directly on small targets, they would use a stone tablet. Or, as Rhea was doing this time, it seems they used the stone tablet to see the already drawn magic formulas and magic circles accurately. What Rhea was using was an ice board. The stone tablet has no computational functions and is simply for display, so it doesn't have a complex mechanism. As expected of Kenneth, suddenly Rhea shouted. What happened? Abel was a bit surprised, but he hid it and asked. No, it's this magic formula of the echo of the soul. I already understood that it was based on the paper Kenneth published, the possibility of long-distance communication using the resonance phenomenon of magic stone segmentation, but it has further utilized the water vapor present in the air. He perfectly understood the knowledge I taught him and applied it to alchemy. Truly, Viscount Kenneth Hayward is a genius. Rhea was joyfully celebrating as if it was his own achievement. He was delighted to reaffirm how brilliant someone he admired as a mentor was. For Rhea, Viscount Kenneth Hayward was not a rival but a teacher of alchemy. So, how does it look? Can you manage it, Rhea? How rude, Abel, despite my appearance, I am Kenneth's number 2. Well, there are about 10 alchemists at the Royal Alchemy Workshop, so I'm the 11th disciple. I can handle improvements. It might be difficult to create an original, but using water vapor from the air is in my field as a water attribute magician. Just wait a moment, I can do this. With that, Rhea pulled one of the 8 ice boards towards him and began to write something with his finger on its surface. Rhea was using water attribute magic to directly inscribe the magic formula onto the ice board with his finger. It seems that each magician or alchemist has their own method that suits them in this regard. It was just like programming, just as a programmer inputs rapidly in an editor. Rhea was quickly documenting on the ice board. At first, he wrote with his finger, but before long, the magic formula began to appear on the ice board without him needing to move his finger. Is he transferring the magic formula that he visualized in his mind directly onto the ice board, like Capillas's transcription? Abel murmured. Capillas was the name of the copy shop he often used when he was in the city of Run. He was lost in nostalgic memories while absent-mindedly observing Rhea's work. Thinking back over these 3 years, I haven't had the time to simply watch something in a daze like this, Abel murmured. Since the War of Kingdom Liberation, no, ever since he ascended to the throne in Run. He had been preoccupied with his duties as king. Of course, he had chosen this path himself, so he never thought negatively or regretted it. However, there were times when he questioned whether the path he had taken was the right one. He had thought about such things, but he had probably never just stood there watching someone else's work absent-mindedly. He had spent time with Queen Rhea and Prince Noah. However, even then he hadn't allowed himself to zone out, while Abel was contemplating such matters. All right, it's complete, Rhea declared. Already done? I told you I could do it, right? Well, the magic formula is a patchwork, so it can only send temporary messages. We can't have a conversation over there, so please give up on that. Well, that's enough. For now, as long as we can let them know we're safe, that's what matters. Abel nodded in agreement with Rhea's explanation. After all, to use the echo of Abel's soul, Abel wasn't over there. He couldn't understand how they could connect like that. Yet, the fact that they could send a message made Abel genuinely impressed by Rhea and Kenneth, who excelled in alchemy. In the midst of this, Rhea began to take an even more incomprehensible action. He held the echo of the soul and began to gradually change the direction he was facing. He was saying things like, no, this way is different, this way has a bit, and this way is definitely not it. After a while, yeah, it's definitely this direction. This is northwest, right? Abel, I've figured out the direction of the royal capital. Seriously? Abel was shocked by Rhea's words. How could he know the direction of the royal capital? I just performed a test to see if it connects to the receiver. It's like a ping in a network. How should I put it? Confirming that a small message is sent and properly returns. Confirming that we are indeed connected over there. When I directed it northwest, the response was the clearest, so the royal capital is probably over there. Okay, I don't quite understand, but got it? Abel replied and stood facing the same direction Rhea was oriented towards. Once he confirmed that, Rhea passed the echo of the soul to Abel. Abel received it with both hands, cradling it gently. You have 15 seconds to send your message. Please think carefully about what you want to say before you start. Yeah, I have the content ready, so how do I use this? If you grip it tightly, you should feel a sense of connection to another place in your mind. From there, the words you say will be recorded on the other end for 15 seconds. Please make sure to convey that we are safe. Got it. After Rhea's explanation, Abel nodded. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then, following instructions, he gripped the echo of the soul tightly with both hands. In that moment, the echo of the soul emitted a faint blue light. He felt a sensation of connecting to a different place in his mind. Ah, this is Abel. Yes, I seem to have been thrown far away in the battle with Garwin, but I'm okay. I'm alive and not seriously injured. It seems I am quite far from the Central Nations, so it might take some time to return. But I will definitely come back. So until then, I entrust the kingdom to you. Rhea, Noah, I love you. Once Abel uttered those words, he opened his eyes. He thought he had said everything he needed to say. However, in front of him, he discovered the water attribute magician pointing at his own face. Oh, Rio is with me. He is safe. Whoosh. With a small sound, the light of the Echo of the Soul vanished. The Echo of the Soul left in Abel's hands had its magic stone portion turned jet black. Geez, that was super dangerous. I didn't expect you wouldn't plan to convey anything about me. Ah, no, of course, that wasn't my intention. I definitely meant to say it at the end. As Rio pressed him, Abel responded. However, it was clear to anyone watching that Abel's answer was a lie. Abel, it's so obvious you're lying. Ugh. Sorry, I completely forgot. I knew it. Abel was honest, and Rio puffed out his cheeks. Well, at least it worked out in time. Sorry, but more importantly, this is... Abel looked at the completely blackened Echo of the Soul in his hands. He had never heard of a magic stone turning out like this. I was told that when a magic stone expels all its magical power, it ends up like this. I learned it from Neil. Rio had learned this from the alchemist Neil Anderson in the Western nations. In order to use it consistently, we need to devise a more efficient magic formula without squeezing it out completely. For now, we had no time, so it couldn't be helped. With that, Rio shook his head slightly. As a priority, delivering the message took precedence over creating a perfect magic formula. I'll put it back on my ear and recharge its magical power. After a while, the color should return. I see. Abel deeply nodded at Rio's response. Oh, it's past 6 o'clock. Yeah, shall we go eat? Food is even better after a good job. I'm looking forward to what kind of food they have. Indeed, Rio did a great job. Well, it wasn't that much. At the same time, in the royal capital of the Natore Kingdom at the Royal Alchemy Workshop, head researcher Viscount Kenneth Hayward noticed that the central communication device set up in the center of the alchemy workshop was glowing blue. What is this? He quickly began to tap on the control panel. Seeing this, the alchemists working in the workshop gathered around. All right, playing it back, Kenneth said and pressed the switch. Ah, this is Abel, yes. I seem to have been thrown far away in the battle with Garwin, but I'm okay. I'm alive and not seriously injured. It seems I am quite far from the Central Nations, so it might take some time to return, but I will definitely come back. So until then, I entrust the kingdom to you. Rhea, Noah, I love you. Oh, Rio is with me, he is safe. Oh, the moment the playback finished, the alchemists erupted in cheers, some were even shedding tears. Thank goodness! While Kenneth didn't shed tears, he slumped into a nearby chair. He had thought that Rio and Abel would be safe, and he had also thought that Rio would contact them using the Echo of the Soul. However, even if they managed to contact him, if the receiving end failed, the message would vanish. Theoretically, they had tested it multiple times and were confident in its perfection, but it was a system they had never been able to test. The Echo of the Soul from Abel was not now in his possession, and of course, Abel was not present. Even though the magical residue from Abel left in the relay device could be amplified for use. Relying entirely on a one-shot attempt was indeed a terrifying prospect. That was true even for Kenneth, who was known as a genius, yet they had somehow managed to successfully receive the message. King Abel was safe. Duke Rondo was also safe. If that were the case, it needed to be reported urgently. Radin, I will report to the royal castle immediately. Connect the communication, Kenneth said as he stood up. On this day, the royal castle was enveloped in joy. Records indicate that in the king's office, Queen Rhea and head knight Sera embraced each other in happiness. Abel, it's raining, isn't it? Yeah, it is. The wind is also blowing quite strongly. Yeah, it is. Typhoons shouldn't occur near the equator, so it's just heavy rain. Yeah, it is. I knew it. You probably don't know about typhoons at all. You were just answering randomly. How did you figure that out? Abel easily dodged Rio's probing remarks. Rio then counterattacked. I'm thinking of writing a novel called That Abel is a Hungry Swordsman and publishing it. Huh, critical hit. Finally, Abel turned to look at Rio after receiving his powerful attack. And after a full 10 seconds, he opened his mouth. If it's interesting, I'll publish it throughout the kingdom. Rio's skills as a writer will be put to the test. Rio had only said it as a joke, of course. The two of them were in the dining room of the Azure Orb Pavilion. Each of them was reading a book. They had borrowed from the bookshelf provided by the inn, which said, "Feel free to read." High-end inns in Japan also have such libraries, and the Azure Orb Pavilion had one as well. At first, Rio was doing something else. Yes, he had finally been able to start disassembling, or rather, researching the translation device. Just like he did with the Echo of the Soul, he connected an ice plate to the translation device to see the magic formulas inscribed inside, but I can't read the characters. The language used wasn't the language of the Central Nations. The magic formulas were written in an unfamiliar language. Therefore, he couldn't understand the contents of the magic formulas. A program developed in an Arabic character environment is difficult to comprehend for top-notch programmers who do not speak it as their native language. It's the same thing. However, the translation device, which he bought for a gold coin, should provide an augmented reality-like translation of the characters visible in his line of sight into the language of the Central Nations. And yet, for some reason, the magic formulas projected on the ice plate weren't being translated. As a result, Rhea gave up, left the room, and went down to the dining room on the first floor. He was considering whether any good ideas could come to him. Changing locations to gain inspiration has been an effective method since the time of Orenju 1,000 years ago. There, Abel, who had gone down earlier, was reading a book, a sight often seen at the Golden Wave Pavilion in Run before he became king. Rhea, following Abel's example, took a book from the library and sat down in front of Abel to begin reading. At first, he was reading properly. He was reading, but coo. Abel suppressed his laughter while reading a book, as if he were some kind of demon. Yes, just like Leonor would laugh. Seeing that, Rhea felt uneasy. Could it be that he had been possessed by some bad spirit? So he spoke up. No, he definitely didn't mean to interrupt Abel's reading. That much must be clear. It would be wrong to disturb someone's reading. Rhea had no intention of interrupting. Abel's creepy laughter is the problem. Did I laugh? Yes. The fact that you're not aware of it means you might have been possessed by a bad spirit. Just like that young duke taken over by a demon's kin, Abel, you might be done for. No, why would that be? Someone like Erwin doesn't happen often. Duke Arwin Ortiz of Shrewsbury, a great noble from the Eastern Kingdom, had his freedom of body taken away by the demon Garwin's kin. It's not an exaggeration to say that this was the catalyst for the Great Demon War. Really? Are you still you, Abel? I don't understand what you mean. Like suddenly losing all your memories and finding yourself in another place, or having killed someone or something like that? Not at all. Like, when you're hungry and ask for food, do people around you say, "You just ate a while ago"? Not at all. When you were riding a horse, did you find yourself running in the opposite direction before you knew it? What the hell is that? Rhea asked anxiously. Abel, who didn't quite understand but responded appropriately, seemed to be a good guy after all. With that, Rhea finally felt relieved. Without a doubt, Abel was still the same Abel. In that case, I'm still worried about that creepy laugh from earlier. Ah, well, it is true that this book is interesting. I might have laughed without realizing it. Abel said that, showing Rhea the cover. The World in My Hands. Huh. What kind of title is this? Well, the title may be that, but it's quite interesting. In other words, the world is mine. No, it's a bit different, but I made a spell like that before. With that, I made the bait ball flustered. How nostalgic. I don't understand what Rhea is talking about. It might be difficult to ask a swordsman to understand the subtleties of a mage. Rhea let out a small sigh. Hey, Rhea, didn't you just let out a sigh that sounded like you were making fun of me? What are you talking about? I have always respected you, Abel. It's true, Rhea tried to feign sparkling eyes very deliberately as he said this. Besides, Rhea, it won't do you any good to bother me, you know? I know. We're waiting for a ship to the capital of this vassal kingdom. We'll have to wait for the heavy rain to stop, right? But that's when it always happens. It happens. What happens? Of course, pirate raids. A huge fleet of pirates will attack this town. That is the classic development. Ah, well. That development you always talk about. Why is it always such impossible things, or things that just can't happen, like being attacked by bandits on the kingdom's highways, or pirates attacking the town like now? If that were to happen, the country wouldn't be functioning properly. Abel was negative about Rhea's light novel-style classic development. He was shaking his head slightly. That's the pathos of things? Yeah, the pathos of things. You said that before, Rhea said with a displeased frown, and Abel nodded, recalling what had been said through the echo of the soul before. As expected, kings have a good memory. Don't pirates? Not raid towns? Rhea asked His Majesty the King, who had experience in governance. I haven't heard of that in the kingdom. I've heard of pirates attacking merchant ships in the shadows of islands off Whitnash or along commonly used trade routes. Of course, the Royal Navy regularly fights against pirates, but it seems difficult to eradicate them completely. The pathos of things is indeed difficult, Rhea sighed, feeling that he probably wouldn't encounter the scenery he had imagined based on Abel's explanation. First of all, for people living seriously, pirates must be a troublesome existence, right? It's obvious that it's better if they don't exist. Well, that's true, but there might be pirates who attack foreign ships with royal approval. What Rhea envisioned was a so-called privateer. During the time when Spain and England were in conflict, Queen Elizabeth of England issued privateering licenses and actively encouraged English pirates to attack Spanish ships. Many famous privateer captains? From Spain's perspective, they were pirate ship captains, but perhaps Francis Drake was one of the most famous. the captain of the ship that made the second circumnavigation of the world after Magellan while attacking Spanish ships. The ship he commanded was the famous Golden Hind. Yes, there should have been a ship with the same name in the Natore kingdom. Drake returned to Plymouth and brought great wealth to his investors from the treasures obtained through privateering, among which was Queen Elizabeth herself. Later, the Spanish Navy and the British Navy would engage in the full-scale naval battle known as the Armada. In this naval battle, the commander on the British side was none other than Francis Drake. Even as a privateer captain, it's intriguing that a certain type of pirate led a nation's navy and commanded battles that determined the fate of the nation. Many privateers, including Drake, attacked Spanish ships with the King of England's approval. Even rogues were compelled to the battlefield and made to fight for their country. It reminds one of a certain former A-rank adventurer king. Rhea was thinking about such things. While looking at the cover of The World in my hands, the rain stopped. Simultaneously, the sound of bells rang out. Can. What is it? I don't know, but usually the sound of bells rings out when an emergency occurs. Both Abel and Rhea looked around. Fortunately, the rain had stopped. The two stepped outside. The Azure Orb Pavilion, where they were staying, faced the town square at the center of the town. Hearing the bells sound, many people emerged into the square. A flying ship has crashed. Such words could be heard and spread. The translation device they were wearing worked properly and provided them with the information. A flying ship, not pirates but sky pirates. Abel frowned as he said this, and Rhea regrettably added, "What a shame." The flying ship had crashed at the port. Many people who had been in the square headed towards the port, so Rhea and Abel followed the crowd and headed there. At the port, what seemed to be guards were already standing to keep onlookers away. The guards might have been stationed at the port from the beginning. The two managed to secure a place at the front of the crowd and witnessed the scene. "It's huge. Over 50 meters, right? Comparable to the Golden Hind?" Abel muttered, while Rhea also commented on its size. Historically, the Golden Hind wasn't that big, but the aerial battleship Golden Hind owned by the Baron of Run was a gigantic ship exceeding 50 meters in size. The crashed flying ship was also quite large. On Earth, there are gas bags filled with hydrogen or helium and the large upper section. Compared to the shape of flying ships on Earth, it seemed considerably smaller. Of course, Rhea had never clearly seen a flying ship on Earth, but compared to the shape he remembered, it appeared quite sleek. However, more than that, I never knew there was such a thing as a flying ship. Indeed, this was Rhea's first sight of it since arriving in Phi. After all, flying isn't an easy thing to achieve. That's why he was so impressed with the Golden Hind. "It doesn't exist in the Central Nations," Abel stated emphatically. However, his expression was tense. Perhaps he had come to understand some inconvenient truth. Continuing, Abel spoke. "Neither the Central Nations nor the Western Nations have them. Now that you mention it, I hadn't seen any in the Western Nations either." Rhea, who had been sent as a member of a delegation to the Western Nations, realized he had never heard of flying ships there either. "However, I've heard that in certain places, the technology for flying has developed significantly, and in some countries one can travel through the sky using flying ships." "In certain places?" "Yeah, the so-called Eastern Nations. So this place is?" "Yes, after all, it must be the Eastern Nations. The pathos of things is pronounced mono-no-aware." Rhea and Abel were in the Archipelago Sea region, which is somewhat distant from the Eastern Nations referred to by Central Nations people. Well, in rough classifications like Central Nations or Western Nations, it could be said to be part of the Eastern Nations. In the front row that the two were watching, a familiar face appeared. It was a significantly smaller figure compared to the two of them. "Banhu also came?" "Yes, Lord Abel. It's my first experience seeing an airship crash." Banhu, who is affiliated with the Azure Orb Pavilion where the two are staying. "My prediction of a pirate attack was wrong, but an air pirate has fallen." "Air pirate?" "Yeah. Kind of like a pirate in the sky." "Oh, I see." Banhu, who properly listens to Rhea's words, is sure to become a wonderful merchant in the future. Rhea is convinced of that. He is completely different from the former swordsman king, who looks at Rhea suspiciously. "However, I don't think that's exactly a pirate, Lord Rhea." "Huh, do you know who that is, Banhu?" "Yes. That ship belongs to the neighboring Suje kingdom. Moreover, the emblem drawn on it, the blazing tree, is the royal family's. No, the emblem of the former royal family. That ship is likely a royal vessel of the Suje kingdom." "That's a big deal." After hearing Banhu's explanation, Rhea nodded with an air of superiority. Abel could not understand why Rhea was nodding so arrogantly and let out a small sigh. Rhea caught that sigh. "Abel, if you have something to say, why don't you just say it clearly?" "No, I just thought that a big deal like that wouldn't have anything to do with us. I mean, no offense." "Abel, that's a flag. This is the Maniamia government office. In the city of Maniamia, which boasts the third largest scale in the Kamakuta feudal kingdom, there is no lord. Since it is a directly governed area by the feudal lord, an administrative chief is appointed to manage the city, and politics are conducted there. Moreover, in many cases, it is not someone sent from the capital without any ties, but someone from Maniamia who has also shown results in the capital that gets appointed as the administrative chief. The current administrative chief, Remengesses, is from a well-known noble family in Maniamia, which has produced many influential figures in the navy and government. Having surpassed 60 years, he recognizes that the position of chief administrator of Maniamia is his last job. Since it is his hometown, he is dedicating everything to his bureaucratic life. But why did it have to fall in Maniamia? He murmured that repeatedly, letting out sighs. He couldn't say how many times he had murmured that since receiving the report. Of course, if this were an ordinary crashed ship, there would be no problem. It's a rare occurrence, but it would be resolved without issue. Even if it were a ship from the neighboring Suje kingdom, which has waged wars multiple times before. Well, there would be some minor troubles, but ultimately no one would get hurt and the problem would be resolved. Even if it were a royal vessel, had it been 6 months ago, he wouldn't have worried this much. But now, without knocking, Remenges's chief aide, Niju, entered the chief's office. In his late 30s, he is said to be a man who will lead the country in the future. Those like him, potential executive candidates, are transferred every few years to major cities within the feudal kingdom to gain experience as bureaucrats. This is Niju's 3rd year in Maniamia. As chief aide, he has been working alongside Remengesses to solve problems. Chief, the individuals aboard were indeed as concerning as we feared. I see, Niju reported with a grim expression. Even though he had anticipated it, Remengesses received the unwelcome report with the same grim face. It is the 6th princess of the former royal family, Princess Illyriaja. She seeks asylum. Ah! Remengesses covered his face with both hands. The neighboring Suje kingdom of the Kamakuta feudal kingdom. Both the feudal kingdom and the kingdom boast a long history, and they have engaged in wars numerous times, big and small, throughout that history. Both are maritime nations, so much so that they are known as Suje in the east, Kamakuta in the west, to the continental nations. If one were to conduct trade in the archipelago, both are indispensable nations. 3 months ago, a rebellion broke out in the Suje kingdom. It was led by the then First Admiral, Kavui Samaru. With overwhelming military support centered around the navy, he brought 90% of the entire kingdom, including the capital, under control in just 3 days. Most of the royal family members were detained, and the rebellion was thought to have succeeded. However, there was one person among the royal family who managed to escape. The 6th princess, Illyriaja, aged 15. On the morning of the day the rebellion broke out, an urgent inspection to Tamako province in the southern part of the kingdom was scheduled. It's quite a demanding task for a 15-year-old to conduct a domestic inspection, but as a member of the royal family, they have obligations that differ from those of commoners. Immediately after arriving in Tamako province on the royal vessel, reports of the rebellion led by First Admiral Kavui Samaru reached Princess Illyriaja and her entourage. However, there was nothing she could do. Instead, it was the people around her who took action. The governor of Tamako province, the commander of the stationed forces, the magic army of Tamako, and others. They resisted throughout Tamako province under the banner of the 6th princess, Illyriaja. While the rebel army had taken control of 90% of the kingdom in one fell swoop, capturing Tamako proved difficult. It is not widely known, but due to internal circumstances, they were unable to send reinforcements as far as Tamako province. As a result, the resistance in Tamako province continued for 3 months. Recently, reports had come to the city of Maniamia that the main forces of the Central Navy had headed for the Tamako expedition. If the result of that is the escape of the princesses, then it likely means that Tamako has fallen into the hands of the rebel army. Tamako! It has an intriguing name, Rhea muttered after listening to Ban Hugh's explanation in the dining room of the Azure Orb Pavilion. Abel, who was listening beside him, could not understand Rhea's sentiments at all, but chose to remain silent. All other former royal family members are said to have been executed. Did they go that far? When Ban Hugh said that, Abel shook his head slightly and replied, "It's troublesome if former royals become the flag-bearers of a rebellion like that 6th princess. It's not uncommon historically to exterminate them. Even so, Machiavelli said it. To rule a conquered nation that shares the same language and customs, it is sufficient to exterminate the previous ruling class. In this case, the monarch must pay attention to 2 points. The first is to exterminate the bloodline of the former monarch. It is a sad thing, but it's unavoidable. Conquest and rebellion feel different. Well, is it unavoidable? The first is extermination, but what's the second? The second is to leave the laws and tax systems there untouched. This is very important, so make sure to remember it, Abel. Why do I have to? I want you to remember it when you fulfill your ambition of world domination in the future. Yeah, I'm not doing something like that. Bandersh listened to the conversation between Rhea and Abel with a smile. He likely thought Rhea's words were a joke. It seems Abel thought it was a joke as well. Of course, it's a joke, right? Probably. By the way, Bandersh, didn't you mention earlier that the regular ships to the capital might be affected? Abel said, as if recalling something. Yes, Lord Abel, it's likely that the port will be closed for a while due to this incident. Regular ships will be affected as well. Bandersh's last words trailed off. That was because his gaze caught sight of the scene outside the window beyond the square. Rhea and Abel followed that gaze. Things look serious over there in the square. Is that the city guard? Rhea and Abel voiced their thoughts. That building is the beautiful spring pavilion. Like ours, it is the most popular in Maniamia. The difference is that theirs is larger, so when large fleets stay, they usually accommodate there. Bandersh tilted his head. He didn't understand why the city guard was in front of such an inn. At that moment, a woman entered the dining room. She was the receptionist they encountered when they checked in at the inn. She resembled Bandersh a little and appeared to be just under 20. Sis, is something going on at the beautiful spring pavilion? Bandersh asked. Well, you know that airship that crashed, right? The princess and her attendants are said to be entering the beautiful spring pavilion. Apparently, there are nearly 100 of them. That many? Upon hearing their conversation, Rhea and Abel exchanged glances. 100, huh? 50 rooms for 2 people. Yeah, that's true, but I don't understand what Rhea is trying to say. I just thought it would be a lot of work to monitor all 50 rooms. That can't be helped. They can't stay at the castle or the government office. Oh, if there are spies? It would be terrible. If confidential information gets stolen or sabotage happens, or maybe the top gets assassinated, that would be bad. Usually, foreign envoys are not accommodated in government facilities. In modern Japan, many state guests stay at guest houses, but many presidents of the United States do not. Hotel Okura, the Imperial Hotel, or Palace Hotel Tokyo. Knowing such things, Rhea didn't find it particularly unusual for a princess to stay at the inn across the street. But still, with 100 people and on short notice, he felt it would be challenging for the accommodating side. Good for you, Abel, that it's at that inn. Huh, oh, you mean not at this Azure Orb Pavilion? Yes, if it were here it would have been a disaster. Having so many guards come would be tough, but as long as we're not kicked out, we'll be fine, right? What are you saying? The food at the inn would decrease. Oh, right. That would be a matter of life and death for you, huh? Rhea made a sharp remark, and Abel let out a small sigh. How rude. I don't want to be referred to as a hungry mage like that. I'm different from the hungry swordsman, Abel. Why am I the hungry swordsman? A small piece of bread or lots of delicious meat. Both cost the same amount. If that's the case, which one would you choose, Abel? Of course, the one with lots of delicious meat. See, you're a hungry swordsman. That analogy is too extreme. While a fierce battle between swordsmen and mages was unfolding at the Azure Orb Pavilion, a heated argument was also taking place in the conference room of the Maniamia government. We are currently waiting for a response to our report to the capital. Please wait a little longer at the inn. I understand that deciding how to handle the situation takes time. But what do you mean by telling us not to leave the inn? We are not criminals. Given the current circumstances, I ask for your cooperation in ensuring everyone's safety. I cannot accept this. The head of administration, Remengesses, explained with deep bowing while an elderly gentleman fumed in anger. Lonk, please hold your tongue. But your highness, the people of Maniamia are doing their best. Director Remengesses, Lonk is only looking out for me. Please do not take offense. No, I am honored by your words. The elderly gentleman called Lonk, the 6th Princess Illyriaja who was calming him, and Director Remengesses bowed his head. 2 days had passed since the royal family's dedicated ship from the Suje Kingdom had fallen in the city of Maniamia. During that time, the only communication from the capital of the Kamakura feudal kingdom was, keep them entertained until a decision is made. Deep down, Director Remengesses wished they would wrap things up quickly. Logically speaking, there should be no choice but to transport to the capital. Was there a delay in their request for a ship that could carry 100 asylum seekers? It was possible. Nonetheless, they had no choice but to make that request, as the Maniamia government did not possess a vessel of that size. However, the response was too slow. They were dealing with over 100 asylum seekers. Moreover, it likely included the only surviving princess of the former royal family. The longer time passed, the more unpredictable the situation regarding the princess could become. The first admiral, Kavui Samaru, was known as a sharp strategist among neighboring nations. That was precisely why he should understand the necessity of addressing the situation before problems arose. It wouldn't be surprising if those who survived from the old royal family thought it best to deal with them swiftly and acted on it. Kavui Samaru wasn't a soft man. He could make ruthless decisions firmly. Thus, Director Remenges's thought, I want the asylum seekers to leave the city as soon as possible. However, while they remained in the city, it was imperative that nothing went wrong. If an assassination or abduction were to happen while they were there, it would inevitably fall under his responsibility. For that reason, the area around the beautiful spring pavilion was fortified with a garrison of 300 soldiers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was nearly all the surplus military strength in the city. After finishing the meetings with the princesses, Remenges's returned to his office. What awaited him was an instruction document from the capital. He began to read it immediately. What are those capital folks thinking? The words were squeezed out of him in a voice that was extremely low, almost a whisper. The chief aide, Niju, who was listening beside him, couldn't help but flinch, yet he remained silent. He understood Remenges's feelings. And sometimes he thought, why are the instructions or decisions from the capital so often out of touch with the actual situation on the ground? He himself would likely be wielding authority as an administrative officer in the capital 10 years from now. In other words, the ones issuing these documents now were Niju's seniors and supposedly talented individuals. So why? But shaking his head slightly, Niju dismissed the unnecessary thoughts. Right now, he needed to focus on the problem at hand. Transport the asylum seekers to the capital. Leave the method to us. Yes. Director Remenges's read the instruction document from the capital again, slowly. Understanding the feelings of Remenges's, Niju nodded with a furrowed brow. We cannot send a ship that can carry 100 people. I conveyed that to them, right? Yes, I followed up on that, but they just insisted we figure it out on our own. Remenges's asked with a bitter tone, and Niju replied in a somber voice. Do they expect us to split them into separate ships? There's no way we can accept that. These are the ones who rebelled against us. If we tell the princesses to board different ships, we would be subdued by force. Among those 100, half are soldiers, and elite imperial guards are among them as well. They are people who threw everything away for the princess's asylum. There's no way they would board another ship. The people in the capital only see numbers, which is why they make such decisions. They need to come down to the ground. You are right. In an overwhelming anger, Remenges's voice had strangely calmed down. Niju nodded vigorously at the phrase about only seeing numbers. One must not forget that behind the numbers, there is always a reality, and that people have hearts. Because hearts do not appear in numbers, those who handle numbers must be able to imagine the reality behind them. This is what is most required of bureaucrats and management, but how many of them possess that awareness? They should have been able to do it once. Even if not perfectly, they must have made an effort to understand. But somewhere along the line it became impossible. The things they once could do become things they cannot do. Is that aging? No, it's just laziness, due to neglecting to be aware and continuing to make efforts. To carry 100 asylum seekers, separately from the crew. Moreover, we must also have Marines aboard that ship to restrain them and, if necessary, protect them. That's 200 people. Apart from the crew, that makes 200 people. Such a ship the government does not have. Figure it out on the ground. There are things one can do and things one cannot do. Why can't they understand that? And they've been informed yet refuse to comprehend. Niju nodded at every bitter word from Director Remenges's. The next day, as expected, the persuasion attempt by Director Remenges's and Chief Aide Niju ended in failure. Head butler Lonk of Princess Illyriaja was adamant about not agreeing to transport them on separate ships. It wasn't just him. Everyone, including the Imperial Guards standing behind Princess Illyriaja and Lonk, refused to budge. Both Remenges's and Niju painfully understood their feelings. However, the harsh reality was that there were no ships. The meeting was adjourned without reaching any decisions. Director, the only method left is that one? Niju, don't say it so easily. Niju spoke, and Remenges's replied with a pained expression. Of course, Remenges's understood that Niju wasn't speaking lightly. He was pushing for a decision, while almost fully understanding the problems that solution would create. However, that was only as the chief aide of the government. Niju was not someone who grew up in the city of Maniamia, nor were his children living in the city. The unavoidable measures they had to take could be exaggeratedly stated as potentially causing trouble for generations to come. That was the kind of measures they were facing. Even so, it seems unavoidable. After shaking his head several times, Remenges's finally made up his mind. Niju, contact the Azure Trading Company, chairman of the Azure Orb Merchants Association, Bandersh. He is a well-known merchant in the city of Maniamia, so much so that anyone who doesn't know him is considered an outsider. As the fifth-generation chairman of the Azure Orb Merchants Association, he operates the Azure Orb Pavilion, which is said to be the most admired inn in Maniamia. It is rumored that his trading ships conduct business even with countries across the continent. The Azure Orb Merchants Association, led by him, is one of the top merchant associations even in the Commemorative vassal kingdom, while consistently maintaining its headquarters in Maniamia since its founding. Now in his 50s, Bandersh has become more seasoned in his business acumen. It is said that if you intend to live in Maniamia, you should never make an enemy of this man, yet this very man was angered by Commissioner Remenges's. Of course, Bandersh did not shout, however it was clear to anyone that he was furious. "Commissioner, no, Lord Remenges's, I will ask you once more, you do understand what you are saying, do you not?" With that question, Commissioner Remenges's swallowed hard. In the capital, he was known as a stubborn and resolute administrator, even willing to speak directly to the feudal lord. But at this moment, he felt as if he were about to be crushed under the pressure. "Ah, Lord Bandersh, I believe I understand. If there are more than 200 people besides the crew, the only ship currently docked at our association is the Vashteque. You are asking me to provide that ship, correct? Indeed, I can provide the ship. However, it goes without saying that we cannot set sail on just the ship alone. We need crew members to operate it. Moving a special ship like the Vashteque is impossible for those who are not familiar. It can only be operated by the crew from our association. In other words, you are saying that you want them to cooperate with the government, correct?" Yes. Knowing that the Suje Kingdom Navy will come to attack, are you asking the crew to risk their lives? No, that is not it. That is not it at all, Lord Bandersh. Of course, I will also dispatch escort ships from the station Navy in Maniamia. We will also send 300 Marines, 100 on the Vashteque and 200 on other escort ships. That is how we will protect them. I am not saying this with the assumption that they will die. Commissioner Remenges's explained to Chairman Bandersh. What he was saying was indeed true. He was not the type to ask civilians for assistance without the intention of protecting them. However, he had to acknowledge that the likelihood of an attack was extremely high. Naval battles in the archipelago sea region were traditional affairs. While there might be minor attacks using bows and magic, full combat occurred once ships engaged in boarding. The battles often took place on deck, where opponents boarded each other's vessels and fought with swords or daggers. Since most combat took place on the deck, spears were not commonly used, making it not too different from land battles. That is why differences in numbers and individual combat abilities became more pronounced. Marines accustomed to shipboard combat were indeed strong, and both the Marines of the Commemorative vassal kingdom and those of the Suje kingdom were said to be elite troops. We will take every possible defensive measure. I will dispatch 20 ships from the station Navy in Maniamia. Please, can you accept this? Commissioner Remenges's bowed his head. As he looked down, Chairman Bandersh pondered. The commissioner is not lying. It is true that he wants the transfer to succeed. Those surrounding the princess likely demanded that they would not board unless they were on the same ship. However, there is no ship available that can accommodate that many people from the Maniamia government. Even searching the city, only ours is available. It is practically impossible to reject a request from the government. That much is clear. I understand that, but Commissioner Remenges's, please lift your head. Can you guarantee 300 Marines and 20 escort ships? Of course, regardless of what happens, you will ensure all compensation, correct? Ah, yes. I will guarantee that in the name of the Maniamia government. At that point, Bandersh paused his words. Then he continued in an even lower tone. If even one of our association's members becomes a casualty, I will not forgive you or your family. The Azure Orb Merchants Association had been operating in Maniamia for 5 generations, and Remenges's family was a distinguished one in Maniamia. Naturally, there had been ties between their families even before the previous generation, and this statement was made with that history in mind. Remenges's understood. This was not a threat. If that were to happen, it would be carried out. Of course, as the government know, I swear it in my own name. I will protect the Vashteque with all my strength. Thank you very much. Returning from the administrative chairman's office to the Azure Orb Pavilion, Bandersh was greeted at the entrance by Banhu, who bowed politely. Welcome back, Chairman. Banhu, gather the children in the chairman's office in 15 minutes. All 4 of them? Yes, all of them. 15 minutes later. His first son Narou, second son Sox, daughter Sissis, and youngest son Banhu were now in the Azure Orb Pavilion. While there were other children, they were leading merchant caravans and engaging in the association's trading activities. Bandersh explained to them everything about the government's request, the circumstances, and potential situations. In 3 days, the Vashteque will set sail for the capital. We will have to wait for the detailed itinerary to be provided by the government. There is a very high possibility of being attacked by the Suje Kingdom Navy. When Bandersh reached that point, the 4 children nodded. The 40 crew members of the Vashteque, we will be sending them into danger. Bandersh paused for a moment and turned to his second son, Bansox. Unlike the other 3, Bansox was a young man in his mid-20s with a rough demeanor. However, he was neither crude nor foolish. Bansox, please go with them into danger. Saying this, Bandersh bowed his head. It is a rare sight for a father to bow to his son. Hey, Dad, lift your head. I was expecting you to say that. Bansox responded with a grin and continued. If we only have the Vashteque's crew, even they might become doubtful. No matter how much they swear absolute loyalty to you, this bet is just too risky. If I go along as your real son, they will think they are not abandoned. Bansox? As Bansox guessed his intention, his older brother Narou tried to say something. Narou was the one who brought drinks for Rhea and Abel. However, Bansox cut him off. No, brother, don't say anything. I am the captain of the guard squad. If I'm going to board and protect the crew, I am the most suitable for that, right? Bansox said, laughing. After laughing for a while, he turned to his father Bandersh. Dad, but let's be honest, it's a risky bet. It would be best if the Suje guys didn't attack. If they do, we need to be able to repel them. However, if we can't repel them, our top priority as the guard squad is to ensure the safety of the Vashteque's crew, right? Ah, that is the most important. That was confirmation that the safety of the crew was more important than the princess herself. The Suje Kingdom Navy, they are not that strong in Tamako province, but this time the Central Navy has been dispatched. Yes, for the conquest of Tamako province. It has been confirmed that the provincial government has fallen, and the entire region is now under the control of the new government. In response to Bansox's confirmation, his sister Bansisses answered. Bansisses was the woman who checked in Rhea and Abel. Of course, there were many people working at the Azure Orb Pavilion, but it seemed that the children were quite noticeable in their movements. So that means there is a high possibility that the elite of the Suje Kingdom Central Navy will attack. Bansox fell deep in thought. After about 10 seconds, he lifted his head. Dad, I have a suggestion. What is it? I want to hire one person, no 2 people, for this escort. Yes, I understand that we are going into danger, but I don't want anyone to die. According to the explanation, the station navy in Maniamia is also putting effort into the escort. If we fail to protect, the main force of the station navy will be lost, and the defense of the city of Maniamia itself will be in jeopardy. In that case, I want to take every possible measure to survive. Despite his rough look, Bansox was the type of person who prepared extensively before a fight. I've seen a combination of a swordsman and a robed mage staying at the inn several times. They are guests in room 1, managed by Banhu. I confirmed with Banhu that they are trying to move to the capital to return to the Central Nations, but they are unable to do so due to the port being closed. I want to hire those 2 as escorts. When Bansox paused, Banhu continued. The swordsman is Lord Abel, and the robed one is Lord Rhea. It is noted in the guest book that they are from the Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations. I think they are adventurers. There are hardly any adventurers in this archipelago sea region, but there are on the continent. I've seen many, and those 2 seem to be quite high-ranked among them. In particular, that swordsman is incredible. He is overwhelmingly stronger than me. Oh, the fact that Bansox praised someone's combat ability without reservation left his older brother Narou astonished. Yeah, brother, that swordsman is amazing. As for the robed one, I honestly can't tell, but he is a mage. However, since he is paired with that swordsman, he must also possess considerable skills. Yes, I believe Lord Abel is an incredible swordsman. Banhu agreed vigorously with Bansox's words. Is that so, Banhu? You think so too? The youngest son Banhu, who was not exactly suited for rough business, also felt that they were formidable, which made Bansox happy. Understood. I will propose this to Lord Abel and Lord Rhea. However, since I will discuss everything honestly and without omissions, they might refuse. That decision will be up to the 2 of them. Ah, I understand, Chairman Bandersh said, and Bansox nodded in agreement. If it increases our chances of survival, Bansox murmured. The family meeting concluded. Banhu, please call Lord Abel and Lord Rhea. Understood. After the children left, Bandersh smiled. This smile was not the smile of a chairman, but rather that of a parent watching their child grow. Bansox and Banhu have grown, but it seems their ability to discern people still has room for improvement. Of course, it was not a statement of disappointment. It was a happy acknowledgement that there was even more room for growth. Lord Abel, the swordsman, is indeed remarkable. The fact that he possesses a magic sword makes him extraordinary, but perhaps his swordsmanship could surpass that of an entire nation. At that point he paused for a moment, then he continued. However, what is truly terrifying is Lord Rio. I must admit I cannot see that far yet. He closed his eyes and murmured, "That one is an abomination." "I see, I understand the situation." Abel nodded after saying this. They were in the chairman's office of the Merchants' Association. Rio and Abel sat side by side, receiving an explanation from Chairman Bandersh. Basically, Abel handled the questions and confirmations. Rio sat quietly next to him, sipping the special blended coffee from the Azure Orb Pavilion. He was pretending to be a harmless, gentle mage. "So could you tell us the employment conditions you are considering?" Abel asked unemotionally, in a businesslike manner. This was something he had dealt with many times during his active adventurer days. 100 gold coins per person, 50 in advance, 50 upon arrival in the capital. As a reward for complete success, an additional 50 coins each. Furthermore, if desired, we can assist with the crossing to the continent from the capital. Our association also engages in trade with the continent. To be honest, Abel couldn't determine the appropriateness of that amount since he was unfamiliar with the cost of living in the vassal kingdom, including the city of Maniamia. However, there was one phrase in the current discussion that needed to be confirmed. "You mentioned the reward for complete success, but specifically, what constitutes complete success?" "Yes. First, there should be no casualties among our crew and the guard squad. Additionally, the princess must arrive in the capital. If both conditions are met, we will consider it complete success." "I see." Abel nodded at Bandersh's explanation. As had been evident in previous discussions, this association, or perhaps the chairman before him, valued the people working for them very highly. That's why the safety of the crew and guard squad was included in the condition for complete success. Abel glanced over at Rio sitting beside him. Rio likely holds a high opinion of this association. Like the Gecko Merchant Association, he appreciates organizations that treat their workers well. Of course, Abel also preferred those who treated their subordinates with care over those who treated them as expendable. "Human resources are indeed treasures," he murmured. Rio seemed pleased at hearing this and nodded. Meanwhile, Chairman Bandersh smiled as well. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. "Come in." When Bandersh said this, a young man entered. It was his eldest son, Banro. "Excuse me for interrupting your conversation. However, urgent news related to this matter has just arrived from the government, and I thought it best to inform you immediately." Saying this, Banro handed a piece of paper to Bandersh and left the room. After reading the urgent report, Bandersh began to explain to the two. Officially, the new government of the Suje Kingdom has demanded the surrender of Princess Illyriaja from the vassal kingdom and the government of Maniamia. The government of Maniamia refused to respond, and since the vassal kingdom has accepted the princess as an asylum seeker, they responded that immediate surrender is impossible, as an inquiry must be held in the capital. The representative of the new government is Lord Protector Kavui Samaru. Lord Protector. The words Lord Protector escaped simultaneously from Abel and Rio's mouths. Abel, unfamiliar with the term, looked on with suspicion. Rio, who hadn't heard the word in a long time, looked nostalgic. Rio had heard it back when he was on Earth. It was a term learned in history class, the Lord Protector of England. During the Puritan Revolution, Charles I was executed, and Oliver Cromwell took the position of Lord Protector as the head of the English Republic. That was likely the most well-known example of a Lord Protector in history. However, even before that, in England, it was often used as a title for a regent during a king's childhood, though it wasn't mentioned in school history lessons. Yet, considering the current situation, there was a slight doubt. "Excuse me, I just want to confirm something." Rio raised a hand to request to speak. "Yes, Rio-sama, what is it? About that demand for surrender, it's from the Lord Protector of the Suje Kingdom, right?" "That is correct. It is said that almost all members of the royal family have been executed, but they are still calling themselves a kingdom." Bandersh nodded in response to Rio's question. It seemed Bandersh was also curious. Who were they intending to support as the king? Lord Protector Oliver Cromwell had been the head of the country after abolishing the kingdom and turning it into a republic. The Lord Protectors during the kingdom era did not become kings themselves. They were merely regents for the king. What is the intention of this Lord Protector Kavui Samaru? Thinking about it here won't give us any answers. With Abel's remark, Rio and Bandersh were brought back to their thoughts. Abel's words made sense, and Rio did not argue against them, though he didn't argue. "What is with that resentful look, Rio?" "Oh, it's nothing. Abel is always such a realist." "There are still several things we need to decide on, right?" Abel said, turning back to Bandersh. "According to this urgent report, the probability of an attack by the Suje Kingdom Navy has dramatically increased." "You're right," Bandersh nodded at Abel's words. "Moreover, the information that the princess will be transported to the capital has also reached the Suje Kingdom." Rhea was astonished by the continuation of Abel's words. Yes, the vassal kingdom government had responded that an inquiry must be held in the capital. In other words, the Suje kingdom had learned that the princess would be transported to the capital. What a blunder, Rhea muttered regretfully, although it wasn't exactly his blunder. Well, they probably had the information about the transport, but now it's confirmed. I will double the reward amount. Just before Abel could make his request, Chairman Bandersh proposed this. Rhea's eyes widened in surprise. However, Abel's expression remained unchanged. He continued speaking. That is appreciated. While we indeed want to return to the Central Nations, we lack several pieces of information necessary for that. We would like to supplement those missing pieces of information. I see. What you two have confirmed so far are just the street map and the map of the area around Maniamia, correct? Chairman Bandersh must have received a report from Banhu. He nodded and replied, What we understand is that this is the Eastern Nations, and to return to the Central Nations, we need to cross to the continent. In extreme terms, that is all. Indeed, that understanding is generally correct. This Archipelago Sea region may also be included with the Eastern Nations. However, in many cases, the continent to the north of this archipelago is often recognized as the so-called Eastern Nations. Chairman Bandersh paused for a moment to wet his throat with coffee before continuing his explanation. The continent is vast. Frankly, we don't know how vast it truly is. Our Azure Orb Merchant Association trades with the Jejishlu Federation at the southern tip of the continent. Since it is impossible to cross the sea west of this archipelago, we will likely cross from this federation to the continent, head north, and ultimately reach the Central Nations by traversing the desert cities from the western exit. That will probably be the itinerary. Sounds quite far, Abel muttered, shaking his head slightly at Bandersh's explanation. The situation on the continent does not reach as far as this archipelago. Therefore, I can't tell you what it's like there. Furthermore, the information I just mentioned is merely what I've heard in passing from the past. After crossing to the continent, it would be best to gather new information. No, that was helpful. Knowing even the general outline is completely different than not knowing it at all. Thank you. Abel said this and bowed his head. Rhea hurriedly bowed his head alongside him. No. As promised earlier, if you take on this matter, we will guide both of you to the continent, specifically to the Jejishlu Federation. I swear on the name of the Azure Orb Merchant Association. I understand the conditions. Abel said this and looked at Rhea. It was a look that asked if Rhea had anything he wanted to inquire about. Rhea understood that Abel already wanted to accept this request. He was aware of the dangers, but without any connections, crossing to the continent would not be easy. However, if they took on this request, one of the vassal kingdom's top merchant associations would back them up. There was no reason not to accept, yet Rhea was a tough negotiator. He was a rather tricky person as a negotiation partner. He imposed strict conditions. I have one condition that is absolutely non-negotiable. What is it? Rhea spoke in a serious tone, and Chairman Bandersh received this with a serious expression. I want you to load a large quantity of the Azure Orb Pavilion's special blended coffee onto the ship. Understood. Rhea's request was accepted with a nod from Chairman Bandersh. Is that Rhea's demand? It goes without saying that Abel looked on in disbelief with a small voice. In any case, the two accepted the request for the transport of the princess. The money required until departure is, of course, everything will be covered by the Azure Orb Pavilion and the Azure Merchant Association. What excellent treatment. Up until now, delicious and extravagant meals have been provided, so the quality hasn't changed. However, everything purchased in the city of Maniamia can be bought on credit from the Azure Merchant Association. In fact, the leather armor that Abel originally wore was in tatters. Of course, it was a splendid piece made for the king, but it had seen better days due to the experiences of war. Moreover, it had also endured sword fights against the demon Garwin's kin. While it hadn't received any fatal blows, its armor was significantly damaged by the sharp sword flashes. This is wonderful armor. Rather than purchasing a new one, it would be better to repair it. If you give me a day, I can have it fixed. When Abel brought it to an armor shop introduced by the Azure Merchant Association, he was told that, and it was restored to its original condition a day later. Impressive. Abel was astonished by the craftsmanship. This must definitely involve magic or alchemy. Rhea expressed his interest in the technique. It seemed there was a technology different from that of the Central Nations and the Western Nations. Indeed, it's a branch of alchemy, while I cannot teach you the technique itself, as it is a closely guarded secret, the cheerful armorer said while laughing and recommended a book. Moreover, he provided the location of a bookstore that specializes in such technical books. As expected from a city that boasts the third largest scale among the vassal kingdoms, there were many expensive books available. Rhea purchased 3 carefully selected books. Of course, the payment was covered by the Azure Merchant Association. Abel looked at him with narrowed eyes. "What is it, Abel?" "I'm just exercising the rights given to me." "No, I haven't said anything." "That's a lie, your eyes are saying it. Isn't reading books with someone else's money enjoyable?" "No, I definitely didn't think that far." On the morning of the departure day, after having breakfast and finishing all preparations, Rhea and Abel stood at the reception. "We are leaving the inn. Please take care of the procedures." "Thank you, Lord Abel, Rhea's son. All the procedures have been completed." As Abel spoke, the eldest daughter, Bansis, who was at the reception, responded with a smile. At that moment, the chairman of the Merchants' Association, Bandersh, came out from inside. "Lord Abel, Rhea's son, please take good care of the crew of the Vashteque." He said this while bowing politely. "I promise to do my utmost," Abel replied, with Rhea nodding beside him. The two of them left the inn, seeing off Bandersh and Bansis. On the other side of the plaza, in front of the beautiful spring pavilion where the princesses were staying, there was a bustling atmosphere. "Moving important people is quite a hassle, isn't it?" Rhea remarked as he looked at Abel walking beside him. "Well, that's true. But what's with that gaze of yours, Rhea?" "No, I was just thinking that Abel must have had a hard time being the king until recently. I prefer the current situation, but if you go without any attendance and get assassinated, there will be someone who has to take responsibility and get fired." "Well, that's true. I think it's more important to save the life of the person responsible, even if it means sacrificing yours." "Yeah, I feel like the way you're expressing it is strange." The two headed towards the port. The port had been mostly closed since the crash of the Suje Kingdom's royal ship, but it seems it would be opened again after the departure of the transport fleet today, leading to a significant increase in people coming and going. "I like this lively atmosphere, though there are no food stalls." "Abel, you just ate earlier, right? You're really pushing the limits as a hungry swordsman." "No, it's not for me. I just thought Rhea might want something. I'd appreciate it if you didn't label me as a hungry mage too," Rhea said with an exaggerated sigh. Abel felt irritated but said nothing, because a figure approached them from the front. The man, in his mid-20s, had short golden hair and exuded a rough atmosphere. He seemed to be carrying 2 longer knives. As the blond man came before them, he opened his mouth. "You must be Mr. Abel and Rhea's son. I'm Ban Sox, the captain of the guard of the Azure Merchant Association. Thank you for accepting the transport request to the capital." He extended his hand. "I'm Abel, nice to meet you." Abel replied and shook his hand. "I'm Rhea, nice to meet you." Rhea also shook hands. The 3 of them started walking toward the ship. "I'm sorry for yesterday. We were supposed to meet, but—" "Ah, I heard. You were in a meeting with the government and the station navy, but it became chaotic and you couldn't return." Yes, the 3 of them were supposed to meet along with the captain of the Vashteque, but it had been suddenly cancelled. "That must have been tough." Abel offered a heartfelt remark. He might have some experience with chaotic meetings. Rhea imagined the scene of a meeting among the top officials of the kingdom getting complicated. "However, as long as Count Heinlein is there, I can't imagine things getting chaotic." Rhea's whisper was so quiet that it seemed Abel couldn't hear it. Surely, it must have gotten complicated in a situation where Chancellor Marquis Heinlein wasn't present. Being the king must be quite difficult, and Rhea thinks so. "Well, it wasn't that big of a deal for us. The Vashteque will be temporarily incorporated into the transport fleet, so we'll just follow the fleet's instructions. Our actions on board won't be restricted, but the ship will follow the fleet. Specifically, it will follow the flagship, the Lokomoko." "Lokomoko?" Rhea's mumble seemed to reach Abel, but he completely ignored it. It likely wasn't anything significant. What Rhea envisioned was a famous dish from Hawaii on Earth. Indeed, it wasn't anything significant. The complicated discussions were between the government and the stationed fleet. Because a formal request for transfer came from the Suje Kingdom, the likelihood of an attack has increased dramatically. Hence, the fleet demanded that not just the Marines, but also the town's defense units board the ship. Ban Sox explained with a wry smile. Abel tilted his head upon hearing that. The government can't agree to that, can they?" "Yeah, in the end, they refused. Well, it's the town's defense unit. It's not guaranteed that nothing will happen in the town while the transport fleet is out. They probably want to keep at least a minimal defense force," Ban Sox said. By the way, Rhea only had one shoulder bag. The bag he had been using since the forest of Rondo was left behind when he was transported to the battlefield in the Eastern Kingdom. He hoped that the royal army would remember to bring it back. This time, he found a sturdy bag made from treated leather in the city. Of course, it was bought with money from the Azure Merchant Association. Inside, it were 3 books. These were books related to alchemy that were also bought with the Azure Merchant Association's funds. Though he still couldn't read the text, He had confirmed that the translator would do its job. He intended to immerse himself in reading during this sea voyage. Thus, Bandersh, the only work I want from you two is during combat. When enemies board the Vashteque during battle, I would like you to help protect the crew and the princess. Other than that, feel free to do as you please. When he said that, he couldn't help but make a small fist pump. Bandersh didn't notice, but Abel obviously did and shook his head slightly. While discussing these things, the three arrived in front of a large ship. This is the Vashteque. It's huge. It can hold more than 200 people besides the crew. As Bandersh introduced, Abel was astonished by its size, and Rhea was also impressed. Then he muttered the thought that crossed his mind. This is a 3-deck galleon? When Rhea muttered, Abel looked at him. However, he didn't say anything. He likely didn't understand the meaning of the words. It's larger than a typical galleon, and more importantly, has a 3-deck structure, I think. Well, that's just a guess based on its appearance. Wow, Rhea-san, you figured it out well. Yes, it does have a 3-deck structure. Of course, there are also holds. There are various names, but there is the exposed upper deck facing the sky, the second deck below that, then the third deck below it, and finally the hold at the very bottom. Indeed, with this, many people could be accommodated. However, naturally, the center of gravity would be at a higher position. It's difficult to maneuver. Yeah, that's why we had to provide crew members with it, Rhea said, and Bandersh made a face and added an explanation. If it were a ship that wasn't difficult to maneuver, it could have been provided without crew members. In that case, if the worst came to pass, the Merchant Association's losses would only involve the ship. However, due to the ship not being something anyone could handle, they had to send crew members accustomed to maneuvering this ship into danger. Rhea had called it a 3-deck galleon based on his knowledge from Earth, but it was not entirely accurate. The number of masts and the way sails were rigged were completely different. Such things vary depending on the land and maritime area. The three of them boarded the ship. Due to its large size, the upper deck was spacious. Moreover, being at a high position above the sea level allowed for a good view. This feels great. This is a wonderful ship. Thank you. As Rhea couldn't help but voice his admiration, a woman approached in response. In her mid-20s, sharing an age with Bandersh, she possessed a beauty combined with a ruggedness reminiscent of Bandersh. She was quite tall for a woman, taller than Rhea. Allow me to introduce you. This is Captain Dao of the Vashteque. I'm Dao. You must be Mr. Abel and Rhea. In case of emergency, please take care of things. Bandersh introduced her, and Dao shook hands with the two. Rhea noticed that Dao was also wearing 2 knives. Perhaps they were sheathed properly to avoid damaging anything on board. Everything you requested has been loaded. Requested? Abel tilted his head at Dao's words. There were several requests, but the most significant one was coffee beans. Oh, the special blend from the Azure Orb Pavilion, Dao replied with a laugh, and Rhea nodded happily. By the way, I remember you mentioning that. A cup of coffee can calm the mind and lead to the success of difficult tasks. Ah, yeah, I can't deny that. Abel nodded in agreement with Rhea's explanation. I also heard about the blend ratio and the best brewing methods. If Abel really wants, I wouldn't mind letting him have some. Of course, I want to drink it. The coffee served at the Azure Orb Pavilion was truly delicious. As Rhea and Abel chatted, both Captain Dao and Bandersh listened with smiles. It's only natural that those from the Azure Merchant Association would be pleased to hear praise for the Azure Orb Pavilion. While discussing these matters, the four noticed the entrance to the port becoming noisy. It seems they have arrived. The main guests have arrived. The last princess. I sense a storm coming. Bandersh confirmed, Captain Dao murmured, Abel shook his head slightly, and Rhea said something frivolous. Accompanied by 300 guards from the Maniamia Defense Force, the entourage of the 6th princess of the Suje Kingdom, Princess Illyriaja, had arrived. Captain Dao and Bandersh disembarked the ship to greet the entourage. Abel, please don't suddenly take the princess hostage and demand money. No, there's no way I'd do that. What kind of person do you think I am, Rhea? A dangerous swordsman. Yeah, I think the one with such a mindset, Rhea, is the dangerous mage. I'm clearly a harmless mage no matter how you look at it. People can't be judged by appearances alone. Well, it's true that Bandersh and Captain Dao looked scary at first, but they turned out to be nice once we talked. That's right, they feel like people of the sea, a bit similar to adventurers. Ah, that's why I felt a sense of nostalgia. I haven't met any adventurers lately. Well, yeah. Rhea understood the reason for his nostalgia, and Abel chuckled. It was something Abel had heard. There were hardly any so-called adventurers in this archipelago sea region. Of course, in the Natore Kingdom, which is referred to as the Kingdom of Adventurers, and across the central nations, adventurers are quite numerous, so it was surprising for Abel that there were none. It means it's peaceful. Rhea nodded knowingly for some reason. Even without adventurers, it seems the governing structure of the nation is functioning normally. Abel reassured himself that if this situation brought happiness to the people, that would be good enough. Perhaps it's because the land is a jungle, filled with difficult-to-walk-through dense forests, and there are no strong monsters. That's true, I can agree with that. Abel nodded honestly at Rhea's speculation. Indeed, land travel is difficult. There are no monsters that can only be defeated by adventurers. Meaning, if movement between cities is fundamentally done by ship, there wouldn't be much need for adventurers. It seems it would be better for adventurers to have ships, but honestly, being a fisherman might be a better choice. Can't deny that. The two were introduced to the princess's party on the deck, along with the crew of the Vashteque, the Azure Orb Pavilion's guard squad, and the marine troops stationed in Maniamia. On board the Vashteque were Captain Dow and 40 crew members, 100 from the princess's party, 100 marines from the Maniamia Station Navy, 30 from the Azure Orb Pavilion's guard squad, and Rhea and Abel. Including the crew, nearly 300 people were aboard. It's understandable that it's this large, Rhea said while looking out at the port from the upper deck, and Abel nodded in agreement. It wasn't just people. The hold had a considerable amount of cargo packed inside. If the hold were empty, the ship would face significant stability issues. Still, wind attribute magic is convenient, Rhea remarked. What's with the sudden statement? Abel replied, curious. In Western history on Earth, ancient Greek and Roman merchant ships were essentially sailing ships, while military vessels were propelled by oars or a combination of sails and oars. In the case of military ships, the ramming tactics involved using a pointed ram located below the waterline at the front of the ship to pierce the enemy vessel and sink it or board the enemy ship to subdue it. That was the structure of naval battles. Until the Battle of Lepanto in the 16th century, which occurred between the Ottoman Empire and Spain and various Italian city-states, galleys were prominent in naval warfare. But the nature of naval warfare was beginning to change significantly. This change was brought about by the emergence of cannons. In simple terms, with the advent of cannons and guns, it became unnecessary to ram one's own ship into the enemy ship. Prior to that, whether using ramming tactics or boarding, nothing could begin without ships colliding. But with cannons mounted on ships, the possibility arose to sink enemy vessels from a distance. Additionally, with firearms, targeting enemy commanders or captains became possible. Attacking with bows and arrows was completely different. However, due to the considerable rocking of the ship, some researchers noted that targeting was often difficult. With these changes in weaponry and tactics, galleys and galleasses began to decline. The reason the aforementioned Battle of Lepanto is said to be the last significant battle where galleys played a significant role is likely because of this. That was the case on Earth, but in this, it seems that ships and naval battles have followed a completely different historical path. Firstly, there are no galleys at all. At least, Rhea is unaware of them. Of course, there might have been galleys used in the past that Rhea doesn't know about, but they are nowhere to be seen now. Only sailing ships. Moreover, these sailing ships can move in any direction at a consistent speed thanks to wind attribute magic. The wind pushes the ship, allowing it to travel in the desired direction. Normally, when sailing upwind, it is quite difficult. Sailing directly into a headwind is impossible for a sailing ship, yet magic resolves many of the problems faced by these sailing ships. Long live magic. The method of fighting itself is similar to the era before the emergence of cannons on Earth, colliding ships, either sinking them by creating holes or boarding to subdue them. This means that the most important ship must be placed in the center. After all the cargo had been loaded and everyone boarded, the Vashteque set sail, waving goodbye to the people seeing them off from the port. Beside them were 2 ships from the naval transport fleet stationed in Maniamia, which also set sail at the same time. The other 18 ships were already floating offshore. The Vashteque nestled at the center of this transport fleet. 20 ships began to sail with the Vashteque at the center. "This is quite a sight," Rhea remarked. "We're completely surrounded," Abel added, slightly excited. Perhaps His Majesty the King gets energized when he sees the Navy. Rhea looked very happy as well. The First Duke seemed to be enjoying it too. Of course, this fleet wasn't for the two of them. It was a fleet for transporting Princess Illyriaja. Therefore, the fleet was organized with the Vashteque, where she was aboard at its center. "This looks like a circular formation," Rhea noted. "A circular formation? Ah, indeed, the escort ships are arranged in a circle around this ship," Abel agreed, nodding. When talking about circular formations, the most common modern example on Earth might be an aircraft carrier strike group. One aircraft carrier, several cruisers and destroyers, and an attack submarine beneath the waves. This formation centers around the aircraft carrier, surrounded by cruisers and destroyers, while the attack submarine advances underwater. The core of the aircraft carrier strike group, the aircraft carrier, is the ship that must not be sunk. Not only is it a ship with thousands of people aboard, but it also carries the aircraft necessary for achieving air superiority in modern warfare. It absolutely must not be sunk. However, from the attacking side's perspective, it becomes a target that must be sunk. Whether that ship is sunk or protected can sway the tide of battle. Thus, they guard the most important ship by placing it at the center of a circular formation. While Abel didn't know the term circular formation, he understood the concept. For this transport, Abel had various expectations. He understood the risks involved, but at the same time, he thought this might allow him to gain a lot of experience. One of those experiences was naval battles or fleet battles. Abel was the king of the Natore kingdom. However, he had no experience in fleet battles. He had never commanded a fleet, nor had he even seen a fleet battle with dozens of ships. At most, he had participated in a pirate subjugation at the request of the guild. He had gained some experience commanding in land battles since the War of Kingdom Liberation. However, land battles and naval battles were entirely different. Of course, the naval battles that would unfold in the Archipelago Sea region from now on would likely differ from those of the Central Nations as well. Yet it remained a valuable experience. Experience becomes part of one's very being. Having accumulated experiences as a swordsman and adventurer, Abel understood this all too well. In that sense, he was looking forward to this transport. Soon after the circular formation was established, a briefing was held on the upper deck of the Vashteque. This was hosted by Rogeton, the captain of the stationed marine troops. Rogeton was a composed commander in his mid-30s. For Rhea, who had an arbitrary image of Marines being like reckless motorcycle gang leaders, this was quite surprising. In fact, Bandersh, the leader of the Azure Orb Pavilion's guard squad, seemed more like a Marine. Abel noticed Rhea thinking this and shook his head slightly. Gathered were Princess Illyriaja, head butler Lonk, Captain Dow, Captain Bandersh, and Rhea and Abel. Usually in such cases, they would gather in the captain's cabin at the stern of the ship, but this time, the captain's cabin at the stern had been dedicated to Princess Illyriaja. Therefore, they were all gathered on the upper deck. By the way, Captain Dow, who had relinquished the captain's cabin to Princess Illyriaja, reportedly laughed heartily, saying, "It's a common occurrence." As expected of the Sea Maiden. "This is a map of the Archipelago Sea region around Maniamia," Rogeton said, presenting a map that resembled the one Rhea and Abel had seen on their first day at the Azure Orb Pavilion. However, it seemed to have the positions of the islands and shallows depicted with much more detail. Here, and here, the station fleet believes that the likelihood of attacks at these three locations is high. The waters stretching from Maniamia to the capital were likely like a backyard to them. They could easily guess where attacks were likely to occur. "We plan to pass through on the 4th, 10th, and 14th days. The stopover will be in the city of Jashida on the 12th day. Basically, it's fine for you to spend time anywhere on the ship, but please be ready to return to your rooms as soon as possible on the 4th, 10th, and 14th days." "Understood," Captain Rogeton said, and Princess Illyriaja acknowledged. "Thank you for the 20-day voyage." With that, the princess bowed her head. "Oh no, I apologize. Although it's a command from the country, I regret causing you discomfort," Captain Rogeton replied, bowing back. For some reason, Rhea nodded in agreement. Abel looked at him with narrowed eyes. He didn't say anything at that moment, but after they dispersed, Abel spoke up. "Why does Rhea always act so important? What's with the sudden remark? I'm not flaunting authority like you, Abel. No way, I've never flaunted authority before, have I?" As the two engaged in this light conversation, "You're Abel and Rhea, right?" Princess Illyriaja approached them, accompanied by head butler Lonk. She had come to them instead of returning to her room after the meeting. "Yes, Your Highness, I am Abel. This robe-wearing one is Rhea," Abel introduced himself. "Yes, Your Highness. I am Rhea, and this swordsman is Abel," Rhea followed up. Princess Illyriaja smiled upon hearing their introductions. "I am Illyriaja. You two seem to get along well." "Your Highness, that's just a misunderstanding. This swordsman, Abel, is a cruel and terrible man, so if I don't act friendly, I can't predict what he might do to me later. Hey, see, he's a terrifying individual. How can you keep coming up with insults like that? I must admit, I'm impressed." Abel shook his head repeatedly at Rhea's words. Hearing this, Princess Illyriaja laughed even more than before. "Good for you, Abel. Thanks to you being sacrificed, the princess was able to smile. Was there really a need for me to be sacrificed? I always say the spirit of self-sacrifice is wonderful. Yeah, I feel like Rhea has never shown self-sacrifice." As the two continued their banter, Princess Illyriaja finally spoke after finishing her laughter. "This is genuinely enjoyable. It might be the first time in a while that I've laughed from the bottom of my heart." During her inspection, a rebellion broke out in the capital. Her family was slaughtered, and the state she barricaded eventually fell. She had fled to a neighboring country. Rhea understood that she probably hadn't had a reason to laugh. There are people who say laughing makes you less likely to get sick. Sometimes it's better to laugh even if you have to force it. If you ever want to laugh again, this Abel will be sacrificed for you, so feel free to call on me anytime. It could be Rhea who gets sacrificed instead. Taking risks is the duty of the vanguard. Yeah, that's not a rule. As their conversation continued, Princess Illyriaja smiled and said, "With others, I can't help but feel a distance because I am a princess. I think that is inevitable, but you too don't feel that way, if possible, even if just during this voyage." "Your Highness," Butler Lonk cut off Princess Illyriaja's words. Yet it wasn't to say that engaging with those below her was undesirable. He looked quite lonely. "Oh, I see. With me involved, I would draw attention from various places." Understanding the meaning behind Lonk's interruption, the princess smiled wryly. Rhea and Abel exchanged glances. "You don't need to worry about that. We are from the Central Nations. We aren't planning to settle in this country or have ties with the Suje Kingdom. We are just trying to return to the Central Nations across the continent." "Exactly. If anyone complains about it, this Abel will take care of them. You don't need to worry at all." "Why is it me?" "Because I believe Abel can handle any opponent that comes his way. This is a sign of trust." "Yeah, that's a completely untrustworthy statement you're making so boldly." Hearing this back and forth, Princess Illyriaja chuckled softly again. "Thank you," she bowed her head in gratitude. "It feels enjoyable, like back when I was in the royal palace," she whispered. As expected of the king and the first duke, even in front of another country's princess, they remained unruffled. The room assigned to Rhea and Abel is on the third deck. Princess Illyriaja is in the captain's cabin at the stern, but the rest are allocated to the second and third decks. The second and third decks are only divided by simple fabric, so they aren't exactly separate rooms. For this reason, both of them are either on the upper deck or in the dining hall when they're not sleeping. There are no tasks that need to be done, yet they still receive payment. How wonderful! Living off such unearned income, the two are on the upper deck today. If this were an Earth galleon, it might not be so spacious. But the upper deck of the Vashteque is quite large. Crew members are coming and going on that expansive upper deck. Rhea is thinking about when he can learn about how the issues are resolved through manipulating wind attribute magic with alchemy. Since they have only just set sail and haven't gotten too close with the crew yet, timing is important for such matters. Therefore, today, he sits in an ice chair reading a book on alchemy that he bought in the city of Maniamia. It's a book recommended by a friendly craftsman at the armor shop, and it's very easy to understand, making him read it with a cheerful demeanor. Not too far from Rhea, Abel is swinging his sword. He doesn't seem particularly conscious of the gaze around him, but the way he swings his sword definitely attracts attention. Having been raised as the second prince, Abel is accustomed to being seen by others, so he doesn't mind being looked at by many people. When it comes to swinging a sword, Abel employs both quick swings and slow, measured ones. Today, he appears to be swinging slowly. Out of the corner of his eye, Rhea glances at him and opens the 2 bags placed on the nearby ice table. He takes out coffee beans from each bag, puts them into the ice mill he created, and starts grinding the beans. He perfectly remembers the blend for the Azure Orb Pavilion's special coffee. He guesses that Abel will finish swinging his sword soon and come over. Yes, Rhea is capable and acts with foresight. As expected, while he added hot water and the ground beans to the French press, Abel came over. Having anticipated this, Rhea had also prepared an ice chair for Abel. Abel quietly sat down there without saying a word. That was fine, it was a chair meant for Abel, but it can't be helped, but this ice chair is hard. What a thing to say! Rhea was taken aback by Abel's rude remark, surpassing anger with surprise. "Ah no, I'm grateful that you prepared a chair for me. Yes, I understand." "Humph, I wish you would at least be thankful that it isn't cold." "Yeah, speaking of which, Rhea's ice isn't cold at all. This chair isn't, and the cup for drinking coffee isn't either. It's a skill obtained after unbelievable training. It's a crystallization of blood, sweat, and tears. Wouldn't blood flow during magic training? Why are you so calm about pointing that out? That's a moment to praise me for working hard. Good job, wonderful." "That sounds so insincere," Abel said in a dry tone, and Rhea flopped down onto the ice table. But he quickly got back up. "I thought it was unavoidable that the ice chair was hard, but a water bed would be soft and wonderful to sleep on. If the surface were like that—" Rhea began to mutter such things. "Is the image like an ice pillow? The inside could be anything, but the problem is the sides, right? I think a membrane of water could work, but if someone like Abel sits on it, it might break. I feel like I'm being mocked, but maybe I'm just imagining things. Something like variable ice. I can't quite envision it. Ah, right, there's no need for it to be a large single piece of ice. If I line up small ice sheets that are just a few microns thick. And if I make the ice I put inside crunchy ice. After a while, Rhea closed his eyes. He then opened his arms shoulder-width apart and brought them over the ice table to chant. Ice create ice cushion. At that moment, a blue chair cushion was generated on the table. It looked like a gel cushion. Now, Abel, lay this on the chair and try sitting on it. Me? Rhea suggested, and Abel questioned back. He was clearly hesitating. Don't you trust me? Well, of course I do trust you, but why don't you try it first? Isn't it obvious? If it fails, it would be a problem. Hey, just kidding. If it's fine with your weight, then it should be fine for anyone. Abel isn't particularly big for a swordsman, but he's definitely more muscular than the average person. You could say he has an athlete's physique as seen in modern Earth. Since muscle is heavier than fat, he must weigh quite a bit, so he's just right for a test. Abel gingerly picked up the ice cushion from the table. He had a fleeting thought that it might burst suddenly. However, of course, there was no problem. Then he placed it on his ice chair and slowly, really slowly sat down. Oh! A surprised exclamation slipped out of his mouth. Little by little, he applied his weight. He shifted his center of gravity back and forth, standing up a little and sitting back down. Once he finished trying it, he said, "This is nice." Right, Rhea nodded happily at Abel's sincere compliment. But then Abel's expression changed. Seeing that, Rhea's look turned into one of suspicion. Had he noticed a significant flaw? Rhea cautiously asked. "Abel, what's wrong?" Rhea. "The coffee has been left unattended." Oops. Inside the French press, many ground beans had already sunk to the bottom. "I think it's fine to occasionally drink something that took a long time to brew." "Yeah, that's true." The two drank the coffee. It was delicious without any issues. As they delighted in the delicious coffee, a blond young man approached them. "It smells nice." It was Bandersh, the captain of the guard for the Gecko Merchant Association. "Oh, Bandersh, would you like some?" "Oh, is that okay?" Bandersh answered happily at Rhea's invitation. As Rhea generated an ice chair with an ice cushion, Bandersh quickly sat down. Then he received a cup of coffee poured from the newly generated ice cup and first enjoyed the aroma. After savoring the scent, he took a sip. He smiled faintly and then silently took another sip. Finally, he spoke up. "Indeed, this is the Azure Orb Pavilion blend." "Oh, good. If someone from the source says that, I feel relieved." Bandersh praised, and Rhea smiled brightly. While slowly drinking, Bandersh raised his ice cup. "Rhea, you're a water attribute mage. This cup is impressive." It's not that great." Rhea blushed from the praise. "My father could use water attribute magic." "Wait, the chairman of the Merchant Association, Bandersh, is that so? Being a merchant who can use water attribute magic is unbelievably advantageous, especially at sea." Because there's no need to load fresh water," Bandersh said, and Rhea nodded in agreement. Even the Gecko Merchant Association of the kingdom employed those who could use water attribute magic in their caravans. Some of them were Rhea's disciples. Rhea felt a bit nostalgic about how they were doing. "I see. Since there's no need to load fresh water, you can carry more goods." So, the more you can load, the more profit increases." Abel nodded in response to Bandersh's words. Indeed, just the ability to produce water with magic seems to give them overwhelming advantages as merchants. "Rhea, how about quitting being an adventurer and working for us?" "Sorry, but that's a bit." "Yeah, I figured as much." Bandersh laughed heartily after Rhea declined. "Bandersh, come here for a moment," a voice calling from afar. It was probably Captain Dow from the sound of it. "Oh, am I being called? Thanks for the coffee, it was delicious." With that, Bandersh left. "It's surprising that the chairman of the Merchant Association could use water attribute magic. I had noticed he could use magic, but we were of the same kind," Rhea said happily. Somehow he felt a sense of kinship with those who could use water attribute magic. "I didn't know either. Rhea, did you know that Chairman Bandersh could use magic?" "Yes, I knew that." "How did you know?" "People who can use magic seem to leak magic or magical power from their bodies." "Oh." Abel was genuinely surprised by Rhea's words. He had never heard of such a thing. "See, the magic in the Central Nations is properly crafted magic with chance, right? There probably aren't chance to sense magic leaking out, so most people likely don't notice it." "That's true. I hadn't heard it before either, but His Majesty King Robert Perlo of the Alliance was able to sense what leaked from people." "Really?" Former King Robert Perlo, who was part of the delegation from the Western nations, is also a well-known mage in the Central Nations. 13 years ago, during the full-scale war, the Great War, he was at the center of the Alliance's magical forces, battling fiercely against the kingdom's Alalian and the elderly mages like Arthur. Also, powerful mages reportedly feel that pressure whether they want to or not. Ito said previously that during his confrontation with that blazing flame mage in Witnash, he nearly felt crushed by the overwhelming magical power. That blazing flame mage. Just say blazing flame mage directly. He had unintentionally confronted the Empire's representative, Blazing Flame Mage Oscar Lusk, and Room 10. It seems that powerful mages emanate magical power. Rio, do you also leak it? Abel, unable to use magic, had no clue about that aspect at all. I'm actually completely shut off. Shut off? What? I should be leaking nothing at all. It was better for hunting in the forest of Rondo that way. Is that even possible? This is also the result of training. While the two were talking, a commotion arose from the stern. The commotion approached them. Good day, Abel-son, Rio-son. It was Princess Illyriaja, accompanied by head butler Lonk. Hello, Princess Illyriaja. Ah, Princess, would you like some freshly brewed Azure Orb Pavilion special blend coffee? Abel greeted, and Rio invited her to tea. Without waiting for a reply, 2 ice chairs with cushions were generated. Please, please sit. Head butler, you too. No, Lonk, Rio-son is saying we should enjoy it together. Princess Illyriaja smiled as she invited the hesitant head butler. In the end, the head butler sat down too and ended up enjoying the Azure Orb Pavilion special blend coffee. Is this chair made of ice? Rio-son is a water attribute mage, isn't he? Yes, but the surface of this chair isn't hard like ice. It's soft and easy to sit on. Just as expected of you, Princess, you noticed well. This is the ice cushion that was completed through Abel's sacrifice just a little while ago. My goodness. Abel's son has sacrificed again. Why do you always make me the sacrifice? Rio explained. Princess Illyriaja laughed and Abel shook his head slightly. The vanguard sacrifices themselves to save others. But it's fine. Abel has already led many people to happiness by sacrificing himself since he was in the Central Nations, so this is nothing. That's wonderful. The irony of it being somewhat accurate is quite. Rio praised Abel, Princess Illyriaja admired him, and Abel had no rebuttal since it wasn't a lie. A king governs for the happiness of the people. When considering it that way, Rio's words aren't false. On the contrary, it could even be said to succinctly illustrate the position of a king. I've been a sacrifice for someone like Abel, but I never regret it. Is it just my imagination that you always lounged around on the sofa all day? How rude. I was engaged in various underhanded activities. Activities behind Abel's back. I see. Thank you for that. Abel shook his head slightly at Rio's words. I've heard that the Central Nations are quite far away, so why are you two in this archipelago sea region? Illyriaja's innocent question left the two at a loss for words. After exchanging glances, Rio began to explain. It's quite complicated. A series of misunderstandings, mistakes, and a magical mishap brought us here. That's not quite an explanation, and it's indeed hard to explain. In the end, neither Rio nor Abel could adequately explain. Princess Illyriaja tilted her head as she listened, but ultimately smiled and said, It seems you had quite a few difficult experiences. Rio and Abel were freed from her innocent inquiries. Today, April 14th, the 6th episode of the comic has been updated. The 6th episode is available for early free distribution on the T.O. Books comic site, Corona X. Water attribute mage at comic. Finally, Rio and Abel are on their journey. It seems that the latest episode of the comic will be distributed early on this Corona X in the future. Let's make sure to bookmark it. Day 11 of departure. So far, the transport fleet has proceeded without any incidents. In other words, during the 3 days when an attack was anticipated, nothing happened twice. Today, an afternoon tea party is being held on the upper deck. Though it's called a tea party, what is being served is coffee. It is the special blend coffee from the Azure Orb Pavilion, brewed by Rio. Around the table today are Rio, Abel, captain of the guard Bandersh, and Marine Captain Rogeton of the transport fleet. Rogeton took a sip and looked happy, but after a while he frowned again. Everyone understood that it wasn't because the coffee didn't suit his taste. As for the transport fleet's predictions, I thought that yesterday, the 10th day, would be the day with the highest likelihood of an attack. Yes, that's right. Now that we only have the 14th day left, we on the defensive side can concentrate our efforts solely there. That is not a favorable situation for the attackers. Therefore, the likelihood of an attack occurring in the middle is the highest. The next highest would have been the 4th day when we were still getting used to the voyage, but neither of them came. Bandersh confirmed this. Rogeton answered with the fleet's perspective, and Abel nodded. Of course, arriving in the capital without being attacked is the best scenario. That's true, but it is certainly exhausting to always be on guard for a possible attack. Those 3 locations that are expected to be attacked, what criteria were used to determine them? Abel inquired. As king, he hopes to gain even a little experience in naval battles that he lacks, so he is proactive in his questioning. Those 3 locations have islands scattered near the shipping routes that make it easy to hide an attacking fleet. It would be akin to having a terrain that is suitable for ambushes in land combat. I see. Marine Captain Rogetton explained using land combat analogies, perhaps because he recognizes Abel as a swordsman. Abel seemed to grasp it easily. That's why the circular formation was considered. Linking formations? Ah, the fleet does indeed look like a ring. We don't particularly use that terminology in the Archipelago Sea region, but your reasoning is correct. Those 3 locations have a high likelihood of being attacked from all directions, so the ships are arranged accordingly. Preparing for ambushes is quite a task. Tomorrow, we will receive supplies in the city of Jashida, but we won't be able to disembark from the ship. Yes, I regret to inform you. The crew has no choice, but everyone else, including the princess and the members of the guard squad, must remain on the ship. Captain of the Guard Bandersh confirmed this, and Marine Captain Rogetton nodded. It seems that this was decided beforehand. If we disembark, there will definitely be unnecessary troubles. Rhea muttered, anticipating a classic development typical of light novels. Abel shot him a sidelong glance. Rhea noticed and said, "Do you have something to say, Abel?" "No, not really." In response to Rhea's question, Abel deliberately averted his gaze. "If you have something to say, you should say it clearly." "I just thought that you might want those kinds of problems to occur," Rhea said casually. "Don't worry about it." How rude. I certainly don't want problems to arise that would cause trouble for many people, and if it only inconveniences Rhea, would you be okay with that? I wouldn't mind taking that on, just as I thought. Well, that kind of thing. It's more like a way to pass the time, or rather, a kind of coloring for life, or a change of pace. Rhea became flustered. He doesn't want to involve others, but if it were just Rhea, maybe it wouldn't be so bad if something happened. No, if something happens, it won't just be Rhea-san's problem. The Marine squad will have to take action too. Our guard squad will also be involved. After all, Rhea-san and Abel-san are adventurers commissioned by the Azure Orb Trading Company. That's true. Rogetton and Bandersh gently admonished Rhea, not in a strong manner, but he accepted it, of course. But, see, because Abel said something strange, everyone started to worry. Is it my fault? I must admonish Abel properly as well. Of course, all the responsibility lies in Rhea's statement, even if everyone understood that. Day 12. Having been admonished when they docked at the city of Jashida, Rhea didn't do anything wrong. Well, of course, even without being admonished, he had no intention of doing anything. Like during the voyage, he sat on an ice cushion-equipped ice chair on the upper deck, sipping the special blend coffee from the Azure Orb Pavilion while engrossed in a book on alchemy. Even that alone is a supreme joy. And finally, heh. I understand now. I finally understand. A wave of joy made his body tremble. Nearby, Abel, who had also been reading a book, looked at him with a puzzled expression. What is with that creepy voice? I'm feeling really good right now, so I'll let your rude remarks slide, Abel. Rhea unusually accepted Abel's words with a generous nod. Then he thrust the book he had been reading in front of Abel. This is the technique that repaired your armor. Oh, the armor shop in the city of Maniamia. It was pretty battered, but it came back just like new. That was impressive. Yes. The book introduced the alchemical techniques that were the basis for it, as well as applications in other fields. I understood it. That's amazing, Rhea said happily, and Abel genuinely praised him. Rhea's earnestness and dedication in his endeavors is something that Abel finds remarkable. Just because he engages with it, it doesn't guarantee that he will obtain the desired answer. He may not necessarily acquire the techniques he wants, but still, he is dedicated. Abel thinks that a person who can do that is a rare talent, and Rhea is that kind of person. They often exchange various jabs, but deep down, Abel respects Rhea for all of it. There is no falsehood in that. The term restoration might make you think of reversing time or something, but it was never anything like that. Rhea spoke happily as if giving a speech. Abel listened quietly. It was about reconnecting the severed parts of an organization that had been sliced by a sword. Therefore, if, for example, it was burned by fire and charred or dissolved by acid, repair would be quite difficult. But since this time it was mainly sword wounds, it seems it could be repaired in a day. No, still, considering the repeated processes, repairing that many wounds in a day is quite a challenge. That armor shop owner must be quite proficient in alchemy. Well, I don't really understand. But can Rhea also learn to repair? I understood it, but understanding it and being able to reproduce it are two different things. If I study a little deeper and actually try it out to practice, I might be able to, Rhea answered with a frown. There is a significant gap between understanding and reproducing. I see. I believe you will eventually be able to achieve it. Leave it to me. I will do it. Abel conveyed his expectations, and Rhea nodded happily. If it becomes possible, it means that Abel's leather armor can be repaired any time. For Rhea, it will also lead to acquiring a new alchemical technique that he loves. It's a win-win relationship, probably, 5 hours after docking at Jashida. After loading everything onto the Vashteque and 20 escort ships, the fleet set sail. Nothing particularly happened during the stopover. That was good, wasn't it? Certainly it was good, but what is it, Abel? It sounds like you wish troubles would arise. If that were to happen, the members of the guard squad and the Marines would have a hard time. Isn't that something Rhea said? Abel shook his head incredulously. No, what I'm saying is that it really will only become a possibility on the 14th day. I wonder what the attackers, the Suje Kingdom, are thinking. What Abel says is indeed reasonable. Rhea understands that too. In battle, they say to avoid the real and strike at the false. An ancient great man wrote that in war, one should avoid a strong army and target a weak one. In that sense, the transport fleet will gradually become more aware as we approach the 14th day. Rhea sometimes says difficult things. That is written in a famous military strategy book called The Art of War. How do you know about a military strategy book? I read it in the town library. It's quite fascinating, isn't it? I'm more interested in the fact that a military strategy book exists in the library of your hometown. The Art of War is one of the books that Rhea immersed himself in during his middle school years. Together with Machiavelli and others, it was one of the great influences that led Rhea down the path of history. Before that, he had intended to become a theoretical physicist, but these influences changed the direction of his life completely. Books hold such incredible power. What is the Suje Kingdom army thinking, I wonder? I have no idea. Could it be they're just building up the tension and then not attacking? What do you mean by building up tension? No, if they don't attack, that's the best outcome, right? I understand that, but, well then, let's just focus on the 14th day for now. And then on the 14th day, there was no attack. Is it permissible in terms of story development for there to be no attack? The end will not come peacefully after all, and it's a long text. I apologize, it has now been 15 days. Yesterday, we weren't attacked. Today, Rhea and Abel were on the upper deck. Neither of them were reading books. They were sitting in chairs and drinking coffee. A large ice table was set, and coffee was brewed in a larger-than-usual French press because they knew that Captain Rogeton, the Marine captain, would come to explain soon. As the two took a couple of sips, Captain Rogeton and Captain Bandersh of the guard squad arrived and sat down. Rogeton sighed heavily. That sigh was a mixture of fatigue from the incomprehensible and relief from having passed through a difficult ordeal without incident. Please, Rogeton and Bandersh, enjoy some coffee. Rhea offered the Azure Orb Pavilion's special blend coffee to the two. Thank you. Oh, it looks delicious. Both Rogeton and Bandersh received the coffee, looking pleased, and took their first sip. Satisfied sighs escaped their lips in unison. Rhea was pleased to see the scene. I feel like the ship's speed has slowed down a bit today, Abel asked. Upon reflection, it did indeed feel slower compared to the previous days. Yes, the sailing route around here when heading to the capital faces a complete headwind. Of course, it is possible to progress against it using wind attribute magic, but compared to a tailwind, the speed inevitably decreases. I see, so that's how it is. Abel nodded at Rogeton's explanation. When there is a tailwind, we don't use wind attribute magic and rely solely on the wind captured by the sails. It's definitely faster than going against the wind with wind attribute magic. Nature's power is great, Rogeton added with a laugh. At that moment, the sound of a bell echoed through the fleet. What's that? Abel said, and Rhea looked around. The bell sound was coming from the escort ship advancing ahead of the fleet. An attack here, Rogeton murmured, then stood up and shouted. Prepare for enemy attack, Marines to the upper deck. Seriously? All right, guard squad to the upper deck too, Bandersh shouted as well. He then turned to Captain Dow, calling out, Dow, according to the plan. Understood, Captain Dow shouted back. Additionally, they heard Dow shouting to his subordinates. The princess is to be protected in the captain's cabin. Leave that to the guard squad. The procedures for emergencies had already been decided in advance. Finally, Bandersh turned to Rhea and Abel and said, If the Suje Kingdom forces board, I ask for your help. Fight alongside us. Of course, leave it to us. Both Abel and Rhea nodded without hesitation. The table and chairs were already gone. This place would become a battlefield from here on. Rhea looked around. However, the enemies only appeared in front, of course. There were no suitable islands around that could hide ambush troops, so they had assumed they wouldn't be attacked. However, because it was situated between two large islands, the sea was not particularly wide. It wasn't narrow enough to be called a waterway, but conversely, unless it was an attack from land using magic cannon fire, there shouldn't be any concern about the fleet being attacked from the side, only from the front or the back. It would have been very challenging to encircle them from behind. So for now, they only needed to be wary of enemies approaching from the front. Rhea leaned over the bow of the Vashteque, looking ahead. Just behind him, Abel and Captain Bandersh, who had finished giving instructions, ran up. What is that? Whose murmur was it? They finally got a clear view of the enemy fleet approaching from the front, but the ships were of a shape that was drastically different from the escort ships of the Maniamia-stationed fleet. Of course, they were also different from the Vashteque. Are those oars sprouting from that ship a galley? To Rio's eyes, they looked like galleys. However, it seems there are no galleys in the Central Nations, let alone this archipelago sea region. Captain Dao was the one surprised by Rio's murmur. A galley? Could it be a Kaizen, a ship that was abandoned 400 years ago? Hey, Captain Dao, do you know what that is? Rio-san, didn't I just say Kaizen? Ah, yes. It seems there was one back in my hometown. I've never seen one in person, though. On Earth, the Battle of Lepanto was nearly the last naval battle involving galleys. After all, galleys are not suited for open seas with high waves. Rather, they were limited to the so-called inland seas, like the Mediterranean or the Viking Baltic Sea. Well, this archipelago sea region has quite calm waters because of the many islands. When wind attribute magic was not as common for navigation as it is now, and when there was still slavery, that was the type of ship used in war. Ah, I've heard of that. It's a ship that relies on slaves to function right. Why would they revive something like that now? Captain Dao explained, and Bandersh nodded as if recalling something. Isn't it terrifyingly fast? Abel murmured. True, for them it is a tailwind, but it's incredibly fast. Are they increasing their ship's speed with Kaizen? The masts and sails are as large as modern ships. Bandersh nodded and answered. More like a galleys, compared to Venetian galleys. It looks exceedingly sleek. It overturns the common belief that galley ships are slow. No one responded to Rio's murmur. They didn't understand its meaning, which was understandable. The Venetian galleys was not common. It was a vessel filled with romance. We're going to collide. Just after Rio said that, 5 galley ships from the Suje Kingdom crashed into the escort ship at the forefront of the transport fleet. It seemed that arrows and magic flew towards the galley ships from the transport fleet before the collision, but it seemed to have no effect at all. Did they stop their advance? Bandersh murmured. There are 2 tactics for galleys, boarding tactics and ramming tactics, and the implication of that speed is the latter, ramming tactics. It's a ram attack. The aim of a ram attack is singular. The galley ships began to retreat. It was not as fast as when they charged, but it was still quite a speed. They're backing up with oars and wind attribute magic. Moving both forward and backward seems quite fast. Rio's words led Abel to nod. As the galley ships retreated, something strange happened at the forefront of the transport fleet. Could it be? They're starting to sink. The aim of a ram attack is to create holes in the ship. Rio replied regretfully to Bandersh's words. The bows of galleys and galley ships are equipped with rams, meaning pointed protrusions beneath the waterline. They charge at high speeds, stabbing this ram into enemy ships to create holes and sink them. That's a ram attack. Huh. Is there a way to defend against it? Fundamentally, there isn't. You should strike before you get struck. Of the 5 ships that executed the ram attack, 1 ship seemed not to be able to extract its ram after stabbing and threw a rope to board, engaging in battle on each other's decks. The 4 galley ships from the Suje Kingdom retreated. However, behind them, the ships of the Suje Kingdom Navy were approaching. These were not galley ships, but shaped similarly to the escort ships of the Maniamia-stationed fleet. They had no oars, but they were likely also using wind attribute magic, combined with a tailwind. They slipped past the retreating galley ships at considerable speed. Without slowing down, they moved further to the outside of the transport fleet's flanks. Defensive formations, prepare for boarding. Such voices could be heard from the ships on the flanks of the transport fleet, meaning both the right and left of the Vashteque. But were they able to pass through without boarding? Bandersh raised a suspicious voice. Captain Dao seemed to share the same feeling. Though silent, he tilted his head slightly. They intend to circle around our back. Side passage back deployment? Abel said, and Rio murmured. The movements of the Suje Kingdom Navy were swift. Some of the ships within the transport fleet noticed their intent but were deployed to the rear before they could move. We're being surrounded, Abel murmured, and Bandersh, Captain Dao, and Rio all nodded. However, the ships behind did not attack. They remained orderly lined up. Will the ships behind pursue if they try to flee? Probably the main forces are up ahead, Captain Dao asked rhetorically, and Bandersh answered. It's a peeling onion. Huh. At Rio's murmur, Abel looked at him suspiciously. It was clear by Rio's expression that he wasn't just saying something random. They peel one layer at a time from the outside. The side being surrounded becomes nothing but reserve troops except for the outermost layer. In other words, they cannot participate in battle. They are out of action. Not creating reserve troops is the first step of strategy, but they've already failed at that first step. Well, I understand what you want to say. The Suje Kingdom Navy will place their main forces at the front and sink the transport fleet with that main force. They will simply repeat the process of sinking every ship that comes out into view, one by one, just peeling the onion layer by layer until they reach the core. So this Vashteque is the onion core. Abel nodded at Rhea's explanation. The Suje Kingdom Navy's strategy was simple, and their means were also straightforward. Simple things are hard to reverse. That's because it's hard to create confusion there. From the very beginning, we've been forced into the defensive. If we don't do something, the situation will continue to worsen. Indeed, out of the 4 ships of the transport fleet that received the initial ram attack, holes were made below the waterline, causing them to take on water and begin to sink. Crew members and Marines jumped into the sea, swimming to other ships. These were indeed the men of the sea. In fact, they might have suffered less human damage. However, one ship was so deeply stuck that it could not retreat, a galley ship. It was engaged in close-quarters combat with the escort ship of the transport fleet that it had stabbed. The scene unfolding there was somewhat gruesome on the deck. It's inevitable, but the morale of the Marines and the crew of the escort ship is, they are trying to muster their courage, but it is difficult. Rhea and Abel exchanged opinions in low voices. Up until yesterday, tension upon tension had been layered, and today, the moment they relaxed with "it's good they didn't attack," they were faced with an assault. Moreover, they were being completely taken by surprise. Sunk by ships they had never seen before, the enemies who boarded were elite as well. It would be difficult to tell them not to panic. At that moment, both Rhea and Abel noticed a commotion starting at the back of the Vashteque, near the stern. Bandersh and Captain Dow also turned around. "The princess," they murmured in unison. Princess Illyriaja approached slowly, reaching the bow. The bow section rose high. The bow and stern were high, while the central part was low. The galleon ships, compared to their predecessor, the Carrack ships, do diminish in this ratio. But still, standing at the bow makes one easily visible from other ships. "I cannot hide in a safe place while everyone is fighting for me." "No, but—" Captain Rogeton, who had been trying to stop her from behind, panicked at her words. "That place is visible from all sides. You will be targeted. I understand that, but still." Crew members from other ships began to notice Princess Illyriaja standing at the bow of the Vashteque. Voices of "Your Highness" and "Princess" could be heard reaching the Vashteque. Some ships even had people kneeling. Of course, the defectors from the Suje Kingdom who followed her were already on their knees. "If my exposing myself raises morale, I want to be here." Her words were not loud. Moreover, this was a battlefield. There was no way her voice could be heard from distant ships. But, "Hail Princess Illyriaja! Long live Princess Illyriaja! If we flee here, the people of Kamakuta will be laughed at. In the name of the Maniamia-stationed fleet," such words began to spread. That voice, "Long live Princess Illyriaja!" it was aggregated into that phrase. Even if she was the princess of a formerly virtual enemy nation, it seemed that didn't matter. She was willing to expose herself to danger to raise morale. That scene struck the hearts of the men and women of the sea. "Can you protect me with your ice, Rhea-san?" Princess Illyriaja, having reached the very tip of the bow, asked Rhea with a smile. "Of course. Ice wall level 20. Rhea cast the spell, and a transparent wall of ice surrounded the bow. "I've covered the entire bow area with an ice wall. Please observe the efforts of everyone." There was a possibility that the Suje Kingdom Navy might attempt to snipe Princess Illyriaja. However, with the ice wall, attacks with magic or arrows would be repelled. People do not follow the words of a king, they follow the presence of a king. "Abel, son?" Abel murmured as Princess Illyriaja questioned him. "If you want people and soldiers to support you, you must show them a figure they can rally behind. It may be reckless, but I believe the princess's stance is correct." "Thank you." Princess Illyriaja bowed her head sincerely at Abel's words. "Yes, Abel is a king. He has been fulfilling that role for over 3 years. Before that, he had led half the country to repel enemies and liberate the kingdom. Words based on such achievements carry weight. In the midst of that, the second charge by the Suje Kingdom Navy's galley ships was carried out. Another 4 holes were opened in the escort ships of the transport fleet, which began to sink. 8 ships had sunk in total, and 1 was in close-quarters combat. Excluding the Vashteque, only 11 escort ships remained. However, the morale of the surviving ships was high. That was due to the morale raised by Princess Illyriaja. Crew and Marines who escaped from the sunken ships were being taken on board the Vashteque. The escort ships that had been guarding the sides of the Vashteque moved to the front, attempting to protect the Vashteque and Princess Illyriaja. The enemies in front, 4 ships are charging, while the others are 8. 6 ships have spread out at the rear. Abel murmured the number of enemy ships. They had to pull quite far back to charge like that. They must run a long distance to increase their speed for the ram. They heard the voices of Bandersh and Captain Dow. The 4 galley ships that executed the second charge were moving backward without changing direction. They seemed to be able to make that movement by rowing in reverse and using wind attribute magic to blow in the opposite direction. In the meantime, Rhea was watching the Suje Kingdom navy ahead as if searching for something. The galley ships from the Suje Kingdom slipped through the gaps of their own 8 ships and retreated further back. They were building up the distance for a third charge. In that moment, Rhea found it. He turned to Abel and said, "Abel, the essence of fleet combat is the same, no matter the world or the era, you crush the flagship. If that's not possible, you make the commander withdraw from the front lines." "I see. What Rhea has been searching for is the enemy's flagship." "Yes, I found it. It's at the far right of those 8 ships, the one with a bow statue glimmering in gold at the bow. That ship is signaling orders with signal flags." "It's not in the center." "Right, it's a bit underhanded. That's why it took time to identify." Rhea frowned slightly. "Normally, a flagship where the commander would be is in the center. That's because it's the easiest spot to give instructions to the other ships. Unless there's a mage like Alalian, remarkably proficient in wind attribute magic, it's hard to give orders across the battlefield. That's why those giving commands often occupy the center. It seems the commander of this attacking fleet was different. I'll go to the flagship and take out the commander, so how do I get there? It's about 200 meters away. Since Abel is a swordsman, it would be fine for him to fly over, but, yeah, swordsmen can't fly. Ammon was thrown, not flown, you know? Well, it's all right. There's a perfect spell for this using water attribute magic. I'll create an ice bridge from here to that ship. I'll add a bit of color to it so you can see, and let's add a cover. It's risky if we get attacked while crossing." After saying that, Rhea turned to the opposite side. There stood Captain Bandersh facing Rhea. He seemed to have been listening to the conversation. "So what you're saying is we're to charge with Abel and take down the fleet commander?" "Yes, can I count on you?" "Of course." Bandersh nodded vigorously, then he shouted back, "Azure Orb Guard Squad, we're charging, get ready." "Yes." The Azure Orb Pavilion's guard squad raised their voices like war cries in response to Bandersh's orders. In the midst of their disadvantage, they were excited that their turn had finally come. They might be more of a charging squad than a guarding squad. "I know the ship, but from here I can't identify the commander." "Yeah, we just need to take out all the enemies on the ship." "Ha. Abel son, that's some guts you have. Living alongside Rhea means you need this level of courage to survive." "Why am I being dragged into this?" Bandersh admired. Abel explained the reason, and Rhea cried inwardly over the unreasonable entanglement. They were going to board the enemy ship. If they didn't have this much composure to exchange light banter, they wouldn't survive. "Whenever you're ready," Abel said. "Let's go, Ice Gate," Rhea chanted, and a straight line of an ice tunnel extended from the bow of the Vashteque. The target was the flagship of the Suje Kingdom navy ahead. "Charge," Abel said and dashed into the ice tunnel first. Following him were Bandersh and the guard squad. This ice gate was designed to create a path for people to run, unlike Ice Path. Therefore, the surface was made to be as non-slippery as possible. Specifically, it was made with small bumps to catch the soles of shoes. It was 200 meters to the enemy ship. With Abel's speed, they should reach it in about 25 seconds. "It's too late to panic now," Rhea murmured. The enemy ship that was guided through the ice tunnel began to panic. They probably realized their flagship had been identified and were in a hurry. 25 seconds is not enough to do anything. Even on modern Earth's warships, 25 seconds wouldn't be enough to mobilize and start moving. Still, Rhea watched carefully. It would be best to adjust the tunnel according to the movements of the enemy flagship. Furthermore, if the galley ships that had pulled back for a running start charged, they would collide with this tunnel. While it wouldn't break, it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Wouldn't it be better to halt the charge instead?" Rhea murmured suddenly. "If they did that, perhaps there wouldn't have been any unnecessary casualties." I can't help it. I'm not perfect." He didn't know who he was making excuses to, but Rhea was mumbling excuses. Princess Illyriaja, who was standing relatively nearby, might have heard him. Even though she was protected by the ice wall, it was transparent, and standing in the midst of a battlefield would surely cause tension. There was no room for Rhea's nonsense to gain a reaction, and the situation began to accelerate, ignoring Rhea. "People are flying in. Prepare to intercept. From behind, from the ship behind," voices were heard. When Rhea turned to look behind, 6 men were boarding the upper deck of the Vashteque. Where did they come from? Those words spilled involuntarily from Rhea's mouth. However, the answer was within the information from earlier. From behind, from the 6 ships that spread out behind? No, but they said people were flying in. They can't be Ammon. Just as he said that, once again, people came flying in, tracing a beautiful trajectory. He saw something spreading from their backs just as they landed on the deck, something that looked like fabric. It was something like an airbag that expanded just before the moment of impact to protect their bodies. The people who had flown in. Or rather, those who had been thrown must have undergone prior training. As they landed on the deck, they were properly in a position with their backs and rears facing down. "The world is vast," Rhea murmured, shaking his head slightly at the sight he was seeing for the first time. No, perhaps this is something done in naval battles everywhere. Even the Natore Kingdom Navy wouldn't. However, there was no one nearby to answer Rhea's doubts. "I have to protect them anyway." Rhea looked toward the stern. If enemies boarded, the crew of the Vashteque would gather near the entrance to the captain's cabin at the stern. Naturally, that would render the ship immobile. It seemed that was a strict order from Chairman Bandersh. Moreover, if they were boarded by enemies, it meant they were being engaged in a boarding battle, and the ship would be unable to move. Thus, it might have been that the crew was allowed to leave their posts, but this situation of enemies boarding without being engaged might not have been anticipated. But there are those like Abel who would run 200 meters to board. Rhea made no mention of the fact that he had facilitated that 200-meter tunnel and guided them in. That was the kind of man Rhea was. "I found them, ice wall level 20. Rhea spotted a group of crew members huddled together and encircled them with a sizable ice wall with some degree of ease. The crew were surprised. "I've enclosed you in an ice wall?" Rhea yelled, which was rare for him. Otherwise, the voice would not reach throughout the large Vashteque from bow to stern. Normally, that might not be the case, but under the current situation of being boarded by enemies. "Thank you," the one who shouted back in response to Rhea was Captain Dao. However, Captain Dao was not within the ice wall, engaging in combat with the enemies who boarded. "I knew it. I had a feeling," Rhea said quietly. From the moment he first met him, he had sensed it. This was someone who would charge into battle with 2 knives. On the upper deck of the Vashteque, the Marines of the Maniamia-stationed fleet were fighting against the enemies who had boarded from the sky. Between that battlefield and the bow were the former retainers from the Suje Kingdom, who followed Princess Illyriaja. Rhea had suggested protection with ice wall for them too, but they had refused. "Let us fight for the princess," they said. "If we are only protected, the princess will be embarrassed in her place of asylum." He understood what they wished to say, so he looked to Princess Illyriaja for judgment. "Let them do as they wish," Princess Illyriaja said, bowing her head. The expression on her face was very sad, likely because she understood that there would be sacrifices. She wished to save as many people as possible. But there were those who would throw themselves into battle. That divergence exists in every world and in every era. Rhea hesitated whether he should intervene in the battle on the upper deck of the Vashteque. The aerial assault had ceased. In the end, it seemed 24 people had flown in. In terms of numbers, the Marines were overwhelming, but they seemed quite skilled, and in fact, the Marines were being pushed back. Leading the charge were Captain Rajatin and Captain Dao. Their target, of course, should be Princess Illyriaja. However, Princess Illyriaja was at the bow, guarded by Rhea's 20-layer ice wall. That area was solidly protected. Rather, Rhea judged that he should focus on movements 200 meters away on the enemy flagship. After all, he was the only one who could maintain the ice tunnel connecting the flagship and the Vashteque. If there were any signals from the other side, Rhea was the only one who could respond. Since it was impossible for one person to handle everything, he could only prioritize what only he could manage. In reality, fierce combat was unfolding even on the enemy flagship. Leading the charge was Abel, followed by Bandersh and 30 Azure Orb Guard squad members. While there were those on the flagship confused by the suddenly erected ice tunnel, others responded quickly. The first assault team under the Central Navy headquarters. To put it simply, they were the ones strongest in close-quarters combat within the Suje Kingdom Navy. Even more than those fighting on the enemy ship, more than those who flew in and landed on the Vashteque. They were undoubtedly the top elite. True to their name, the assault team, they should normally be at the forefront, spearheading the charge. However, in this battle, they were stationed on the flagship. This was solely due to the orders of Admiral Lockday, the commander of the invading fleet. Commander Monlashu of the assault team had made many suggestions. To have them put at the front lines. At the very least, to make them the assault team charging the ship the Princess was on. However, Admiral Lockday rejected those suggestions. It seems that, apart from his immediate subordinates, he was not well liked among other divisions and departments of the Navy. Perhaps it was that his appearance seemed weak to the men of the sea. Or perhaps it was because, while his win rate was high, his tactics were seen as stingy. Or maybe it was because, in fleet battles, he always kept the flagship at the rear. While it was understandable that there were tactical reasons, it was also true that he stood in stark contrast to the bold, free-spirited men of the sea. Perhaps that was why. There were various whispers regarding the decision to station the first assault team on the flagship. One of the most common murmurs was, to think that a cowardly admiral who is always at the rear would place the top elite assault team there. What is he thinking? Does he think the flagship is going to become a battlefield? Typical cowardly behavior. But then the flagship became a battlefield. Prepare for counterattack, Commander Mon Lashu's voice rang out. As a result, 50 members of the assault team braced themselves. Normally, they would be the ones boarding enemy ships. Thus, they carried no shields for defense. They charged in with nothing but a knife or a sword. This time they would be defending, but their mission was unchanged. They would defeat the enemy. In any case, they were no match for the strongest assault team. However, this time the opponent included individuals they had never fought before. The first to emerge from the tunnel was a man wielding a glowing red magic sword. It was clearly a large sword, too big to be used on a ship. Yet, with a single swing, it would surely send blood splattering. Without even exchanging a single blow, he incapacitated members of the assault team one by one. "He's strong," whoever murmured that was unknown. The unfamiliar swordsmanship, the first time witnessing the fluid motion of the body, and the smile. Abel was probably not a battle maniac. He was not one to despair even when caught in trouble. Rather, he was the type to rejoice. In that regard, he was undoubtedly more suited to be an adventurer than a king. And if he could utilize the sword he had been honing since childhood, that joy would become even greater. He didn't laugh ominously like a demon. He wasn't the kind of man who would laugh while engaging in sword fights under the pretense of being a water attribute magician. But a smile involuntarily escaped him. He was a born swordsman. It was clear to anyone watching that his sword was not the kind wielded by common folk. "I'll face that magic sword user. You handle the ones who come after." Commander Mon Lashu said this, positioning himself before Abel with his sword drawn. "Ho!" Words escaped Abel's mouth involuntarily at Mon Lashu's presence. Just standing in front of him conveyed an aura entirely different from the other enemies. "I've never heard of a marine like you in the Maniamia-stationed fleet. Of course, there are none among the princess's imperial guards. Who are you? Do you know? If you're going to ask your opponent's name, it's courteous to first introduce yourself." Abel replied with a laugh to Mon Lashu's question. "Humph, amusing. I am Mon Lashu, commander of the first assault team of the Suje Kingdom Central Navy. I ask again, who are you?" "My name is Abel." "Is that all?" "Ah. Yes, if you want to know more, you should ask with a sword." "Very well, let's ask with swords then." With those words, Mon Lashu lunged forward with a low stance. That sword attacked Abel from below. Clang, clang, clang. The blade was short enough to be considered a sword, but long enough to be called a straight sword, which was Mon Lashu's weapon. Compared to a proper sword, it was shorter, making it difficult to utilize against a swordsman. However, it excelled in one aspect, that was attack speed, especially the speed of consecutive strikes. The series of rapid attacks left Abel astonished. "I'm impressed. I suspected he was strong the moment he stood before me. I need to be cautious or I'll be taken down." The swordplay began with Mon Lashu's offensive and Abel's defense. Mon Lashu, with his short weapon and quick attack speed, took the initiative. But what is this guy? An abomination. Commander Mon Lashu, unleashing a flurry of strikes, felt despair as he faced Abel's flawless defense. The power of the attacks was something even a novice could see. The intensity of the defense could only be understood by an expert. Mon Lashu could perfectly absorb all of Mon Lashu's attacks, and he did so with ease. Though Mon Lashu was pressing the attack, it was he who was feeling overwhelming pressure. "It's been a while since I've had such fulfilling training. If thrown into battle, sharpened whether I like it or not, I can return as a swordsman. What Rhea said, that skills don't fade, really holds true," Abel said with a smirk. "It sounds like a man of such skill. What have you been doing before returning as a swordsman?" "A king," Abel answered clearly and boldly to Mon Lashu's question. However, it seemed that the exact meaning didn't get across. "A king? Are you saying a sword king? Don't joke with me." For some reason, Mon Lashu's anger boiled over. Abel didn't understand why Mon Lashu was so furious, but it seemed he had successfully taken away his opponent's composure, so he thought that was good enough. Taking away the opponent's composure is one of the fundamentals in human combat. Abel remembered a certain water attribute magician cheerfully saying something similar. Naturally, someone who was angry would be the first to launch an attack. Abel received it carefully. It wasn't that he was left with no other option, of course. He intentionally allowed Mon Lashu to attack to gauge his attack patterns. That was a typical technique used by advanced practitioners after disrupting the enemy's focus. The reason for understanding, that was, of course, clang. A counterattack landed, sending Mon Lashu's sword flying. "Ah," a voice escaped Mon Lashu involuntarily, as Abel sought to land a blow, but, feeling something, Abel turned to the right rear. What entered his view was a stone spear. It pierced deeply into Abel. As a result, Abel was blown backward. He crushed a wooden box, and another wooden box fell atop him. "Lockday, don't interfere." It It was Mon Lashu's voice that shouted. In an instant, Abel understood who had done this. That being said, if you die, I will be reprimanded by Lord Cabui. Emerging from the shadows was a middle-aged man who wasn't particularly tall, didn't appear muscular, and seemed to lack any noteworthy personal combat ability. His face was one that might be considered decent by some, but it hardly seemed one that would inspire enthusiastic support from women, such a face. Yet the clothing he wore was of high quality. That alone made it clear he held a high position. As expected, he was in a very high position, the highest in this fleet, the admiral leading the fleet. He was Admiral Lockday. Commander Mon Lashu picked up the sword that had been knocked away. And he inquired, "Did you kill him? He must have been struck in the throat, chest, abdomen, and both legs. A stone spear in an instant, truly terrifying, mages are." Commander Mon Lashu murmured with a frown at Admiral Lockday's response. "I believe there are even more terrifying mages on the enemy side than I am." As Admiral Lockday said that, he looked at the ice bridge connecting their ship. "Ah, indeed," Commander Mon Lashu nodded. "It's probably not alchemy. It's likely magic. But how many water attribute magicians would it take to execute such a large-scale magic? The mage commanding such a large-scale magic must undoubtedly be a representative of the archipelago sea region. But I've never heard of such a water attribute magician." "That's right, I haven't heard of them either. That's what makes it frightening. The Kamakuta vassal kingdom has been harboring such talent without our knowledge." "Indeed," Commander Mon Lashu nodded vigorously at Admiral Lockday's words. "That was to say they were significantly lagging in the information war. It's painful, these past 3 months." It was at that moment Admiral Lockday said that. Russell. The two, whose gazes had been on the ice bridge, were slow to understand what had happened. By the time they realized it was the sound of a wooden box being moved, Commander Mon Lashu's right arm was severed. Furthermore, with a returning strike, his left arm was also cut off. "Ugh!" Mon Lashu groaned involuntarily. And the red shadow did not stop. "Ugh!" The sword pierced deeply into Admiral Lockday's abdomen. Abel, who had stabbed him, was also bleeding profusely from his right flank and thigh. "I just had my armor repaired, and now it's got a hole in it again." The content of his words was light, but his expression was severe. One could say he was angry. In fact, Abel was furious. If asked whether he had been careless when receiving the magic attack, he would have to answer that he had indeed been careless. Therefore, he was angry at himself. The large holes opened in his abdomen and legs served as a reminder. "You've made me pay a hefty price." Looking down at the man who had unleashed magic while still holding the sword, he said, "Hey, magician, you wear nice clothes, so you must hold a high rank, right? Where is the commander of the fleet? Ha ha ha, there's no way I'll tell you." "Of course." As Abel said that, he slightly twisted the sword still embedded. "Gah!" Words slipped out of Lockday's mouth involuntarily. "Sorry, I dislike torture, but I need to end this fight as quickly as possible. Right now, both allies and enemies are dying. So once more, where is the fleet commander?" "I don't know," Lockday replied with a hint of laughter etched on his face. "I see, then you're no longer necessary. Die." As Abel said that, he withdrew the sword, and he prepared to behead him. "Wait!" The one who raised their voice at that sight was Commander Mon Lashu, who was collapsed with his arms severed. "Stop, Mon Lashu," Lockday spoke up. He understood that Mon Lashu was about to reveal Lockday's true identity. "You can't die, Lockday. The future of the kingdom depends on Lord Cabui. You are his right hand." Abel listened to Mon Lashu's words in silence. He somewhat understood the context from what was being said. "That magician is our fleet commander, Admiral Lockday. Today has reached 14,000 words. It got a bit long, and with this story we've surpassed 2 million words in total. Thank you always for your support." The ceasefire flag was raised on the flagship of the Suje Kingdom. The signal flag spread the news throughout the Suje Kingdom Navy. As a result, the fighting began to subside. Finally, Abel found the opportunity to drink the potions he had on hand. "Mr. Abel, as expected." Whoa! Running towards Abel was Bandersh, the captain of the guard. However, he was taken aback by the blood and the large hole in the armor at his feet. "Bandersh, this is the fleet commander of Suje, Admiral Lockday. He has surrendered to us. Take him to the ship with respect." "Ah, understood. But wouldn't it be better to heal that admiral first?" "Oh, I forgot. You also have a big hole in your stomach," Bandersh suggested after observing Admiral Lockday's condition, and Abel remembered. "You were stabbed with a sword after all." Weakly but clearly, Admiral Lockday spoke to Abel. "Out of the 5 stone spears I launched, only 2 pierced." "That's right. The ones to your throat and chest, and the one in your left leg, were received with the blade upright, using the belly of the sword." "That's outrageous," Abel answered nonchalantly, surprising Admiral Lockday. "Here, take this special potion I received." Saying so, Abel handed the potion he pulled from his pocket to Lockday. "That's not a wound that a potion can just fix." Bandsh's words could be heard. Indeed, it was a fairly deep wound. The sword had pierced from the abdomen to the back, and with a slight twist the hole had become larger. Without saying anything, Lockday downed the potion he had been given. Then, the large hole closed up. "Seriously?" Bandersh exclaimed in surprise. "I saw your wound close up, but to think it would happen to me. I can truly understand that I've been given something extraordinary." Admiral Lockday touched his own abdomen and looked at the crystal-like bottle that had contained the potion. "That's Rhea's special potion. I don't understand it well, but it should perform better than ordinary ones." "Better than ordinary? This is something you can't get without spending quite a bit of money." Lockday responded in disbelief to Abel's words. Once the surprise settled, Lockday looked at his companions who were still collapsed on the deck. "However, Monlashu has had his arm severed. A potion can't handle limb loss." Apparently that's impossible. The one who made that potion said so too." Abel nodded in agreement with Lockday's words. "Limb loss cannot be healed with a potion." "Is there a priest who can use extra heal?" "A priest? There's one advanced healer, but is that okay?" Not understanding the implication of Lockday's words, Abel questioned back. "Our army has surrendered. That means you have the decision-making power over the resources we possess, including human resources. That includes deciding who will be healed by the healer." I don't really understand the finer details, but allowing the recovery of one person should be permissible. I'll take responsibility, so Monlashu should be healed." "Thank you." Admiral Lockday bowed his head in gratitude for Abel's decision. Abel turned to Bandersh, who was by his side. "Bandersh, you heard my words just now, right? You'll be my witness." Understood. Bandersh, captain of the Aoyama Merchant Guard, will testify." Bandersh nodded vigorously. Admiral Lockday, flanked by Bandersh and Abel, crossed the ice bridge and landed on the Vashteque. "Whoa!" In that instant, cheers erupted from the Vashteque. They were victory shouts and words of gratitude towards the Aoyama Merchant Guard and Abel. Some among them were even crying. "Well done, Bandersh," said Captain Dow, who leaped towards him. "Why, yeah," Bandersh blushed, flustered. "Abel, yeah, we managed somehow." Rhea interrupted, and Abel raised one hand to speak. "It's not just somehow. Just after having my armor repaired, you made a huge hole. Using that technique Rhea studied to repair it. I said I couldn't do it yet, just learned it. Alchemy is not easy." And then, "Your Highness," Admiral Lockday knelt before Princess Illyriaja in respect. "Indeed, you are Admiral Lockday of the Central Navy. You kindly provided explanations when I observed the naval training of the kingdom." "Yes. It's been 3 years, yet you still remember." Lockday's respect was not superficial. Those around could tell he was showing profound respect from the bottom of his heart. "Admiral, why did you?" Princess Illyriaja could also sense the respect Lockday had for her. That's why she asked. "Of course, it is to ensure your safe return to your country." Lockday said that and raised his face, looking directly at Princess Illyriaja. There was no shadow on his expression. That's why it was unclear. "Why?" Illyriaja's whisper was so faint that it didn't reach anyone else's ears. The attacking fleet had surrendered. They had surrendered, but how to handle them was a headache for the transport fleet. Originally, they were to disarm and follow the victorious fleet back to the port of the Kamakura Kingdom. Then negotiations would take place between the Suje Kingdom and them. However, this time, only 11 ships of the transport fleet had survived. Moreover, 2 of those were hardly operational. They couldn't reach the same speed as the other ships. In other words, there were only 9 escort ships and the Vashteque. It was honestly frightening for the Suje Kingdom fleet to follow behind them. Of course, even though the fleet commander Admiral Lockday and Commander Monlashu of the 1st Assault Unit would be entrusted to the Vashteque, it couldn't be said that nothing could happen. There were 12 intact ships, apart from the 5 Gallias-class assault ships, if they attacked all at once. That nightmare was something that couldn't help but be imagined. In the end, only 3 ships from the attacking fleet, including the flagship, would follow the transport fleet. The remaining 14 would voluntarily go to the port of the Kamakura vassal kingdom, anchoring offshore to wait for further instructions. To be honest, it wasn't clear if that was acceptable for the transport fleet, but there was no other good solution that came to mind. "I think there are various ways to connect all ships with ice chains or to place them in a coffin of ice and keep them floating in the sea." Such a statement was made by a water attribute mage, but Abel ignored it as he listened. "Poor thing. The day after repelling the raiding fleet, the transport fleet is advancing steadily towards the capital. Rhea is sitting on the upper deck with a chair and table, reading a book on alchemy. He has started on the 2nd of the 3 books he purchased in the city of Maniamia. A little distance away, Abel is swinging his sword. From what Rhea can see, he appears to be moving more carefully and slowly than before, confirming each movement with precision. After a while, Abel finishes his practice and walks over to Rhea's table. Naturally, he sits down on the ice chair with an ice mat that has been prepared. And, as if it were the most obvious thing, he drinks the coffee that is offered to him. Ah, a satisfied sigh escapes his lips. Abel murmured, I wonder what will happen with the Suje kingdom. What do you mean by that? Not wanting to ignore him, Rio decides to respond. Indeed, Rio is a really good guy. Even if no one says it, he is a good guy. There was a battle between the fleets and there are captives and seized ships. Eventually, peace negotiations will take place, but I wonder what the Suje kingdom is thinking. Rio ponders Abel's words. 10 seconds later, he looks up and says, what if they simply abandon them? Abandon them? What do you mean? The captives and the ships? No, that's not possible. Abel shakes his head at Rio's unexpected suggestion. The fleet, which is not under the government's orders, will argue that they clashed with the neighboring fleet on their own. Yeah, that's definitely a stretch. Abel shoots down Rio's reasoning. However, Rio is not discouraged. Unlike land clashes, maritime conflicts have the advantage of making it easier to adjust the expansion of the front lines. Suddenly, what do you mean? In the worst case, even if they are wiped out, the damage is only to the ships and their crew. Hey, if this were on land, cities would fall and the next city would be in danger too. The reckless expansion of the front line would be possible. The people would become anxious, the political situation would worsen, and the extent and speed of the impact would be completely different on the sea. I see. I understand what you want to say, so this clash could also be dismissed as if it never happened. I think it's a valid judgment. Yeah, but that's still not going to happen. Abel dismisses Rio's final leap in logic. I was so close. What a shame. Not even close. Rio looks disappointed while Abel shakes his head slightly. This is just a casual conversation between the First Duke and His Majesty the King. As they talk, someone approaches them. As the person tries to get closer, 2 Marines standing right next to them block the way. Ah, I'm sorry, I just caught a whiff of that wonderful coffee aroma, the person who approached says with a wry smile. That's Lockday, right? Abel says, raising his hand slightly. The Marines who blocked the way step back behind Lockday. You are the one who surrendered, right? Well, please go ahead, Rio says, creating an ice chair and cup, and pours the remaining coffee from the French press into the cup. Thank you very much, Lockday replies, sits down on the ice chair with an ice mat, and takes the cup. The hand that receives it is bound by wooden shackles, resembling handcuffs. It looks a bit difficult to drink, but there's nothing to be done about it. Neither Rio nor Abel has the authority to remove those shackles. After slowly savoring the aroma, Lockday takes a sip of the coffee, and then he swallows. Oh, an involuntary murmur escapes his lips. He takes another sip. This is truly delicious, he says with a delighted expression. Right, it's a special blend from the Azure Orb Pavilion in Maniamia, Rio replies, equally pleased. After enjoying the coffee for a while, Lockday looks at the ice cup and says, this water attribute magic is amazing. Well, it's not that impressive. Lockday praises him, and Rio gets shy. You were the one who commanded the ice bridge cast during the battle, weren't you? Lockday states this with a smile, leaving Rio speechless. Rio looks around nervously for a moment, and then finally speaks up. What on earth are you talking about? The ice bridge was remarkable. It must have been a powerful magic combining the strength of several water attribute magicians, and the magician who took charge must undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. Someone who could be said to surpass an entire nation. That must be you. And no, that's not true. Although Lockday's words sound like an interrogation, he says it while laughing. And Rio is desperately trying to escape that situation. Rio, just give it up. Abel, I was so close to getting away with it. No, that's impossible. Rio frowns while Abel looks exasperated. Your magic was incredibly troublesome too, you know, Abel says, turning to Lockday. 5 stone spears appeared silently from the shadows. In fact, 3 were deflected, but 2 deeply pierced his abdomen and right leg. I apologize. After all, Commander Mon Lashu is a crucial figure in our national boarding strategy. If I let him die, I would face serious consequences back home. Being told this by someone he had aimed to kill, Lockday can't help but smile wryly. Truly talented individuals are not easily found. If they are secured, they must be protected at all costs. Abel, this person has learned a lot about us. Why didn't you take his life back on that flagship? Hey, stop saying such dangerous things. Even now, it's not too late. We can silence him. Stop it, you fool. Abel intervenes to stop Rio's rash actions. The handling of information must be done with utmost caution. Sacrificing a person is simply, that's out of the question. Hearing that exchange, Lockday can only smile wryly, despite the fact that a story where someone is trying to take his life is unfolding. Very well. If my information is going to be taken away anyway, I might as well extract some alternative information. Alternative information? Yes. Rio makes a resolute declaration with a frown, while Abel looks suspiciously at him, and Lockday tilts his head in confusion. But before that, I don't actually know this person's position. Now you tell me. Abel is exasperated by Rio's confession. Indeed, it feels a bit late to mention it now. The commander of the raiding fleet, Admiral Lockday. Oh, so that was the case. I thought since Abel mentioned being hit by magic, you were just some magical officer attached to the fleet. For an admiral to be hit by magic, Abel, you're still lacking. It's frustrating not being able to retort. Abel is irritated by Rhea's words, but can't respond. It is true that he made a mistake. Well, putting that aside, being an admiral is pretty cool, isn't it? Rhea's words seem to leave both Lockday and Abel confused. While general is cool too, I personally prefer admiral. Admiral Rhea. Yeah, that doesn't sound bad. Since it's a matter of personal preference, I won't say anything. Rhea seems pleased with his own words, while Abel gives up on commenting. Meanwhile, Lockday, wisely sipping on his coffee, remains silent. By the way, I have a question for Admiral Lockday. I hope I can answer it. Lockday smiles in response to Rhea's inquiry. What will be the Suje Kingdom's resolution? The resolution? Hey, Rhea asks. Lockday tilts his head in confusion, while Abel looks exasperated. This was the topic Rhea and Abel had just been discussing. It's understandable that Abel would find it absurd to ask the party involved, but there is a possibility it could be dismissed as if it never happened. Lockday echoes Rhea's earlier statement. See, Rhea proclaims triumphantly, as if he had accomplished a great feat. There's no way they'd actually reveal the truth. Abel is incredulous. There's no way a country would disclose their actual policies in a setting like this, especially to an enemy they just fought. Seriously, Abel, can't you trust people? Look into Admiral Lockday's eyes. Do they look like the eyes of a liar to you? I'm sorry, but they do look like someone who might be lying. In response to Rhea's words, Abel candidly expresses his thoughts. Lockday then lowers his head slightly and says, I'm sorry, I am lying. What did you say? Rhea is surprised by those words. I trusted you. I'm sorry. What basis did you have for trusting me? Rhea looks dejected, Lockday chuckles awkwardly, and Abel looks as if he expected nothing less. After a moment, Rhea resolutely raises his head. It seems he has come up with something. What kind of person is the Lord Protector? Rhea's question catches Lockday off guard. After a brief moment of thought, Lockday looks firmly into Rhea's eyes and replies, Lord Protector Kavui Samaru is an amazing person. Truly, he is someone worthy of leading a nation, and you can't help but feel that following him will surely be all right. That's the kind of person he is. Lockday breathes out those words in one go, then pauses before continuing. I would gladly dedicate my life for his sake. The expression on Lockday's face is radiant as he says this. He understands that being able to serve someone to whom he would willingly give everything without regret, indeed, to whom he would like to dedicate everything, is an incredible fortune. Many people go through life without ever having such an experience. Without experiencing it, they cannot understand that feeling. For some, it might be beyond their imagination. However, Lockday understands the fortune of serving such a person. To make you say that much about him, he must be quite something. Abel nods repeatedly, acknowledging Lockday's words. He realizes that Kavui Samaru is a captivating figure. Admiral Lockday is lucky, isn't he? Yes, Rhea says, and Lockday nods clearly. I understand that feeling. Rhea continues, glancing at Abel before looking back at Lockday to continue his words. Well, normally he can be a bit careless, and he sometimes makes mistakes, and there are times when he finds himself in trouble during battles, but at least I can place my full trust in his judgment. I think it's a fortune to support someone like that. I can understand Admiral Lockday's feelings just a little. Abel seems to have something to say, but remains silent. Rhea speaks with clarity. Then he continues with more words. That's why I understand. The Lord Protector won't abandon you, Admiral Lockday. He will try to rescue you. Well, I don't know how or where he will rescue you, but I'd very much like to meet him. Lockday tries to deflect, but Rhea asserts confidently. Rhea? Abel furrows his brows and calls to Rhea. He genuinely does not understand what Rhea is thinking. Don't worry. I'm not planning to freeze him and take him back to the kingdom. Yeah, I certainly hadn't anticipated that. To begin with, he probably won't come to rescue you himself. In that case, I'll intercept the rescue team. And if I capture them, I'll make Abel train with them. What? With Abel being injured and having a huge hole in his stomach, he might die on the next battlefield if things continue like this. So I need to retrain him and help him regain his swordsman instincts by having a serious match with a captive. Don't make captives fight seriously. In some countries, Rhea, you might be put on trial for that. Captive abuse, Abel points this out, and it seems Rhea has had a similar thought from his knowledge of Earth. If we make them fight and Abel loses, it won't be considered captive abuse. If I lose in a serious match, I could die, you know. If you die from that, then Abel is a man of that caliber. What was that about placing my full trust in his judgment earlier? Human relationships can sometimes be incomprehensible to others. In fact, it seems that sometimes even the parties involved may not understand. Admiral Lockday was returned to the hold. As a prisoner, he couldn't spend as much time on deck as Rhea and the others did. The place for prisoners was not the second deck or the third deck, but the hold. It seems that not much changes, no matter which world you're in. Rhea and Abel were reading books at an ice table. The book Rhea was reading was one of the 3 he purchased in the city of Maniamia. Rhea glanced at Abel. Abel had been a bookworm since his time in the city of Run, that much was certain. But where did the book Abel was reading come from? As you know, Abel was broke, and books are never cheap. They shouldn't be easy to obtain. If that's the case, then how did he get it? Of course, Rhea had a few suspicions. He must have threatened innocent crew members and taken the book from them. What a ruthless and vicious swordsman he is. Rhea, were you thinking something strange just now? Without looking up from his book and with an emotionless voice, he asked, startling Rhea. Naturally, Rhea denied it with all his might. What are you talking about, Abel? No one thinks the ruthless swordsman reading a book taken from good crew members exists. It's not impressive to doubt a serious and kind mage without any basis. You were indeed thinking something unnecessary? Abel shook his head slightly. This book was borrowed from Captain Dow. Captain Dow? Captain Dow was the female captain of the Vashteque that the two were on. In the previous battle, she had been at the forefront with 2 large knives. Rhea remembered she was quite skilled. Rhea looked at the cover of the book Abel was reading. The Knife Fighting on Board. What a straightforward title. The Monlashu I fought used a straight sword that was too long to be called a knife, but too short to be called a sword. But reading this allows me to understand that his techniques also derived from knife fighting. It seems Abel was trying to solve questions he had during the battle. Rhea thought that was really impressive. It's commendable that he didn't leave any doubts unresolved while his memories were still fresh. Abel, you're amazing. Oh. Rhea praised him sincerely, and Abel became a little embarrassed. Even though Abel was a former rank swordsman and a king, he wasn't used to being praised. Well, Rhea's praise turned the unnecessary thoughts into a vague topic. So this book wasn't taken from the crew. Abel did not let it become vague. Rhea looked around desperately for a way to change the subject. By the way, Abel, did you know? Princess Illyriaja was quite popular among the citizens of Suje Kingdom. You think you can change the subject with that? I don't understand what you mean by changing the subject. I just thought it would be better to have a constructive conversation rather than a fruitless discussion. Understanding that Rhea was desperately trying to divert the topic, Abel sighed dramatically, and he jumped on the new topic. So, Princess Illyriaja was popular in Suje Kingdom? Rhea felt relieved that Abel went along with it and continued speaking. Yes, indeed. It seems the king had 5 princes and 6 princesses. The second prince was adopted by the royal family of another country some years ago. Adopted by another royal family. I haven't heard of that in the Central Nations, but it seems to happen around here. I don't know the exact details, something about a not-so-big kingdom on the continent. He was said to even use earth magic, let alone being proficient in both martial and literary excellence. However, it seems his mother was of very low status, and she passed away when the second prince was small. Of course, the king was said to love him without discrimination, but it seems he was quickly out of the line of succession for the throne of Suje Kingdom. I see. If there's no chance for him to inherit the throne in his homeland, it might be a good idea to go abroad when invited. Abel seemed to understand Rhea's explanation. It doesn't seem wrong to forge one's own destiny through personal choice. But after a while, the kingdom he was adopted into was swallowed by a neighboring country. Since then, the whereabouts of the prince have been unknown. I see. Rhea frowned as he spoke, and Abel frowned in response. While it may be a truth that prosperity must decline, the destruction of a nation is a sad tale. Well, aside from the second prince, it seems that Princess Illyriaja is the youngest child. But if she's the youngest at 15, that means the oldest prince or princess must be quite old, right? It seems the first prince has become the crown prince. He was 33 at the time of the recent rebellion. They said he would inherit the throne within 2 or 3 years. At this point, Rhea cut off his words meaningfully. Rhea, that's very deliberate. How rude. In these cases, you need to build up a suspenseful moment. It's important to have rhythm in storytelling. Abel pointed this out, and Rhea countered. Both arguments seemed reasonable. Well, whatever. However, it seems the crown prince wasn't very good. Apparently, he took advantage of his position and did whatever he wanted. Is that so? He gave government jobs and kingdom work only to merchants who were in his favor, and he unjustly dissolved a trading company that was sincerely working for the citizens. That kind of thing happens often, Rhea said, and Abel nodded. It's a common story even in tales Abel knows. Moreover, it seems other princes and princesses were doing similar things. That's why none of the princes or princesses were popular, but Princess Illyriaja was different. Isn't it just because she's young and hasn't done such things? What a mean way to say that. From now on, I'll call you mean Abel. What's this mean, Abel? Rhea said, full of righteous indignation, while Abel shook his head slightly. Isn't the real problem the king and queen allowing such situations with the princes and princesses? Abel made a point that seemed obvious. He couldn't understand how the king would silently watch the princes and princesses oppress the citizens. That's a good perspective for mean Abel. It seems the first queen, second queen, and even the third queen passed away 6 years ago, and the king was also ill. It said the ministers were managing state affairs. But surely the crown prince must have had the ministers under his control? Well, that possibility might exist, but I feel it's not good to jump to conclusions. Don't you feel sorry for the oppressed citizens of the Natore kingdom? If things continue like this, the future of the Natore kingdom will be dark. Yes, I can understand that unjust accusations are being made. Rhea, who was inexplicably angry, and Abel, who looked exasperated. Rhea had a very kind heart and wanted happiness for all, even those from other countries. The difficulty of monarchy is this. A capable king and ministers, along with princes and princesses trained to govern from a young age, can allow citizens to live happily without thinking too much. That's the ideal monarchy, but when you hear about situations like this, Rhea shook his head slightly. He didn't think democracy was perfect, but he believed that being able to expel those who strayed from the righteous path through elections was a good aspect. Nevertheless, if the bureaucrats were at the core of the problem, they couldn't be democratically expelled. Thus, throughout history, people have had to forcibly eliminate bureaucratic structures through wars, civil wars, or revolutions. No one chooses such methods willingly. If there were smarter ways to expel bureaucrats and officials who had become detached from the citizens, they would choose that. Because the 20 years of unstable governance that follow revolutions or such lead to many citizens experiencing unhappy decades. What a paradox. There aren't any in the central nations, but in the western nations there are countries that adopt a republican system. You remembered well the Mafalda Republic, Abel asked from his knowledge of kingdoms, and Rhea answered. Because it's the country that built the Skizblasnil vessel you procured. Of course, I remember. Just like you, Abel. Abel had seen the Skizblasnil vessel through Rhea's Echo of the Soul, and he was amazed by its size and elegance. That's why it remained vividly in his memory. When it becomes a republic, the king or emperor and such figures completely disappear. Someone elected by the citizens carries out the politics. Elected by the citizens. So that means it's not just the nobles, right? Yes, there may be cases where nobles are elected, but it doesn't really matter. Honestly, I can't imagine that. Can someone suddenly manage something as monstrous as national politics? I can't understand it. At Rhea's words, Abel frowned and tilted his head. Having spent 3 years at the center of national politics as a king, Abel thought it was something he could do because he had learned a lot since childhood. Certainly, if learned thoroughly and patiently, one could manage. However, making responsible judgments on policies that affect not just the current citizens, but also future citizens after learning for just a few years seems too harsh. It affects not only one's own citizens, but also the future of citizens from surrounding countries. Anyone with decent reasoning skills and some imagination might honestly feel overwhelmed. This is what it means to govern national politics. Abel thought so. Well, a republic is fine. Regardless of what foolish policies politicians might take, all the citizens who elected them bear the results. It's their responsibility. A republic fundamentally requires all citizens to understand national-level politics and national-level economics. It's a political system where no one can slack off the most. It's a terrifying thought, isn't it? Why, yeah, Rhea asserted, and Abel nodded. Well, leaving that aside, let's talk about Princess Illyriaja. Among the princes and princesses, she was popular not just among the citizens, but apparently also among the navy. Well, if she wasn't, they wouldn't have pushed her to resist with the entire Tamako province. Plus, during this battle, she raised morale by exposing herself on the battlefield without anyone telling her to. Yes. Doing that is not something everyone can do, especially knowing you're a target. The morale of the people of the Kamakuta feudal kingdom, who were supposed to be enemies, rises because of her. That's amazing. Rhea nodded happily. A commander who exposes themselves and fights on the front lines is inherently cool. In front of Rhea stood the archetype of a king swordsman, but he wouldn't say it to this king swordsman because he didn't want to get carried away. Rhea, is there something you want to say? And no, nothing at all. Oh, come on, Abel. Abel looked at him with a suspicious eye, and Rhea hurriedly denied it. That sharpness was always something he found very dangerous. Actually, there was something I was curious about during the battle. Rhea spoke in a slightly serious tone, and Abel recognized the change in his demeanor. After Princess Illyriaja stood at the bow, she was surrounded by an ice wall the whole time, but there was never a single attack aimed at her. They must have attacked from the ships that were deployed behind, flying through the air. Yes, there were such attacks, but, for instance, there were no arrows or magical attacks aimed at the princess's life at all. Ah, I see. Rhea's ice wall was surprisingly transparent. As a result, in many cases, ordinary people couldn't recognize whether such a thing was in place. Therefore, if the aim was to take Princess Illyriaja's life in that situation, it would be normal for there to be sniping. Sniping in naval battles. It had been seen often throughout the history of Earth. The most famous example, or rather, the most famous target would be Admiral Nelson of the British Navy. The statue of Nelson stands in Trafalgar Square in London. The name Trafalgar of that square is famous for the naval battle that thwarted Napoleon's invasion of Britain, and it was Admiral Nelson who commanded the British Navy in that naval battle. Before the Battle of Trafalgar, Nelson was already a one-eyed, one-armed admiral. He was shot during the Battle of Trafalgar and died in battle. Of course, considering the accuracy of guns at the time and the fact that they were on swaying ships, it is difficult to conceive that someone aimed at Nelson and hit him. Such views are common. However, none of that matters. Nelson's flagship HMS Victory was at the forefront of the charge, enduring a barrage from the French-Spanish combined fleet, and Nelson remained on the deck of his ship the entire time. That fact is what matters. That's why he is regarded as the greatest hero in British history. However, in this world of Phi, magic exists. Magic boasts an astonishingly high accuracy compared to the guns of the Earth at that time. If the aim was to take Princess Illyriaja's life, it would have been most reliable to target her with magic. So the aim was not to kill Princess Illyriaja, but to secure her, Rhea said, and Abel nodded, seeming to agree with that interpretation. However, if that were the case, things start to change. Are you saying that the objective is not to kill Princess Illyriaja and eradicate the bloodline of the old royal family, or perhaps the aim is to capture her alive and publicly execute her in front of the citizens? I don't like such things. Abel frowned and shook his head slightly at Rhea's prediction. It seems the king of the Narou kingdom dislikes cruel acts. Public executions are symbolic actions. They clearly demonstrate to both domestic and foreign audiences what kind of ideology the new regime holds. Since Princess Illyriaja is the last survivor, she would certainly attract attention from abroad. What do you mean by abroad? In the Archipelago Sea region, the only country with comparable national power to the Suje kingdom would be the Kamakura feudal kingdom, right? Well, that's true. But even small countries can become troublesome if they form a coalition, you know? That's right. Countries with monarchies tend to be concerned about how things develop, as the two engaged in such a conversation. 21 days after departing from the city of Maniamia, the transport fleet arrived at the capital of the Kamakura feudal kingdom, Wanya. They were 1 day behind schedule, but after the battle with the assault fleet, no particular problems had arisen. The Vashteque docked at a port several times larger than Maniamia's. This ship here isn't a merchant ship, right? That's right. There are escort ships of the transport fleet that are of the same type. This must be a military port. Rhea and Abel leaned over the side of the ship, discussing this as they looked at the port. It seemed that the transport fleet had entered the military port of the capital, Wanya. It's amazing for a military port to be this big. Abel, who was familiar with the military port of the Narou kingdom, was genuinely surprised. Abel, our Narou kingdom should also strengthen its naval power. What's with the sudden suggestion? We should organize a super strong fleet and dominate the 7 seas. In the case of our kingdom, the enemies of the navy are pirates. Or perhaps sea monsters, right? With our current strength, it's sufficient. How dreamless! Rhea felt downcast at the reality Abel was pointing out. However, you're right. Eventually, strengthening naval power might become necessary. Huh! You guys have been working hard, right? Investigating sea routes with the Western nations and France. It's impossible to trade with the Western nations over land, but if we could develop something that repels sea monsters or a magic formula to deal with them, we might be able to connect with the Western nations by sea. If that happens, we may need an escort fleet that can venture into the open seas. Oh, Rhea was delighted by Abel's line of thought. Yes, those in charge of national affairs must conduct policies with foresight, planning not just for 20 or 30 years, but even 50 years ahead. But in reality, how many bureaucrats are truly aware of a 100-year plan for the nation? After a while, the two got off the ship and lined up in the farewell line. Whose farewell line was it? Of course. Oh, beautiful. Princess? Long live the princess! Princess Illyriaja was descending from the ship, waved off by the sailors and marines of the transport fleet. Those who had fled from the Suje kingdom to accompany her and would continue to do so were already on the shore, lining up behind her carriage. As Princess Illyriaja stepped off the ship, She greeted Captain Dao and Ban Socks. Captain Dao, it was a pleasant sea journey. May good winds continue to blow for you and your ship. Your Highness, such kind words. Captain Ban Socks, thank you for your protection. May the Azure Orb Company be cloaked in glory. Thank you, Princess. Feel free to call upon the Azure Orb Company whenever you're in need. We have a store in this capital as well. Both Captain Dao and Ban Socks replied with smiles. It seems that sailors have a custom of sending people off with smiles rather than tears. After greeting the two, Princess Illyriaja approached Abel and Rhea. Mr. Abel, people do not follow the words of the king. They follow the figure of the king. If you want people to follow you, you must show a figure that is supported by the people and soldiers. This resonates with me. No, Princess. You already understand this without needing me to tell you. You can continue as you have been. Thank you for protecting me, Rhea-san. No, it was nothing much. However, Princess Illyriaja seemed hesitant to say something, and after a few moments finally opened her mouth. To be honest, I don't know what will happen to me from now on. But will it be possible for me to speak with both of you again? I'm planning to cross the continent through connections with the Azure Orb Company, but I've heard it won't be immediate. So I will likely be here in this capital for a while. I see. If you can contact the Azure Orb Company, I think they will connect you to us. Both Abel and Rhea answered affirmatively to Princess Illyriaja's question. Will I be able to meet you, a princess who has lost her country to return to? Don't worry about that. We're people from the Central Nations. Yes. Even if Abel can't make it, I'll go to see you, so it's all good. Thank you very much. Saying this, Princess Illyriaja crossed her hands over her chest and bowed her head. This was the highest form of greeting taken by female royalty during greetings between royals in the archipelago sea region. Of course, neither Abel nor Rhea, nor most of those present would know this. Princess Illyriaja got into the carriage prepared by the feudal kingdom's government, and then she headed towards the royal palace. Mr. Abel, Rhea-san? The one calling out to them was Ban Socks, the captain of the Azure Orb Company's escort squad. Captain Dao was beside him. Ban Socks was the second son of the chairman of the Azure Orb Company, Bandersh. The request has been successfully completed. The payment for your reward will be made at the Azure Orb Company Wanya branch, so please follow me. Oh, Rhea couldn't help but voice his excitement at Ban Socks' words. Abel was of course smiling happily as well. Our crew was able to arrive without losing anyone thanks to the two of you. I am grateful. Saying this, Captain Dao bowed deeply. No, please raise your head, Captain. It was because the crew acted appropriately. The result of their regular training, I suppose. Rhea felt embarrassed while Abel commented on it. With that, the four of them began to walk. The captain was apparently going to the Azure Orb Company for some procedures. Wanya is divided into a military port and a commercial port, but they are right next to each other. Once the procedures for our Vashteque are completed, it will head to the commercial port. Is it okay not having the captain there? When Rhea asked, Captain Dao answered with a laugh. That much is fine. Both ports are quite spacious. And just as Captain Dao said, they quickly arrived at the commercial port. The Azure Orb Company Wanya branch was located facing the port. Compared to the surrounding merchant associations, it was quite large. There seemed to be a lot of people coming and going, indicating it was thriving. Ban Socks and Captain Dao entered from the front side together. Abel and Rhea followed them. Captain Ban Socks, Captain Dao, welcome back. The company staff greeted them. Hey, we're back. Is Banton here? The branch manager is inside. In response to Ban Socks' inquiry, the staff member answered. Hearing this, Ban Socks nodded and proceeded inside. The three followed him. Ban Socks knocked on the door labeled Branch Manager's Office. Please come in. A youthful voice responded. Ban Socks, Captain Dao, and then Abel and Rhea entered in order. Brother Ban Socks, Captain Dao, welcome back. Oh, Branch Manager Banton, it seems you've settled well into your chair. Brother, please stop calling me Branch Manager. That's only when subordinates are around. Ah, you must be Mr. Abel and Rhea. I've heard from the main store about this. Thank you for accepting the difficult escort request. The young man called Branch Manager Banton said this and bowed deeply. He looked to be just past 20, but gave off a youthful and friendly impression. You may still look young, but he's quite capable. Unlike me, both my brother and Banton are suited for trading. Brother, what? I'm not belittling myself. I'm just saying I'm me and you're you. Saying this, Ban Socks laughed heartily. Seeing him smile like this really makes it feel like he's more suited for being the captain of the guard than a merchant. Then, Rhea and Abel received their reward. Since there were no casualties among the company's sailors and the princess has arrived in the capital, this is a complete success. Branch Manager Banton said this and placed 300 gold coins per person, which had been doubled on the table. Just looking at it, they could feel its heavy weight. What is this? Is it going to be quite difficult to carry it all? Abel was speechless and Rhea muttered. Our company can hold on to it for you. Until you cross the continent, our company will be supporting you. Of course, we will also prepare accommodations, and you are free to use all meals and services at the inn. We won't charge you for anything. Therefore, I think it would be practical for you to take the necessary amount of gold with you when you go out into the city in the morning. That does sound good. All-inclusive, branch manager Banton suggested. Abel nodded, and Rhea whispered from his modern Earth knowledge. I've heard it will take some time to cross the continent, but how long do you think it will actually take? Abel asked. Although it seemed the Azure Orb Company would bear a significant burden during their stay in the capital, they still wanted to have an estimation. Yes, there's something I must inform you about. This Commemorative feudal kingdom has trade relations with the Jejishlu Federation at the southern end of the continent. Branch manager Banton paused here. He frowned slightly. Taking a breath, he continued. There has been a civil war within the Jejishlu Federation. A civil war, Rhea murmured. We received information about the possibility of that a month ago. It seems my father had informed you that we wouldn't be able to cross immediately because of it, and now those concerns have become a reality. Is it a large-scale conflict? As of now, it's not that significant. We will need to observe the situation for a little while longer and consider how to restart trade. Accordingly, we will also arrange to send you two to the continent. I see. Understood. Abel nodded in acknowledgement of branch manager Banton's explanation. Over there it's a coup d'etat, and over here there's a civil war. World peace seems distant. Hearing Rhea's murmur, Abel could only smile wryly. Indeed, peace is a precious thing. In the royal palace of the Commemorative feudal kingdom, an audience meeting was being held in the feudal lord's conference room. The main topic was what to do about Princess Illyriaja's treatment. In truth, even at this point, the treatment of the princess had not been decided. Of course, there had been a decision made at one point. The feudal kingdom had declined the request for her handover from the new government of the Suje kingdom. The feudal kingdom government has accepted her as a refugee, so it is impossible to hand her over immediately as we need to conduct an inquiry in the capital. They had responded in such a manner. At that point, they had already stated that they had accepted her as a refugee, indicating that a decision regarding her treatment had been made at least once. Eventually, there were even plots suggesting that she could be married to someone from the royal family, and their child could be pushed forward as a legitimate heir to the throne to intervene in the Suje kingdom after several years. Amidst this, the transport fleet was attacked. Moreover, when hearing about the scale of the attacking fleet, it was quite large. Additionally, it was said that the commander was Admiral Lockday. Admiral Lockday of the Suje Kingdom's Central Navy is known for his strategic prowess, with a winning rate said to be 90%, making him an exceptionally skilled admiral. Without a doubt, he is one of the most trusted admirals of the first admiral, Kavui Samaru. Somehow they managed to win, and Admiral Lockday and his fleet captured over 10 ships, which was indeed good news. It was a joyful achievement, but the issue didn't lie there. Such an important figure had led a powerful fleet to attack the transport fleet, despite the possibility of a full-scale war looming. This meant that Kavui Samaru, the Lord Protector, was genuinely serious about wanting Princess Illyriaja. The Commemorative feudal kingdom knew of Kavui Samaru's excellence, as he was leading the navy of the Suje kingdom next door. They painfully understood it, now that such a person had become the top of the country. It was surmised that he would become an even more troublesome enemy, and that the Suje kingdom, which had previously had some vulnerabilities, would become even more robust. As a result, the meeting ultimately did not progress. Dasanaji was the 5th secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Commemorative feudal kingdom. At 42 years old, he was a rising star among his peers, and it had been a decade since someone in their early 40s had been appointed as a secretary. He was a senior official ranking 10th in the massive Ministry of Foreign Affairs and certainly held an executive position. However, within this audience meeting, he was at the very bottom. This couldn't be helped. The feudal lord, admirals, generals, and ministers from various departments were the ones gathered. That's what an audience meeting is. His presence as the 5th secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was solely because he was in charge of the southern part of the Suje kingdom. That is, the Tamako province where Princess Illyriaja had fought. The resistance in Tamako province was quite strange. The morale among the people of Tamako province was exceptionally high. Since Princess Illyriaja, who was very popular among the citizens, was being protected, it seemed as if the entire province had stood up in support of her. However, in contrast, the movements of the rebel forces were sluggish. Compared to their previous rapid takeover of 90% of the kingdom, this slowness was astonishing. It was certain that something had occurred with the first admiral, Kavui Samaru, who had been a central figure in the capital. Thus, Dasanaji, the fifth secretary, asked the third secretary in charge of the central part of the Suje kingdom. He inquired if there was something abnormal happening. However, the response he received was cold. Just do your own job. Don't meddle in others' work. I know that. No one is meddling out of choice. It's precisely because this issue concerns the actions the feudal kingdom as a whole should take that I'm speaking up. Yet, sigh, Dasanaji let out a really small sigh. This was the case with everything. Having become an executive in the central bureaucracy, he understood how few bureaucrats are truly acting for the nation and the people. Moreover, the higher one rises in rank, the lower that percentage seems to become. This is not only true for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs he was in, it could be said for all ministries. Everyone, when they first entered the service, must have been filled with hopes and passions to create a good country for the nation or the people. However, as time passes and ranks rise, those feelings gradually fade away. The time spent actually going out and interacting with the people becomes less. A senior colleague of Dasanaji once said this. Indeed, that seems to be a significant reason. For whom are you doing this? That is something to always reflect upon, regardless of the work being done. If one neglects that reflection, they begin to slack off. If they slack off, they won't be able to do good work. If good work cannot be done, motivation will diminish. And if motivation is lost, they will slack off even more. Once one steps off the path, it's a downward spiral. Dasanaji shook his head slightly, dispelling thoughts that were unfit for this place, and then he focused on the meeting's content. He concentrated, but nothing had progressed since earlier. Understanding that, when Dasanaji sighed for the umpteenth time, the door to the meeting room opened, and the chief chamberlain accompanying the feudal lord entered. However, unlike usual, he did not appear calm, and even from Dasanaji's position it was clear he was flustered. Upon reading the paper presented by the chamberlain, the feudal lord seemed on the verge of standing up. The participants in the meeting held their breath and watched, curious about what was happening. The feudal lord handed the paper he received to the prime minister beside him. After reading it, the prime minister uttered, "This is—" One could see that as they had been kept waiting for this long, some were beginning to get irritated. "Prime Minister, what does it say?" It was Admiral Gus who spoke. Right now, the first admiral of the Suje kingdom, or rather the Lord Protector Kavui Samaru, has arrived in Wanya and is requesting an audience with His Majesty. As soon as the Prime Minister said this, no one spoke. Silence filled the room. 3 seconds later. "Ridiculous! What does that mean? Is it real? Surely you confirmed this with a plate. Following Princess Illyriaja, now it's the first admiral? No, it's the Lord Protector. It doesn't matter either way. However, all the words flying around can likely be summed up in the next sentence. In other words, what does he intend to do? That was the answer everyone sought, yet no one present could provide it. 1 hour later, in the royal palace, the audience chamber. The Lord Protector of the Suje Kingdom, Kavui Samaru? As that voice called out, the doors opened, and a man entered, his cloak billowing behind him. He exuded an impressive presence. Few men could embody that term so well. Around 180 centimeters tall. In his mid-30s, his hair was more brown than black, and his skin was tanned. His light blue eyes stood out remarkably against his dusky complexion. His facial features were extremely well-defined, and even during the old regime of the Suje Kingdom, he was more popular among noblewomen than anyone else. But as indicated by the thin scar on his right cheek, he was a man who had walked the battlefields. He performed the most respectful bow in Suje Kingdom for men, crossing his fists in front of his chest, and the Lord Protector Kavui Samaru knelt on one knee. He then waited for the feudal lord to speak. Only the feudal lord, who was the highest-ranking individual present, was permitted to speak first in this setting. Thus, the courtiers present lowered their heads, awaiting words. However, 10 seconds passed, then 20, and 30 seconds went by without a sound. The courtiers lifted their heads slightly and glanced at the feudal lord. The feudal lord, looking at Kavui Samaru, who was kneeling from above. It seemed that he had realized that this situation was becoming uncomfortable. The chief chamberlain, standing slightly behind the feudal lord, whispered softly in his ear. "Your Majesty, please speak." Finally, it seemed the feudal lord had awakened. "Your visit from the Suje Kingdom is greatly appreciated. I am honored." In response to the feudal lord's words, Kavui Samaru replied. This allowed others to finally speak. First was the Prime Minister. "Lord Protector Kavui Samaru, we would like to hear the reason for your visit." "Of course, Prime Minister." In response to the Prime Minister's inquiry, Kavui Samaru stood and replied. "Recently, an unfortunate armed conflict occurred between our two nations' fleets. One matter is its resolution, and the other is—" Here, Kavui Samaru deliberately paused. Taking a breath, he continued. "To take custody of Princess Illyriaja of our Suje Kingdom." That was the answer everyone had anticipated. While it was indeed an expected answer, to come all the way to the enemy nation's royal palace and say this in front of the highest-ranking officials and the feudal lord was impertinent. The first to voice this was Admiral Gus, a hawk of the Navy, a proponent of a hardline stance against the Suje kingdom. Such words are not appropriate in the presence of the feudal lord. Know your place? I apologize for that, Admiral Gus. However, I merely answered when asked by the Prime Minister why I had come. If a private discussion is preferred, I can move to another location. You, Gavui Samaru's polite response made Admiral Gus's face turn red with anger. The two had fought several naval battles against each other. One could even say they were rivals, though in terms of battle records, Gavui Samaru had almost completely won. I cannot answer regarding Princess Illyriaja's matter yet. Oh. In response to the Prime Minister's answer, Gavui Samaru tilted his head slightly. This was, in fact, an unexpected answer even for Gavui Samaru. He had thought he would be firmly rejected. Could this be resolved depending on negotiations? He had begun to think this way. He was prepared for any outcome. However, it was certainly best if it could be resolved without using force. Well then, shall we proceed to discuss the unfortunate armed conflict, and in the meantime, will you also decide how to treat the princess in the feudal kingdom? Yes, you may understand it that way, Gavui Samaru confirmed, and the Prime Minister nodded. After that, an inn called Peaceful Sea Pavilion near the royal palace was rented by the feudal kingdom government, and Admiral Gavui Samaru and his group stayed there. In preparation for Rhea and Abel's accommodation was the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya. As the name suggests, it is an inn run by the Azure Orb Company in the capital, Wanya. The Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya faces the second central square in the city of Wanya and is a very stylish 5-story stone building. It is said to be an inn that the people of the Kamakuta feudal kingdom aspire to stay at and is well known for being highly sought after. Compared to the main building of Maniamia, it is significantly larger and well-equipped with various facilities. Abel, did you see the open-air bath in our room? It's a wooden tub that smells amazing. You do like baths, don't you? Of course. I live in the bath and die in the bath. I intend to have that engraved on my tombstone. Is that so? However, they were about to learn of even more surprises by the next remark from the staff. There is also a large public bath in the basement. What? The Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya had yet to reveal its full extent. The underground large bath was amazing too. That's true. I can't say I don't understand the appeal of staying here. Rhea and Abel experienced the astonishing side of the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya. The two were in the cafe of the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya. It was called Cafe Blue, and it could be used by those who were not staying at the inn. However, it seemed quite expensive, as the people utilizing it clearly looked wealthy. Here, we can eat and drink as we please, right? Yeah, the Azure Orb Company is incredible. Rhea trembled at the generous treatment, while Abel was astonished by the Azure Orb Company's generosity. And of course, in front of the two, there was the specially blended coffee from the Azure Orb Pavilion. They inhaled its perfect aroma. They enjoyed its rare smoothness. They swallowed it all. Wow, a satisfied sigh escaped both of their lips in unison. It felt like this coffee could be one of the peaks of excellence. Such was its level of perfection. The two were seated by the window. Beyond the window was the Wanya second central square. Rhea suddenly looked out the window. He noticed that there was quite a tight security at the inn located at the edge of the central square. It surely hadn't been like that yesterday, so something must have happened. Seeing Rhea's expression, Abel also followed his gaze. That seems to be an inn called Peaceful Sea Pavilion, Abel remarked as he looked at the inn with the strict security. How do you know about that, Abel? I overheard other guests talking about it in the large bath earlier. Apparently some important person from another country suddenly arrived, and the government rented out the inn. That feels like I've heard about it somewhere. There was something similar in the city of Maniamia too. That's right. They had rented the inn for Princess Illyriaja. I wonder if it's someone from the Suje kingdom again. Who knows? Rhea made a casual guess, and Abel deflected it with a casual response. It was a rare instance where Rhea's truly casual guess turned out to be correct. That's an amazing ship, isn't it? That's the one docked at the trading port, right? It seems that the people who arrived at the Peaceful Sea Pavilion came by that ship. What? So it's some important person from another country? That design is a bit too aggressive for a government-made ship, isn't it? Don't ask me. As Rhea and Abel sipped their coffee while enjoying the view of the square, they overheard a conversation from a table not too far away. Originally, 3 people were discussing the sales of the conference hall and about membership fees. But somehow the conversation had shifted to the topic of the ship docked at the trading port. Though they wore fine clothes, they seemed to be men of the sea. They were getting excited over the discussion of the unusual ship. Naturally, that piqued the interest of the two. Abel, it seems there's a ship that's too aggressive. Really? What do you mean by aggressive? A ship that looks too aggressive to be made by a country? I'm curious. The Vashteque was a large ship, but it didn't have an aggressive appearance. Both Rhea and Abel were intrigued by the idea of such an aggressive ship. What exactly could a ship be that even seamen would consider aggressive? The two decided to get up and see the aggressive ship. Weaving through the crowd that had gathered at the trading port, Rhea and Abel finally spotted it. Abel, I feel like I'm dreaming. Rhea, what a coincidence, I feel like I'm seeing an illusion too. The ship they saw it looks like the Rain Shooter. Yeah, it looks that way to me too. Yes, Doc, there was the Rain Shooter, a ship once constructed at the Narou Kingdom's Whitnash, which was even called a revolution in ships. It was a trimaran, a three-hulled vessel that was remarkably elegant, setting it apart from other ships. It had no sails, oars, or screws. Below the waterline, it used water attribute magic, and on the surface, it used wind attribute magic for a hybrid navigation. The Rain Shooter disappeared a year ago. You mentioned that, Abel. Yeah, I did. I said that through the echo of the soul. What did you say back then? I think I said it set sail from Whitnash for marine research and hasn't returned since. Both Rhea and Abel kept their gazes fixed on that ship as they conversed. From the Narou Kingdom to this archipelago sea region, the ship. I don't know. According to past reports from the kingdom's maritime bureau, it had become difficult to navigate east or southeast from Whitnash. Could it be that, despite that, they forced the marine research? The large port town of the kingdom was mainly Whitnash. There were several small fishing villages scattered around, but none would be capable of docking a ship of the Rain Shooter's class. There was a report from the Maritime Bureau that a powerful sea monster repellent was completed. They said it had shown significant results in tests. They wanted to use it for marine research. And then the Rain Shooter never returned? Yeah, both Rhea and Abel frowned. Rhea thought of the construction cost of 370 billion florin. Abel regretted the naivety of his judgment back then. Maybe it could just be a ship of the same model or a lookalike of another ship. On such a distinctive ship, ... it's unlikely after all. Even if one tried to mimic the appearance of a ship, it usually didn't turn out well. The unseen parts contained the skills of the designer and shipbuilding engineer. If those areas were neglected, the ship would end up having fatal flaws. The most realistic interpretation is, somehow, the Rain Shooter arrived in this archipelago sea region. Both Rhea and Abel reached the conclusion that the aggressive ship before them was indeed the Rain Shooter. Could we ask for it back? That's probably impossible, Rhea suggested, and Abel shook his head slightly. Even if it was proven to be the Rain Shooter itself, the demand to return it to the Narou Kingdom would not be accepted. Moreover, it wasn't being used by just anyone. It was being used by a power that dominated a nation, arriving at a neighboring country. Requests of please return it, and sure, no problem wouldn't be happening. In some cases, it could even be seen as a challenge to authority. But still, if the Rain Shooter is happy, then that's enough. I don't quite understand what you mean, Rhea said, considering the feelings of the Rain Shooter, which was being operated by unknown people far from its homeland. Of course, Abel didn't understand it at all. The Rain Shooter has the right to be happy. I'm going to have a little chat with its owner. If its owner is a good person, that's fine. But if they're a bad person, I'll take it away. Yeah, that would escalate into a diplomatic issue, so don't do that. Abel, please don't stop me. No, I will stop you, Rhea declared with a determined expression while Abel tried to stop him. It goes without saying that Rhea had no right to take away the Rain Shooter. Even if one were to concede 1,000 steps, it might be understandable for King Abel of the Narou Kingdom to assert the right to claim it, since the Rain Shooter originally belonged to the Narou Kingdom. I can't even say to return it now, Abel muttered, shaking his head. The two returned to the second central square. There they found the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya, where they were staying, but that wasn't their destination. Peaceful Sea Pavilion. It seemed that an important foreign person who arrived on the Rain Shooter was staying there. The Kamakuta feudal kingdom had rented it, and in front of the inn were what seemed to be the kingdom's guards. Hey, Rhea, I know, of course I won't force my way in, Abel said worriedly, and Rhea nodded vigorously, indicating not to say any more. Please, let's not cause any trouble for the Azure Orb Company that is taking care of us. I understand. Do you not trust me, Abel? I completely don't trust you. What a thing to say. Rhea smiled cheerfully and approached the guards stationed in front of the Peaceful Sea Pavilion. Excuse me, what is it? This is where the diplomatic delegation is staying. Civilians aren't allowed to approach. Yes, I understand. You came here on the ship Rain Shooter that is docked at the port, correct? I don't know the name of the ship, but that's right. I would like to know which country you are from. Could you possibly tell me? Rhea asked softly, smiling so as not to come off as too aggressive. In such cases, whether the other party responds or not often depends on how the question is asked. It's hard for someone to suddenly shout at a person who is smiling and using polite language, unless they are quite strange. Logically, it wouldn't make sense to place a very strange person as the guard for a diplomatic delegation. If the guards caused a diplomatic issue, it would be disastrous, right? Of course, if it were a question that they absolutely couldn't answer, they wouldn't answer no matter what. That, I can't answer. The guard looked serious, not being curt, but rather displaying the expression of someone who is unable to answer due to orders from above. In such cases, pressing further would be futile. I see. Understood. However, just knowing which country it's from, isn't it from the neighboring Suje kingdom or something? Rhea pressed further. He worded it in such a way that they didn't have to give a clear answer. Just a nod would be enough. The guard glanced around before giving a slight nod. I see. Thank you very much. Rhea thanked them politely without saying anything unnecessary and left the scene. He reunited with Abel. It seems it's some important person from the Suje kingdom. I see, related to Princess Illyriaja, or perhaps a precursor to ceasefire negotiations with the attacking fleet. Or maybe both. If it's both, they must be a big deal. It's clear it would be a difficult negotiation, so they would need considerable authority to make it happen. If they are such a big deal, we won't be able to meet them. Rhea frowned as he said this. It seemed he was seriously considering talking to the current owner of the rain shooter. Where did this passion come from? Abel, unable to understand it at all, shook his head slightly. Nevertheless, as long as it didn't inconvenience others, he wouldn't mind letting Rhea sort out his feelings. How about asking the Azure Orb Company who came from the Suje Kingdom? It seems like a pretty big company, so they likely have means to gather information from the royal palace. I see. So you're embedding a spy. Government officials probably have low salaries, so if you flash some money, they would easily give you information. Perhaps some ministers may have already been bribed. With the way you're saying it, it sounds like you're talking about a corrupt merchant. Abel, please don't use such rude phrasing. To make correct judgments, accurate information is necessary. It's only natural to use all means available to obtain correct information. It's the fault of the officials who sell information for money. Abel shook his head slightly at Rhea's leap in logic. As the king who governs the kingdom, it would be a significant problem if crucial national information leaks easily. What if giving money to officials is prohibited by law? In that case, it can't be helped. We'll have to find another way, sending a ship as a gift to their wife or giving high-class dolls to their daughter. I think that would likely get you arrested for bribery. It might be so in some countries. I don't know about the Natore kingdom. The kingdom also, officials and ministers must have such issues. Just as expected from the kingdom. They must have already taken measures. Surely, someone like Rhea must have stolen information in the past. Well, when it comes to obtaining crucial national information, historically, it's either corrupting officials with money or charms, or threatening their families to make them comply. So make sure to protect those officials properly to avoid such situations. Why, yeah, for some reason, it ended up being the first duke ordering the king. The two soon arrived at the Azure Orb Company Wanya branch. It was right next to the trading port. Welcome, Lord Abel and Rhea, right? How can I assist you today? The first employee to notice them asked. The fact that they knew who they were without Rhea and Abel introducing themselves meant that information sharing was well established within the Wanya branch. Such shops tend to thrive. If you have stock, you'd want to keep it forever. Excuse me, I'd like to meet the branch manager or ban socks. I'm sorry, the branch manager is currently out. The captain of the guard is in the guard squad's waiting room on the second floor. Please follow me. The employee answered smoothly, leading them. A knock sounded. Come in. A voice from inside replied, and the employee opened the door. Lord Abel and Rhea have arrived. Oh, you two came. What's up? Is there something wrong with the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya? Ban Sock stood up from where he had been reading something and welcomed them. No, we have no complaints about the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya. Yeah, not at all. It's a wonderful place to stay. Both Abel and Rhea clearly answered that they were very satisfied with the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya. Hearing that, Ban Socks nodded happily. Even if he wasn't directly involved in its management, it's nice to see the group companies being praised. Especially since it was a place he confidently recommended to benefactors. Rhea and Abel sat on the suggested sofa and got to the point. We'd like to know who the person from the Suje Kingdom staying at the Peaceful Sea Pavilion is. That's been a topic of discussion. They came on an incredible ship. Abel inquired, and Ban Socks replied with a smile. He then continued speaking. About the guest at the Peaceful Sea Pavilion, it's well known within the royal palace. Apparently it's the Lord Protector. Kavui Samaru? Both Abel and Rhea were surprised by that answer. The top leader of the country personally arrives at the opposing country right after a fleet battle. What boldness! Rhea couldn't help but exclaim, and Bandersh nodded in agreement. That's outrageous. It wouldn't be surprising if both domestic and foreign parties were plotting to take his life. From within, forces supporting the old royal family, and from the outside, nations attempting to intervene in the chaos of the Suje kingdom. Both would likely want Samaru dead. Of course, he must have some self-defense measures and alternative plans prepared just in case. The Lord Protector must have deemed it necessary to personally get involved. That shows how important it is. Bandersh speculated, and Abel pointed out the existence of backup plans, while Rhea contemplated the reasons for such actions. The important thing isn't the aftermath of the fleet battle, right? It's probably related to Princess Illyriaja. Well, if they won the fleet battle and could capture Princess Illyriaja, that would have been enough for them. Right. Thanks to some swordsmen getting in the way, they ended up losing. Now the Lord Protector himself has to step into the front lines. If the Lord Protector were to be assassinated now, it would all fall on Abel. Why me? It was Rhea who used ice bridges to charge into the enemy flagship. Not me, it's all Rhea's responsibility. Shifting responsibility isn't a noble thing to do. I'll return that remark to you in full, the fierce rivalry between the mage and the swordsman. No matter the era, the structure remains unchanged. It might even be said to be a microcosm of the difficulty of achieving world peace. The two emerged from the Azure Orb Company Wanya branch. This is troubling. I can't think of a way to meet the Lord Protector. The other party is the top of the nation. It won't be easy to meet them, right? In such cases, I think the pattern usually is that the Lord Protector's carriage is attacked, and we happen to pass by and help, thereby building a relationship. That's why there won't be anything like that. Rhea hoped for a classic development like in a light novel, but Abel immediately denied it. Besides, the security for a national envoy is always the strictest. I understand what you mean, Abel. Just give up. Rhea pouted in dissatisfaction, and Abel shut him down with a single word. The two were heading towards the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya where they were staying. Of course, on the way, they would pass by the Peaceful Sea Pavilion again. This time, however, there was quite a crowd gathered there. However, the area around the entrance of the Peaceful Sea Pavilion was secured with a considerable amount of space by the guard soldiers. Perhaps it was to be prepared in case an assassin was lurking inside. It feels similar to the crowd at the trading port, like they want to catch a glimpse of the ship's captain. As Rhea and Abel were having this conversation, a carriage stopped in front of the inn. Immediately, it was heavily guarded by the soldiers. No way! This is the pattern where the Lord Protector arrives? Abel exclaimed in surprise while Rhea looked pleased. Then he continued. Within this situation, they are attacked by ruffians. To prevent that, the security is extremely tight. Ugh, I suppose it won't turn out to be that perfect of a pattern. That's unfortunate. The man who got off the carriage exuded an overwhelming presence just by stepping out, making it impossible for anyone to ignore him. The crowd fell silent, captivated by his presence. A voice rang out. Lord Protector, the Abel here is the root cause of your plans being thwarted, and I wish to talk about the rain shooter at the port. Hey! Was that voice a signal? The crowd's murmurs erupted once more. Of course, while that voice echoed, Samaru continued to walk without stopping, passing through the doors of the Peaceful Sea Pavilion. But he stopped there and spoke to the man beside him. Narn, did you hear those words just now? Yes, your highness. However, such ramblings are common. This is enemy territory, and there might be those who incite it. The man called Narn shook his head slightly as he replied. No, that's not it. Well, that is concerning too, but it's not that, it's the words rain shooter. Rain shooter, now that you mention it, he did say that. What does it mean? Most likely, rain shooter is the original name of the Bralcow. What? Narn was left speechless by Samaru's words. The ship they had boarded was called Bralcow, but that name was given after it was seized by the Suje Kingdom Navy. The ones who seized it didn't know the original name of the ship either. It seemed the ship's name had once been inscribed on the stern, but the paint had been stripped away by the time it was seized. However, 6 months after the seizure, when the steering wheel was removed for repairs, the name Rain Shooter was found engraved. It was presumed to be the original name of the Bralcow. Only a handful of people, even in the Navy or those connected to that ship, know that name. It's intriguing that it was shouted in that situation. Indeed. Narn nodded in agreement with Samaru's words. Narn, I want to know who the people were that shouted just now. Investigate. Understood. And ask Admiral Lockday about the name Abel. The Admiral is at Garwin prison, but they have been infiltrating our people there for a while, right? Yes. Is that acceptable? I don't mind. Use it. Understood. Garwin prison was the prison located on the opposite side of this Wanya island. It primarily housed political prisoners and war captives. Due to the nature of housing war captives, the Suje Kingdom had infiltrated spies and bribed many guards to win them over. He instructed Narn to use that to confirm information. Now then, who could they be? No one answered Kavui Samaru's murmurs. Rio, what's your intention with that? Abel, we're testing the other party's response with this. I understand that, but if you shout my name, what will happen if I get attacked? It'll be fine, we'll capture anyone who attacks us instead and use that to force a meeting. What about my safety? You have to protect yourself, Rio clearly stated to Abel. Of course, it was a conversation built on deep trust between them. Probably. I'm going to get attacked because of you? But you thwarted the Suje Kingdom Navy's intentions, didn't you? I am not lying. The bridge was built by Rio. If Abel handles their desire for revenge, everything will go smoothly, don't worry. Well, from the perspective of the one who might get attacked, it doesn't feel reassuring at all. Rio nodded greatly and slapped Abel on the shoulder while Abel shook his head and muttered. That night in the special VIP room of the Peaceful Sea Pavilion, I have a report. Narn, the Lord Protector Kavui Samaru's aide, began his report. The voice from the evening was from those staying at the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya. The Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya, huh? I've stayed there before, it's a high-class inn, so they must be people who can afford to stay there. At dinner in the main dining room of the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya, the two appeared, so they are definitely staying there. However, I couldn't discover their names. Such an inn has reliable staff, they wouldn't leak customer information. As Narn reported apologetically, Kavui Samaru nodded nonchalantly. I will conduct further investigations tomorrow if I can get the time. I will contact Admiral Lockday tonight, so I will combine reports from both sides. Leave it to me. Just don't pursue too deeply. They are not necessarily enemies. Avoid a clash as much as possible. Understood. Narn nodded, receiving Kavui Samaru's orders. At the same time, in Galen prison, a visitor arrived at Admiral Lockday's solitary confinement cell. Such a thing should have been impossible. It shouldn't have happened, but here, if you pay enough money, anything can happen. I have a report regarding the battle. When the visitor said that, Lockday nodded once and began to speak. It was a report regarding the battle that targeted the transport fleet. After hearing all the reports, the visitor nodded once. Although it seemed they had made no notes, Lockday knew they had remembered everything. Several people with such unusual abilities were around Kavui Samaru. One question from the Lord. Who is this person named Abel? Lockday was surprised by the visitor's question. He then slowly answered. As expected of the Lord, you already knew about Abel. That Abel is the swordsman who crossed the ice bridge first and overwhelmed Commander Mon Lashu in the earlier report. He comes from the Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations and was cooperating with the Azure Orb Company's guard squad. I see. I'll report this. Wait. Lockday hurriedly stopped the visitor from leaving. The water attribute magician working with Abel is also troublesome. His name is Rio. I thought he was the magician who was central to constructing the earlier ice bridge. But upon investigation, it turns out he built it all by himself. Did you not say it was a 200-meter bridge earlier? Yes, I did. It's difficult even for multiple mages to create such a large spell, let alone one magician doing it alone. Please inform the Lord to be cautious of Abel and Rio. Admittedly, it's hard for me to recognize it, but it was these two who caused the trouble during the battle. Never let your guard down. Understood. Lockday conveyed the threat of the two, and the visitor nodded, committing it to memory. It might be hard to believe for the visitor, but that was irrelevant. They would merely convey what they heard. Whether it was true or not would be judged by Kavui Samaru. The next day, in the feudal lord's conference room of the Kamakuta feudal kingdom's royal palace, a meeting was being held once again. Meetings were held day after day. Initially, it was a meeting in front of the lord, but the feudal lord had fallen ill yesterday and did not attend. As a result, confusion deepened even further. A meeting steeped in confusion meant that ultimately nothing was decided. In attendance today was the 5th Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dasanaji. While he was here, work was progressing at the ministry, meaning the tasks he had to handle were probably increasing. If only something could at least be decided, Dasanaji murmured. There is nothing more tiring than a meeting that decides nothing. Despite all the discussions, why weren't any decisions being made? What is the value of the existence of debate? Is there even a need for discussion to decide anything? Ultimately, debate does not determine what is right, but rather reveals who is good at advancing discussions and who has the power to make decisions. He found himself thinking about things completely unrelated to the meeting. What was being discussed was still the treatment of Princess Illyriaja. Additionally, how to respond to Kavui Samaru's request for a meeting with Princess Illyriaja. As usual, the hawkish Admiral Gus, a proponent of war against the kingdom, was shouting for the expulsion of Princess Illyriaja and Kavui Samaru from the country. This was being calmed down by Prime Minister Botan, who was considered a moderate. Meanwhile, many ministers were throwing out their own opinions. Vashteque let out a small sigh, and he muttered, "Nothing has changed today either." But that wasn't the case. A report came rushing in. "I have a report. The Suje Kingdom Navy has deployed near the borders. 400 ships. 400. The entire main force. Is the Suje Kingdom intending to start an all-out war? No, Lord Protector Kavui Samaru is here in Wanya, so this means they're telling us to make a decision quickly. A threat. That damned Kavui Samaru. We won't be intimidated by your threats." The last line came from the pro-war Admiral Gus. However, no one was riding on his momentum. Everyone was scared of the 400 ships that had appeared at the border. Negotiations required a mix of soft and hard tactics. The Kamakura feudal kingdom was being toyed with by Kavui Samaru. That night, once again, in the special VIP room of the Peaceful Sea Pavilion. "I have a report." Narn, the Lord Protector Kavui Samaru's aide, began his report once more. First, he conveyed Lokde's battle report and message. Then he continued with what he found out about those two today. The names are Abel and Rhea. They are staying at the Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya. It seems that this stay is as special guests of the Azure Orb Company, and they are being provided all kinds of conveniences. Also, Admiral Lokde's battle report seems accurate. The water attribute magician Rhea built the ice bridge, and swordsman Abel boarded the flagship with the Azure Orb Company's guard squad to defeat Commander Monlashu and Admiral Lokde. I see. I thought it was rare for cautious Lokde to be boarded on the flagship, but a 200-meter ice bridge. Moreover, if there is a swordsman capable of overwhelming both Monlashu and Lokde as enemies, it can't be helped that they lost. Upon receiving Narn's explanation, Kavui Samaru smirked. Then he continued speaking. "Both of them are extremely interesting individuals. They are intriguing, but for now the matter of the princess is the top priority. Yes, the fleet has moved to the borders as planned, right? Yes, the Kamakura government has also received the report, and the meeting before the Lord was thrown into confusion. I see. So far, everything is according to plan." Kavui Samaru nodded as he listened to Narn's report. He predicted that the feudal kingdom would firmly refuse to hand over Princess Illyriaja and thus had prepared this strategy. Of course, it is also effective in other situations as well. The effect is to push. Kavui Samaru's movements and hopes would be pushed from behind. That should be the intended effect. Tomorrow, I will go to the royal palace again and request a meeting with the princess. Understood. However, it seems that the feudal lord has not been well these past few days, so it may be difficult to have an audience with him. Seems so. I will try to request it from Prime Minister Botan. Will it go well? Well, I don't know, but at least it should be better than asking Admiral Gus. Kavui Samaru said that and laughed. While both last night's dinner and this morning's breakfast were really delicious. Indeed, it's great when the food is tasty. Rhea said happily, and Abel responded with a smile. Delicious food is justice. It brings happiness to those who eat it. At that moment, the receptionist brought a letter to the two. "It just arrived. Thank you." Saying that, Abel received it and quickly opened it to take a look inside. After reading it once, he handed it to Rhea. It says Princess Illyriaja wants to meet. It's an invitation for a tea party. What does it say?" She managed to get some good tea leaves from the continent. "Oh, that sounds nice. We should definitely go. Rhea loves coffee, but he also enjoys tea, whether it's black or green." "Rhea, is that all it says?" "It also mentions that there are things she wants to discuss. That's fine, such matters are trivial. The location is the royal palace's annex. There's a guest house there. If we're inside, we won't be able to go out and play whenever we want. How unfortunate. There's no helping it. If something happened to the princess, it would be serious for the vassal kingdom. In fact, she was attacked during transport, so staying within this town doesn't guarantee safety." Thinking of the Princess Illyriaja without freedom, Rhea felt sad, while Abel explained the circumstances with sympathy. High-ranking individuals have no freedom. Having experienced that as king more than he would like, Abel shook his head slightly. Conversely, he knew that because of that, the time he could act freely now is precious. For that reason alone, he appreciated Demon Garwin just a little bit, really just a little. But if we're entering the guest house, will we really be able to see her? Who knows? Well, we won't know until we try. Rhea gave a casual reply to Abel's question. The truth is, they would know if they went, but they wouldn't know if they didn't go. "Please, this way." As the two approached the main gate of the guest house and stated their names and purpose of visit, they were immediately guided inside. "They let us through." "Yeah. It seems they were informed of our arrival." Rhea and Abel whispered to each other. They had indeed been guided, but isn't it a bit excessively guarded? Did you think so too, Abel? There were about 20 guards at the main gate, right? And there are soldiers standing at every corner of this path. A considerable number of guards were positioned inside the guest house. It seems they've caught on that Abel is a dangerous swordsman. What do you mean by that? Ruthless and vicious swordsman Abel, that notorious reputation has even reached the royal palace of the Kamakuta feudal kingdom. That's impossible. If it weren't, this level of security wouldn't make sense. Conversely, if you think that way, everything fits, right? Rhea confidently countered Abel's denial. For some reason, he seemed quite sure of his interpretation. Isn't it possible to replace Abel with Rhea in this situation? I look harmless and amiable as a mage. I'm different from Abel. You're a dragon in sheep's clothing. Oh, that phrase sounds kind of cool. It looks calm on the outside, but actually, that's not it. There's no way you could hide a dragon under a sheep's skin due to size. It's a metaphor for being blatantly obvious even if you think you're hiding it. How cruel! As the two exchanged such whispers, they followed the guide and finally arrived at the intended room. Mr. Abel, Rhea-san, thank you for coming. Princess Illyriaja welcomed them. Princess Illyriaja, it's good to see you well. Princess, I've come to share in your company. Both Abel and Rhea greeted her with smiles. Though their statuses were different, they were akin to comrades who fought together. It felt joyful to meet again after several days. Well, technically, they were a king and a first duke, but, please, this way? Princess Illyriaja guided them to a spacious terrace. Thanks to the perfectly calculated design of the guest house itself, even such a vast terrace was constructed to be invisible from the outside. The trees were also planted with care. However, a number of soldiers were standing in the garden visible from the terrace. At this point, it indeed seemed that the guards were not only to prevent the princess from escaping, but also to anticipate attacks from the outside. Rhea's expression changed as he noticed the many soldiers. Seeing this, Princess Illyriaja said with a wry smile, "If we think of it as being protected, we can be grateful, as expected of your highness. With just a change in perspective, the world changes. I want to let some Abel hear that. Which Abel are you planning to tell that to?" As Rhea praised the princess, Abel gave him a side-eye. It's not meant to be a jab at the Abel right in front of me. I mean, come on, this is annoying." Rhea smiled brightly to cover it up. Princess Illyriaja laughed, Abel shook his head slightly, and Rhea took his seat. Tea was brought to them, poured into each of their cups. From how well it had been brewed, it was clear that it was prepared as soon as they arrived at the guest house, most likely by the excellent head butler. The cups didn't have handles. A soft aroma wafted up. "This is not black tea but green tea," Rhea murmured. Then he took a sip. The fresh taste of tea leaves spread in his mouth with just a hint of astringency. It was a delicious flavor built upon perfect balance. "This is tasty," Abel exclaimed, showing a surprised expression. Rhea nodded silently, then he quickly took a second sip. A taste that strangely evoked nostalgia expanded in his mouth. What he recalled was the tea he often drank at his grandparents' house a long time ago. And then, sweets were placed in front of each of them. They were orange-colored. Dumplings, steamed buns. These bite-sized dumplings might be the closest description. Rhea picked one up and took a half bite. Inside was a flavor that was also nostalgic. Sweet potato filling. "It's nostalgic but delicious," he murmured and involuntarily sipped his tea. "Ah, it's perfect as a tea accompaniment." He smiled without thinking. Seeing that, Princess Illyriaja also smiled. She was a little worried if the tastes of the two who came from the central nations would suit them. "That's called karupura, a traditional sweet from the archipelago sea region. I see, it's delicious. I might get hooked on this." "Ah, this is my first time eating it, but the one inside isn't too sweet, which is nice." Princess Illyriaja explained. Rhea expressed joy, and Abel also liked it. Karupura is basically orange, but it seems that various colors can be added depending on what you mix in, making it visually enjoyable as well. A colorful array of karupura was laid out on the table. In the midst of such a harmonious tea party, "Your Highness, this is—" A letter arrived. Princess Illyriaja read it. Rhea caught a slight shadow on her expression. It seemed that Abel noticed it too, as the two exchanged small nods. "Please tell them I understand." "Is that all right?" "Yes, it's fine. It's something that will happen eventually. The sooner the better." "Understood," Princess Illyriaja replied, and head butler Lonk bowed deeply before leaving the room. Of course, Rhea and Abel would deliberately refrain from touching upon the matter for now. They were curious, but it wasn't something they could interject in. However, "Mr. Abel, Rhea-san, that letter was from Lord Kavui-Samaru." "What?" Princess Illyriaja informed them, surprising Rhea with unexpected news. Abel was silent, but it was clear from his expression he was surprised. "Actually, there was a private contact last night. He wishes to come here soon to explain various things. So in that previous letter, since permission from the vassal kingdom has been granted, he wanted to ask if he could come here." "I see. So, since the princess has given permission, does that mean Lord Kavui-Samaru will be visiting here shortly?" Princess Illyriaja explained. Abel nodded, and Rhea confirmed. "Yes, if you two are willing, I would like you to listen to the conversation together." That would, most likely, not be permitted by Lord Kavui-Samaru. He would probably prefer a one-on-one meeting with you or something close to that. The princess proposed. Rhea was surprised, and Abel provided a realistic response. Indeed, both Abel and Rhea were completely outsiders. You're right, but no, I see. I'm asking something unreasonable. I apologize, forget it. Of course, we don't mind. I'll stand right behind the princess, glaring at him. Just leave it to me, Rhea said, thumping his chest with his fist. He expressed leave it to me with a thud, but he probably wasn't understood. Hey, Rhea, Abel, the person is someone who slaughtered his whole family. Ah, with Rhea's words, Abel understood everything, including the Princess Illyriaja's slightly trembling fingers. He was about to face the one who killed her family. Though it was unavoidable given their positions, it was likely difficult to maintain composure. Even if she had been trained in the royal family since childhood, this was no simple matter. Moreover, a one-on-one meeting would be, normally considered, impossible. Abel realized that he had not been considerate enough. Yeah, Rhea is right, he admitted honestly. If we can be of help, we will lend our strength. After all, we are comrades who have fought through the battlefield together. In a sense, we are battle friends, Abel said, and Rhea nodded in agreement. Both were good guys. Battle friends, Princess Illyriaja murmured. Battle friends help each other. Well, I can't do much, but I can at least stand behind you. I can also create an ice wall to protect you in case of sudden attacks. No, they wouldn't try to kill us in this situation. They didn't do that on the battlefield, so there's no meaning in doing it now. Don't worry, if they attack, Abel will protect you with his body. No, I will protect you. Rhea can also do it, you know. Is there any value in a swordsman who moves slower than a mage? What kind of thing are you saying? In any case, saying Rhea is a mage is a scam. That's rude. I'd prefer not to be compared to someone like you, Abel, who pulls that kind of trick. What's that supposed to mean? Watching the two bicker, or rather, playfully tease each other, Princess Illyriaja smiled. The tremor in her fingers had completely stopped. Thank you both. Saying that, the princess crossed her arms in front of her chest and bowed her head in the utmost respect towards the royalty. Excuse me? As he said this, a man entered the room. Dressed in the formal attire of the first admiral of the Suje Kingdom, he displayed perfect decorum. Currently, he was the Lord Protector of the Suje Kingdom, Kavui-Samaru. As soon as he stepped into the room, he took in the scene. The head butler, Lonk, was the one who opened the door. Princess Illyriaja was seated at the front. Behind her stood a swordsman and a man in a robe, likely a mage. Kavui-Samaru felt a sense of doubt. There hadn't been anyone like these two in Princess Illyriaja's close confidants. Of course, he didn't know every subordinate of hers, but he was familiar with all her imperial guards. However, neither of these two had been among them. Are they observers sent by the vassal kingdom? He reached a reasonable conclusion. If the vassal kingdom had requested this, Princess Illyriaja would not have been able to refuse. Even if he wanted to, it would be impossible to send those two out of the room. Well, it's fine. In that case, I just need to not let these two leave the room. As long as I don't contact the vassal kingdom's government, I can manage to keep a few things hidden here. Kavui-Samaru maintained a calm expression while thinking these things in his mind. When he reached Princess Illyriaja, he crossed his arms in front of his chest with clenched fists and knelt on one knee. This was the highest form of respect for royalty. Kavui-Samaru dono, please raise your face. Forgive me, Princess Illyriaja called out, and Kavui-Samaru responded. I have many things I'd like to discuss, but it's not suitable here, so let's move to the terrace. Upon saying this, the princess stood up and walked out to the terrace. The swordsman followed behind her. Kavui-Samaru stood up and headed for the terrace. The man in the robe trailed behind him. It seemed that the swordsman and the robed man were also serving as guards. On the terrace, there was a table with two chairs prepared across from it. Princess Illyriaja sat in one, while the swordsman and robed man stood behind her. Kavui-Samaru took the vacant seat. Your Highness, thank you for taking the time. Please tell me what you have to say. Interrupting Kavui-Samaru's polite remarks with a raised hand, the princess urged him to continue. Despite his surprise, Kavui-Samaru looked at the two standing behind the princess and said, Forgive me, but I would like to speak with the princess one-on-one. He stated this clearly. However, neither the swordsman nor the robed man moved at all. Not even their expressions changed. Instead, Princess Illyriaja responded, These individuals are fine. I requested their presence, and they are here to protect me. But Your Highness, Kavui-Samaru dono, I have complete trust in these two. Is that not enough? No. I apologize. The moment Princess Illyriaja spoke, Kavui-Samaru was convinced his actions had been justified. He had never felt such pressure even from his late lord. I will speak plainly. Our wish is for Princess Illyriaja to return to the country and reign as queen. Queen? Princess Illyriaja furrowed her brows and questioned him suspiciously at his words. The swordsman and Abel standing behind her were also surprised, but continued to stand still without showing their emotions. Yes, every action we've taken was for that purpose. For that reason. My family, Princess Illyriaja's face went pale. However, it was not due to sadness, rather it was more of anger. I do not expect your forgiveness. If you wish to become queen, I will step aside. I can do whatever is necessary. That's not what I mean. Why would you? Kavyui-Samaru expressed his readiness to offer himself, while Princess Illyriaja struggled to find words, overwhelmed by her emotions. At that moment, Kavyui-Samaru firmly raised his face and looked at the princess with intense eyes, and he stated clearly, "It is an imperial decree from His Majesty the King." Those words were filled with deep respect from the bottom of his heart. They were words directed to someone to whom he had dedicated all of himself. Even if it was an imperial decree, he had never wanted to hear those words. A painful memory of having received that command. The matter at hand is entirely due to His Majesty the King's imperial decree. My father's, Kavyui-Samaru stated once more clearly, though his eyes were closed and he barely held back tears. Princess Illyriaja responded in shock. Here is the final order from His Majesty. Kavyui-Samaru said this and took a document from his breast pocket, handing it to Princess Illyriaja. It is an imperial decree. Use all means to place Illyriaja on the throne as queen. It was written there. My father's handwriting. Tears spilled from Princess Illyriaja's twin eyes. A strong, strict, yet simultaneously kind father. In the past 2 years, he had often been bedridden, his eyesight failing, and he had stopped patrolling outside the castle. Before that, he had mingled with the people by going out to the town twice a week. He had traveled the country with a small entourage 3 times a year by ship. He had been a beloved king among his people, but everything changed 2 years ago. It has been revealed that the accident involving His Majesty the King is connected to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Duchy of Atinjo. My elder brother and the Duchy, is that certain? Yes, under His Majesty's orders I took the lead in investigating. Based on those results, His Majesty issued the imperial decree. Though Kavyui-Samaru explained, Princess Illyriaja was at a loss for words. The Crown Prince, her eldest brother, had been kind to Illyriaja. Indeed, he had a strong desire for power, was obsessed with money, and had a very poor relationship with his other siblings, especially his younger brothers. But still, she could not believe he would harm the king. Even if my elder brother, the Crown Prince, was like that, there should have been no need to kill the other siblings. I apologize, that is my oversight. An oversight? Initially, the plan was to capture not only the Crown Prince, but all his siblings, and then have His Majesty transfer the throne to you, Princess. However, during the capture of the Crown Prince, he passed away. He passed away? It was not under normal circumstances. It was likely an assassination by someone. However, it remains an oversight on our part. Furthermore, at the same time, His Majesty the King also passed away. And all the captured princes and princesses, Kavyui-Samaru explained, looking regretful. That's impossible. The king and the crown prince, as well as the princes and princesses, there should have been the most stringent security in the country to prevent assassinations. Who could possibly slip through that? It wasn't who, it was where. It was by a nation skilled in such matters. What? Could it be the Duchy of Atinjo? The Duchy of Atinjo, which was said to have been in collusion with the crown prince. They cut ties with the crown prince and swiftly dealt the final blow to the bedridden king. The reason for such actions? The aim was to throw the entire nation into chaos. Not only royalty, but also a considerable number of government officials and the Navy's core fell to the assassin's blade. Actually, I was also targeted, and for 3 months I wandered near death due to poison. Is that why when I was in Tamako province, the central government wasn't very proactive? Yes. Listening to a tale that perfectly fit the term covert struggle, both Rhea and Abel were astonished. At the timing of the coup d'etat, they took the opportunity to completely incapacitate the nation's governance. In reality, this had occasionally occurred throughout Earth's historical reality, but even so, to time it so perfectly was difficult. Normally, it happens a few dozen days or even months after the coup d'etat. After completely destroying everything, when it comes time to rebuild, someone is inserted to manipulate the new regime. That someone is not a politician, but an administrative officer. In other words, within the bureaucratic structure. Whether the Suje kingdom was like that or not was unknown. I understand. Princess Illyriaja said this and raised her face. I also understand that it was an imperial decree from my father, His Majesty the King. At that point, she paused for a moment. Then she continued speaking. Kavyui-Samaru, it must have been difficult for you, serving my father from a young age, and that being his final command. I do not blame you, Your Highness. The ones who truly deserve blame are elsewhere. Recently, the Jejishlu Federation at the southern tip of the continent has also plunged into civil war. The timing is just too perfect. Behind it, there may be the Duchy of Atinjo, which seeks to engulf both the Jejishlu and this archipelago sea region. Upon saying this, Princess Illyriaja closed her eyes for a moment. After a few seconds, she opened them. Her eyes and expression were filled with determination. Kavyui-sama Rudono, I will return to the kingdom and ascend to the throne as queen. Oh, will you support me? Kavyui-samaru clasped his fists with both hands, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and knelt in reverence. And he stated clearly, this Kavyui-samaru offers everything to Her Majesty the Queen. Hearing Kavyui-samaru's words, Princess Illyriaja nodded. Then she turned to look behind her. This is how it has come to be. Yes, indeed. In response to Princess Illyriaja's words, both Rhea and Abel were honestly at a loss for how to reply, providing vague answers. There were many aspects they did not understand regarding the situation. However, things had started to move. The two of them, who were unable to keep up with the understanding, would not be waited for. I wish to hurry back to the kingdom and organize the structure. My sincere hope is that you both will come with me. At Princess Illyriaja's words, Rhea and Abel simultaneously found themselves speechless. The request to come along was completely unexpected. We have to return to the Central Nations. Yes, I understand. Of course, I won't say I want you to stay forever, until I ascend. The circumstances in the kingdom have allowed those capable of taking the lives of the king and the crown prince to infiltrate. Therefore, you want us to protect you? Well, there are the Imperial Guards. But even with the Imperial Guards, the previous king and the crown prince ended up dead. Rhea and Abel also struggled to come to a conclusion. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Excuse me, but who are the two of them? It was Lord Protector Kavyui-samaru's voice. That was only natural. While it was fortunate that the princess had decided to return to the kingdom, it was also a request for the two standing behind her to accompany her. It seemed that her words of complete trust were not lies, and there must have been sufficient reasons to trust them. That point was not something Kavyui-samaru needed to question at this juncture. However, he wanted to know what kind of people they were. After all, he didn't even know their names. This is Mr. Abel and Rhea's son? Yes, my comrades in arms. Princess Illyriaja said this and smiled. It was a dazzling smile for Kavyui-samaru. At the same time, he recalled the names of the two. I see Lord Rhea, who built the ice bridge during the recent naval battle, and Lord Abel, who crossed that bridge to seize the flagship. What? As expected, you know well. Kavyui-samaru's explanation left Rhea astonished, while Abel nodded. And just the other day, you called out to me loudly in the second central square, right after I returned. Yes, that was Rhea. Abel, it seems that everything has been exposed. At this rate, your sinister plot will soon be discovered as well. Don't say things that could be easily misunderstood. Abel is the villain, and I am the good person. The initial perception is crucial. The scheming Rhea's underhanded activities had begun. But first, there were things to discuss, between Rhea and Abel. Abel, what do you think about the princess's earlier suggestion? What do you mean by that? Even if we do return to the Central Nations, we can't move until the civil war in the Jejishlu Federation settles down. That's right. Moreover, the duchy that has been causing trouble for the Suje Kingdom seems to be situated north of that federation, doesn't it? That's how I interpreted it during our conversation. It's a considerable power that aims to claim both the Jejishlu Federation and the archipelago sea region. Rhea and Abel whispered to each other. I think I might want to assist the princess. I suspected you would say that. Not just emotionally, but logically as well. Logically, I think it's also a good idea to assist the princess and get transported from the Suje Kingdom to the continent. I see. That might be good, but are you sure about it? Sure about what? That means no more all-you-can-eat and drink at Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya, you know? That is indeed sad, but now that we've come this far, abandoning the princess would be too much. After all, we are comrades. At Rhea's words, Abel smiled slyly in response. Like Rhea, Abel also intended to help. Of course, it's a prerequisite that we secure a guarantee for being transported to the continent. Yes. Oh, we need to remember to withdraw the money we have deposited with the Azure Trading Company. I've heard that a certain water attribute mage forgot to withdraw the money he had deposited with the guild and ended up in a terrible situation when he went abroad. Yes. That was a disaster. Because of that, we ended up having to crush the village of the assassination cult. Abel said, and Rhea shook his head slightly as he remembered a bitter past. That experience had helped Rhea grow. The two stood before Princess Illyriaja. If we can be transported to the continent later, we will help. Please leave it to me as if you're getting on a big ship, Abel and Rhea said with smiles. Thank you very much. Princess Illyriaja crossed her arms in front of her chest and bowed her head in the highest form of respect for royalty. Kavui Samaru watched this with a slight tilt of his head, but the words that came out of his mouth were different. For now, let's make arrangements to leave this country. Yes, though I voluntarily wish for asylum. The vassal kingdom may not grant permission for me to return to the Suje kingdom so easily. I am somewhat of a hostage now. Princess Illyriaja nodded, slightly grimacing. Though it was unavoidable, she understood that her actions had made it difficult to move. Leave that to me. I will make the vassal kingdom tell us to leave. Is that even possible? Yes. I will have Admiral Gus work hard on that. Kavui Samaru said this with a mischievous expression. 3 days after the meeting of the four, Rhea and Abel emerged from the Azure Orb Company Wanya branch at the trading port. Thank you for your hospitality. No, it was thanks to Mr. Abel that no one was harmed. Please feel free to use our Azure Orb Company anytime. Abel expressed his gratitude, and Captain Ban Socks replied, Please take care of everyone's return trip. Leave it to us. We will deliver everyone to the Suje Kingdom responsibly. Rhea made his request, and Branch Manager Banton nodded in agreement. The Queen Rain Shooter was a graceful and fairly large ship, but it couldn't accommodate all 100 people who came with Princess Illyriaja. In fact, all 100 had expressed their intention to return with Princess Illyriaja, which made things quite complicated. After all, everyone was adamant that they could not accept acting separately from the princess, especially given the disputes that arose from the transfer from Maniamia. It seems that over the past 3 days, Princess Illyriaja and Kavui Samaru had repeatedly tried to persuade them. Eventually, 10 Imperial guards, including some of the closest guards, agreed to board the Queen Rain Shooter with the princess, while the remaining 90 would return to the kingdom separately. The Azure Orb Company Wanya branch was entrusted with that separate journey. For Rhea and Abel, it was the most trustworthy company. They felt assured that as long as they left it to the Azure Orb Company, that was their thought. After the two left the Azure Orb Company Wanya branch and arrived in front of the Queen Rain Shooter, Kavui Samaru had already arrived. Thank you for coming, he said, shaking hands with Abel and Rhea. Still, you managed to get out splendidly. Admiral Gus wanted to drive me and the princess out of the vassal kingdom, so I just went along with that. Abel praised the efficiency, and Kavui Samaru chuckled. After the meeting of the four, Kavui Samaru had made arrangements with several heads of departments in the vassal kingdom to ensure that Princess Illyriaja and Kavui Samaru were exiled from the country in the Imperial Council. It went smoothly with just a small request. Just then the carriage carrying the princess arrived. Kavui Samaru and the sailors welcomed her. Watching the smiling Kavui Samaru, Rhea had a thought. Is our Natore kingdom really all right? So, he advised His Majesty the King. Abel, isn't there interference from other countries in the policy decision-making process in the Natore kingdom? Are you sure about that? That might be the case. What? However, Count Heinlein is in charge of counterintelligence. I think it is harder for them to infiltrate than in other countries. Even so, it's not perfect. That goes without saying. It's something humans do. If you aim for perfection, you'll have to sacrifice many things. Sometimes you may need to pay sacrifices to be perfect, but when it comes to administration, if you tighten the screws too much, those distortions will all fall upon the people. The purpose of administration is to make the people happy, so it can't make them unhappy, right? Abel was a realist as a king. Administration is genuinely difficult. There is only one thing that must not be forgotten. Is it truly making the people happy? That is the perspective that must not be overlooked. Princess Illyriaja approached the two. Mr. Abel, Rhea-san, please take care of us. I promised to do my best. They also promised good treatment, so leave it to us. Abel took charge, and Rhea responded with a cheerful expression. As they boarded the ship, Abel asked Kavui Samaru, Is there a possibility that the vassal kingdom's navy will attack us along the way? Ah, you mean Admiral Gus? Kavui Samaru understood the intent of Abel's question and smiled slyly. Admiral Gus, who was the central figure behind the exile of Princess Illyriaja and Kavui Samaru, was also an opponent of the kingdom. Moreover, he had fought against the navy led by Kavui Samaru many times before. As for Admiral Gus, that won't happen. Oh, while he is stubborn and hates the kingdom, wanting to destroy it, he desires to break it apart and annihilate it head-on. He hates anything crooked and doesn't engage in any schemes. He's a man of the sea. If he is that straightforward, he won't win in battle, exactly which is why I have won every time. Abel was exasperated, and Kavui Samaru shrugged. Well, he is an enemy, but he is also a wonderful person. He would never betray a feudal lord. Kavui Samaru expressed this with a hint of self-mockery. Even though it was under an imperial decree, he had instigated a rebellion. It was an imperial decree, so no one will blame you. If you say that, I feel a bit better. Abel consoled him, and Kavui Samaru shook his head slightly. Abel boarded the Queen Rain Shooter with Kavui Samaru. Before them stood Rhea, who was frozen in place. Rhea, ah, Abel, I can't believe I'm finally boarding this ship, the Revolutionary Queen Rain Shooter. Oh yeah, the interior is elegant too, it's quite spacious. The total length of the ship is about 50 meters, right? It's wonderful. I see. Is this your first time boarding, Rhea? I can't believe you have boarded before, that's unfair. I don't understand what's unfair about it. Rhea protested, and Abel brushed it off. Rhea wandered around the cabin, moving back and forth with excitement. We will depart in 5 minutes. Please take a suitable seat while we're in the port. Once we leave the port, you can relax at the bow or the stern as you please, Kavui Samaru explained to Abel. Just then, the excited Rhea came over and exclaimed, I believe above the waterline is wind attribute magic, and below it is water attribute magic. It's a hybrid navigation system. Abel, do you know the detailed mechanism behind it? No, I only know about the alchemy involved. Can we see that later? Oh, Kavui Samaru, can we also see that? Rhea noticed that Kavui Samaru was nearby and asked. I don't mind, but I've always wondered, how do you two know about this ship? You were shouting in the square, right, that you wanted to talk about the Queen Rain Shooter. This ship is currently called Bralco. When it was seized, no one knew the true ship name, so the Navy named it that. However, 6 months later, during repairs, a section marked Queen Rain Shooter was found. Was that on the helm? When Abel asked, Kavui Samaru's eyes widened in surprise. He really seemed astonished. Ah, so you really know about this ship? Yes, it was built in our Natore kingdom, however it went missing during a marine survey. Oh, the Suje Kingdom Navy seized it from pirates. When they attacked the base, this ship was also there. Pirates? Listening to Kavui Samaru's explanation, Rhea cast a sad gaze at the Queen Rain Shooter. He gently stroked its wall. Ah, our Navy also seems to have treated this ship with care. It seems the pirates polished it up well even at the time of seizure. Oh, so even the pirates understood that good things are good. I'm glad, Queen Rain Shooter. Rhea happily patted the wall. Knowing that the Queen Rain Shooter had been cherished even after leaving the Natore Kingdom made him happy. Abel, it seems the Queen Rain Shooter has been cherished. Yeah, it seems so. I think it's not right to seize this ship and return to the Natore Kingdom. I believe it should reign as the Queen of the Archipelago Sea region. Right, I never had any plans to seize it in the first place, and we have not discussed it at all. Be careful, the Lord Protector is looking at you strangely. Well, calling it the Queen of the Ship is a nice expression. It certainly suits its elegant appearance. Rhea rambled, and Abel admonished him. He noticed Kavui Samaru raising an eyebrow slightly as he listened. I have no intention of demanding the return of the Queen Rain Shooter. Abel clearly stated this to Kavui Samaru. I appreciate you saying that. Indeed, you two are the princess's benefactors and important guests whom we will continue to rely on, but this ship belongs to the kingdom's navy. It's not something that I can decide on my own. One cannot arbitrarily transfer state property and assets to people from other countries. I just want the Queen Rain Shooter to be happy, Rhea declared firmly. Our navy treats it with great care. Kavui Samaru also stated clearly he is a man of the sea. Including his subordinates, he would not treat a ship that holds their lives carelessly. Hearing that response, Rhea smiled and patted the wall of the Queen Rain Shooter again. It seemed to be his habit of showing satisfaction or joy. Well, if everyone is happy, that's the most important thing. Abel forcibly convinced himself of that. The Queen Rain Shooter quietly departed from the port, surprisingly quietly. This ship doesn't have a deep draft, therefore it can navigate in shallow seas and dock at relatively small ports. And it's quiet. Normally, such ships become unstable, but it compensates for that with its trimaran design, as I was explained before. Yes, just as you said, Mr. Abel. You really are knowledgeable. Well, it was a rare ship, so I asked various questions. Kavui Samaru was impressed, and Abel responded with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Rhea was glued to the window watching the scenery outside. And then he was wandering around the cabin, tapping things here and there, filled with joy. It was obvious to anyone that he was very happy. Rhea-san, you really like this ship, don't you? Yes, Your Highness, it's a wonderful ship. I recommend it to be the royal barge of the Queen in the future. I cannot decide that alone, but I'll keep that in mind as a hope. Princess Illyriaja accepted Rhea's suggestion with a smile. Of course, their conversation was audible to Abel and Kavui Samaru. He's making such a proposal. Indeed, I can't decide it alone, since it's one of the flagship vessels of the kingdom's navy. I'll keep it in the back of my mind, Abel said, and Kavui Samaru was left perplexed. Innocent proposals can sometimes trouble adults. Once they were completely away from the port, the Queen Rain Shooter increased its speed. Oh, Rhea couldn't help but let out a joyful exclamation. The captain and helmsman smiled at his innocent voice. The maximum speed is still much faster, but this is a sufficient speed, wouldn't you say? Yes, it's wonderful. Truly worthy of the performance of the Queen of Ships. Rhea responded cheerfully to Kavui Samaru's words. In Rhea's mind, the Queen Rain Shooter was already determined to be the Queen of Ships. Your Highness, let me once again explain the upcoming schedule. Yes. Kavui Samaru began to outline the future plans to Princess Illyriaja. Rhea and Abel were also secretly listening from the side. Well, secretly was Rhea's subjective awareness. Of course, Abel as well as the Princess and the Lord Protector knew they were listening. In 3 hours, we will cross the border. There will be 400 ships of the kingdom's navy stationed at the Suje kingdom's border, which we will join. 400 is a lot. If I remember correctly, that's almost the entire central navy, isn't it? That is correct. They were mobilized to apply pressure on the vassal kingdom. Furthermore, it's for the purpose of providing the princess's escort and making a grand entrance into the port. Princess Illyriaja tilted her head in inquiry, and Kavui Samaru nodded in response, with a slight smile. The king's entry into the city is a major event. While it signifies a show of strength, it is even more essential to demonstrate to the people that their protector has returned. In the Archipelago Sea, that translates to entering the port. The royal barge carrying the king comes into the city's port from which the king disembarks. It's a kind of ceremony. In terms of marking a division, ceremonies are necessary. Though they may seem pointless, by conducting a ceremony, announcements are made to the outside world while also helping the internal organization. These processes occur almost compulsively. A week after entering the royal castle, we are planning the Ascension ceremony. That's quick. The Ascension ceremony will involve nobles from all over the kingdom gathering in the capital. Will they make it in time? The nobles from the outskirts will be cutting it close. But it should be fine. Arrangements have been made so that the schedule and announcement for the Ascension ceremony will reach each noble concurrently with our entry. Rhea quietly marveled at Kavui Samaru's explanation. This guy is capable. He wanted to take a glance at Abel beside him, but he held back. He thought for sure he would get scolded. A gentleman does not approach danger. I understand. I will leave those schedules and arrangements to you. What should I be careful about? Please be careful of poison. In response to Princess Illyriaja's question, Kavui Samaru answered immediately. That one phrase changed Princess Illyriaja's expression. Naturally, it was due to considering the possibility of interference from the Duchy of Atinjo. Many people, including myself, have flirted with death due to their poison. Some have actually lost their lives. The Central Alchemy Research Institute is developing antidote alchemy tools, but it seems difficult. Well, that's only natural. If it were easy, it would have been developed long ago. Kavui Samaru shrugged as he said this. While it is symptomatic treatment, we are preparing various antidotes sourced from the Archipelago Sea region and even from the continent at the royal castle. Additionally, there will be healers who can diagnose what poison it is. So as long as you are in the royal castle, if you do get poisoned, unless it's a very fast-acting lethal poison, you should be fine. You will learn about the characteristics of those poisons at the royal castle. Kavui Samaru paused for a moment after that. Taking a breath, he continued, the higher likelihood is more direct attacks inside the royal castle. Yes, the Duchy of Atinjo has historically excelled in using assassins to kill lords and create confusion to take advantage of that. This time, the civil war in the Federation was likely instigated by them. They have also targeted our kingdom. Initially, it seemed like they were scheming to prevent intervention from the Archipelago Sea in the Federation's civil war, but it seems it's not that simple. In other words, do they want to extend their influence over the Suje kingdom itself, or even more directly seize the throne? That's... Princess Illyriaja was taken aback by Kavui Samaru's words. Abel and Rhea, who did not understand well, were confused. Excuse me for interrupting. Is there still someone with a higher right of succession to the throne than Princess Illyriaja? That's a tricky question, Kavui Samaru answered, shaking his head slightly in response to Abel's question. They are likely attempting to elevate the Crown Prince's eldest son, Jolt. He is only 5 years old. Naturally, the first Crown Princess will act as regent, but she is the niece of Duke Atinjo. Oh, Rhea nodded at Kavui Samaru's explanation. It seemed like a plausible development. Truly, aside from the princess and Jolt, there are no direct royal family members left. If His Majesty the King passed away and the Crown Prince succeeded the throne, Jolt would indeed be first in line for the right of succession. However, the deaths of the Crown Prince and His Majesty the King occurred almost simultaneously. In that case, according to national law, Jolt's right of succession would fall considerably behind Princess Illyriaja. Various circumstances differ from country to country. Abel shook his head slightly. Currently, Princess Illyriaja holds the first position for the right of succession, but, indeed, there are those who would not admit that easily. Yes, they are claiming that His Majesty the King passed away first. How troublesome, Abel grimaced, and Kavui Samaru added commentary while Rhea sighed. Princess Illyriaja, the concerned party, listened with a wry smile. She likely anticipated that problems would arise in that regard. Withdrawing her wry smile, she stated clearly, "However, I have decided to become queen." Hearing that, Kavui Samaru instinctively bowed his head. Rhea nodded vigorously. Abel nodded repeatedly, thinking, as expected, she has grown up as a princess. A king must possess flexibility, but if decisions are made after careful consideration and then actions are taken, they must not waver in many instances. If a king wavers, it causes confusion around them. Abel, who knew this from his own experience, found Princess Illyriaja's actions commendable. Naturally, he felt compelled to support her. After advancing for another hour, we would reach the border between the Kamakura feudal kingdom and the Suje kingdom. That's when the problem arose. Up ahead, a ship is moving to obstruct our vessel's course. Upon receiving that report, Kavui Samaru, Princess Illyriaja, and Rhea and Abel went to the bow of the ship to look toward the horizon ahead. The distance was still quite considerable. "Telescope, can you identify the ship's nationality?" "They are not flying any national flag. However, based on the shape of the ship, I believe it is a continent's go-war ship. I can see 5 of them." "Go-war ship?" Rhea tilted his head slightly. It was a type of ship he had never heard of. "It's a ship from the continent that can navigate in open seas. Its speed isn't particularly fast, but it has long-range attacks." "Excuse me?" Rhea let out a bewildered sound at Kavui Samaru's unexpected explanation. "Long-range attacks. Long-range attacks involve mages lined up to perform magic cannon fire." "Oh, I see." It seemed that the attack Rhea pictured in his mind was not like the bombardments of cannon fire seen in Earth's naval battles. If there are 20 mages on one ship, then that makes 100 across 5 ships. With this ship's speed, we might just manage to break through. Rhea must have heard Kavui Samaru's murmur as he turned to Kavui Samaru, creaking like a hinge. "Does that mean the queen range shooter might get damaged?" "Ah, we can't avoid some damage. A certain degree of loss is unavoidable. No way, I won't allow it." Kavui Samaru was unable to grasp the sudden change in Rhea, who had previously been in a relaxed mood. "I will protect the queen range shooter. The best spot to see the entire ship is the second-floor seats, right?" "Why, yeah. From the upper level, you can see both the ship and the surroundings easily." The queen range shooter had a place that could be referred to as the second-floor seats. Of course, the surroundings were exposed, but the view was nice. "I'll ask just to be sure, but is it okay to sink the enemy's ships?" "No problem. Since they aren't flying a national flag, they are treated the same as pirates. Sinking that ship won't have legal repercussions in this archipelago sea region." "Understood." After saying that, Rhea left the cabin and lightly tapped the wall of the queen range shooter. "Don't worry, I will protect you." He said it gently but firmly. Kavui Samaru turned to Abel, who was standing next to him. "What do you think, Abel?" "If Rhea says he will do it, then he will. You can trust that, even against 100 magic cannon fires. To be honest, I don't know what the East Nation's magic cannon fire is like." He paused for a moment and then continued. "Whether it's 100 or 1,000 or 1,000 to 10,000, if he says he will do it, then he will. That's Rhea. Ice wall multi-layer ice 50 layers. Rhea generated a multi-layered ice that was among the hardest of ice, creating an ice wall around the queen range shooter that would not be broken through, even by unexpected physical or magical impacts. The queen range shooter advanced, wrapped in the hardest ice. The 5 enemy ships had already stopped their movements ahead and were lined up in a row. They were preparing to bombard the queen range shooter simultaneously. An ice wall would suffice, but let's be extra cautious. Dynamic steam mine active. The dynamic steam mine was a spell Rhea favored. It set up water vapor in the air like a mine, and if an enemy's magic flew toward it, it would react and freeze. Even a powerful magic would disappear, taking everything with it in a flash of annihilation. However, this spell doesn't move on its own. Since it merely used the water vapor in the air as mines, it stayed in place. But this time, that wouldn't do. The queen range shooter that needed to be protected kept moving. Therefore, Rhea decided to move the water vapor he turned into mines along with it. Normally, he would specify coordinates like turn the water vapor at this position in the air into mines. But this time he specified turn the water vapor within this distance from the queen range shooter into mines. This way, the mined water vapor would naturally move with the queen range shooter, providing protection around it. "It's easy when using magic," Rhea murmured. This meant it was simpler compared to creating the same phenomenon through alchemy. With magic, all you needed was to visualize it. But with alchemy, that wasn't the case. Alchemy is where a magic formula or magic circle manifests magical phenomena. Sometimes the magic formula is inscribed on a magic stone, and other times, like with Rhea's Murakumo's sheath, it is inscribed on something like that. Rhea recognized both as alchemy. The difficult part about alchemy compared to magic is that you have to create many formulas to describe magic formulas or magic circles and accurately quantify them. Rhea had experienced that too much when he generated the Rondo-class second ship Neil Anderson through alchemy. Compared to that, magic was truly convenient and simple. I will protect the Queen range shooter. Come at me, Rhea shouted. Though they didn't hear his voice, the 5 Go-War ships ahead unleashed their magic simultaneously, attacking the Queen range shooter. Hundreds of magic cannon fires. All of them were fire attribute attacks. Among the 4 attributes, excluding light and darkness, fire attribute magic is said to have the highest attack power. That recognition probably didn't change in the Central Nations or the Eastern Nations. Because they were military ships, and because they intended to sink with magic cannon fire, they must have gathered mages capable of casting fire attribute attack magic. However, hundreds of lights of annihilation were unleashed, causing all the magic to vanish. Even from the Queen range shooter, it was clear that the Go-War ships were in a panic. There won't be a second chance. Floating magic circle, as Rhea chanted, 16 magic circles floated up behind him. Icicle lance shower fan. At that moment, ice lances shot out in a fan shape from Rhea and the magic circles. The simultaneous fire of ice lances, more than 10,000 in number. Each one was surprisingly thick this time. Perhaps it would be understood if I said it was as thick as an adult man's torso. So thick that it was hard to identify where the icicle part was. The extremely thick ice lances fell like a horizontal downpour. They tore through sails, broke masts, and pierced the side, making a large hole below the waterline. Perfectly calculated, the ice lances didn't hit any people but completely destroyed the ship's functionality. As a result, all 5 ships began to sink. Meanwhile, the Queen range shooter sailed through calmly. Some mages were launching magic while clinging to sinking ships, but of course, they were all rebuffed by the invisible ice wall. Rhea deliberately chose not to attack any humans. He could have sniped them like in some Earth naval battle, but artillery combat is the essence of naval battles, he murmured. It seemed Rhea had a particular obsession with naval battles. As he watched all 5 Go-War ships sink, the Queen range shooter left the battlefield unscathed. Rhea returned to the cabin. Rhea, good job. I successfully protected the Queen range shooter as declared. As expected. Oh, it was nothing special. Abel praised earnestly, and Rhea blushed. Next to Abel, Princess Illyriaja bowed her head and spoke. Thank you, Rhea, son. No, it was nothing more than my duty. Princess Illyriaja accepted the outcome as only natural, having witnessed Rhea's magic in the previous naval battle. She was slightly surprised when an astonishing number of ice lances struck the enemy ship, though. The ones who were more shocked were Kavui Samaru and the crew. Of course, Kavui Samaru received reports from Admiral Lockday through his aide Narn. In those reports, he had been told that the water attribute magician standing in front of him, Rhea, was not to be underestimated. While he had heard about it, and that Rhea had built a 200-meter ice bridge, even so, it surpassed his imagination. However, it was Kavui Samaru who understood it the fastest. He bowed deeply. Thank you for protecting our ship, Lord Rhea. I am deeply grateful. No, please don't mention it. I just didn't want the Queen range shooter to get damaged. Rhea flustered slightly at the deep bow he received. I want the Queen range shooter to maintain its position as the ship queen in the Archipelago Sea region. It must create a legendary tale befitting a queen. According to Rhea's unique theory, which others might not fully grasp, the Queen range shooter was destined to create legends. That day, the port of Puri, the royal capital of Suje Kingdom, was bustling with excitement. The 6th Princess, Illyriaja, was returning to the royal capital after 3 months. That rumor was spreading like wildfire. Moreover, there were rumors that the princess would ascend to the throne as queen, which were spreading just as rapidly. Those who were observant might have found it suspicious that both rumors had exploded on that very morning. It was as if someone had intentionally spread them, as if someone was trying to sway public opinion in a certain direction, as if someone was preparing everything for the occasion. Otherwise, the princess is said to be arriving at noon. The Navy will reportedly be following the princess. I heard that Lord Protector Kavui Samaru originally instigated a rebellion to put the princess on the throne. Such detailed rumors shouldn't have been circulating among the citizens. If Rhea had heard such rumors, he would have muttered, "This is information manipulation." Indeed, at noon, a ship appeared on the horizon. Its numbers increased as time passed. Is that the Royal Navy? It would be a disaster if they were enemies. Since there was no official explanation, the citizens gathered at the port voiced their thoughts while watching the growing fleet. Yet no one left that place. It was for the sake of expectation. If that were, as rumored, the princess and the Navy was indeed following her, and the invincible admiral, the Lord Protector, was with her, such expectation when everything came into view. It became clear that it was a grand fleet that filled the horizon, and there fluttering on the masts were the royal flag and the navy flag. Wow! No one present had ever witnessed such a massive fleet. Naturally, 400 warships. It was normal to never see such a sight even once in a lifetime. Leading the way with 400 warships was an elegant ship. It was a trimaran vessel that once seen, one could never forget. It's the Bralco, one of the flagship-level ships. I heard Lord Protector Kavui-Samaru often boards it. The fleet of 400 warships anchored outside the port. Only one, the elegant trimaran, entered the port. The center of the port was guarded by soldiers since morning, and the pier was clear. Smoothly, as if it was only natural, the ship docked. Descending from the ship was a beautiful woman, the woman everyone knew, the woman everyone adored, the woman everyone wished to crown as queen, the princess. Illyriaja, the princess has returned. And then the citizens' emotions exploded. Long live the princess! Long live Princess Illyriaja! Cheers erupted from all over the port. The voices spread from the port to within the royal capital. Princess Illyriaja stepped off the ship, smiling and waving. Woo! The citizens' emotions surged once more. A worthy king had returned to the citizens of Suje Kingdom. Wonderful! This is truly fitting for the unveiling of the ship, Queen Rain Shooter. Ah, yeah, but Illyriaja is the main star. An escort. I see that's quite important in a way. Indeed, on the ship, Rhea and Abel were joyfully watching the scene. The citizens' enthusiasm is incredible. They're quite popular. Rhea mentioned before that it's better for a king to have popularity among the citizens. He did say that. What was it? The way. What's that? The way comes first, then heaven, then earth, then general, and finally law. The way is that which enables the citizens to align their will with that of their ruler. Therefore, they will live or die together without doubt. It's getting even harder to understand. It's a passage from the usual art of war. The way means that good governance is when the feelings of the citizens are harmonized with those of the ruler. If that is done properly, the citizens will stand by the ruler in life and death. They will gladly fight together. I see. Well, that's obvious. The fact that you can say that so naturally means that Abel is governing rightly. Moreover, Princess Illyriaja's actions as a princess have likely resonated well with the citizens. That's why, even before her ascension, she has garnered such support. All that's left is for her to govern correctly without straying from the way once she becomes queen. Rhea explained seriously, nodding repeatedly. Rhea sometimes says surprisingly sensible things. How rude. It's not sometimes, it's always. Yeah, I can't agree with that. Ugh. While the two exchanged such banter, it seemed that Princess Illyriaja and her party had headed toward the royal castle. Naturally, Lord Protector Kavui-Samaru also rode behind the princess in a carriage. Since Rhea and Abel were considered foreigners, they would enter the castle with the guards towards the end. It seemed that a room was prepared for them in the royal castle. How nice! It would be great if they could prepare at least a room for us in the Natore Kingdom's royal castle as well. What, you wanted a personal room? Of course. I want to issue unreasonable orders based on my power as the first duke. I'll get it ready right away. From that day on, you'll be buried in paperwork. Forget what I just said. It's not good to abuse power and flaunt the authority of the first duke. I want to be a first duke who stands by the citizens. Rhea quickly retracted his earlier statement due to Abel's words. A first duke who stands by the citizens? All I can imagine is you lounging at Café de Chocolat. Abel's murmuring went unheard by Rhea. Princess Illyriaja's room was in a separate building within the royal castle. It was called the White Retreat and was exclusively for the 6th Princess Illyriaja. After this entry, she would continue to live there until her ascension as queen, just as before. There were fewer people coming and going there than in the royal castle itself. Naturally, it was easier to protect. Although it was connected to the royal castle by a corridor, being in a separate building was convenient in many ways. Additionally, the White Retreat was adjacent to 3 gazebos. Even though they were called gazebos, they were more like guest houses, equipped well beyond what was necessary for lodging. In one of them, a swordsman and a robed mage were being shown in. Oh, this is nice. I was wondering what the gazebo would be like, but it has a spacious living room, 2 bedrooms, and even a study. I can feel the strength of Suje Kingdom as a nation in this annex. Thank you very much. At Rhea's praise, the maid who guided the two smiled happily and bowed her head. Abel observed from the side. With that praise, she'll quickly win her over. Rhea has a natural charm with people. Abel, didn't you just think of something strange? No, not at all. What else could Rhea be concerned about other than coffee? Oh, right. The maid promised that once we arrived at the castle, we would be served delicious coffee. Apparently, it's from the Eastern Kingdom. Ah, that would be Kenya. Huh. Kenya? The term Kenya popped into Rhea's mind. Yes, I'll bring it right away. The maid said that and stepped away. Abel, it seems it's called Kenya. Yeah, that's what they said. Is there any problem with it being Kenya? And no. Come to think of it, I've never heard the word Kenya around here. Huh, I don't understand what Rio means. There might be no one called Kenya in the Central Nations. Even Alalian Baraha doesn't refer to himself as a Kenya. After waiting for a while, the maid brought in the coffee. The aroma filled the room the moment she entered. Oh, it smells wonderful. Indeed, Rio said happily, and Abel nodded in agreement. Rio loved coffee, and Abel was also quite fond of it. Rio eyed him suspiciously. You were quite absorbed in Kona coffee. More like that was about the only way I could have a simple change of pace. Don't worry, you'll be buried in paperwork. Shut up. While they were saying such things, coffee cups were lined up on the table, and coffee was poured from the decanter. This is even more amazing than earlier. Ah, the aroma of coffee is calming. Savoring the fragrance, both took a sip. Ah, oh. Both Abel and Rio could only say ah or oh. They took another sip. Yes, they could only manage and yes, but, like a fruit, yes, a hint of honey that sometimes forms at the center of perfectly ripe apples. Well, in any case, it's delicious. Both Abel and Rio agreed that it was indeed delicious. Thank you very much. The maid smiled again as she bowed her head at their satisfied expressions and words. In that gazebo, the aroma of coffee spread along with a sense of peace. Kenya, the coffee beans called geisha, are the original image. By the way, it was recently announced that To Books, which is publishing Water Attribute Mage, is making a new entry into Kimirano. Kimirano is a recommendation site for light novels and new literary works operated by KADOKAWA. Recently, my child ranked in Next Coming Light Novel Award 2021, and it was organized by Kimirano. To Books has been making moves lately, just like with the recent launch of Corona X. The only day they had to spare was the day of their arrival. From the next day onward, the two were thrown into a grueling workload. That said, it wasn't that they had no time to be lazy. Rather, they were assigned very difficult tasks. The job assigned to them was the protection of Princess Illyriaja. Of course, the Imperial Guards were also involved in her protection and would take care of the more complex movements. So what the two were supposed to do was to stand at the right and left rear of Princess Illyriaja. When she moved, they were to follow from behind. It feels like the old Warren. At Rio's muttering, Abel could only let out a small sigh. By the way, Warren was a companion from Abel's adventurer days, a shield user with the title of Unyielding, and he was actually the son of the noble Halom family, which had produced the shields for the kings through generations. Currently, he serves as the first count of the newly established Carlisle family, supporting the Natore kingdom from the northern center. When Abel first became king, Warren stood behind him in audiences, protecting him. Rio had likened him to that. Abel was tall, but he was definitely not a giant like Warren. However, he had a good appearance. At the moment, he was wearing a uniform prepared for him, resembling that of the captain of the Imperial Knights, based mainly on white. Since Princess Illyriaja often wore white, it seemed to have been prepared to match her. Rio wore his usual robe, which was also white in color. Since it was the robe of the Fairy King, it didn't get dirty, so he always wore it. It seemed to be fine. The workers in the White Retreat, where Princess Illyriaja resided, knew about Rio and Abel. In particular, Princess Illyriaja herself and her head butler, Lonk, treated them very courteously as they were, in a sense, guests of the princess. Furthermore, the Imperial Guards, informed by Lord Protector Kavui Samaru that the two were strong allies and individuals whom Princess Illyriaja trusted greatly, treated them with respect. Especially towards Abel, the Imperial Guards understood that he was not just anyone. Their responses were as if addressing someone of a higher status. Lord Abel, and Rio was also referred to as Lord Rio. Yes, it was in passing. Rio lamented the misfortunes of mages. Now, Princess Illyriaja was receiving a lecture on poisons. Rio and Abel were listening along with her. This seemed like knowledge that would be useful when they crossed to the continent. Most fast-acting lethal poisons have a taste that causes a tingling sensation at the tip of the tongue or a strong odor. Therefore, if you experience that, please spit it out immediately and move away. An elderly man named Boysen, who was also a healer, was explaining. He had short-cropped white hair and wore white clothes reminiscent of a doctor, along with glasses. Yes, glasses. In the Central Nations, monocles were common, but Rio couldn't recall seeing glasses that corrected both eyes. However, it seemed that glasses were circulating in the Archipelago Sea region. In the Archipelago Sea region, recovery from injuries or illnesses was conducted by healers. It didn't seem that religious figures like the priests in the Central Nations or the clergy in the Western Nations monopolized it. Perhaps because of that, the religious factions appeared to be quite weak. However, please be careful with this Shuren's poison. Saying this, the healer Boysen held up a small vial. Inside was a transparent liquid resembling water. It is completely tasteless and odorless. Once ingested, paralysis and numbness will occur, leading to near-certain death. Near certain? Princess Illyriaja's murmuring was heard. Poison nodded once before continuing. In fact, the poison that Lord Protector Kavui Samaru received was this Shurin's poison. Not only Princess Illyriaja, but also Rhea and Abel were taken aback. Come to think of it, it had been said that he wandered on the brink of death for 3 months. He managed to survive somehow, but that was almost a miracle. Normally, such miracles cannot be expected. So please do not allow it into your body. At Poison's words, Rhea and Abel couldn't help but nod. Yes, Shurin's poison is a fast-acting lethal poison that's tasteless and odorless, but there is another poison that is completely tasteless and odorless. That is the Kairaru poison. He took out a bottle that was about twice the size of the one containing Shurin's poison. However, this Kairaru poison is slow-acting and gradually erodes the body. It is derived from the root of the Kairaru plant, but it requires quite advanced refining techniques. However, due to its complete tastelessness and odorlessness, it is commonly seen on the continent. Even a single drop can cause long suffering. The functions of various organs within the body will decline. As for what specifically happens, it varies from person to person. However, it is said that to fully recover your body, it takes more than 2 years after discontinuing exposure, so please be careful. At Poison's words, Rhea and Abel nodded slightly. When the lecture on poisons concluded, Rhea seemed to have thought of something. He approached healer Poison. "Excuse me, Poison-sensei, could I have just a little bit of that Shurin's poison?" "Lord Rhea, that's not allowed. This poison is strictly regulated. Are you planning to conduct some sort of experiment?" "Yes, I have something I'd like to try." "In that case, why not experiment with this Jubijubai poison instead? This has a strong odor and a stinging sensation on the tongue, so there's no chance of mishandling it. Yet its effects on the body are the same as Shurin's poison." "Ah, I see. Yes, then I'll take that." Poison handed Rhea the bottle of Jubijubai poison. Unlike the colorless and transparent Shurin's poison, the Jubijubai poison was red, looking quite toxic. It even exuded an aura of being the poison of poisons. "Thank you very much." Rhea received it with a smile and returned to Abel. "Rhea, why did you bring back poison? I had something I wanted to try." Later, it was said that a horrifying experiment was conducted using Abel's body in the gazebo. That night in the former office of the First Admiral, which was now the office of the Lord Protector. "Your Excellency, the compilation of information is complete." "Ah, Narn, good work." The one who appeared holding a bundle of reports was Kavui Samaru's aide, Narn. After parting ways in the Kamakuta feudal kingdom, Narn flew around both domestically and abroad, gathering information, and had just returned. "As expected, the movements of the Grand Duchy are intense." "Yes. The 5 Gower ships that attacked your Highness's party at sea were Buna-type long-range assault ships from the Duchy of Atinjo. Since they invaded even the territorial waters of the vassal kingdom, I thought it could only be that country, and it seems I was right. The Duchy of Atinjo is a major nation on the continent. They incite civil war in the Jejishlu Federation at the southern tip of the continent and are also trying to extend their influence into the archipelago sea region. Moreover, Princess Illyriaja's rival, the Crown Prince's legitimate son Jolt, is the nephew of Crown Princess Rhea of the Duchy of Atinjo. To think that the movements of Crown Princess Rhea and the Grand Duchy are unrelated would be excessively optimistic. As Kavui Samaru quickly skimmed through several reports, he suddenly paused. Then he began to read them again, this time slowly. "Poison from Kairaru was detected from the late king's body." Yes. It was confirmed that it was ingested more than a year ago, but Kairaru's poison remains in the body for a long time and continues to cause harm. Perhaps the reason the late king did not recover well after the accident and lost his eyesight was. However, everything the late king ingested was subjected to tasting, and not just some casual tasting. Yes, you are correct. If we could know more precisely when it entered his body, we could speculate on the route. But it has been more than a year since. Kavui Samaru frowned, and his aide Narn shook his head slightly. Concerning the accident, investigations had clearly revealed the involvement of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. But Kavui Samaru's muttering reached Narn's ears. He was likely contemplating this poison as well, seeing that, after a while, Narn opened his mouth. "Your Excellency, that's all I have regarding Kairaru's poison, but I have a report concerning Shurin's poison." Sorry, what about Shurin's poison?" "In this royal capital, the only Shurin's poison present is stored by healer Poison." Is it?" Kavui Samaru frowned again. It seemed like an unwelcome report was about to continue. "Yes, 4 months ago a trace of a very small amount being brought into the royal capital was found." 4 months ago. Just before I was targeted," Kavui Samaru scoffed. He had collapsed due to poison at a time when he absolutely could not fall, forcing him to abandon much of his plans. Moreover, while he was incapacitated, unnecessary sacrifices had occurred among the soldiers over the princess. Even now, he sometimes despises his own foolishness. The cargo was smuggled in by a ship belonging to the Grand Duchy. The destination of that cargo was not? Yes, the Crown Prince's palace. What a thing! He had somewhat expected this. Kavyue-samaru's reaction was more about not wanting it to be true than being surprised. Whether it was the late Crown Prince, the Crown Princess, or anyone else, the Crown Prince's palace was a problematic place in many ways. While the Crown Prince is indeed one of the princes, he is completely different from the other princes and princesses. First of all, he has his own territory. This is necessary for learning governance before becoming king. And as a matter of course, he also has his own military force. If he does not know how to command an army, it will be difficult when he becomes king. The Crown Prince is a power figure that can be seen as a small king. It is understandable. Each reason is quite reasonable. However, having an independent military force was questionable. Kavyue-samaru had continuously advised the king on this matter since he was first admiral. It is tradition. The king had adopted many of Kavyue-samaru's counsel, but on this issue, he would not nod in agreement. Furthermore, as if it were a matter of course, Kavyue-samaru's attempts to reduce the independent military force appeared as a clear enemy in the eyes of the Crown Prince's palace. He had faced various forms of harassment, big and small. However, almost all of the kingdom's navy had sworn absolute loyalty to Kavyue-samaru. This was due to his overwhelming achievements. The criteria by which soldiers evaluate their commanders are extremely simple: whether they can win and bring them back to the kingdom. No matter how many grand phrases are uttered or how valiant words are said, a commander who loses is a problem. Their lives are on the line. In that regard, Kavyue-samaru was perfect. Not only within the kingdom but also from neighboring countries, he was referred to as the Invincible Admiral due to his achievements. Furthermore, he treated all crew members and soldiers equally. Because of this, even though the Crown Prince's palace disliked Kavyue-samaru, they never openly opposed him, especially in front of the king. Once someone becomes the Crown Prince, even the king does not easily depose them. However, even so, the authority to depose the Crown Prince rests solely with the king. That is why the Crown Prince and Crown Princess behave very obediently in front of the king. The king also seemed to understand the Crown Prince's cunning nature to some extent. However, even so, he hoped that through various experiences, he would gain good qualities. Thus, he allowed him to retain his own military force to gain experience. But the king had an accident and then fell ill. From there, it is no exaggeration to say that all gears went awry. Kavyue-samaru let out a small sigh. There are 4 days until the Crown Prince's Ascension ceremony, considering that nobles from all over will begin arriving in the royal capital tomorrow afternoon. If there are bold moves, it will be tonight or tomorrow morning. Yes. Regarding the protection of the princess, the night is fine. With your highness's permission, it seems that the aforementioned Lord Rhea has entirely covered your highness's bedroom with ice walls. What? For the whole night? Yes. It's incredible. Astonished, Aidnarn and Kavyue-samaru exchanged a wry smile. It was far removed from the common sense of magic they knew. That fact that Lord Rhea and Lord Abel have sided with us is the princess's hidden strength. I understand what you want to say. Now, I wonder what will happen tomorrow. No one could respond to Kavyue-samaru's muttering. The overall evaluation of the water attribute Mage has exceeded 290,000 points. This is all thanks to the readers who always read and contribute points. Thank you very much. After breakfast, Princess Illyriaja and Lord Protector Kavyue-samaru were having a meeting in the princess's room. As expected, Rhea and Abel were also sitting at the same table, although they didn't fully understand the conversation. Much of it revolved around the procedures for the rehearsal of the Ascension ceremony, and it was clear that they wouldn't stand behind the princess during the actual event. For some reason, it seemed they would be seated in the guest area. By the way, Abel was in the guest area during the port festival when the Queen Rain shooter was unveiled, Rhea mentioned. Now that you mention it, that was quite nostalgic, Abel replied. That was more than 3 years ago. Back then everything looked so bright, Rhea reminisced. Doesn't it look bright now? Abel asked. Because I'm protecting someone as ruthless and vicious as you, Rhea shot back. I have some serious grievances too, you know, Abel muttered, speaking quietly to avoid being overheard. However, since they were at the same table, it seemed that both Princess Illyriaja and Kavyue-samaru could hear them. Yet the two continued to focus on the procedures, truly professional. At that moment, the chief chamberlain appeared. Your Highness, an invitation has come from the Crown Princess to the palace. In an instant, Princess Illyriaja and Kavui Samaru exchanged sharp glances. Both understood that the atmosphere had changed almost simultaneously. Abel's gaze also sharpened. Rhea was the last to react. However, from his muttering, it was evident he wasn't dazed. In such a case, the primary weapon is poison. The second is an attack by thugs. Of course, that was a projection based on typical light novel knowledge and classic tropes from foreign dramas. He hadn't experienced it himself. Normally, Abel would immediately deny such claims, but this time he didn't. Regardless of the source, what Rhea said was quite plausible, so he sought confirmation. Is it possible for the crown princess to directly harm Princess Illyriaja? Abel's words were very direct. Even though they knew, the princess's face stiffened slightly. Abel, could you at least soften your words a bit? Oh, sorry. But no, Mr. Abel's question is important. Lord Protector, what do you think? While Rhea scolded Abel, Princess Illyriaja remained tense. To be honest, poison is a possibility. Seriously? Abel couldn't help but mutter at Kavui Samaru's response. If it's a slow-acting poison, it would be perfect. Even if it were obvious that something consumed at the Crown Prince's palace was the cause, they could just feign ignorance. With His Majesty the King absent and the Crown Prince also away, it's possible to assert that, for now, Lord Jolt and the Crown Princess are at the top of the royal family. If that's the case, if the princess collapses, only the Crown Princess and Lord Jolt will remain in the royal family. Sure, they could push through. That said, it's difficult to refuse the invitation from Crown Princess Rhea. If she ascends, it will be different, but for now, she is still the sixth princess. Their position is higher. As Abel and Kavui Samaru discussed the situation, they sought to devise better actions. It may not be possible to refuse the invitation, Princess Illyriaja stated unequivocally. Your Highness, the Crown Princess Lady Rhea may not necessarily be plotting anything. We must avoid further conflict within the royal family. This afternoon, the nobles from various regions will start to arrive at the royal capital, won't they? We need their support for the royal family as before. Once more, Princess Illyriaja spoke with clarity. Once she said that no one could stop her. Therefore, Rhea proposed, Your Highness, how about donning the armor of ice just in case of an attack? Rhea, son? Princess Illyriaja tilted her head at Rhea's suggestion. Ice armor missed as Rhea chanted. A glow enveloped Princess Illyriaja from head to toe. However, it quickly subsided, and it seemed nothing had changed. Isn't ice armor supposed to be that sparkling thing? Abel, times have changed. This one is designed to be inconspicuous. Abel recalled a time when he had seen the ice armor worn in the office. The members of the Red Sword noticed the sparkling armor immediately when they entered. Princess Illyriaja was touching her face and arms over her clothing. Then it seemed she understood. Something extremely thin is adhering close to my skin if I don't consciously notice it. There's no discomfort at all. Just as expected from Your Highness, it's made of very thin and fine pieces of ice. It's based on the principle used to create the ice mats that were placed on the chairs aboard the ship, just barely clinging to the skin. It is also applied to the palms, so if you shake hands, the other person will feel a slight discomfort. That's fine. The sailors have a habit of shaking hands, but among the royal family and nobles, that habit is absent. Princess Illyriaja smiled in response. Rhea is that thin one, okay? I understand Abel's concerns, but I've realized something. If it won't break anyway, then it doesn't matter whether it's 100 millimeters thick or just 1 millimeter. Oh? Of course, what Rhea meant was based on the assumption it wouldn't break. For example, if he were hit with Demon Leonor's infernal flame, it could break, but it wouldn't break from a regular knife stab. So it could be thin. That leaves us with poison. It seemed Abel and Kavui Samaru shared the same concerns. Well, I have considered that as well. Huh, Rhea said, and Princess Illyriaja was surprised. That must be. Then it appeared Abel remembered something, frowning. Seeing that, Princess Illyriaja seemed to recall something else. Could it be, once again, Mr. Abel has become a sacrifice? Just as expected from Your Highness. Yes, Abel has once again become a sacrifice. I don't think it's necessary to make me a sacrifice every time. Princess Illyriaja smiled, Rhea nodded, and Abel shook his head. The name Abel is synonymous with sacrifice. That's absurd. It has always been established that those named Abel make great sacrifices. Even if that were true, I can't accept it. That's troubling. Not everyone possesses knowledge of the Old Testament. After all, there likely isn't a Bible in the world of Phi. Anyway, I have a plan. With that, Rhea smiled brightly. Crown Prince Palace. Princess Illyriaja, thank you for coming. Lady Rhea, thank you for inviting me. Crown Princess Rhea was a beautiful woman suited for the description of dignified. Her eldest son Jolt was not present. I'm sorry, Jolt has not been feeling well since this morning. I had thought of rescheduling for another day, but since you will be busier than ever once you ascend, I thought today might be our last chance. No, Crown Princess Rhea and Princess Illyriaja sat across from each other at the table. Rhea and Abel stood rigidly at the far end of the room. On the opposite side, two maids assigned to Crown Princess Rhea were standing. There were 2 cups of drinks prepared on the table before Princess Illyriaja entered. Its return's sake, I would like to raise a toast to celebrate Princess Illyriaja's safe return. Lady Rhea, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well myself, so alcohol might be a bit. Princess Illyriaja's expression turned apologetic as she tried to decline Rhea's offer. However, don't say that, just 1 cup. But I have also lost my husband in this chaos. Illyriaja, you have lost your majesty and your siblings, haven't you? From now on, it will just be Jolt and us. I want us to work together to support the kingdom. This is a pledge of our unity, please. Lady Rhea, when the Crown Princess said that, it was something Princess Illyriaja couldn't refuse. The positions of the Crown Princess and the 6th Princess were different. It was a fact that Rhea was the Crown Princess, and it was also a fact that Illyriaja was the 6th Princess. Once the Ascension in 3 days occurred, their positions would change drastically. Then, just 1 cup. Princess Illyriaja couldn't resist any longer. Moreover, in her heart, Rhea's words echoed. I have a plan. Now, please. Rhea placed one of the cups in front of Illyriaja and the other in front of herself. Princess Illyriaja picked up the cup set before her. It was at that moment. Your Highness, I must excuse myself. Rhea's voice came from the far side of the room as he walked over. He did not have his usual carefree demeanor. Though it was in the style of the Central Nations, he perfectly executed the court etiquette as he approached directly behind Princess Illyriaja. Then he said something. After a while, Princess Illyriaja nodded and said, "Thank you." In response, he returned to his original place with perfect courtesy and movement. Normally, that could be seen as an act of interruption between the Crown Princess and the princess. However, because his movement was so flawless and graceful, no one dared to intervene. Lady Rhea, thank you for your patience. Ah, no, then cheers. Princess Illyriaja and Crown Princess Rhea lifted their cups. After that, the conversation flowed aimlessly. 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed, and by the time 5 minutes had gone by, Rhea began to tilt her head in her mind. Why is nothing happening? I used Shuren's poison. It should have shown effects immediately. I was rather pondering how to frame her guards for suffering. Due to it being tasteless and odorless, handling it required great care. One must absolutely avoid mixing up her cup with the others, and the guards' mouths must be sealed as well. Could it be that the poison isn't in there? Rhea glanced at the maid at the edge of the room. The maid, too, seemed to not understand why nothing was happening, shaking her head slightly. Did something happen when her guards approached earlier, but they hadn't switched the cups? Cure is, of course, ineffective unless ingested, and doing something to counter the poison before drinking won't change the outcome. Of course, ideally, if there was sufficient time, a slow-acting poison like Kairukaruru's would have been used to ensure the effect manifested after Princess Illyriaja left this palace. But now, time was of the essence. Kairukaruru's poison is indeed slow-acting, capable of remaining in the body for a long time, but the time it begins to manifest its effects varies from person to person. Moreover, it can be quite scattered. In the best case, it could start showing effects a day later. In the worst case, it could take 5 days. 5 days would be far too late. It would be meaningless after the Ascension ceremony. If Princess Illyriaja ascended as queen, if she were to die afterward, Jolt's claim to the throne would drop significantly. At that point, he would no longer be referred to as son of the Crown Prince, but rather son of the former Crown Prince. That means he would be treated the same as distant relatives with even a drop of royal blood. Moreover, complicating things further, Jolt was still only 5 years old. As he was not yet an adult, his claim to the throne would be even weaker. Such a thing could not be allowed. Absolutely, Princess Illyriaja must not be allowed to ascend. Rhea regretted countless times in her heart the naivety of her foresight, all due to that rebellion by Kavui Samaru. The king, the crown prince, and all the princes and princesses had perished. The only one remaining was the 6th princess, and she wasn't even in the capital, and she had defeated Kavui Samaru with poison. The only one who could succeed to the throne was her son Jolt, without a doubt. Wonderful, a perfect situation. However, the Central Navy, the greatest military force, would not follow her and Jolt. The conflict between Kavui Samaru, who led the Central Navy, and the Crown Prince Palace was well known. Thus, she thought it unlikely the entire Central Navy would side with her. Even so, she had anticipated some would defect. But not a single ship nor a single person had defected. Of course, the Crown Prince Palace had its own military. She attempted to mobilize them. She did, but it was impossible. The Central Navy preemptively struck, and by the time Rhea realized, they had all disarmed. The commanding officers were thrown into dungeons under the control of the Central Navy. The Central Navy awaited the return of their one and only master, Kavui Samaru. They awaited the return of the man poisoned and wandering near death. They probably acted as they believed was most justifiable. The disarmament of the Crown Prince Palace's forces was one of those actions. Ultimately advancing the main forces to southern Tamako province was another. 3 months passed. At last, Kavui Samaru returned. The news sent shivers down Reyna's spine. He would surely take the lives of her and Jolt. However, Kavui Samaru left the capital. At that time, Reyna couldn't grasp where he had gone. A week later, when he returned, for some reason, he brought Princess Illyriaja with him. Moreover, as soon as they returned to the royal capital, news was sent out to all the nobles throughout the kingdom. In a week, Princess Illyriaja will ascend as queen. Hearing that, Reyna was furious. She was in despair. She was driven to madness. She must stop Princess Illyriaja's ascension, even if she had to kill her. Fortunately, her homeland, the Duchy of Atinjo, was willing to cooperate fully. It seemed that the duchy had known about Princess Illyriaja's return and her ascension to the throne before she herself did. But she chose not to touch on that. It was her homeland and her uncle was the duke, but the duchy had its own designs. Naturally, she understood that not everything would be conveyed to her. Ultimately, the method she chose was assassination by poison. However, she was not the only one making choices. Yes, the duchy had its own plans. While Crown Princess Reyna was panicking over the poison's effects not manifesting, an incident occurred. 3 arrows flew in through the open window, attacking Princess Illyriaja. Ice wall, the arrows were deflected by the instantaneously erected ice wall. The arrows fell to the floor. Princess, Abel rushed to Princess Illyriaja, drawing his sword to shield her from behind. Lady Reyna, what is happening? I don't know. Princess Illyriaja, with the dignity of a queen, pressed her with questions. Crown Princess Reyna, in turn, was flustered. She genuinely did not understand what was happening. Crown Princess Reyna had not issued such orders. From Reyna's reaction, Illyriaja recognized that this attack was unknown to Reyna. That said, they were still in the Crown Prince Palace. With the Crown Prince absent, the responsibility now fell on the Crown Princess. Reyna would have to bear the responsibility for the failure to prevent this attack, and for the fact that such a thing happened in the Crown Prince Palace. Nonetheless, escaping was the priority. Rhea initially thought of surrounding the area with the ice wall and forcing an escape. But from outside the window, 4 pieces of paper resembling Tanzaku flew in, making that impossible. Is the ice wall peeling off? As Rhea rushed to protect Princess Illyriaja after Abel, he muttered. It wasn't magic nullification. It didn't seem like magical control had been stolen. However, the ice wall couldn't be maintained for long. He could generate the ice wall. Yet within 5 seconds, the ice wall began to break apart into several pieces and drift away, eventually disappearing. Rhea, something strange is happening. I can't tell if it's magic from the Eastern nations or alchemy, Abel asked briefly, and Rhea replied. But exploring the cause would have to come later. It can last for 5 seconds, so as long as we generate them consecutively, we'll be fine. As he said that, 4 more pieces of Tanzaku flew in through the window. Icicle Lance 4, Rhea immediately shot an ice spear at the paper. Swish, the icicle lance didn't hit. Impossible, Icicle Lance 4, swish. The scene repeated. It neither deflected nor avoided the icicle lance. The trajectory of the icicle lance changed just before it hit the paper. What is that? He couldn't help but shout. It was a first-time experience. Ice wall multi-layer ice level 20, feeling an ominous premonition, he erected the ice wall between the paper and Princess Illyriaja and themselves, along with Crown Princess Reyna. It would only last 5 seconds, but there was no other option. He just needed to create them in succession. Boom, dot-a-dot-a-dot-a-dot. First, a heavy explosion echoed, followed by hundreds, thousands of stones being shot from the 4 pieces of paper suspended in midair. They weren't targeting anyone in particular, but instead shot in all directions, up, down, left, right. Ice wall multi-layer ice level 20, Rhea kept re-erecting the ice wall every 5 seconds. This is quite bothersome. Ice wall multi-layer ice level 20, while complaining, he continued to create them in succession. The rain of stones continued for about a minute. Oh no, this is ice wall level 20 package. Finally, he set up ice walls to cover everyone in the room. The pillars had already become riddled with holes. Then the roof collapsed. Protected by the ice wall, the group returned to the White Retreat. The royal castle is dangerous, isn't it? Abel has managed to survive for 3 years, Rhea remarked. Well, usually it's considered the safest place in the country. I think normally it wouldn't be this severe here either. Abel waved his hand, misunderstood. The 2 of them were whispering in the spacious living room of Princess Illyriaja's quarters, which also served as a meeting room. Princess Illyriaja was changing into more comfortable clothes in the adjacent room. While she typically wore something like a dress, It seemed that her outfit was closer to formal attire since she was visiting as the crown princess. Being part of the royal family comes with its challenges. At that moment, Princess Illyriaja returned from the next room. It certainly seemed simpler compared to attire one would expect when visiting a crown princess. At the same time, the door from the hallway opened and Kavui Samaru entered. "Your Highness, I'm relieved to see you safe." He knelt before Princess Illyriaja. "Lord Protector, I'm sorry for causing you worry." "Thanks to the two of you, I was protected," she replied with a gentle smile. The four of them took their seats. "Not only poison, but also a magical attack. How reckless. What does the Crown Prince's palace plan to do?" Kavui Samaru muttered to himself. "Poison? That's right. Rio-san, was there no poison in the cup given by Lady Rhea?" Princess Illyriaja asked Rio. She thought for sure there would be some kind of poison. It was tasteless and odorless, so it could have been either Shuren's poison or Kairaru poison. "It might have been, but it should be fine. It should have been neutralized," Rio said. "Neutralized? Yes, I have a unique constitution that apparently dispels evil energies. It seems that includes neutralizing poison." "Oh, so that's why you could approach me then?" "Yes, Your Highness. I confirmed through experiments that if I stay within that distance for 5 seconds, it will be neutralized." "Could it be that Mr. Abel was the one who became a sacrifice in that experiment?" Princess Illyriaja asked with a smiling confirmation, and Abel nodded silently. "Though Abel looks quite displeased, he is not making that face out of dissatisfaction with you, Your Highness. He really is an impolite swordsman," Kavui Samaru remarked. "Of course, it's Rio's fault that I'm making this face." "That. Was it Jubajubai's poison? I was forced to drink that glaringly red, obviously dangerous substance," Abel complained. "But you were neutralized, weren't you?" "The smell remained the same, and the color too. Why did it have to be me?" "Rio could have tested it instead." "I couldn't just test it myself. I had to unfortunately use Abel's body for the experiment." "Yes, unfortunately. How many times have I wiped away my overflowing tears?" "Don't lie, you were laughing and saying, 'It's fine, Abel, please be a sacrifice.' Ahahaha. Really, I have no memory of that." Rio feigned sudden amnesia, much like a high-ranking official testifying somewhere. Princess Illyriaja giggled. Kavui Samaru let out a wry smile. Peace is built on the sacrifices of many. "Regardless of the poison, the magic was quite dangerous." "No, it was magic, wasn't it?" "What was that?" "I've never seen anything like it, not in the Central Nations or the Western Nations," Abel questioned, while Rio tilted his head in response. "It had a feel similar to Japanese talismans, but from what he glimpsed, it didn't appear as complex as a talisman. There didn't seem to be many characters written on it. There was no familiar magic circle drawn either. But now that he thought about it, it might have looked like a combination of squares and triangles. Could it be closer to alchemy than magic? I'm a bit curious," Rio said, as if something struck him. Kavui Samaru spoke up. "It might be a sorcerer from the continent." "Sorcerer?" Princess Illyriaja, Abel, and Rio said in unison. The tone of their voices varied. Princess Illyriaja expressed pure curiosity. Abel sensed the smell of trouble. Rio was stimulated by curiosity. "I don't know the details, but I've heard there are quite a few on the continent. They use talismans to activate magic remotely or strengthen it. Things referred to as spirit talismans can summon and control spirits and monsters." "What?" Among them, Rio reacted the most excitedly to Kavui Samaru's explanation. "That's intriguing. So what happened earlier means they activated magic remotely using talismans." I see. They never showed themselves, so the sorcerer wasn't present there but was probably at a location a bit further away. I wonder why could they not enter? "That's true. I wondered the same thing. If they were going to make such a flashy move, they should have gone all out. Once you failed once, the defenders will become even more rigid," Abel added, voicing his own doubts. To this, Princess Illyriaja unexpectedly responded. Perhaps it was an action not included in their plans. "Plans? Yes. The reason I was invited to the Crown Prince's palace today was due to Lady Rhea's unilateral decision. It may have been a sudden decision." "Lady Rhea?" Princess Illyriaja paused there for a moment. She closed her eyes, then quickly opened them and continued speaking. "Lady Rhea may have poisoned me, but that was the extent of her involvement. I believe she was unaware of that ambush." "Why do you think so?" Kavui Samaru questioned. "I inferred it from Lady Rhea's expression." "I see. The Crown Prince's palace is not a place that outsiders can easily enter. If the attackers had known in advance that I was to be invited, they might have entered the Crown Prince's palace to ambush me. But if that wasn't the case, they had no choice but to attack from the outside." Upon Princess Illyriaja and Kavui Samaru's conclusion, Rio and Abel nodded in agreement. "Because it was a sudden plan, we managed to get off this time, but once you go that far, there's no turning back. If they had known for certain that you would be standing at a specific place at a specific time, they would have made detailed preparations in advance to launch an attack." The Ascension ceremony. 3 days from now, Abel and Kavui-Samaru said. I have a question. What is it, Ryo-san? Is there anyone at the royal castle who is knowledgeable about sorcerers or talismans? It seems we don't know enough about our opponents to defend against them. That's true. It wouldn't do us any good to defend without that knowledge. I believe Elder Boysen was quite knowledgeable about it. The healer, the one who lectured us about poisons? Yes. Elder Boysen apparently trained for a long time on the continent when he was younger. So, he knows a lot about poisons from the continent, but he should also be knowledgeable about sorcerers. Although he does not use it himself, one of his former disciples became capable of using talismans. Given the circumstances, I'll request him to teach you, Ryo-san. Ah, thank you. Thus, Ryo would spend the next 3 days rigorously learning about sorcerers and talismans. Elder Boysen's lectures were very easy to understand, and Ryo enjoyed them. Of course, he was learning to protect Princess Illyriaja, whose life was in danger. But still, discovering the unknown was a pleasurable experience. That joy was something he couldn't extinguish. For some, that could be called curiosity. They say curiosity killed the cat, but that can't be helped. To know the unknown, that is the nature of an intelligent being. On the night of the second day after Ryo started learning, he bowed his head to Abel. What's up all of a sudden? Abel, can I use one of these magic stones? Ryo said as he took out a small blue magic stone. It was about half the size of a pinky fingernail, but it was a deep shade of blue. Isn't that from that sardine-like sea monster? It was the magic stone obtained after defeating the Kraken, caught using the 7 arms of the Rondo-class second ship Neil Anderson, when they spotted a bait ball on the way back. It will be a good gift if you agree, Abel. No, it's not about what I think, it's something Ryo obtained on that ship, so you should be free to do with it as you please. No, that's not how it works. We gathered them together. Those on the ship share everything. Anything obtained from the ship should be split equally. Okay. Ryo had a strangely scrupulous side in situations like this. Abel also knew that. Well, use it as you wish. Thank you, Abel. The remaining 6 will be split 3 and 3. Is that so? Is that not enough? All right, I can adjust my cake privilege from once a week to once every 2 weeks. That can't be helped, Ryo suggested, looking somewhat regretful. Well, unless we return to the kingdom, I can't exercise my cake privilege anyway, Abel said. Ugh, it's a hard world we live in, Abel said in exasperation as Ryo shook his head. The next day, Ryo handed one of the stones to Kavui-Samaru, along with a paper with something drawn on it. Kavui-Samaru accepted it with surprise. It should be ready by tomorrow morning. Hearing that response, Ryo nodded happily. Afterward, he began writing various magic formulas on a piece of ice. It was the usual piece of ice used in alchemy, which allows for easy manipulation. While guarding Princess Illyriaja, whenever he found a moment, he would write magic formulas on the ice, occasionally generating ice with magic for confirmation. From Abel's side, he couldn't precisely understand, but he could tell it was something related to defensive magic. The magic circles and formulas drawn here would be transferred to something arriving tomorrow. Through that, the transferred item would become an alchemy tool. Abel had seen Ryo and Kenneth draw magic formulas for alchemy tools in this manner, so he was knowledgeable about that aspect. However, there were still questions in his mind. That night, even after returning to his room, Ryo continued drawing magic formulas on the piece of ice. But after eating dinner for a while, he finally seemed to reach a stopping point. He began to brew coffee. Up until now, he had been having a maid bring it to him, but this time he was making it himself. Having gained some foresight allowed him to do so. At that timing, Abel decided to ask about the question he had been pondering. Hey Ryo, when you were attacked in the Crown Prince's palace, your ice wall was peeled away, right? Yeah, it was peeled away. Why was that? Was it something like the Kraken in the sea? Abel had experienced Ryo's magic-generated ice wall being stripped away when it lost magical control to the Kraken during their battle on the Rondo-class second ship Neil Anderson. He asked because the phenomena seemed to be the same this time. However, Ryo shook his head in response. While it may look the same, the fundamentals are different. The Kraken stole the magical control. You could say it overrode it. But this time it wasn't about losing magical control, but rather that the magical power lines were shifted, which is the correct expression. Magical power lines shifted? Abel didn't understand. This sensation was something only a mage could grasp. For example, even after generating the ice wall, magical power continues to be supplied from me toward the ice wall. It's invisible, but a mage can sense it. I've taken to calling it magical power lines. However, with that talisman, it shifts those magical power lines. As a result, the ice wall falls outside of my control. I think that talisman disrupts magical power. I don't fully understand, but I get the gist of it. Abel nodded while slightly furrowing his brow at Ryo's explanation. However, this raised another question. Does that mean we can solve it by turning it into an alchemy tool? In the battle against the Kraken, generating the ice wall through alchemy had allowed Rhea to avoid losing magical control. Could he solve the issue of the magical power lines this time with the alchemy tool that would reproduce the magic formulas Rhea was drawing? Probably, it's theoretically impossible. Hey. However, logically thinking, the closer the supply source is to the target, the smaller the deviation will be, right? Huh. What do you mean? For example, let's say you shoot an arrow with a bow. If you're aiming far away, any gust of wind or a slight miscalculation while shooting will greatly increase the final deviation. That's true. But if you're aiming for a close target, even if a gust of wind blows, the deviation will be minor, and even if your aim wavers slightly, the final deviation won't be as significant, right? Indeed. In other words, if the magical power supply source and the target magic are close, even if that talisman shifts it, it can reduce the impact. Moreover, what if the source and target were touching? I see. We can have Princess Illyriaja wear the finely made armor of ice, generated from the alchemy tool, and if that alchemy tool is worn by her, there's no way it can be shifted. Understanding this, Abel smiled and Rhea nodded happily. The alchemy tool with the magic stone embedded in it is, in a sense, independent. You could say it's a standalone tool. Of course, during the Ascension ceremony, we won't be able to stay right by her side. Normally, that would be fine. Even at a distance, we can protect her with the ice wall, but with something like a talisman, generating it continuously every 5 seconds was quite troublesome. We're seated as guests, after all. Yes. Abel, wasn't that extraordinary outfit delivered? Ah, it seems to be formal attire, but the craftsmanship is, of course, all top-notch, Abel said, looking at the clothes displayed on a mannequin in the corner of the room. He had been told to wear those clothes and sit in the guest seat. Rhea could just wear his usual robe. This is the robe I received from my master. It's called the robe of the Fairy King, and it cannot be created by human hands. There's no better attire suitable for a ceremony than this. Is that so? Abel questioned Rhea, who insisted on it. It certainly was a wonderful piece, but for a ceremony, he felt it could use a little more decoration. Abel thought as he compared it to the clothes prepared for himself, reaching 140 million views. Thank you for always reading. On the day of the Queen's Ascension ceremony, Rhea and Abel were having breakfast together. Usually, Princess Illyriaja would eat with them, but today she was absent. The Ascension ceremony has a spiritual aspect, as it involves reporting to ancestors and previous kings. Because of this, the king or queen who is being crowned apparently does not eat breakfast. Breakfast is important, though. It's quite unfortunate, Rhea said. Well, a king's body is human, yet not quite human, Abel replied, drawing from his own experience. Not quite human? Yeah, it's like a role that connects the past and the future. A king cannot attain the happiness that ordinary people can, right? Of course, they accept this before their ascension, and I accepted it when I ascended. That's true. Ordinary people enjoy things like eating all the cakes at Café de Chocolat, planning all-you-can-eat events at the Royal Castle cafeteria, or exploring 50 stalls at the Royal Capital's market. Yeah, none of those are enjoyed by a normal person. Really. Then freezing people I dislike indiscriminately, freezing the ground beneath Abel's feet to trip him, or attacking the Royal Knight orders garrison. Is that more realistic? You'd get caught, wouldn't you? King Abel dismissed all of Rhea's opinions. Watching you, I can understand that instead of giving up the happiness that ordinary people attain, you gain the power to oppress the good citizens. What do you mean by that? I must ensure that Princess Illyriaja does not end up like that after her ascension. Abel shook his head slightly, looking at Rhea, who was filled with determination. At that moment, Lord Protector Kavui Samaru arrived. Lord Rhea, the bracelet you requested is complete. He presented a silver bracelet adorned with intricate decorations, featuring a blue magic stone from a bait ball at its center, a rather elegant piece. Oh, it's nice, thank you. Rhea received it, and after checking it, bowed in gratitude. Then he promptly summoned an ice plate and connected it to the bracelet. Both the ice plate and the line of water were created by Rhea's magic, so it could be taken out any time. It'll take 3 minutes, please wait a moment. Understood, sorry, but could I get some coffee as well? While Rhea worked, Kavui Samaru sat in an empty chair and asked a maid for coffee. As they waited for Rhea to finish, a conversation began between Abel and Kavui Samaru. The topic was about the Crown Prince's palace. I heard that the Crown Prince's palace is sealed off, but where are the Crown Princess and Lord Jolt? They are residing in a corner of the Crown Prince's palace itself. The palace is spacious. Even if it's sealed off, it doesn't mean that no one can enter or leave. With a palace as large as that, there are always ongoing daily duties. To begin with, there were hardly any suspicious individuals entering, so not only the palace's guards, but also the royal castle guards are stationed at the palace's entrance. Kavyui-Samaru answered with a grim expression to Abel's question. It seemed he had wished for a stricter measure. However, due to various circumstances, it seemed they had reached their limit in getting to this point. Such a grand event occurred. Rumors are probably spreading, right? Well, yes. After all, a corner of the Crown Princess's building collapsed. Naturally, various rumors will circulate, both inside the royal castle and the royal capital. Still, the Crown Princess is indeed the Crown Princess. Hierarchy is troublesome, isn't it? Absolutely. Abel imagined the hardships, and Kavyui-Samaru nodded slightly. Exactly 3 minutes passed. All right, it's complete, Rhea said as he began testing various things. Then he passed it to Kavyui-Samaru. By stroking the blue magic stone part, it will activate. It's the same thing the princess wore the other day. Ah, thank you, Lord Rhea. When I spoke to His Highness last night, he seemed pleased. Even though he acts strong, there must have been parts he was worried about. He said he would wear it on his right arm, Kavyui-Samaru said as he accepted it and then left the room. An attack seems likely after all. Yes, it does. It would be best if they could change their mind and give up. Abel sighed and Rhea sighed in agreement. If the attack is from someone connected to some grand duchy on the continent, and their goal is to place Lord Jolt on the throne, even if he were to ascend, it wouldn't mean much unless the Navy sides with them, right? How do you think they view that? Well, their objective may not be immediate domination. In response to Rhea's inquiry, Abel drank his coffee. Not for domination? You mean they want chaos in the Suje Kingdom? Perhaps they're instigating a civil war in a certain federation at the southern tip of the continent, and they don't want any interference from the archipelago sea region. So they prefer to keep things chaotic? That seems to be the case. If Kavyui-Samaru's rebellion had succeeded and Princess Illyriaja had been crowned right away, the Suje Kingdom might have become quite strong. Just a change in leadership can drastically alter things. Of course, it has to be done quite skillfully. If that had happened, the Suje Kingdom would have intervened in the civil war that was being attempted in that federation at the southern tip of the continent. That's problematic, so they would try to poison the Lord Protector and kill the princess. As long as it succeeds, it's fine. Even if it fails, the troops of the Crown Prince's palace and the Crown Prince's territory will smolder like kindling, so it wouldn't be bad either way. Rhea made a face that suggested he found it hard to accept, while Abel didn't have complete confidence either, but at the very least, he provided an explanation that made sense. Intrigue is difficult, isn't it? Absolutely. Both Rhea and Abel might not be cut out for being schemers. The Ascension ceremony for Princess Illyriaja began as scheduled at noon. Inside the royal castle in the grand audience chamber. As the name suggests, it was spacious. One could imagine a concert hall. However, the ceiling appeared higher than that of a concert hall. Moreover, everyone stood for the occasion. Well, since the king is about to be crowned, it might be considered disrespectful to sit and witness it. A red carpet was laid from the main entrance to the throne at the far end, where the crown and religious figures awaited. Standing guard along that aisle were the royal guard knights clad in white ceremonial attire. Princess Illyriaja was supposed to walk through there. A single throne was placed on the raised platform where the princess would receive the crown. Directly beneath the platform were members of the royal family and ministers lined up. Behind them were influential nobles given honorary titles, and the guest seats where Rhea and Abel were told to stand were a little towards the front of the aisle. There was ample space between each person. No matter the world, those in high positions dislike being packed tightly. They require a generous personal space. That's just how it is. For that reason, Rhea and Abel had enough space between them and their neighbors. Still, they leaned in a bit to speak in low voices. Such a scene is not uncommon. Hey, Rhea, what is it, again? It's not about money. This topic is getting tired now, Abel preemptively struck, and Rhea felt frustrated at being beaten to it. What I wanted to know was about that paper. Paper? Ah, the talisman. No, I believe Professor Boysen called it a talisman, just as Lord Protector Kavyui-Samaru said previously. Boysen, the old man who taught us about toxins, right? Calling him Professor? Of course. It's only natural to show respect to someone who teaches you something you don't know, right? The simplest way to show that respect is to add sensei after their name. This way, unless they are very stubborn, they will gladly teach you various things. You're definitely a people person, Rhea. Abel, you can't unify the world without being a people person. What does tenka mean? Oh, everything in this world. Abel did not understand the term tenka. It seems useless to speak of the people of the world like Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Rhea couldn't quite grasp why Abel didn't understand, so he quickly switched to a different phrase. Everything in the world unification, that's too unrealistic. It would be world unification, I guess. So everything in the world, right? The change of words backfired. The meaning became too large, making it seem unrealistic all at once. What a pity. From what I heard about Professor Boysen, talismans are like some kind of alchemy tools. Oh ho ho. However, since we only saw that instance at the Crown Prince's palace, I can't say for sure. Also, it seems that sorcerers are not merely users of talismans, but there are also people who can use magic, which complicates matters. I see. Abel nodded slightly at Rio's explanation. While it's certain that there are sorcerers among them, it may not be limited to just that. How much strength are they hiding and how effectively? It won't be clear until something happens. Rio suddenly looked around. Ascension ceremonies really differ from country to country. Of course, wait, the only one you've seen is the one I had in the city of Run, right? That was a massive exception. 3.5 years ago, Abel ascended to the throne in the southern city of Run. It was in a situation that could be considered usurpation, without the proper procedures being followed or the 3 sacred treasures being gathered. Of course, I understand that your usurpation in Run wasn't normal. Usurpation? Don't worry, I support your actions, Abel. I even think you, who stood up for the people of the kingdom, are admirable. Oh, having sacrificed yourself to ascend to the throne, you've granted me the cake privilege. The cake privilege isn't really relevant. I'm a citizen of the kingdom, after all. At the same time, I'm a passionate supporter of King Abel. I see, thank you. In the end, Rio gave a thumbs up, and Abel weakly expressed his gratitude. There was a slight discrepancy in recognition, but that couldn't be helped. Everyone is different. While the two were discussing such matters, the Ascension ceremony began. The ceremony was truly just that. Princess Illyriaja entered, went to the throne, received the crown. And after receiving something else, she sat on the throne. Cheers erupted, and amid that applause, Queen Illyriaja exited. Written down, that was all there was to it. There was nothing more. Basically, Princess Illyriaja did not even say a word. Her words as queen are said to be delivered tomorrow from the balcony of the royal castle to the citizens. That balcony exists in the royal castle for that purpose. The doors opened, and Princess Illyriaja entered. In that instant, a voice that couldn't even be called a voice ran through the venue. "Oh, how beautiful! Your Majesty the Queen!" Such voices echoed. The princess quietly advanced alone, neither too fast nor too slow. Pure yet magnificent. All the gazes of those lined up were fixed on Princess Illyriaja as she walked. Ah, it seems the ice armor hasn't activated yet. She mentioned she would be receiving the crown. Then let's secretly protect her. Dynamic steam mine II active. Rio activated the steam mines moving at a certain distance from Princess Illyriaja. Is that talisman safe? Doesn't seem to be there yet, so it should be fine. I'll change it to another form once she reaches the platform. Rio and Abel whispered to each other. If the religious figure putting the crown on the princess were to freeze, it would indeed become problematic. Rio was a very rational mage. However, as Princess Illyriaja passed between the two and reached the ministers, crack, 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 3 daggers flew in from somewhere and froze around Princess Illyriaja. Dynamic steam mine II activated to defend. The one who acted the fastest was Princess Illyriaja. It was probably because she prepared in her heart, knowing she was the target and that an attack would surely come. Immediately, she rubbed the magic stone of the silver bracelet on her right wrist. Her body became covered in fine ice. Of course, it was almost unnoticeable to those nearby, but Rio could see it. Deactivate dynamic steam mine II active. He turned off the steam mines that were protecting her. That was because the Royal Guard knights standing along the carpet were gathering around the princess, ready to shield her with their bodies. There was nothing like an enemy-friend identification tag. As things stood, the steam mines would activate regardless of friend or foe. Princess Illyriaja, having activated the alchemy tool version of ice armor missed from her right wrist, would not be harmed by ordinary slashing attacks. Ah! Screams erupted from among the guest seats and noble seats, and from that scream emerged, what is that? What appeared could only be called a half-corpse. A zombie, Rio instinctively muttered. However, it moved with surprising speed. More than a zombie, it resembles a vampire's kin, a strigo. The kin of a vampire, striga, moves much faster and is stronger than ordinary humans. But that was not all that appeared. Something appeared over here too. Near the entrance where the lower nobles were located, something else emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was wearing armor and swinging a sword. It looked like an ordinary human, but its eyes were closed. It appeared as though it had been sewn shut from above the eyelids. Knight of the Undead? Rio muttered again, but it was just a guess. He was simply thinking of a word that came to mind intuitively. He had no knowledge of whether such beings existed in this world. In any case, they were not ordinary humans. 4 appeared, all strong. 8 striga-like creatures appeared, rampaging around. 4 knights of the undead and 8 striga-like creatures, quite formidable. Naturally, they stood out, and there were quite a few casualties. While about 6 royal guard knights surrounded Princess Illyriaja, the remaining knights and the guards who rushed in from outside began to deal with the striggle-like creatures and the knights of the undead. Of course, that was a diversion. In an instant, the 6 royal guard knights protecting the princess had daggers simultaneously thrust into their throats. Leaping over the fallen knights, a gray shadow lunged at Princess Illyriaja. However, Clang, a man in white ceremonial attire, deflected the gray dagger. Clang, the Lord Protector, deflected a second gray dagger. Clang, a robed mage, deflected a third gray dagger. Abel, Kavuisamaru, and Rhea protected Princess Illyriaja. Seems there are quite a few enemies, isn't there? They came out of the toolbox that was transported from the Crown Prince's palace. The sorcerer hasn't shown his face yet, Abel asked. Kavuisamaru responded, and Rhea warned that the real ordeal was yet to come. The gray men who attacked Princess Illyriaja appeared to be human. Rhea sensed something and looked up at the ceiling. The ceiling was high and dark, but there was something off. Upon closer inspection, he could see talismans pasted on it. Moreover, the color of the talismans matched that of the ceiling perfectly. Unless one consciously focused on it, they'd never notice. There are talismans on the ceiling. How many? 1, 2. A lot. What should we do? Icicle Lance. Rhea launched an ice spear targeting one of the talismans, right before it made direct contact. The spear's trajectory altered and pierced the roof in an unrelated spot. Just like last time, it was redirected. So it means we can't touch that. If there are no people around, we could use a method to drop the ceiling itself, but that's rather, well, that seems impossible. The entire grand audience chamber was in chaos. With the reinforcements from outside, nearly 2,000 people were moving about, so it was understandable. Rhea, while keeping his attention on the surroundings, gently called out to protect Princess Illyriaja. "Princess, I apologize, but please stay here a little longer." "You're using me as bait, aren't you?" Princess Illyriaja replied, even managing a slight smile. Kavuisamaru was taken aback by what she said. That, since the entrance is chaotic anyway, it's likely that the outside of the grand audience chamber is too. Instead of running around in confusion, it would be better to steady ourselves here and face whatever comes. As Kavuisamaru was about to protest, Princess Illyriaja herself stopped him. In times of crisis, a person's true essence reveals itself. Rhea felt that Princess Illyriaja's heart and mind were already prepared to be the queen. That was a very comforting thought. Because without it, her heart could crumble in this situation. Crying, screaming, shouting, but even doing that wouldn't improve the situation. Calm responses are what save oneself and those around them. The princess won't be harmed by normal stabbing or slashing attacks. Unless it's an exceptionally powerful magical attack, I will counter it. Abel and Lord Protector, please defeat the enemies that charge at us. Understood. Got it. With Rhea giving instructions, Abel and Kavuisamaru nodded. The 3 gray men surrounding them were waiting for an opening, but with 3 masters of close combat, it wouldn't be easy to find any gaps. As a result, the turn passed to them. Abel surged forward, invading the gray men's range in front of him. In a single motion, without allowing them to clash swords, he beheaded one. The second gray man, witnessing such a decisive strike, was understandably shaken. Taking advantage of that was Kavuisamaru. Pretending to attack with the ceremonial sword in his right hand, he spun to deliver a knife with his left hand, slicing the gray man's carotid artery. The third gray man was rendered helpless. He could understand that his 2 comrades had fallen in almost an instant. As he braced for the arrival of the robed mage before him, the death of the knight came from the left side. Abel, who had beheaded the first gray man, plunged his sword into the neck of the third gray man. The 3 gray men surrounding the princess were taken down in a heartbeat. "Ice wall level 20 package." Just as the third one fell, Rhea chanted, "Boom, crumble, rumble, rumble." The stones struck the ice wall raised over the 4 of them. That was an attack from the talismans that had suddenly appeared over the 4. "Is that from earlier?" "Yes, and this time it's directed only at us." Rhea fell silent. His gaze was fixed on Princess Illyriaja's right wrist. Then to the talisman that was starting to release stones. Furthermore, up at the ceiling. "I see. It's an alchemy tool, but also not an alchemy tool." Rhea's mutter was heard by both Abel and Kavuisamaru, but both tilted their heads in confusion. They couldn't grasp the meaning. "Ice wall level 20 package." Without further explanation, Rhea re-established the ice cover. Then he watched the talisman continuing its assault. He shifted his gaze just slightly and chanted internally. Icicle Lance 16 having made his preparations. "Now!" He launched 16 ice spears at the wall of the grand audience chamber. Crack. A sound echoed as if something had shattered. What appeared was a white mask. A figure dressed in a white mask and white robe appeared against the wall. Abel dove in, invading the range of the masked figure. A deadly downward strike. Clang. However, the white-masked figure took that blow head-on. In that instant, stones enveloped Abel. "Abel!" Rhea shouted instinctively. Of course, there was no reply from Abel, wrapped in stone. Meanwhile, the stone projectiles continued to fall. Moreover, "Something is coming from the ceiling," Princess Illyriaja shouted. Rhea forcefully pulled his consciousness back and looked up. "Are they going to drop monsters from the talismans on the ceiling?" Rhea's expression turned to rage. "They're trying to take Abel and attack under cover." That voice was low, very low. "Princess, do not move." "Yes." Even Princess Illyriaja, who had absolute faith in Rhea, felt a sense of fear at that voice. But at the same time, she recognized that she must not move. Water Jet 2048. An innumerable number of water lines began to shred the monsters that had just been birthed from the talismans, shredded from the moment they were born. Permafrost. Additionally, everything moving near the ceiling sank into eternal frost. That transformed the entire ceiling into an icy world. However, the talismans and spirits remained unfrozen. Even an all-out permafrost couldn't hit them. "They're certainly distorting space." Rhea ground his teeth. He lacked the usual composure that he typically possessed, because Abel had been taken from him, but because of that. "I will crush them by force." Floating magic circle. 32 magic circles floated in the air. Those magic circles flew towards the ceiling. Spaced evenly apart, each magic circle grew larger, collectively covering the entire ceiling with 32 magic circles. Permafrost constant deployment. The eternal frost from the magic circles spread out. They froze the monsters that were about to be birthed the moment they formed. Above the magic circles that covered the ceiling was all an icy world. While the talismans and spirits did not freeze, the monsters birthed from them did. Even the half-formed monsters froze over. Those monsters froze together along with the ceiling itself. As a result, the spirits could no longer produce new monsters, as if they were stuffed at the exit. Having successfully contained them through brute force, Rhea glared at the white-masked figure. Words continued to come from the mouth of the white mask. It was likely commands directed at the talismans and spirits. Kavui Samaru faced off against him, but he had yet to make any decisive moves. He had seen the earlier incident with Abel. He had discerned that there were talismans laid on the ground. Rhea looked at the stone mass that had trapped Abel. It should be called a standing stone coffin. He didn't feel that he was dead. But he also couldn't be sure if he was all right, taking a small yet deep breath. By forcibly expelling all the air from his lungs, he would inevitably have to inhale again afterward. As a result, a deep breath was achieved. This helped him regain some calm, and because he regained calm, he remembered. Echo of the soul. Since he had reported to the Natore kingdom via long-distance communication, he had left the connection disconnected. Because he didn't need to use it as Abel was right next to him. Of course, it was still connected to Rhea's left ear. Abel, can you hear me?" "Ah, Rhea, finally it's about time, you're late." Hearing Abel's voice almost made Rhea crumble. At the very least, his soul was safe. Suddenly, Abel ended up in the stone. "Ah, I've been careless. It's like I stepped on a trap. Almost like a dungeon. Stop joking. What condition are you in right now? It feels like I'm trapped inside a stone box, but I can move my body. However, it's so cramped I can't gain any momentum." The combat technique. Complete penetration also failed due to the lack of gaps. "It seems difficult to break out from the inside." "Understood. You should carefully cut the stone." "Cut the stone? You know, back when we had that encounter with the wild golem, we sliced a bit off it with the abrasive jet to extract the yellow magic stone, right? It's just like that?" "Ah, that was on our way from the forest of Rondo." During their journey from the forest of Rondo to the city of Run, they were ambushed by a wild golem. They had extracted a magic stone from one of them, and in that process, Rhea had used abrasive jet to gradually shave off the golem. He intended to do the same now. "So it will have to be after defeating the white mask, so please wait a moment." "Ah, I'm counting on you." Rhea let out a small breath. Unlike before, it brought him a slightly calmer demeanor. He had confirmed Abel was safe. However, only Princess Illyriaja, who was by his side, noticed this. "Princess, just a little longer, please." "Yes, I'm fine." Ice Path Water Jet Thruster Slash. Murakumo slashed through the white mask's chest in a perfect line. Even through the mask, it was clear. The white mask was shocked. To the white mask, Rhea must have appeared as if he had instantaneously materialized. Moreover, the floor traps did not activate. For Rhea to notice they were sealed by Ice Path was, of course, impossible. The white mask jumped back. At the same time, it unleashed multiple stone spears toward the rear, punching holes in the walls. A desperate escape. Avatar Waterjet Thruster Rhea wouldn't let him escape. 3 Rheos. 2 of them approached the white mask from the front. Clang, clang. The white mask took the blows. Of course, that was a trap. Boom. Rounding behind the now retreating white mask, Rhea struck down with Murakumo at the base of its neck. The white mask collapsed unconscious. "Don't worry, it was a blunt strike." However, no one responded to Ryo's murmur. Feeling just a bit sad, Ryo shook off that feeling and turned to Kavui-Samaru. When I was in the Kamakuta Vassal Kingdom, I saw something like shackles for mages. Do you have any? I'll have them brought right away. Ryo approached the princess and bowed his head. Princess Illyriaja, thank you for your patience. No, what about Mr. Abel? Oh, I forgot. Wait, the fact that Echo of the Soul is still connected means that was intentional, wasn't it? Abel, were you listening? I thought you couldn't hear me because you didn't respond to my blunt strike. I don't know what a blunt strike is. I messed up. I forgot to set up a joke there. I'll tell you next time. Also, you should study magic a bit more. You shouldn't be unable to recognize magical traps. That was a talisman, right? The fundamentals are the same. If you had properly learned magic, you wouldn't fall for such traps. Ryo's logic was one that Abel could not fully accept, but he couldn't refute it. After all, the fact remains that he had been caught in a trap. I also learned magic properly during my time at the royal castle. But Ryo's magic and the current talismans are so different from what I learned back then, I don't want to hear excuses. Oh, yes, please study properly again. Ryo will teach me, right? I suppose so. I'll teach you using your cake privilege. How generous. I think you're going to end up buried in a massive amount of paperwork. Ryo imagined what Abel's words entailed. For a moment his body trembled. He envisioned himself buried under paperwork for creating teaching materials for Abel. Please let Elalian teach you. Elalian will likely chant, right? That won't do. The chanting is a trivial matter. Those in high positions don't understand that. Yeah, they don't get it. I'm counting on you, Ryo. I need to think of a good way to escape. I can hear you. Afterward, after 5 minutes of carefully shaving the stone coffin, Abel managed to escape. However, the situation was not one for a happy ending just yet. How do we remove those talismans and spirits? I don't know. They captured him alive for that reason, didn't they? Well, yes, but... Ryo and Abel looked up at the ceiling. Although they did not know the reason why the talismans and spirits could not be removed, they knew they could not be touched. In fact, it seemed they could not even touch them. When they tried to reach out, their hands would slide off as if covered by a translucent half-circle of ice. Even if we knock out the white mask, it won't deactivate. But the monsters have stopped appearing. The white mask was taken away by those who conduct the Inquisition, right? We should be able to gather information soon. Upon hearing Abel's words, Ryo frowned. Are you suggesting they will use torture or something like that? Well, if it's a country where magic and alchemy for coercing confessions are developed, they probably won't resort to that. But as for this archipelago sea region or the Suje kingdom, I have no idea. I don't want to see Princess Illyriaja participating in that. What do you mean, I don't want to see? What are you implying? Well, Abel, in a voice like, haha, it's easier to die if you confess everything, come out with it, you would say that, wouldn't you? I don't recall saying that. Besides, those kinds of people would still intend to kill them in the end. Easy to die indeed. You've realized that well. There are plenty of terrifying people in this world. Yeah, that's completely nonsensical. Abel suddenly remembered something and decided to ask Ryo. Hey, earlier you said something strange, Ryo. I haven't said anything stranger than Abel is a good person. Enough with the nonsense. Nonsense? You said it's an alchemy tool, but also not an alchemy tool. Ryo muttered that while looking at the talismans that had started to launch stones. Afterward, Ryo launched ice spears at the wall to draw out the white mask. That's it. Remember the bracelet we gave to the princess? It's meant to reproduce ice armor mist using an alchemy tool. And so it wouldn't need my magical power supply. A magic stone was embedded, right? The blue magic stone. If an alchemy tool is designed to draw magical power from the embedded magic stone, it can autonomously manifest magical phenomena. But those talismans and spirits don't seem to have any magic stones attached, do they? Indeed. So that's why you concluded that a sorcerer was supplying magical power from somewhere. That's right. Ryo nodded repeatedly at Abel's answer. He felt genuinely happy to have come up with a solution to the problem. While the two were conversing like that, suddenly someone shouted. Ryo and Abel turned to look at the person who called out. That person was looking up at the ceiling, when the two looked up as well. The talismans are coming down. It seems they detached on their own. Yes, it was as if, while dancing, an occurrence from the late Edo period was happening. They learned about it in social studies. Talismans were falling from the sky. However, those talismans and spirits combusted mid-fall. Wow, Ryo inadvertently exclaimed. Not just what fell from the ceiling. All the talismans and spirits that had been hidden and pasted throughout the grand audience chamber were consumed in flames in an instant. I thought I could at least get one, Ryo said with disappointment. While he didn't understand the mechanism behind it, he was genuinely curious about what was inscribed on them. You couldn't even touch them. So I doubt you could get a hold of them. Abel dismissed Ryo's hopes. Honestly, he had developed an uneasy mindset since he had trapped himself inside the stone. Why had they fallen off? Why had they burned up? Your Excellency, a panicked soldier rushed in, running towards Kavui-Samaru. Then in a low voice he reported. What? Kavui-Samaru's expression twisted in surprise. Rhea and Abel, curious, walked over to Kavui-Samaru. Seeing this, Kavui-Samaru addressed Rhea and Abel. The man we just captured died during transport. What? Really? Both Rhea and Abel were shocked. However, at the same time, they understood. Because he died, the talismans and spirits had detached and burned. Apparently, he suddenly burst into flames during transport. Hence, there were no remains and everything turned to ash. Thorough, isn't it? Whether the White Mask had that mechanism himself, or if there are still more accomplices. Kavui-Samaru provided additional explanation. Abel expressed his thoughts, and Rhea touched upon the essence of the matter. At that moment, Princess Illyriaja approached the three of them. I heard the report, Lord Protector. We will proceed with the Ascension ceremony. And Your Highness, Princess Illyriaja stated, leaving Kavui-Samaru in shock. Even after such interference, I want to demonstrate that the Suje kingdom remains unshaken. I understand what you're trying to convey, but there's still the possibility of enemies remaining. I have those who will protect me. So it's all right, Princess Illyriaja stated, looking at Rhea and Abel. Leave it to us. I think it's a good decision. Rhea took on the responsibility, and Abel also supported her. Seeing this, Kavui-Samaru bowed his head. Understood. Please wait approximately 10 minutes. I will make the preparations. And 10 minutes later, Queen Illyriaja ascended to the throne, 13,000 characters. It has become quite long. It was a wonderful Ascension ceremony, Rhea said happily. Rhea and Abel were leaving the grand audience hall and heading towards the gazebo at the White Retreat. Queen Illyriaja and Lord Protector Kavui-Samaru seemed to have reports to make to the heroic spirits and a dinner party with foreign ambassadors later that night, but the work for the two of them was almost finished. Though they had been asked to attend the dinner party, it was not as guards but rather as honored guests, just like at the Ascension ceremony. Well, considering the commotion right after everything, I think we did quite well, Abel replied. Abel, even though the whole country is in a festive mood, saying something so cynical won't make anyone happy. People will drift away from cynics, Rhea said. No, it's not meant to be cynical. Rhea didn't want Abel to become someone who only spoke sarcastically. The trend of viewing cynics and critics as cool was already outdated. People really do prefer sincere individuals. If you are to be king, you must recognize this first, Rhea advised. Why is that the case for a king? The sarcasm of a powerful person is a weapon. If a king wields such a weapon, the nation will falter. I see. I believe I am quite sincere. Generally, King Abel was perceived as straightforward and bold by leaders of neighboring nations. That evaluation was likely the opposite of what schemers would conclude. Please be a dignified and pure king, Abel. Leave the dirty work to those of us around you. Are you going to do it, Rhea? Yes, leave it to me. If I say the Debuhi Empire is a nuisance, I will have the emperor sacrificed. If I say the alliance is troublesome, I will freeze the capital. Leave the scheming to us, and you remain a good king. Well, that's not scheming. And I don't desire that kind of thing. Don't tell me you're hoping to annex the entire Central Nations in one leap. Of course not. The ambitions of the First Duke and the King seemed unlikely to be realized. The British Prime Minister Disraeli once said, "The world is driven by figures that are quite different from what the general public imagines, who are unaware of the back world." Even if the world changes and the times change, there are still parts that remain unchanged. When the two entered the gazebo, a mannequin had been added. It was Abel's leather armor. Oh, it has been repaired. His voice was slightly buoyed. As a swordsman, he was pleased to have his equipment repaired and returned. This leather armor had been sent to a repairman by Kavui-Samaru. Today, Abel was wearing formal attire for guests, and for the past few days, he had been dressed in something akin to the Imperial Guard captain's outfit, based on white. In the meantime, it had been repaired. It truly looks impressive. I can't even tell that there was a big hole, Rhea remarked as he approached and poked it to check. Abel's leather armor was crafted for the king in the Natore kingdom. It was made for fighting on the battlefield, and since Abel had loved wearing leather armor since his days as a swordsman, it seemed he continued to wear it even after becoming king. That said, it was certainly the highest quality for a king. While practical, it had just enough embellishments to avoid being overly ostentatious, and Rhea felt it was quite stylish. Is this the same repair technique used in the Kamakura feudal kingdom? Well, probably the same, Rhea nodded in response to Abel's question. Without alchemy, such perfect repairs would not be possible. All right, I've made a decision. Let's practice this on the ship. On the ship? Yes, now that the Princess Queen Illyriaja's ascension has been successfully completed, we should be off duty, right? Then we could be sent to the continent on that ship. I wonder when we will be able to leave. While Rio's thoughts were already on the route to the continent, Abel was firmly focused on the ground beneath him. The Jejishlu Federation is in civil war, and the Duchy of Atinjo's relationship with the Suje Kingdom has deteriorated. Right. Ah, that's true, but the continent isn't just those two countries, right? Of course not, but if trade is only conducted with those areas, you wouldn't know anything beyond the surrounding sea. No matter how skilled a navigator is, it's impossible to sail in waters they have never been to. They wouldn't know what awaits them or what lurks there. I see. Usually, Rio would argue against what Abel said, but this time he nodded in agreement. Indeed, they did not know what might be there. If it were just one kraken, that would be fine, but Abel had said they had a tendency to swarm. If they were to encounter such a situation, a normal ship would certainly sink. Even Rio's Rondo-class second ship, Neil Anderson, would not have a guarantee of survival. It was 3 days later that Kavui Samaru came to explain about their voyage. Free city, Abel asked in confusion while Rio expressed admiration. To Rio's knowledge, there were no free cities in the Central Nations. However, when he learned as the second prince at the royal castle, he had heard of cities, or rather small nations, referred to as such in the Eastern Nations, Western Nations, or even the Dark Continent. It was that knowledge that led to his question. Of course, Rio knew that free cities existed as part of his knowledge from Earth. Certainly, that charming term often appeared in stories. In the context of high school world history, it referred to the free cities of Germany, part of the Holy Roman Empire. Cities that gained the status of free cities from among the bishop cities did not have obligations such as taxation or military service, hence called free cities. However, the image of free cities often seen in stories was somewhat different. In terms of Japanese high school history, it might refer to places like Hakata from the Muromachi period or Sakai during the Sengoku period. Autonomy was exercised by powerful merchants, so it might be closer to the kind of free cities depicted in stories. Of course, in the end, autonomy would come to an end due to powerful authorities. The free city of Kubavasa is located between the southern edge of the continent, the Jejishlu Federation, and the Duchy of Atinjo. The peninsula and several surrounding islands belong to Kubavasa. Between the Jejishlu Federation, which is in civil war, and the Duchy of Atinjo, which has been meddling this time. Well, I understand that being sent there is a blessing. But is it really safe? Abel directly questioned Kavui Samaru's explanation. If they were dropped in an unsuitable location, it would be quite severe. Quite severe. No, anywhere would be manageable. I understand your concerns, Lord Abel. However, Kubavasa is a city that has maintained its independence for over 100 years between those two nations. In fact, it is said to be equal in military strength, especially naval power, not only to the Federation but also to the Duchy. That's honestly surprising. While there are no free cities in the Central Nations, I do have some knowledge. If that's the case, it sounds like the free city has been allowed to survive by balancing the neighboring nations. If one country were to dominate, other countries would be disadvantaged, so ultimately no country would intervene. I had heard of many such free cities. Upon hearing Abel's words, Kavui Samaru widened his eyes. I'm amazed. You are quite right. However, Kubavasa does not fall under that example. Originally, it has existed as a trade port for hundreds of years. The first commissioner of Kubavasa gained independence from the kingdom that ruled the area at that time with a royal decree. And now that kingdom has been swallowed by the Federation, but Kubavasa continues to exist as a free city. Moreover, what's great about Kubavasa is that it is also a trade port. I see. So it would be easier to find ships heading further north on the continent. Yes, Kavui Samaru nodded vigorously in agreement with Abel's words. Abel pondered aloud as he crossed his arms. During that time, Rio was simply sitting quietly in a chair drinking coffee. He was a very good mage who didn't interfere. Since it was about their future, it was only natural for him not to interrupt. As Abel was deep in thought, Kavui Samaru spoke to Rio, not about the voyage, but about another topic. Lord Rio, regarding the bracelet given to your majesty. Yes, it can be used multiple times with magical power refilled. Any mage can do that, right? Oh, look, the admiral who returned from the Kamakuta feudal kingdom. Is it Lochte? Yes, Admiral Lochte, who made a big hole in Abel's armor. He seems to have a lot of magical power, so I think he would be able to do it. Refilling the magical power doesn't require a water attribute mage. There's a magic circle circuit designed for that. With that, Rio smiled with satisfaction. Though it had been hastily constructed, he believed it turned out quite well. At first, he thought about making it exclusive for Queen Illyriaja, but then he realized that she might give it to someone important as protection. So he made it more generic. It's made to be usable by anyone, so please be careful not to let it be taken away. Rhea prompted caution. Thank you. Her Majesty seems particularly fond of it and has been wearing it constantly since then. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Kavui-samaru replied with a smile, and Rhea nodded back with a smile. It was truly delightful to see something he made and gifted being cherished. By the way, regarding the cost for that? Cost? Kavui-samaru asked, and Rhea tilted his head in confusion. No, I understand that it has an incredibly high value in terms of performance. However, honestly, I, along with those knowledgeable about alchemy tools in the royal castle, don't know what amount would be considered appropriate to pay. It's fine if you pay nothing. And no, it's not that simple. Kavui-samaru panicked at Ryo's words. Well, it's a really small magic stone, and the decoration on the bracelet was done by you. However, that is a water magic stone. Even in this archipelago sea region surrounded by water, water magic stones are rarely obtainable. Furthermore, activating that armor of ice would require an unimaginable magic formula. Then let's do this. Since I had Abel's armor repaired, we'll call it even. I'm afraid that's not nearly enough. Oh, it seems Ryo's suggestion was completely unbalanced. I've been provided 3 meals plus snacks, and I've been given a splendid bed and delicious coffee. Honestly, I have no more desires. This is troublesome, Rhea muttered, and Kavui-samaru shook his head slightly while also complaining. At that moment, Abel opened his eyes. Rhea, I think traveling to the free city of Cubavasa would be good, Abel stated clearly. He had made the decision after deep consideration. If so, he would be ready to take responsibility for whatever result may follow. I'm fine with the free city too. Rhea didn't think much of it. If Abel was okay with it, then it was probably fine. That was about the extent of his thought. Thank you very much. Kavui-samaru bowed his head after hearing their responses. Then he continued speaking. Departure is planned for 3 weeks from now. Of course, it will depend on the sea conditions. The ship will be arranged from the Central Navy's long-range cruiser. It is fast, and as it's a battleship, it won't rock much in the open sea. However, even so, it will take over 40 days to navigate smoothly. Of course, we will stop at several ports along the way, so it won't be entirely on the ship. That's great, Rhea. It's 40 days. You can learn a lot. Abel, you think if you let me learn repair-type alchemy, I'll be able to get my armor repaired even if it has a big hole in it, don't you? Ah, you figured it out. I will charge you. To think a mere swordsman would try to extort money from me, such a mage is unworthy. I feel like Abel's retorts are starting to resemble mine. Did you notice? I was thinking I'd try to imitate you a little. Abel smiled mischievously, as if to expose his prank. Seeing that, Rhea's expression turned pained. It was undeniable that swordsmen and mages were always in a state of opposition. You are amazing for listening to chapters 411 to 510 of Water Magician. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.